Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A badder notice lies among debris, hinting at an impending disaster. Amidst the scattered ruins, a character silently ponders the blending of past and emerging civilizations. The figure prepares a sword for a decisive, forthcoming strike amid the ruins. A solitary figure steps forward into the devastated city, resolute to survive beyond the wasteland's perils. Barriers ascend from the earth, yet chaos continues to engulf the ruined city. Urgently, a young man questions why humanity's advanced technology vanished after the catastrophe. A serious man warns that thermal weapons are restricted to a select few and possess far greater power than anticipated. A determined man proposes breaking down the wall to breach the barrier. Contemplatively, a man questions whether those in power would relinquish the wall, preserving their privileges. A grim message underscores that survival becomes paramount when disaster strikes. A tense group assembles resolutely, bracing for what lies ahead. The masked figure confidently advises the group to seek Rinxiaosu if they wish to enter Jingshan. A young man doubts whether the mercenaries are ready for real combat as the group discusses heading to Jingshan. A rising sense of dread reveals the dangers of venturing into the wilderness. Suddenly, an ominous red light pierces the foggy depths of the forest. He silently battles to maintain composure under mounting pressure. A deadly force is detected as a molten object radiates sinister red energy amidst darkness. From an explosion, a monstrous flaming skull erupts, heralding the arrival of a demonic entity. Hordes of red-eyed monsters surge through the dark forest, launching savage assaults. A monstrous, spider-like creature emerges from shadows, signaling a deadly threat. A threatening wolf with glowing eyes materializes, radiating dark, deathly energy. Blood stains outside the wall reveal a recent violent encounter. A wounded young man grimly asks which sequence of weapons to use first in emergencies. Exhausted and injured, the protagonist kneels in the dark forest as ominous figures close in. A digital prompt confronts a bloody face, demanding a choice to unlock weapons. Rain cascades over a desolate forest where a sword lies half buried beside a dead tree. A wounded rodent scrambles along a branch, seeking shelter as rain pours down. A hooded figure hides in the rain-soaked forest, lamenting acid rain arrival and prey scarcity threatening starvation. The hooded figure crouches in the rain, scanning for any catch. A massive black-winged creature soars through a stormy, lightning-lit sky. A vigilant man spots a sparrow approaching through the rain. A giant, menacing bird of prey emerges amid storm and lightning. A glowing red eye blazes beneath pouring rain as hidden power surges. A large, sinister red-eyed bird swiftly swoops down from the sky. The young man recoils as he senses an immediate threat overhead. The giant bird swoops and attacks a shadowy figure in the chaotic forest. A figure dashes through the stormy night as lightning flashes and a black bird flies nearby. Lu Yuan crashes to the rainy ground and swiftly braces with his weapon. A massive claw bursts through the trees, announcing a hidden threat's arrival. A red-eyed bird darts swiftly through the shadowy forest. The young man is startled by his opponent's overwhelming speed. As a large bird swoops down in dense forest, Lu Yuan raises his shield to block the attack. The young man charges forward, swinging his weapon at the looming creature in the rain. A menacing figure with glowing eyes appears overhead in rain, startling a nearby crow. The young man slams the black beast into water, overpowering it forcefully. He crushes a messenger bird in hand, destroying it instantly. After a long night waiting in rain, he finally receives his reward. Carrying a bundle of birds in the rain, the protagonist wonders how long his recent trade will sustain him. A sudden buzzing noise startles Lu Yuan as dark energy swirls around him. Clutching his head in pain, the young man collapses to his knees, overwhelmed by sudden illness. He realizes the sickness strikes earlier than before, deepening his anxiety. A young man writhes as dark lightning crackles around him, screaming in agony. After fleeing wolves, the young man suffers repeated intense supernatural episodes dismissed by others as headaches. A lone figure plunges through a stormy sky, overwhelmed by uncontrollable chaos. He notices a change in the situation. The protagonist tests his awareness, surprised to find himself conscious. A massive energy burst engulfs everything in blinding light. A character spreads their fingers, eyes wide in sudden realization. A hand reaches out as a shadowy palace emerges from thick mist. Lu Yuan stands alone as shadowy wing-like shapes spread around him, unleashing a surge of dark power. The lone figure cautiously steps toward a glowing artifact, drawn by mysterious light. Stripe-sleeved hands push massive dark doors open, releasing glowing light and swirling mist. A hidden chamber is revealed as faint glowing orbs illuminate the shadowy archway and ornate columns. Lu Yuan tightens his sword grip, poised in darkness to face an imminent threat. The lone figure cautiously explores a shadowy, mystical library, scanning his strange surroundings. He grips his weapon and braces for the upcoming battle. A mysterious object is revealed on a dark table amid swirling mist. The young man suddenly clutches his head, overwhelmed by intense pain. Lightning tears through the stormy sky over the dark forest. A muscular bald man crouches behind a tree, silently watching as rain pours. A menacing figure silently surveys a lifeless body in a rain-soaked forest clearing. A young man abruptly wakes in the rain, disoriented and confused. As rain intensifies, the protagonist urgently prepares to flee the forest. A bald man armed with a blade chases a cloaked figure through rain-soaked woods. The muscular bald man demands his prey while brandishing a weapon in the rain. Steeling himself, he sharpens his gaze, readying for what's next. A fierce blow sends the bald man reeling as debris scatters from impact. Stunned and defeated, the bald man sits in rain, struggling to grasp his loss as Victor walks away. A dark-haired figure stands in rain, confused as a glowing quest notification appears overhead instructing him to give his catch to someone else. Startled, the protagonist freezes in rain as a glowing holographic alert suddenly appears above. Hidden amid rain-soaked bushes, someone stealthily watches a kneeling, vulnerable man. A man collapses to his knees in rain, overcome by grief. A menacing young man looms over a terrified opponent as thunder rumbles overhead. A shadowed figure threatens by gripping a limp sparrow, demanding answers. The bald man shouts a desperate admission as he's confronted in the rain. A determined young man thrusts a black bird toward a kneeling figure in rain-soaked trees. The muscular bald man breaks down, tears of joy flowing as he hugs a black animal tightly. A mission completion screen appears as he stands resolutely in the rain. A sharp blade sweeps forcefully through the darkness of the library. A typewriter whirs amid swirling dark shadows, hinting at the summoning of sinister power. The typewriter activates suddenly, producing a mysterious page. A quest completion notification appears, granting a basic skill duplication scroll as a reward. The young man contemplates the duplication scroll's potential, wondering if it can copy useful abilities like hunting or survival. A burly older man in rain emotionally praises an injured younger man as they lock eyes. The character narrows his gaze with fierce determination. In pouring rain, the protagonist fiercely resists a bald opponent, refusing to surrender the black-feathered object. A tense observer watches as a distant rider approaches through rain-soaked forest. A terrified man screams in panic at the sudden arrival of unknown people. Sunlight breaks through dark clouds, illuminating the forest canopy below. A massive serpent coils above as Lu Yuan shields a companion protectively. Lu Yuan scans the stormy sky, gripping his wolf-like companion as strange light appears overhead. Suddenly alert, he looks upward, sensing something unexpected. A colossal gate looms over the dilapidated settlement as the group arrives at its foundation. A grim building stands beneath a threatening sky as birds circle overhead. A deserted village of ruin-thatched huts lies under a gloomy sky. A lone figure cautiously approaches a group gathered in the deserted village. A hostile group confronts someone in the foreground, escalating tension. Two men whisper together, eyeing an impressive haul. He studies the tense situation in silence. A hand tightens around a sword hilt, signaling readiness. Clad in a tattered cloak, Lu Yuan stands defiantly as a hostile group emerges from shadow. He surveys the situation with steely determination, planning his next move. The muscular man glares fiercely, locking eyes with opponent in tense standoff. A startled man jerks as a mysterious hand grabs his shoulder from behind. A stern man stops his companion from initiating a confrontation. The man in the tattered cape leaves two startled villagers behind, striding purposefully from the village. A group of men mock the young man, loudly calling him brain-diseased. A colossal wall looms over the deserted village, cloaking the area in eerie silence. A lone figure in tattered cloak pushes forward through shadows toward the massive gate. Two figures cautiously enter a shadowy building beneath a sign. A striped-armed character slams a dark creature onto the counter, demanding a price. A trembling hand hovers over the abacus as tension mounts. A startled man recoils, raising hands defensively as someone approaches. The older man notes the glass is valuable, while examining it across the counter. Lu Yuan scans his surroundings warily, sensing nearby danger. Old wooden shelves display mysterious artifacts, each compartment labeled by hand. A hand tests the accuracy of a balanced scale in dim storage. A cheerful man quotes a specific price in the dim room to reassure another. Lu Yuan watches skeptically as someone swiftly calculates on an abacus in the stone-walled room. A bespectacled man sets the sparrow's price at 700 yuan. He rejects the offer, declaring it insufficient. The man narrows eyes and adjusts glasses, scrutinizing the situation. A negotiator slams an abacus bead, firmly setting trade limits, insisting on rules despite meat scarcity. A character calculates on an abacus determined to keep counts above 900 as winter nears and sparrows grow scarce. A bespectacled man crosses arms and shakes head in disapproval. One man leaves the counter to renegotiate, while another calls after him in concern. Inside the stone room, the older man asks what quantity the protagonist wishes to sell, suggesting checking the price. The older man agrees to pay 900 yuan for tuition and mentions a stronghold manager will collect exotic animals today. Lu Yuan urgently demands a repeat of the earlier statement in the dark corridor. A nervous man with glasses anxiously asks how much the other wants to sell. Lu Yuan confidently sets the price at 1200 while showing the strange black-stuffed creature. A nervous man with glasses threatens to contact loudly if demands aren't met. A character carefully counts tickets, announcing a total of 1196. A man anxiously counts stacks of paper slips, sweat beading on his forehead. A nervous man hesitantly hands over a small stack of money to a serious young man at the table. One character reluctantly gives 2 yuan while another sulks behind the counter. The young man braces himself, gripping his cards tightly as he faces an unseen threat. A young man points at a cotton-padded jacket, asking the shopkeeper its price. A suit jacket hangs alone in shadows, hinting at an unsettling presence. Lu Yuan rejects the shopkeeper's offer to buy a quilted jacket, insisting he isn't cold. A medicine seller discusses anti-inflammatory drug prices and dosage while preparing iodophor. The wounded young man dismisses further treatment, insisting his injury rarely worsens in winter. An older man offers a wrapped package as they negotiate a higher price for sparrows favored by nobles. The scene shifts to a peaceful rural landscape, setting a calm mood. Lu Yuan lifts a covering and peers outside, seeking the source of noise. A dark-haired boy stops writing and turns in alarm as a cloaked, bandaged man enters the hut. A young boy looks up in surprise, welcoming his brother into the dimly lit room. Two people sit together, debating the usefulness of studying versus hunting. A younger character eagerly asks the older when he can join the hunt. A young man argues that knowledge pursuit is safer and more valuable than hunting, noting teachers are respected and protected in town. A man crouches beside a seated figure, lamenting that high tuition prevents him from attending lessons. He explains saving sparrow innards before selling them and plans to cook a nourishing soup. A young man reacts with alarm upon seeing another severely injured, bloodied hand clutching a stone. He calmly inspects his wounds, concluding they are minor. A bowl of soup simmers with dark ingredients boiling inside. A hand lifts steaming pieces of cooked meat from the pot, placing them on a plate. One character confronts another in a cramped room, accusing them of eating the offal. One person refuses a bowl, insisting the other eat to recover from wounds. A frightened character anxiously refuses to eat, explaining someone recently died from an infected wound. An older male comforts a younger in a dark room, insisting they must show no weakness in a harsh world. A young man urgently warns about dangers nearby, stressing that hard study is the only escape from a harsh wilderness life. One person collapses exhausted over the table, while another silently watches from shadows. A young man eats quietly, focused on his meal. One character affectionately ruffles the other's hair, encouraging him to eat and try on a new jacket. A boy looks up and asks where his item is. The young man dismisses the interruption with a confident smirk. The meal's remnants rest quietly in the wok as silence grows. Lying on a straw bed, the protagonist reflects on the mysterious palace he saw earlier. The young man lies unconscious, recovering from injuries. His intense red eyes narrow with determination as he prepares for challenges ahead. The lone figure turns his back to the misty landscape, silently preparing for what lies ahead. Lu Yuan freezes as the ominous palace materializes from the mist once more. A cloaked figure advances steadily along a dim corridor. Lu Yuan stands firm beneath the starry sky, his resolve unwavering as he readies for upcoming trials. Lu Yuan thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a powerful swirling force. He hesitantly reaches for the mysterious door, wondering if all is mere imagination. A lone figure cautiously steps into the dim, ornate room. A cloaked figure approaches a mysterious table, reaching toward blank paper and an old typewriter. A character reviews a quest reward note, and receives a basic skill duplication scroll beneath the night sky. The protagonist enters a dark room and discovers an ominous typewriter, reacting with surprise. A glowing typewriter begins typing virtues in the darkness. He questions whether virtue can survive in a society where morality is a luxury. The lone figure defiantly rejects demands while standing before a pentagram-marked table in shadow. A long-haired figure in white enters the dark village at night. A hand grips a cloak's edge, ready to spring into action. A long-haired figure steps cautiously into a dark room where a fire quietly burns. A young man holds a sword to a woman's throat, escalating tension as she is caught off guard. A frightened young woman grips a jagged blade defensively. The boy anxiously calls for help, looking up in the dimly lit space. A tense encounter unfolds as one character approaches another inside a hut, catching him withdrawing a dagger. Sensing danger nearby, the young man glances over his shoulder with concern. A young woman urgently asks the seated man about Xiaosu's injury. A boy with a sword approaches a wounded figure as a girl watches anxiously. A woman waits nervously, clasping her hands while anxiously looking upward. A cloaked figure collapses from exhaustion, lying motionless on the floor of the dark room. She remains silent, visibly troubled and uncertain how to respond. He calmly questions why someone much older feels responsible for his brother. She firmly states she considers both as her younger brothers. A woman in a white dress silently collapses on a straw-covered floor in the dimly lit room. He sits quietly, lost in thought with chin resting on hand. A woman prepares to leave the hut, asking a boy to tell his brother she visited. A girl stands at the doorway, preparing to leave while a boy inside watches her closely. A lone figure stands in the doorway, silently surveying the deserted village beneath the night sky. Lu Yuan slowly rises from the ground in the dim, confined space. A young man crouches beneath a ragged roof, hiding and observing closely. A young man sits in shadows, gripping a jagged knife, bracing for confrontation. The boy firmly defends someone absent, insisting she should not be bullied. One young man accuses a woman of suspicious behavior and warns another that she might be exploiting him. Despite injuries, the protagonist readies himself with fierce determination. A man challenges others, asking who among them is truly innocent. A shadowy figure insists survival demands harsh choices and urges the group to reject her kindly. The confident figure stands above while the person on the floor grips a knife tensely. One boy worriedly asks why the other remains awake after saying he would sleep. Two figures sit quietly under the crescent moon, reflecting in the ruins. One young man admits he might possess a special ability and considers testing it. He stands alone under the night sky, lost in thought after recent revelations. Leaves drift above the forest as wind stirs treetops beneath cloudy skies. Hiding in shadows, one character admits doubting special abilities until meeting Lu Yuan. Two boys crouch in bushes, quietly spying as one whispers hope to catch something today. A figure suddenly falls from the sky as the group below looks up in shock. Crouching in rain, Lu Yuan reacts in shock as a massive black bird threatens him in the dark forest. After making a wish, a rebound effect commonly causes a fever. A young boy excitedly points skyward, urging his companion to watch a shooting star. A meteor shower streaks across the night sky over dark treetops. One character warns against careless wishes, fearing danger, and the other reluctantly agrees. Two characters sit in a doorway watching shooting stars, discussing why they vanish quickly. The character remains silent, expression unreadable as he contemplates the situation. The next day dawns over a quiet courtyard where sunlight graces a small vegetable garden. A teacher begins a history lesson on civilizational age technology in a rundown classroom as students listen. An older man holds an open book, asking the group if they know what technology is. A tired boy yawns while classmates mock him in a shabby, book-filled room. The stern man demands silence and readies to address the group. A bandaged young man prepares to explain technology using examples. A man reviews industrial and medical technology information from his book carefully. A tattered lone figure climbs a window in a rough stone wall, preparing to enter. A person slaps a worn book with resolve. The teacher ends the lesson, telling students to have lunch. A man with glasses focuses intently, locking his gaze forward. A ruined window silently overlooks the calm landscape beyond. A determined young man declares a new beginning, glancing back over a battered stone wall. An older man allows a bowing boy to attend lessons from outside as two younger boys watch. Lu Yuan bows, gratefully thanking the shadowed figure. A cauldron of herbs boils over fire as steam rises. A silver-haired man wearing glasses calmly sips soup with chopsticks. A bespectacled man thanks others for lessons as someone forcefully grabs his shirt to stop him. An older man offers a cigarette to a young man as thanks for free lessons. A hand strikes a matchbox, sparking a small flame. A man calmly lights a cigarette with a match. He leans against the stone wall, exhaling smoke calmly. A man questions a student about his unusual enthusiasm for lessons amid chaos. Lu Yuan seeks off-panel advice, emphasizing the value of learning and respect. One man points assertively, questioning another about garden security as the other listens and smokes. A bespectacled young man coughs and sweats while holding a lit cigarette. A young man steps forward to ask a question. A wary man with glasses, sweating and smoking, demands to know what is happening. A young man stands beneath a digital dome, questioning why human technology vanished post-catastrophe. An older man reveals that the loss occurred progressively over generations. They discuss how most no longer value knowledge post-disaster, though some information may have survived. The bespectacled character quietly acknowledges the situation with composure. As the sun sets behind the stone wall, one man reveals knowledge is held by few while the other listens closely. Bruised but resolute, the protagonist looks ahead and recognizes the approaching stronghold. One character boldly suggests breaching the stone wall, while another silently contemplates. A lone figure questions the stronghold's necessity, suggesting people's unity could repel threats and restore lost knowledge. A reflective man smokes silently, preparing for impending conflict. He explains refugees must rely on the stronghold as long as dangers exist beyond. Under harsh conditions, men labor for the stronghold, supplying cheap workers while powerful factions secure the wall. A weary worker asks why those in power would give up the stronghold sustaining their dominance. A hand extinguishes a smoldering cigarette, pausing the smoke for later use. A stern man interrupts an anxious boy in the hallway, signaling class is about to start as the boy hides a cigarette. An older man explains he must change clothes due to cigarette odor, while a younger character challenges the fairness of exposure. The older man nervously sweats under intense gaze as silence falls. A mission screen emphasizes the importance of sharing knowledge with others. Lu Yuan notices a large glowing digital screen and reacts with surprise. A young boy approaches a desk as an older man leads the way and another boy runs excitedly into the classroom. A tall man enters the stone-walled classroom, instantly capturing all students' attention. The teacher announces the start of a survival class. An older man warns children of upcoming dangers as a mysterious figure enters the classroom. A young man begins teaching how to handle wolf encounters in the wilderness. A commanding figure points off panel, demanding explanation on wolf encounters. A cautious figure enters quietly, signaling silence and startling someone near the doorway. The young man considers evading danger by heading to higher ground if wolves appear. An older man wearing glasses nods confidently in front of the blackboard, appreciating the fresh air and wide view. A young man grins confidently and thumbs up, boasting he will create an auspicious burial spot. An older man with glasses reels in shock at an unexpected revelation. The teacher demands silence. Students fall quiet in the tense room. Puzzled by a failed quest, he wonders why it didn't complete despite his efforts. A gray-haired man with glasses coughs into his hand, showing illness. He pauses, silently pondering his next steps. A confident young man warns his enemy of deadly wolves lurking behind him. A stern man with glasses falls into tense silence. An authority figure assigns the newcomer to future classes and survival lessons. A young man is surprised but grateful to be entrusted with teaching. Lu Yuan is startled by a sudden alert on the glowing screen. A surge of power envelopes Lu Yuan as he completes a quest and gains strength. A character lifts his hand, realizing newfound muscle strength. Standing in a dark palace, he confidently recognizes a unique skill. He calculates how adding one more point compares to adult strength. Someone questions whether the skill surpasses average adult ability. Realizing his odds have improved, the protagonist feels more confident about wasteland survival. A worried boy urgently calls his brother amidst crumbling ruins. A young man questions how someone both attends lessons and serves as substitute teacher. A tall young man confronts a smaller boy, asking if he is the intended successor. The young man speculates odd behavior may stem from lack of cigarettes. An exasperated boy questions someone's seriousness off-screen. A cheerful young man encourages a boy by promising future teaching roles. The cloaked figure turns away, declaring the wilderness his place. A young man confronts someone, expressing disappointment. One young man urges the other to study hard and become knowledgeable. Someone calls out, prompting the young man to turn in surprise. An older boy urgently orders a younger to hurry as the latter rushes in the rundown village. One confronts another with confidence as tension fills the scene. Dawn breaks, sunlight illuminating village rooftops and trees. Several figures approach, their footsteps breaking tense silence. Armed soldiers confront two figures as they near the camp. A frustrated man complains as a cloaked figure nears their armed group. Warily scanning, the protagonist suspects nearby mercenaries. Discussing lack of direction, the group decides to seek help. A young man doubts sending inexperienced mercenaries on a dangerous Jingshan mission. Two figures walk into a tense village, alert to surroundings. Lu Yuan checks over his shoulder, tense, marked by a fresh cheek wound. A cat-haired girl leads armed figures toward the settlement, radiating danger. Two young men discuss the possibility of becoming wilderness guides. A cautious young man warns of Jingshan's dangers and urges avoiding a suspicious group. A village burns quietly under the moonlit night. Lu Yuan peeks from a curtain, investigating a dark area. A worried boy checks an injured arm wrapped in black bandages. In dim light, the injured man reassures his anxious companion of past endurance. The bandaged figure clenches his fist, solemnly promising not to waste his life. As they walk in the dim evening, the group debates if someone truly survived wolf attacks. The protagonist towers over a seated, surprised figure, heightening tension. One braces defensively as the other lunges in the dim room, escalating conflict. A cloaked figure corners another in shadowed alley beneath moonlight. He cautiously peers through a narrow door, alert for danger. Two men walk at night. One downplays earlier comments while pointing ahead. He narrows his eyes, suspiciously assessing a newly introduced group. Someone calls for a reply inside a rundown building as a group waits outside. Two young men crouch in the dark, tense and alert, one quietly asking what to do next. A young man steps forward to face danger outside, instructing another to remain indoors. Determined, he sweeps aside dark curtains and strides into a shadowy room. A young man announces a safe berth and congratulates an older man. Confused men stand together as question marks appear around them. One demands explanation after hearing a bizarre claim about a father and child being fine, not a mother and child. A furious man with fangs shouts at a frightened, sweating man with glasses. A furious young man grabs an older man's collar and threatens, watched tensely by another. A man raises hands, urgently clarifying a misunderstanding by the campfire group. An older man angrily confronts a younger, blaming him for harm. The younger remains indifferent. Men walk through the village at night as one orders early departure and a suitable candidate request. Armed figures scout behind a wall under the starry night. A hooded figure with glowing red eyes glares menacingly through mist. The hooded figure sits quietly as a determined young man emerges from shadows, preparing to confront. He steels himself, determination clear in his gaze. A skill copy mechanism activates, ready to duplicate a target's ability randomly. Startled, the young man questions if the event was randomly copied. A magical scroll offers the chance to acquire a newly copied firearms skill. Fierce determination shines as he urges himself to learn. Alone, he absorbs detailed firearms maintenance instructions amid holographic schematics. Surrounded by screens, he realizes he can copy others' firearms skills. Bathed in light and symbols, he instantly masters advanced firearms proficiency. Puzzled by the result, he wonders why a basic duplication scroll yielded advanced firearms skills. The cloaked young man learns the scroll duplicates advanced and master-level abilities, including superpowers, making him feel invincible. Lu Yuan reviews a digital display, requesting assessment of the girl's firearms skill level. Suspecting her true skills don't align with her group, Lu Yuan grows wary. A buzzing noise startles the protagonist, who instinctively clutches his ear. A young man anxiously calls for his brother while looking aside. One grasps another's cloak under stars, questioning his suspicious focus ahead. A character demands to know who returned and where. Two men cautiously approach a kneeling woman in misty forest clearing. Lu Yuan and the boy are startled by an unexpected visitor entering the dim room. A young woman introduces herself at the doorway as the new neighbor. One young man playfully questions his companion about personal background, sparking banter. One boy grabs another's head, insisting on lecturing him with overwhelming intensity. A cheerful man waves and pats a boy's head while a surprised girl watches nearby. A young man smirks, grabbing another's head, warning against provoking someone or arranging matches. A boy jolts in shock as a hand suddenly touches his face. A young boy discovers hidden potatoes and pills under a chair as an older boy stands protectively. Someone asks if the purpose is to address a hand injury. He examines a white packet, confirming it is anti-inflammatory as another watches closely. A bandaged man recounts mysterious pills that saved him from a wolf attack last year. A hand examines medicine container, recognizing a previous occasion, intensifying the search for the mysterious person. The young man reveals only one person knew of the injury, implying her responsibility for placing the items. Two figures stand side by side, locked in a tense, silent stare. A woman firmly refuses offered cigarettes and declares she no longer provides that service. Two young men stand tensely in shadows as one warns the other about losing his cigarette supplier, gripping a vial. A hand grips a sword's hilt, ready as tension builds under dark skies. A man forcefully grabs a woman, tearing her dress as she struggles and shouts for release. A young man dashes forward with focused intensity. Lu Yuan steps from a hut as a help quest appears. He silently resolves to assist, regardless of the quest. Lu Yuan charges with a dagger, launching a determined attack. The man freezes in shock hearing unexpected news. He smirks, mocking his opponent's threat with a bone knife. A man confidently brandishes a large metal weapon, asserting newfound advantage. A swift ambush surprises the sword-wielding man, who is struck with overwhelming force. A young man stares shocked at the weapon in his hand. A hand swiftly seizes the sword's hilt in tension. A forceful sword block staggers the attacker backward. Lu Yuan intercepts and grabs his opponent's arm, stopping the strike. One character slams another forcefully into the ground. A battered man struggles to recover after defeat. A woman demands to know the newcomer's identity, as two disheveled boys face her. A worried woman reveals the man is the coal mine foreman. Four men stand over a bloodied corpse at night, having just attacked fatally. He realizes the victim was targeted for stinginess due to gambling debts and malice. A character quickly picks up a large knife from the ground. A shadowy figure pins a man and raises a knife under night sky. A glowing quest notification appears as the protagonist receives a mission to free his foe. Lu Yuan slashes down, overpowering his defeated opponent on the ground. A wounded man screams as attacker threatens with a bloody knife, warning he has 3 minutes left. Lu Yuan urges quick clinic arrival for stitches as the only chance of survival. A wounded man struggles upright, fighting pain and exhaustion. Three watch tensely as a wounded figure escapes into the night. A quest completes, rewarding a basic skill duplication scroll and activating a special side quest due to weapon loss. The young man questions palace logic after his second quest marks complete unexpectedly. Two young men argue about a released enemy who might recover and seek revenge. A young man smiles calmly, relieved his companion's ruthlessness endures. A character swiftly picks up a broken weapon from the ground. The protagonist stands alone, weapon in hand, ready for what's next. A woman stands alone in the dim room, lost in anxious thought. A young woman confronts someone, demanding they quit smoking. A woman nods vigorously in agreement as another watches her intently. He notes the substance has low addictiveness due to minimal poppy pods added. A hand grips the dark sword, inspecting its composition and added substances. He offers a final chance to walk away. The young man dramatically rejects any relationship, exuding exaggerated confidence. A girl stares ahead in shock, visibly startled by an unexpected event. One firmly clarifies that they have always seen the other as a little brother, creating tension. Lu Yuan laughs awkwardly, scratching his head to ease the tension. A furious young man puts another in a headlock while a woman watches with crossed arms. A young woman laughs cheerfully, covering her mouth. He suddenly reacts with surprise at an unexpected realization. Swirling energy gathers in the deserted town square, signaling an impending confrontation. Mystical energy intensifies around a mysterious object on a table. A typewriter loudly types a message, triggering a side quest activation. He considers taking on the new side quest with a smirk. A bandaged arm inserts a mysterious page into the typewriter under eerie light. He studies the quest notice, realizing it may reward a new weapon. A hand examines a quest slip announcing a side quest to collect gratitude in exchange for weapons and items. He tries to understand the requirement to gather sincere gratitude. Lu Yuan finds a mysterious document beside a typewriter in a dimly lit room. The protagonist receives gratitude, unlocking a weapon, and muses that manipulating negative emotions would be simpler. Lu Yuan sits silently at a small table, deep in thought, while another rests quietly nearby. An energetic boy demands gratitude from the seated character, disrupting calm. Startled and uneasy, the young man admits fear, glancing over his shoulder. An aggressive figure slams the table, demanding an anxious answer. A man bows his head, expressing gratitude before departing. A man stands with a smirk and clenched fist, proud of his easy gratitude gain. A relaxed young man playfully urges another to express more gratitude. Lu Yuan, visibly exhausted, quietly thanks the other. Lu Yuan raises his arms in frustration, questioning why he wasn't thanked. A frustrated person scolds an apathetic boy at the table, demanding sincere emotions. One urges the other to express genuine feelings while offering guidance by candlelight. The black-haired character bows head, quietly expressing gratitude. A young man sternly instructs someone to try again with more emotion. Lu Yuan energetically urges an off-panel person to persist, pointing in encouragement. A silent pause breaks as time jumps forward 2,000 years humorously. A young man remarks on how troublesome the other's skill is, noting only one sincere gratitude after working most of the night. Lu Yuan prepares to test what can be changed. 2 coins hit the wooden surface with tense impact. A young man notices an unexpected object on the table while lying nearby, confused. A surprised young man finds an intricately designed coin and studies it closely. A hand examines an engraved medallion, absorbing the carved heartfelt message. The protagonist raises the mysterious bead to his lips and swallows, ready to face the challenge. Lu Yuan carefully scans a dimly lit room from a doorway, alert for danger. A mysterious machine activates suddenly as Lu Yuan stands alert before it. A young man approaches and inspects a glowing door, puzzled by its function. A mysterious mechanical device glows with eerie blue light. Intensely focused, he prepares to test the device by inserting a coin. A hand inserts a coin quickly into the machine, activating it. A compartment opens, causing a small container to fall out. Lu Yuan examines a small bottle retrieved from the vending machine, wondering if it's medicine. Lu Yuan asks an off-panel figure about the medicine's effects while inspecting the bottle. A sudden buzzing startles the character, putting him on high alert. Kneeling at a dim table, the protagonist unveils a glowing magical object as another watches surprised. A surprised boy notices a small bottle appearing in someone's hand. Lu Yuan inspects a bottle labeled merely as medicine, pondering if it's a universal remedy. A hand squeezes mysterious black substance onto a finger, preparing to test it. A young man hurriedly binds his bleeding arm, enduring the pain. A hand smears dark, oily substance along a bare forearm swiftly. He panics, realizing he may have just poisoned himself. The boy touches his injury, surprised by absence of pain. The young man evaluates the rare medicine's value, quickly planning to gain gratitude. Early morning, 3 young people step out of a stone house, ready to start a new day. One character forcefully stomps another's foot, escalating tension. An older man cautiously addresses 2 younger individuals in a stone-walled room. 2 shocked figures stand side by side, reacting to sudden revelation. One character laughs, putting another in a playful headlock. The second explains he just didn't sleep well. 2 men discuss an upcoming lesson as one confirms readiness to substitute teach. A cloaked figure interrupts an anxious man's thoughts on collecting gratitude, commanding him to stand. The teacher greets the class and proposes an exciting new idea. A student boldly asks if teaching is hard for their teachers. A young man points out students sit during lessons while teachers stand all day. A boy suggests the group should show gratitude to teachers, with another agreeing quietly. An older man anxiously adjusts glasses as a younger boy watches concerned. A teacher jokes about changing greetings, wanting only gratitude from students, while his mischievous alter ego laughs in the background. A young man urges the class to stand and thank their teacher as they prepare to participate. Frustrated when the typewriter fails to react, he suspects students lack genuine thanks. He abandons his plan, resolving to seek another solution. The deserted village wall looms in mist as dusk hints at looming danger. A cloaked figure pins a fox-shaped mask to a stone wall, preparing to teach wilderness survival skills. 2 boys attend a dull lesson, bored and struggling to stay awake. A frustrated young man endures a long explanation about rabbit dangers. A confident figure warns about wilderness dangers and stresses preparation. A cheerful student interrupts, complaining the lesson will end too late for a safe walk home. The startled young man pauses and cautiously raises his hand in darkness. The young man dismisses the lesson and ends class. Several grateful captives rush out of a shack, escaping into the night. In darkness, a sudden noise startles the room as 2 bright objects drop onto the table. After his speech, he feels proud and appreciated by students. 2 boys walk at night as one complains about late lessons. He declares an unwavering commitment to teaching, ready to dedicate his life. The wounded boy glares, warning his opponent to pull back, insisting they harm the youth. One man shoves another forward, arguing about money and gratitude. A young man urgently points out an alarming development as someone restrains him. Cloaked armed figures advance through the night toward a rustic building. 2 men note someone known was chosen as the new guide. One man coughs heavily, calling to a boy as the group waits anxiously outside. An older man angrily confronts 2 younger figures after a job offer is rejected. A bandaged young man skeptically questions how anyone believes the job will be great. A man explains only important people enter or exit the stronghold freely, highlighting the strict hierarchy. A solitary figure realizes towering walls confine occupants as much as exclude outsiders. The wall's true purpose is revealed, preventing escape as much as barring entry. An older man urges a younger to seize the rare chance to guide the group into the stronghold. One character urges another to approach the band again, insisting he surpasses old Lu. The young man dismisses doubts and orders everyone to leave as he strides away. A wooden sign with Chinese characters lies fallen near a stone building, hinting at recent turmoil. A boy points at a cloaked figure outside a hut, questioning if he is known. A girl negotiates urgently through a stone window to raise the price of her valuable earrings. A young woman returns money for anti-inflammatory pills she took the previous night. One hands money for medicine, suggesting they ease formalities. A survivor expresses gratitude for life-saving medicine and promises food in return. One angrily complains about unfair food distribution, noting only one gets meat while others settle for soup. One nods as another, eyes red, prepares to rephrase his statement. A young man boldly points at a shocked woman, declaring bowls for washing with his soup. Another watches in disbelief. A woman steps up, offering to wash bowls. A distressed woman kneels, begging a doctor to save her husband. A desperate plea ensues as someone collapses and a man in white assesses urgently. A stern man in white refuses visitation without payment. 3 figures confront someone kneeling in grief beside a bloody body. A bandaged young man urges another to remember the harsh reality they witnessed. Rain starts as the group is warned to return before acid rain arrives. A lone traveler enters a rain-soaked deserted village as 2 figures retreat. 2 men discuss how being a doctor once earned community gratitude. Lu Yuan harshly confronts someone for lacking medical skills, escalating tension. He insists he can quickly learn medicine despite inexperience. Someone considers becoming a doctor to earn money and help others. Sunlight illuminates a quiet stone house surrounded by trees, setting morning. The protagonist waits outside the clinic with his sword, hoping to arrive early. At 2 o'clock, the tense wait for clinic doors to open continues. A massive stone doorway blocks the path ahead. A restrained young man screams in panic, struggling against captor. A male character reacts in shock, sweat dripping, eyes wide. A startled man in lab coat recoils after encountering someone sitting calmly outside the clinic. A gray-haired man blocks the doorway, demanding payment before allowing entry. Lu Yuan activates a device to copy a target's skill randomly. A figure grasps glowing scrolls as a prompt offers the deception skill. A hand reaches out to touch mysterious blue swirling energy. A confused young man discovers a glowing mark on his hand, realizing a new skill. He glares anxiously behind the door, disliking the deceptive skill. A man in white coat is startled when someone bursts in and confronts him. A man recognizes a notorious figure and grows anxious about consequences. Lu Yuan questions a digital interface on the doctor's medical skill level. A young man reacts with shock and frustration on learning someone lacks skill. A cloaked figure confronts a terrified man in white coat, accusing years of scams and abductions while swinging a pan. A panicked man in white suit denies deceiving as he defends himself. A determined young man readies his weapon while another resignedly contemplates fate. He examines his healing arm, relieved at near recovery. A young man boasts he could open a knife wound clinic. A startled young man questions an unexpected visitor entering the rustic building. A young woman offers to patch torn clothes she noticed. One asks about porridge, another explains it was cooked for them. A stern boy grabs a younger and demands thanks, though the younger hesitates. Inside the rustic room, one urges another to be kindred to Lu Yuan, concerned about his well-being. A woman serves food from a pot while a young man watches from the doorway. A young man contemplates unfamiliar advice they just received. A woman offers porridge to a hesitant young man, urging him to eat. 2 men quietly drink side by side in a rustic hut. One suggests a woman help at the knife wound clinic due to her sewing skills. Someone questions the unexpected mention of a knife wound clinic amid folded clothes on the floor. A cryptic message lingers as misty night settles over the tattered hut. 2 figures rest side by side on straw bedding, one awake and lost in thought, the other peacefully asleep. A male figure lies unconscious after a recent ordeal. He opens a heavy door, stepping inside to assess recent progress. He calculates profit from exchanging gratitude tokens for black medicine after counting 3 tokens. A character considers trading more black medicine to earn gratitude faster and unlock a weapon. 2 exhausted prisoners collapse onto straw, resting after ordeal. The scene opens to peaceful sky and trees, quietly setting the tone. A cloaked figure departs as 2 warn him to be careful. He warns the group that drawing attention invites trouble. A figure slams a weapon into the ground, shattering earth as a warning against flaunting wealth. 3 exhausted young men labor under harsh sun, toiling with tools by a dirt mound. A concerned man asks why someone cuts grass in this area. Kneeling in the dark, he pretends to gather herbs while another watches carefully. Crouching in a forest clearing, the young man quickly cuts weeds to pass as herbs. One explains the plants are genuine herbs with healing properties, surprising the other. A man anxiously questions whether someone survived solely by willpower. A forceful command orders others to leave. A group gathers silently outside a mist-shrouded hut. A man calmly fans a steaming pot over fire as villagers watch skeptically. A character smirks provocatively, confidently taunting an opponent. A tense group of men anxiously mutters among themselves. Morning sun rises over a quiet hut surrounded by trees and soaring birds. Protagonist, annoyed, challenges group silence, questioning their curiosity. A lone figure steps forward, confronting startled villagers. A startled man is singled out and called forward. Tense confrontation begins as a man steps into door, mocked by 2, with a third surprised. Lu Yuan grabs uneasy companion, demanding questions about the situation. A man jerks in fear as someone grabs him from behind. Lu Yuan beams with genuine happiness, his optimism shining despite injuries. A young man prepares herbal medicine over fire and reveals its healing power to an attentive observer. Papers drop into a steaming cauldron as someone admits past mistakes to the group. Two men doubt knife wound treatment claims as they sit. Frustrated at being ignored, he commands the group to disperse. Two men lock eyes in tense silence, uneasy with each other. A wounded character reveals a bloody arm, startling the other. A young man offers medicine after grabbing another's wrist, but the offer is refused. Lu Yuan taunts a terrified opponent, loudly declaring free help this time. One character panics fleeing, another chases desperately. One angrily demands to know why free medicine was given inside the damaged building. With fierce resolve, he steels himself to act generously and move forward. At dawn, a new day begins over stone structures and flying birds. Lu Yuan steps out of a dilapidated hut to confront a waiting figure. At dawn, Lu Yuan questions the visitor's early arrival reason. A cheerful man eagerly asks if Ironhead, living east of town, was treated. He sarcastically remarks on opponent's nickname, clearly unimpressed. A broker seeks a share of medicine profit but is firmly rejected. A cheerful man suggests buying unnecessary goods, hinting at negotiation. A nervous character asks if black medicine is safe after secret tasting. A man praises the medicine's effects, demanding its origin. One calmly reveals the object's family heritage. Another reacts with surprise. One smirks teasingly, questioning the need for medicine. A man confidently offers 600 for acquaintances, negotiating. Money is exchanged as gratitude notification shows increase. A battered young man silently stands in doorway as an older man smirks. A massive metal gate emerges from mist, signaling a fortified entrance. An older man in traditional attire presents a black box as a suited man stands guard. A man in suit hands a medicine jar to another. A lone figure arrives at a deserted hut, unfurling a banner. A man eagerly hangs a banner announcing his wound treatment clinic's opening. Exhausted character collapses, overcome by pain. Two injured figures stagger forward, leaving a bloody trail. Three wounded young men push onward, desperate to escape. The group hurries toward a clinic as a dark figure watches at the entrance. A new mission appears. Protagonist readies to treat 3 patients. A young man lowers his head, regretful. A determined figure sprints toward 3 injured men retreating from rustic huts. With a single crushing attack, the figure sends 2 men flying as others watch shocked. A lone figure in a dark cape stands over defeated men, asserting dominance. A wounded man recoils in panic to a sudden threat. Lu Yuan warns someone the clinic doctor is a fraud and insists he's saving them. A young woman calls urgently for medical aid, gripping a sleeve. A woman confronts a group about involvement in gang fights as injured men lie scattered. An injured man reports a factory boiler explosion. Survivors reflect grimly, noting only lightly injured made it, while others died on site. After violent conflict, injured and dead bodies lie among blood-stained grounds and burning debris. The wounded protagonist grimly notes others await his death to seize belongings. In dim light, a bandaged young man instructs a woman to disinfect a needle and begins stitching like sewing. A young woman braces to calm nerves before proceeding. A hand holds a needle over flame, preparing it precisely. A man urgently stitches deep wounds as another supports a trembling patient. A man screams, overwhelmed by terror. A nervous woman prepares to stitch a wound. An injured man complains about heat, while another calms them. A hand scoops ointment for treatment. A young man offers medicine at clinic price, insisting it's a good deal. A healer applies medicine, insisting on payment. Patient flinches in pain. 2 intruders burst in as one tends a wounded man, another watches anxiously. One bolts. Others move quickly to block escape. An injured man tries to flee but is stopped by Lu Yuan, who instructs treatment. Amid chaos, a calm woman offers injury treatment as the man refuses to flee. A battered young man struggles to stand after a brutal beating. The exhausted man catches breath after escaping danger. Someone supports him. A distressed man urgently confronts someone leaving. Lu Yuan urges the group forward, expression resolute. A man carries an injured companion into a dim room where others await. A hand hurriedly stitches a deep wound as pain erupts. A mission completion message appears as 2 injured men rest. One praises the medicine. Lu Yuan is surprised as a mission screen assigns treating 10 patients. Night falls quietly over thatched rooftops beneath crescent moon and stars. Panic spreads through the village as news of a wolf pack intrusion breaks. The protagonist advances determinedly as companions react, bracing for confrontation. One asks if wolves will approach while another watches outside. A wounded young man warns the enemy is too cunning to risk an attack here. The protagonist explains wolves were drawn by blood from an explosion and reassures stronghold protection. He stops, staring silently ahead, lost in thought. One presses another on how he survived the wolf attack, seeking details. Lu Yuan stands silently, bandaged face, lost in contemplation. Someone orders the group to assemble and follow in tense darkness. A hand extinguishes burning incense as urgent warning shouts of enemies outside. A cloaked figure watches through a window as an injured companion waits tensely. Lu Yuan steals determination, preparing for upcoming challenge. The blue-haired character questions visible anxiety in dim room. A lone figure voices concern about possible stronghold collapse. A worried young woman looks up, questioning the wall's stability. The young man admits uncertainty. A somber truth reveals nothing in this world lasts forever. Massive metal doors creak open, revealing shadowed darkness. Armed soldiers march through open doors into secured area. Armed soldiers prepare for confrontation outside rustic buildings at night. Two young men secretly watch armed figures. One warns against questioning. A young man confronts family, demanding status confirmation. A young man warns survival is the only priority within the family. Two soldiers argue about orders to hunt wolves after factory deaths. After inspecting weapons, the character realizes skill mastery scrolls enable instant gun use. A group enters a foggy village under moonlight. Lu Yuan instructs Lan to stay at Sister Xiaoyu's and wait. A cloaked figure quietly departs while another anxiously questions. Chaos erupts as something crashes into village streets. A man clutches his face, overwhelmed by stress. A man struggles uncomfortably outdoors at night. A lone figure moves swiftly through snow-covered village at night. A young man crouches behind a tree, startled by rushing figure. A young man peers into darkness, noticing someone leaving late. A lone figure surveys burning city from forest shadows. He analyzes failed defense, realizing factory managers were attacked before firearm use, then sprints forward. The young man quickly realizes guns remain at the factory. Flames engulf an abandoned factory as smoke billows skyward. Lu Yuan freezes in shock, responding defensively to unexpected threat. Heavily armed group readies as wolves lurk nearby among corpses. 3 blood-stained wolves with glowing eyes growl menacingly. 3 soldiers brace as bullets fail to halt advancing threat. A sweating man urgently orders open fire amid anxious backers. A frantic man yells shoot as a masked gunman fires. A blood-stained wolf with glowing blue eye growls, poised to attack. 3 red-eyed wolves emerge from shadows, preparing to strike. Wolves lunge at soldiers, who raise rifles in defense. A man reacts alarmed, shouting while gripping his gun. 2 figures clash as screams echo against blood-stained walls. A shadowy figure moves silently through a ruined alley at dusk. Lu Yuan scouts the deserted factory, noting private army distracted by wolf attack. Lu Yuan carefully surveys the ruined industrial area, on alert. Lu Yuan stands on a rooftop, silently surveying massacre aftermath. He examines corpses, realizing wolves killed instantly, feeling fortunate. The wounded young man steels himself to investigate inside. Lu Yuan stands before a massive wall, preparing to confront it. A shadowy figure steps forward across cracked, dark ground. A dark projectile tears through crates amid bloody alley aftermath. He stealthily climbs a metal ladder on a blood-stained building. A young man crouches on the rooftop, carefully surveying below. The lone figure surveys ominous building, ready for confrontation. Lu Yuan braced, prepared to leap into danger. A cloaked figure surveys the city from a crescent-lit rooftop. The hooded figure pulls down his hood, hiding his face in moonlight. A hand seizes a black blade, ready in tense air. A hooded figure crashes through a shattered window at night. The cloaked figure lands among bloodstains in an abandoned warehouse. A hooded young man crouches cautiously after sneaking inside dim area. He stands alone, surveying aftermath of violent warehouse confrontation. Observing blood-stained hallway, he deduces victims fled toward emergency shelter or armory. 2 bodies lie motionless in a blood-soaked stairwell. Lu Yuan stands on blood-stained staircase, surveying brutal fight aftermath. He realizes the building is an emergency shelter. The lone figure surveys bloody bodies, noting battle aftermath. He pushes a door, finding it locked. A firm knock breaks silence on wooden door. Lu Yuan steeled himself, readying for impending confrontation. A determined hand slams hidden panel, activating secret mechanism. Lu Yuan reacts as door swings open. A figure steps inside. A tense man with gun opens door to find crawling wounded figure. A shocked man realizes someone impersonates a soldier. Lu Yuan crouches in battle stance, confronting startled opponent. A man accuses intruder at gunpoint, recognizing his identity. A man aims his gun at cloaked figure in smoky, dim room filled with bodies. A desperate man slams a red alarm button while holding a pistol. Realizing danger, the young man suspects a trap. A man aims his gun at opponent who meets his gaze unflinching. A figure freezes as gun is suddenly aimed at him. A figure grips a large black weapon, ready to fight. A smirk signals confidence surge in tense moment. A young man boldly confronts armed opponent, undaunted by handgun. A figure bursts into the room, confronting lone figure at gunpoint, demanding why he is alone. Wounded and angry, Lu Yuan confronts someone about shutting door, trapping others out. A furious man aims handgun, threatening to spare life if carried back to town. A man threatens to expose another for betraying others to survive. A nervous man demands how opponent has such information. A boy jokes confidently while threatened with gun. A furious man aims gun, threatening to kill. A man threatens to shoot hostage, insisting army rescue due to stronghold ties. Lu Yuan charges with blade, taunting opponent for forgetting to off gun safety. A startled man clutches gun, realizing imminent danger. Lu Yuan disarms armed man with blood-splattered strike. A monstrous shadow attacks and overwhelms a man falling with terror. A person is stabbed in abdomen. Blood pours from wound. A man is stabbed in chest, bleeding heavily, shock frozen on face. Wounded man begs for mercy, offering money location. The young man demands information, promising release in return. Wounded and desperate, the man stalls until reinforcements arrive. A young man menaces a gravely injured older man with knife, taunting fatal wounds. A man is stabbed forcefully in chest, blood spraying with painful cry. Lu Yuan stands over fallen figure, gripping blood-stained blade coldly. Kneeling beside wounded ally, the protagonist checks injuries swiftly. A battered survivor finds 2 magazines, deciding to take them with pistol. Amid bloody bodies in dark warehouse, wounded protagonist prepares to flee before rescue. A disheveled young man steps from shadows, catching breath in relief. A cloaked young man returns to dark shelter. A worried boy asks if safe and inquires about events. One checks another's arm for injury. The other insists he is unharmed. One informs the other their group retrieved fallen comrades' bodies and wolves, while others proceeded to factory. He notes firearms can deter wolves, but odds against private army remain slim. 2 armored trucks carrying soldiers arrive at guarded outpost under night. A commanding voice orders all out as figures exit cars tensely at night. Civilians and guards face off tensely outside under night sky. A soldier announces reward for reporting those who left town tonight. They enter a dark room to confront 2 shadowy figures. Anxiously, a man suspects a missing pistol attracted unwanted attention despite hidden wounds. A wounded man slumps as an armed figure towers in tense standoff. Soldiers interrogate 2 men about missing pistol, warning caution. A stern soldier claims knowledge of someone leaving camp, causing tension. One shouts seeing someone leave. Another reacts with shock. Someone points at 2 boys, accusing one, creating tension. Liu Yuan's eyes widen in sudden realization. A soldier orders search as team advances at night. A desperate man pleads with soldiers to stop mistreating restrained youth. Tension rises as nervous older man refuses to reveal secrets, directing soldiers to superior. A nervous man hesitantly addresses looming confident figure. A determined man insists on arrest despite angering boss Luo. 2 soldiers restrain calm black-haired young man as he's captured. Lu Yuan calmly blocks enemy attack, grabbing their arm. A young man blocks armed soldiers with a knife. Lu Yuan forcefully shoves masked attacker aside, demanding movement. Sweaty and tense, Lu Yuan struggles to contain emotions. A silver-haired man laughs mockingly as others watch at night. 3 armed men move cautiously in dark barren room on patrol. Lu Yuan stands calmly as 2 soldiers are thrown aside. The young man anxiously hopes nothing is discovered. Gloved hands lift heavy metal hatch, revealing hidden entrance. A soldier grips rifle, requesting update via radio. 2 masked men finish search, confirm no pistol hidden inside. Squad receives order to fall back, regrouping at doorway. A figure discovers hidden gun and magazines beneath furniture with a watcher at door. Lu Yuan sits silently, hands clasped, deep in prayer. Lu Yuan stands defiantly, arms raised, confronting masked opponent. White-haired man recoils in shock as confrontation begins. A smiling older man reassures the protagonist, who gratefully acknowledges unnecessary help. A cheerful man with glasses says he helped because Boss Luo trusted them. He wonders who Boss Luo is and if this person knows him. An older man reveals the consortium rep was impressed by black medicine, prompting direct delivery. An enforcer demands protection payments outside stronghold as a cloaked one listens warily. Lu Yuan urgently asks bespectacled man for help entering stronghold. A distressed man protests his group's unclean status, doubting herb gathering permission. One explains he cannot enter because he must make black medicine but would if able. A distressed young man clutches his head, urgently calling out off panel. A trembling hand seizes another's shirt in desperate anxiety. A young boy fiercely kicks the caped figure while an older man watches shocked. A young man urgently calls someone in alarm under moonlight. One sits protectively by unconscious companion, while another washes cloth in basin. A worried young man warns that dangerously high fever could be lethal after wish backlash. Concerned character fears possible danger for the other person. A character wrings water from a wet cloth onto the ground. A woman gently places cloth on unconscious young man's forehead, tending injuries. A concerned individual apologizes while caring for the injured. A gentle woman reassures resting boy, praising maturity and brother's greatness. Lu Yuan stands on guard as someone reaches out protectively. A woman promises the injured boy will have a comfortable life as another kneels nearby. A voice inside the dim hut angrily tells someone outside to go away. A figure approaches ominous entrance of broken wooden hut. A battered young man enters dim room, clutching bucket and lifting tattered curtain. A young man with bandaged cheek looks up in surprise as someone congratulates him. A cheerful man informs another he is now the town's only doctor after last night. A village administrator hands a house and small gift to newcomers, inviting them to settle. A surprised young man receives a red box containing a supplement from an older man. A character proudly reveals treasured bird's nest in ornate box. A skeptical character examines a large bird's nest, questioning its composition. A man with glasses recoils, sweating as he struggles to comprehend recent events. One jokes about a gross object, causing the other to recoil in disgust. An older man urges a weary young man to focus on gathering herbs as black medicine supplies wane. Lu Yuan questions older man's recent purchase decision. An upset man confronts a relaxed youth holding a red box, demanding intentions regarding an item for powerful stronghold figures. An irritated man accuses another of obtaining a clinic only through his help. A hand offers a small black jar, requesting 1,200 in exchange. Two men quickly exchange cash for a glass cup, sealing deal enthusiastically. The protagonist looks up in surprise as a gratitude notification appears. An older man gestures invitingly from courtyard, telling the young man to pack and move into brick house before others claim it. Three figures approach a rundown building with makeshift roof. Three figures arrive at entrance of weathered clinic, preparing to enter. The group cautiously steps into dim stone-walled room through open doorway. One points out a flag amid the group, drawing attention. A maroon banner labeled Rejuvenation Luolan hangs on a stone wall, introducing a new location. Luyuan hesitates, struggling to grasp an unfamiliar term. A mission screen prompts the user to decide whether to continue treating 10 patients. With unwavering resolve, the young man decisively answers. Someone rushes into the rundown building as a desperate voice calls for a doctor. A cheerful young man welcomes the newcomer, confidently offering help. A worried man brings his pregnant partner for emergency medical aid after sudden stomach pain. A bandaged young man laughs as he teases someone with a bold question. A character recoils in shock upon hearing unexpected news. He hesitates, cautiously weighing complex situation. A cloaked figure demands a man choose between wife and child, leaving both stunned. Two react in disbelief as energy erupts behind them. One awkwardly admits lying about being an obstetrician, while another reacts shocked. A supportive figure advises a pregnant couple to seek guidance and avoid unapproved medicine. A black-wrapped hand waves goodbye to the couple as they prepare to leave. A man compares current doctor unfavorably to previous, lamenting lack of recovery. A couple bows deeply, thanking a cloaked man for help outside huts. He receives two gratitude notifications, wondering if both are from the same woman. He reflects on how honesty alone earned unexpected gratitude. Weary but determined, the protagonist stands at the doorway, resolved to treat what he can and move on. A healer urgently treats an injured man, calling for help as another enters with a basin. A deep wound is stitched as the injured cries out. Luyuan gives a blunt farewell as two older figures walk away, one annoyed. A man advises another to ensure his elderly mother drinks warm water after returning. A system notification shows gratitude from Wang Xiaoming increased. A mission completion notice confirms all patients treated, granting strength reward. A new mission instructs treating 20 patients. Preparing for the demanding mission, the protagonist reviews strength and agility stats. A cloaked figure assesses improved strength and agility as purple energy swirls. One questions fully treating patients, emphasizing lost profit opportunity. Someone enters carrying sharp instruments and a small jar, setting ominous tone. One insists on treating patients despite lacking supplies. The other listens silently. The wounded young man rebukes previous doctor's incompetence. A stern man warns against following abandoned examples, insisting on establishing new principles. The young man challenges the group's security, questioning if help would come if he were in trouble. One forcefully grabs another's shoulder in a dim corridor, startling him. A young man is gripped by the shoulder, showing distress. A young man encourages another to let go of sorrow and offers support. Luyuan tenses, sweat trailing as he reacts to shock. A man peers nervously around the doorway, scanning a sunlit courtyard. Wounded and anxious, the protagonist calls for the doctor in the dark room. A worried young man confesses a secret problem to the doctor, insisting on secrecy. A misunderstanding about illness causes awkward and humorous exchange among three. A man knocks firmly on a battered door as two watch tensely. A confident man stands by a heavy door, inviting someone inside, warning his demonstration may be frightening. He surveys the scene in grim silence, unwavering gaze. He dramatically puffs cheeks and holds breath, bracing for action. Luyuan strikes his opponent with a sudden slap in the stone room. Startled, Luyuan hesitates as a glowing orb appears before him. The glowing orb erupts, unleashing energy across swirling void. Energy blasts outward as one attacks and another recoils shocked. Luyuan withstands strong energy while another is hurled backward. A young man braces against attack as another urgently calls him. One recoils as a mysterious force displays unnatural power. One asserts the other is not sick but holds supernatural power, prompting a startled question. A young man wonders if he awakens supernatural powers like summoning trains from thin air. The young man bows to a cloaked figure, expressing gratitude and promising to inform parents. A notification shows gratitude received. At night, a rundown stone building stands beneath cloudy starry sky. Two rest awake in dim room, pondering rise of superhumans and impending change. Lying on his back, protagonist reflects on dangers and hopes for weapon unlock after gratitude. A figure stealthily climbs over a stone wall by night. Luyuan jolts upright, startled and wide awake. Three young men scale a high wall near the forest at night. Three masked young men land quietly beside the stone wall. The three masked crouch, poised to ambush. A menacing red-eyed figure terrifies the three masked men. Luyuan delivers a powerful kick to his opponent's midsection. Three attackers viciously beat a defenseless person who cries out in pain. Despite being injured and on the ground, the distressed character urgently commands others to attack. Two masked men charge forward together, launching an aggressive attack in the alleyway. Lu Yuan stands calmly as fists threaten him on both sides against the cracked wall. A sudden, impactful sound shatters the silence of the moonlit rooftop. A young man stands confidently over two kneeling figures who desperately beg for mercy after being overpowered. Lu Yuan angrily demands to know who sent the person he is confronting. A soldier leads armed operatives and forcefully demands the door be opened. Startled by unexpected movement in the night, the young man looks up, tense and alert. A stern soldier announces the start of a military search as a hidden hand grips a suspicious round object behind the door. Three uniformed men tense up as they spot something alarming off-panel. A young man bursts into the room at night, grinning and wearing a red flag across his chest, prompting laughter from those inside. The young man smirks as he hopes the pursuers will stop searching after seeing the flag. A soldier urgently commands his team to begin searching as another stands ready behind him. A tense confrontation unfolds as Lu Yuan challenges the armed soldiers about searching the house again. Two men stand outside at night, locked in a tense and silent confrontation. A furious captor yells at the tied-up prisoners for failing their mission and getting captured. A young man quietly hums as he attempts to sneakily grab something from the soldier's shoulder under the night sky. A stern man boldly challenges others to report him to the boss, confidently stating his name. A young man dismisses any lingering resentment and wonders if Wang Tsongyang is connected to Wang Dongnang. Guards finish searching the compound and report that no firearms have been found, while someone anxiously wonders if forgiveness will come easily. Armed soldiers interrogate a young man about the missing firearm and warn him to be careful. A soldier places his hand on the younger man's shoulder and expresses regret that he was not born in the stronghold. A confident soldier tries to recruit the serious young man, claiming he would outperform the others. A man watches armed soldiers arrive in a truck, relieved that he hid his guns in the mountains days earlier. The battered young man pauses to catch his breath after a difficult struggle. Dawn arrives the next day, marking a new beginning. The old stone clinic stands in the sunlight, introducing a new setting. Two figures are jolted awake in bed as a commotion announces the band's return. Two young men return unexpectedly, drawing the attention of people on the street. Someone mocks a group for returning in a miserable state after leaving neat and tidy. A group arrives in a rugged vehicle, and an injured man steps out front while assessing possible threats from a wolf pack on the way to the Jing Mountains. He questions what the group encountered before the wolf pack arrived, raising suspicion about an unknown threat. He analyzes others by examining the condition of their clothes. The girl with exceptional firearms skills stands confidently over the defeated men, clearly proving her superiority. Two young men stand outside a stone building, watching warily as they wonder if someone is searching for old Wang. Suspicion grows as the group realizes the guide has not returned and fears something went wrong during the journey. A blue-haired woman furiously confronts two men about losing 3 days and getting lost due to their guide's mistakes. Someone urgently demands to know the whereabouts of another person. The older man recoils in shock as the light blue-haired individual confronts him. A group discusses the discovery of a chewed corpse by the river, while someone listens intently from the foreground. A woman in sunglasses explains that both she and the man must now work for Boss Luo, leaving them unable to guide him to the Jing Mountains. A silver-haired character wearing sunglasses confirms the identity of someone involved in a previous event. Two people confirm that only one person can guide them across the Jing Mountains. The group prepares to leave for the stronghold while a relieved bystander waves them off. Lu Yuan cautiously observes from behind a corner as another man walks through the ragged village, unaware he is being watched. One young man insists on being properly thanked for driving away the band, while another heads inside the stone building and a third observes the exchange. In the dim room, one man warily confronts another who awkwardly defends his past actions, revealing lingering mistrust between them. One man urges the other to lead the group to the stronghold, offering to provide the route, while the other hesitates out of concern for his son. A defiant young man threatens an older man with the support of his allies during a heated confrontation in the village. The two young men trade heated insults, while a tense boy watches their confrontation. A system notification announces an increase in gratitude. The younger man smirks, clearly enjoying himself, while the older man looks on in utter confusion. Two startled figures spin around as one demands to know why he was grabbed. A young man struggles desperately as two armed soldiers restrain him. Two nervous onlookers watch anxiously, unsure if their secret has been discovered. Armed soldiers seize struggling villagers as panic erupts in the crowd. A worried man pleads with the officers outside the damaged building, insisting the accused has not committed any serious crimes. A soldier in camouflage shouts a forceful warning while gripping his weapon. Anxious and seeking answers, the older man demands to know why Zhang Baojun was captured as he and his companion confront the armed figure. He wonders if the situation is connected to a hidden superpower. An older man gravely declares the child is doomed, prompting the younger man to anxiously ask why. A man warns that a boy's supernatural ability was exposed by his betraying friends, putting people like him in danger as strongholds begin their hunt. An older man with glasses leans forward and asks a challenging question about fear. A deadly order is given as the young man steels himself for the confrontation ahead. An older man reveals that a mental hospital was secretly established to imprison supernatural ability users. Doctors in surgical gowns prepare a variety of medical devices around the operating table. An older man warns the younger man to keep any supernatural abilities secret from everyone around them. Two men react in shock after witnessing a murder outside. Someone loudly announces that a murder has occurred. A man violently stabs another in a blood-stained room, blaming him for betraying their group, while two motionless bodies lie on the floor. A wounded man confronts his aggressor with an axe as another figure rises behind him in the tense barn. A desperate attacker drives a knife into their opponent's abdomen, causing a cry of pain. An injured man swings a blunt weapon and strikes his opponent with brutal force, sending blood flying. A woman cries out in alarm as three men collapse behind her. A man collapses in grief over a loved one's body, surrounded by a stunned crowd. A young man, bloodied and shocked, witnesses a fatal stabbing unfold before a terrified crowd. Several bodies are discovered in a blood-stained area, revealing the tragic aftermath of recent events. One young man mocks another about his father's reputation, heightening the tension among the group in the dim shed. Lu Yuan glares upward and curses the society in anger. Two figures wait in silence against a stone wall in the deserted alley. A determined man asks to teach the students how to fight. An older man explains that he focused on teaching survival against nature to prevent his students from viewing other people as enemies. A serious man with glasses reveals that he is already aware of today's events. A stern man with glasses calmly reflects on how others' misfortune could also affect them, inviting further discussion. The wounded young man gives a determined response, signaling his resolve. A lone figure cautiously approaches and observes a tense group gathered inside the ruins. A young man cautiously peers around a doorway, trying to observe what the group outside is doing. The group confronts the seated figure, tense as suspicion rises about a possible supernatural ability. Someone issues a stern warning about not dragging out the lesson, threatening to complain to Mr. Zhang. A frustrated girl criticizes the boy for dragging out the lesson by ignoring her advice. Someone questions the motives behind the brother's dedication as a relief teacher, suspecting he wants to take over the school. He realizes the commotion was simply because the students were annoyed by his long lessons. A boy angrily confronts a girl in front of their peers, accusing her of disrespecting his brother after benefiting from his help. A tense standoff unfolds as the serious young man glares while the other boy watches him warily near the stone wall. One boy confides in the other about a disturbing dream involving a cruel stepmother, prompting a serious discussion at the table. One boy reassures his uneasy friend that their classmates did not act intentionally, trying to comfort him. One character gently informs another that he might have a new stepfather, leaving him visibly shocked and confused. Someone teases Lu Yuan, causing him to react with embarrassment. The young man announces the start of class as the other students turn their attention to him. A man at the podium asks which parts of the human body are weakest, while another admits he doesn't know. A young man explains that striking any cartilage in the human neck will instantly incapacitate an opponent. The class ends and the students walk away from the building. A concerned mentor reflects on whether the younger generation will ever need the knowledge he tried to share. Someone urgently calls out for Xiaosu, their face filled with concern. A middle-aged man urgently orders someone to pack their things and announces that they have been assigned to guide the band to the Jing Mountains. An injured young man looks up in shock, reacting to an unexpected event. An anxious man urges his companion to get ready as a threat approaches the dim stone room. Lu Yuan questions the true motives behind the band's alliance with boss Luo and suspects a hidden, important agenda. One man questions another, who leaves the room with determination to discuss something privately. Determined to act, the protagonist decides to travel to the Jing Mountains. Someone announces their intention to leave for the Jing Mountains. One man hesitantly asks if the other truly has to leave, receiving a firm confirmation. The young man explains that defying the stronghold could endanger both their lives and make it difficult for him to remain in town. A stern man decides to let Lu Yuan and the others stay at the school while someone is away. A dark-haired character bows deeply, expressing gratitude to the white-haired man in a suit. An older man sits against the stone wall, giving a somber farewell to the younger person in front of him. Someone anxiously asks if the journey to the Jing Mountains can be avoided. A determined figure packs a bag and reassures two companions as he prepares to depart. The young man stands in silence, processing what just happened. Money is handed over with instructions to buy cigarettes for Mr. Zhang as part of the rent payment. A cautious young man hands a bundle of money to someone else, determined to protect Lu Yuan from potential harm. Lu Yuan resolves to make a tough choice, convinced that survival in the wasteland means trusting no one completely. A woman promises to keep something safe as the man prepares to leave the stone-walled room. Someone knocks on the locked door, making everyone tense in the dim corridor. A digital mission prompt appears, instructing the stunned protagonist to refuse the offer to join the journey to the Jing Mountains. The protagonist anxiously questions the palace's warning about the Jing Mountains, suspecting there may be real danger ahead. Lu Yuan blocks the ruined doorway with his blade, confronting three intruders who stand ready for a standoff. A confident woman in sunglasses orders someone to join her group at the camp. A young boy recites a familiar phrase while counting on his fingers, grinning mischievously. The exasperated character reacts in disbelief to the other's bizarre behavior. A man in military gear confronts the blue-haired individual, accusing them of pretending and insisting they have met before. Realizing his cover is blown by the unexpected arrival, the young man anxiously prepares to change his plans. Lu Yuan stands firm and refuses to go. A system notification appears, announcing the completion of the mission and the reward of a basic skill duplication scroll. A large door opens overhead as the protagonist realizes the mission is complete. A male character angrily demands an explanation, pointing forward with intensity. A young man steps forward to volunteer for the mission, while a nearby soldier reacts in confusion. The negotiator demands a high fee for his help, but the offer is quickly reduced during the tense standoff. A chibi-style negotiator demands more supplies while the other party abruptly agrees to pay 30,000. Lu Yuan grabs a soldier's vest and firmly declares that he will only go if Wang Tsongyang is not included. A young man suspects that bringing another member on their journey could lead to trouble. One character in sunglasses quietly speaks while the hooded figure with cat ears gives a subtle nod in agreement. One group rejects a former ally and prepares to leave, leaving the dismissed member in shock. One character asks about becoming teammates, but the other refuses, insisting he is only a guide and they should not get close. 4 individuals formally introduce themselves and their roles within the group. Xiaojin impatiently urges the group to start the journey. The young man confidently agrees to the proposal. A young man rides away on the back of a truck, waving farewell as he leaves the village. A woman comforts a worried child, assuring him that someone will return safely. A convoy of armored vehicles moves cautiously through the forest with figures visible inside the lead car. Someone recalls that roads once made of concrete still leave traces after the cataclysm. He rides atop the vehicle, lost in thought about how the roads appeared before everything changed. He notices that the plants have been growing rapidly, with even the cabbages appearing much taller than before. A young man sits above the forest, contemplating how future harvests could sustain more people. Growing frustrated, the character notes that the group continues without stopping to eat. Lu Yuan wakes up in a metal container, startled and cautiously examining his unfamiliar surroundings. A character yanks back the cloth, revealing a hidden stash of crackers and bottled water. Lu Yuan excitedly schemes, his eyes sparkling with greedy anticipation. A convoy of military vehicles moves cautiously through the dark forest at night. A young man instructs the group to set up camp and rest for the night. A cloaked man beckons another to follow him as he prepares to hand out food and water in the dimly lit supply area. 2 cloaked figures cautiously approach a large truck under the starry night sky. 2 young men freeze in shock as they witness an unexpected event. Someone bites into a cracker, crumbs clinging to their teeth. An injured figure sits clutching his side among discarded boxes as 2 others rush over to confront him in alarm. The protagonist shrugs off concerns about his actions, appearing completely unconcerned as he relaxes with a sack in hand. Inside and beside the military vehicle at night, the group argues loudly about someone eating too many crackers just after their departure, raising concerns about running out of food before reaching Stronghold 112. A character silently surveys the situation with wary, intense red eyes. 3 men struggle to restrain a frantic companion, while another watches anxiously. A worried young man urges his calm companion to retreat and find a new guide. The group discusses relying on a specific guide to lead them safely through the mountains. One character urges another to put aside personal bias until their mission to Stronghold 112 is complete. A tense standoff unfolds as one character confronts a gathered group on the open plain under the night sky. One figure trudges through the darkness, carrying an injured companion on his back. 2 men mutter their doubts about the group's new leader, recalling that the last guide died in this area, while the young protagonist glances back at them warily. A young man defensively justifies eating someone else's crackers. The calm man confronts 2 shock soldiers in the dark clearing. A stern soldier aggressively warns a younger boy that he will always be just a refugee, and not to challenge authority. One young man challenges the other with a tense metaphor about an egg breaking against a stone. The wounded young man firmly refuses an offer, prompting the other figure beside him to ask what will break as a result. One man confidently makes a cryptic statement, while the other reacts in confusion. He notices something alarming and scans the area with heightened alertness. Lu Yuan wonders if one of the teammates inside the jeep was just looking at him. The hooded character lowers their head and grips the brim of their hat, steeling themselves for what comes next. Someone spots beast footprints and reacts in alarm. One man suddenly reacts in alarm as the group around the campfire is interrupted during the tense night. One man sits on the ground, alarmed and defensive, while another stands behind him, tense and watching for danger under the night sky. The group stands at the forest's edge, tense as they investigate the source of an unexplained disturbance nearby. The group discovers fresh, mysterious footprints in the dark forest clearing, realizing they weren't there before. A tense confrontation unfolds as one man challenges the other with a suspicious glare under the night sky. 3 individuals cautiously examine large deer footprints, unsettled by their unexpected presence. The group silently investigates the debris-strewn site, searching for clues amid the wreckage. A young man warns against leaving food remnants in the wild, stressing the importance of caution. The group hastily parts as the protagonist confidently pushes through to inspect the situation, drawing tense reactions from those nearby. A young man discovers bear tracks and explains they were attracted by leftover food. 2 young men argue tensely under the night sky about whether the tracks they found belonged to a bear or a wild boar. A group blocks the path at the forest's edge, demanding to know why someone is trying to enter. A frustrated young man storms off into the dark forest to search for food, while his anxious companion warns him not to end up like their last guide who died nearby. A determined figure strides into the dark forest to investigate the circumstances of a death. The group learns that the previous guide was killed instantly after something in the river mangled his face. A figure grips a dark, curved dagger and prepares another blade on the ground, determined to get ready. Lu Yuan stands firm beneath the dark sky, tightening his grip on the staff as he prepares for the next challenge. Moving cautiously through the dark forest, he tracks the large deer's footprints toward the river where the previous guide died. Waves quietly roll onto the rocky shore. A lone figure pauses at the rocky shore, gripping a spear and gazing thoughtfully over the water. The protagonist deduces that a carnivorous fish lurking underwater was responsible for the previous guide's attack. Lu Yuan spots a termite nest in the forest at night and considers his next move. A lone figure stands in silence by a freshly made grave, mourning under the moonlit sky. Several hands slam black daggers into the ground, triggering violent explosions. A young man slams his staff against a massive boulder in the dark forest, shattering it with determination. A hand forcefully seizes a large insect-like creature amid a tense atmosphere. He stands by the river at night, preparing to use the termite nest as bait for fishing. A massive boulder crashes into the water, targeting the giant insect creature below. Lu Yuan grips his spear tightly and readies himself to attack. Insect-like creatures are dragged into a swirling vortex of dark water. He steels himself and focuses, ready to face the challenge ahead. A giant sea creature bursts from the water and snaps up the insect. Dropping from above, he drives his spear through the monstrous fish under the starry sky. A resolute fighter lunges forward and drives his spear into the giant aquatic beast, sending blood surging through the water. Lu Yuan launches a swift attack with his weapon, his focus unwavering. A character forcefully drives a spear into the giant fish, killing it as blood splatters. A young man with fierce red eyes braces himself, raising his arm in preparation for an imminent confrontation. A lone figure recoils on the riverbank as something suddenly moves in the water. Lu Yuan sprints through the dark forest, vaulting over a sharp-toothed creature with his spear as he escapes from approaching dangers drawn by the scent of blood. The group by the campfire suddenly notices a pleasant and unfamiliar smell in the air. A tense young man reacts defensively, insisting it's just one fish. Lu Yuan sits alone by the campfire, roasting a large fish while the others gather near the tents in the background. A quest prompt appears by the campfire, leaving the protagonist confused about its meaning. Under the starry night sky, he glares suspiciously at the group, alert for any threats. One character jokingly offers to share a giant fish with the others sitting nearby. One character proudly displays a large fish to another, explaining that he just wants to share his happiness. A quest is completed under the night sky, granting a dexterity reward as one character smirks confidently and another reacts in shock. Two characters negotiate by the campfire and agree to exchange half the goods for 3 bottles of water. A lively group crowds around a large fish, calling others to join while some rush forward and others watch from the side. A group sits around a campfire beneath the stars, while one figure in a cat-eared hoodie stands watch at the edge of the camp. 2 figures sit around a campfire, roasting a giant fish in preparation for their meal. One character sits by the campfire and asks for fish under the crescent moon. Startled, the protagonist reacts to an unexpected threat. A young woman in a hooded jacket examines an M9 handgun at night, assessing its structure and materials. Under threat from a gun, the young man hastily offers to share his food in an attempt to defuse the situation. Around the campfire, the group carefully rations their roasted food, limiting themselves to just 2 bites each. A silver-haired figure offers chocolate to a sitting young man while another person keeps them at gunpoint. With a tense resolve, the young man lifts his hand to his mouth and braces himself for the first bite that will trigger his transformation. One person calmly demands repayment, while another awkwardly responds, as a third stands nearby aiming a gun at them in the tense moonlit standoff. A flustered girl, sweating nervously, quickly excuses herself to go get more. A stern young woman sprinkles powder onto an object while gripping her pistol. One character playfully asks if all the girls in the stronghold are as pretty as another, sparking curiosity around the campfire. A character in a cat-eared hoodie lunges forward to take a massive bite of food while another stares in disbelief. A shocked boy yells in exasperation at someone's unexpected and unreserved behavior. As dawn arrives, sunlight spreads across the quiet forested mountains. Lu Yuan slowly regains consciousness and opens his eyes to the bright sky above. Exhausted from his ordeal, he collapses alone beside the silent tents. The young man regains his composure, his determination clear despite his injuries. The young man sleeps restlessly under a blanket inside the tent. A soldier in tactical gear sits on a bench, yawning as he takes a brief rest. Lu Yuan pauses in the forest, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Lu Yuan cautiously examines the burnt patch on the ground, searching for clues about what happened here. Startled, he spins around and spots a shadowy figure brandishing a massive weapon in the misty forest. Lu Yuan crouches in the forest, searching the ground where his fish scraps disappeared overnight. Crouching on the ground and sweating, he considers the possibility that mutant ants, large enough to carry things away, may have emptied the area overnight. A cloaked figure quietly approaches a group of armed men preparing supplies in a tense forest clearing. A young man scans the forest with concern while another figure stands watch nearby. One man orders the other to take the lead car and guide the group. He instructs the group to keep away from the river. One young man tries to reassure his nervous companion by downplaying any danger from the river. The group gathers by the supply trucks and prepares to move out into the mountains. A large vehicle arrives, its tire coming to a stop beside the group. Lu Yuan anxiously watches as several armored trucks pursue their vehicle through the forest. The driver urgently warns everyone about imminent danger ahead. The military convoy abruptly stops in the forest clearing as the front jeep's occupants react to a sudden alert. The young man freezes in shock, reeling from an unexpected revelation. A massive red deer appears in the forest clearing, startling those watching from the vehicle. Two armed men leap from cover, aiming their weapons in response to a sudden threat. A giant antlered beast blocks the path as two armed individuals prepare to confront it beside their military vehicles in the mountains. A tense man urgently warns his team over the radio to stay quiet and avoid provoking the threat. One man tries to reassure his tense companion as they both stand armed near a vehicle, emphasizing there is no real danger nearby. Three armed individuals confront a large stag with glowing antlers in the middle of a forest road. A giant beast with glowing red antlers crashes down from the night sky. The young man suddenly panics while driving, alarmed by something unexpected. A booted foot slams down on the vehicle pedal, triggering a sudden burst of action. A monstrous creature descends on a vehicle as several defeated figures lie scattered on the rainy forest floor. A startled young man watches as a massive antlered beast crashes into the vehicle. An armored vehicle is violently thrown into the air by the massive antlered beast. The armed figures unleash a barrage of gunfire at the fleeing deer as it disappears into the forest. Soldiers rush from their vehicles toward the forest in frustration as their target escapes, while two figures quietly observe from a nearby car. He grows suspicious as he notices that she isn't shooting and appears unusually calm. A calm woman stands firm in the foreground while a man behind her shouts in alarm, both bracing for potential danger. A man urgently calls for the town doctor as others tend to an injured person on the ground. A cloaked figure approaches a tense group gathered around an overturned cage in the forest clearing. A young man clutches his bruised forehead, grimacing from the pain. He calmly examines the wound and reassures everyone that it is only a graze. One character concentrates intensely to heal, while three others watch with varying emotions. A furious young man clenches his fist and confronts the doctor about improper wound treatment. One man dramatically announces himself as "Witch Doctor," leaving the three others below him shocked and confused. A group of soldiers blocks a cloaked figure who reaches out toward them, warning him to stay back. One of the survivors asks if the car can be repaired as the group assesses their situation outdoors. After assessing the vehicle damage, one man instructs two others to ride in the back of the pickup truck. One of the young men reluctantly agrees as both stand sweating in the tense forest. The group quickly regroups and advances toward the military truck, leaving the wreckage behind. Two cloaked men climb onto the back of a truck, and one of them complains about a refugee being given special treatment as a guide. A hooded man clutches his neck and screams in agony. A man shouts in confusion from the truck as another person falls out and two armed attackers close in. A man inspects the truck's crates while confirming that the area appears safe. A man in military attire urgently checks the condition of someone lying unconscious on the ground. A young man urgently realizes that someone nearby has stopped breathing. The protagonist jolts in shock, instantly bracing himself for an unexpected turn. Several individuals rush to the side of a fallen man near a truck, urgently demanding to know how he died. A frightened eyewitness frantically insists he saw nothing as he describes someone suddenly dying behind him when he got into the car. A panicked man shouts about something moving in the woods as the group tenses and prepares their weapons. One man urgently urges his companion to retreat from the unsettling forest. A dirt-smudged man blocks the way and forcefully declares that no one will be allowed to return, strictly following orders. A blue-haired woman silences the two arguing men and insists they focus on escaping the forest. The blue-haired woman orders one of the men to carry a body to the back of the truck and tells him he will ride there as well. The man pulls back his hood and discovers a stinger lodged in his neck. One of the young men urgently orders another to take the driver's seat as they realize the stinger's poison is lethal enough to kill an adult instantly. Someone urgently orders the hesitant man to carry the dead body to the back of the truck. The young man clenches his fist and forcefully asserts his understanding. The danger in the wilderness continues to escalate. A body in a zipped black bag lies motionless on the ground. A tense figure questions why the group risked coming out here despite having nothing better to do. A frustrated young man sits in the back of a moving vehicle, complaining about his situation and vowing to finish all the crackers around him. Two uneasy young men sit together, speculating about someone's strange behavior. A worried young man, sweating in the vehicle, questions why it's getting hotter as they travel farther north despite it being almost winter. Sensing the rising temperature despite the distance, he grows increasingly concerned. Trucks drive toward the mountains as several volcanoes erupt nearby. The story advances to the evening of the second day. An armored vehicle arrives, its heavy tire pressing firmly onto the ground. Three people step out of their vehicle and cautiously face the erupting volcanoes in the distance. A cloaked man points upward, alerting the group to mysterious words that have appeared above. Two men stop as they discover a foreboding warning carved into the rock face. Three men stop and look up in alarm as a mysterious warning echoes through the forest. Outside in the dark forest, One character demands to know who carved something as the other listens in surprise. One character admits he didn't see those words during his visit last year, expressing confusion about their sudden appearance. One of the men angrily confronts another, demanding to know his true identity and why he is there. A young man smirks in the shadows as he prepares to reveal a secret to the group. Lu Yuan boldly proclaims his dragon heritage as a massive dragon coils protectively around him. The three characters stand together, sweating and tense as they anxiously react to the situation. A stern man in military uniform points a gun and demands an explanation for the suspicious actions. He points out that the words were carved too high to reach without standing on a boulder. The young man demands an explanation for the stranger's presence. A young man explains that he was chased to this place by a wolf pack last year. A furious young man demands to know how a small child survived an encounter with a wolf pack. He explains that the wolf pack was not after him, and he was caught up in the attack by coincidence. A panicked figure rushes into the dark forest. Wolves chase relentlessly through the darkness, closing in on their target. After entering the Howling Canyon, the wolves abruptly stop their pursuit at the entrance. The group stands in tense silence, each member scanning their surroundings for signs of danger. The group enters the misty ravine, realizing the dangers ahead are greater than the wolves behind. The young man admits he hid for 2 days and only emerged after the others left, revealing he does not know much about the deeper parts of this place. A serious young man demands to know if anyone is aware of the supernatural. One character urgently suggests that a supernatural being might have left the mysterious words, startling the other. A man in military uniform angrily forbids anyone from revealing classified information. One soldier challenges the other's loyalty and questions the point of their mission as tension rises in the dark forest. He realizes the disorder in the private army's command suggests their mission has hidden motives. A truck loaded with crates and boxes stands parked before the mountains. The group rushes to the back of the truck after hearing a suspicious noise from inside the cargo. 2 young men in military gear watch tensely as a distant volcano erupts, sending smoke into the sky. 2 men brace themselves as one raises his gun, ready to face the approaching threat. 2 armed men suddenly open fire on a truck as it drives through the rocky, forested mountains. 2 armed men in military gear jerk their guns up, reacting instantly to a sudden threat off-panel. A bloodied rat lies dead on the ground after being killed for trying to steal food. A young man urgently shouts for Rin Xiaosu. One of the young men reacts in shock as the 2 stand outside with mountains behind them. One of the young men urgently demands to know where Su Xia's dead body is. 2 figures cautiously examine a fresh bloodstain on the concrete floor inside the container. One man demands to know where the missing corpse is as he confronts another by the empty truck, while 2 others watch tensely. A young man questions how a grown man's corpse could disappear without a trace. A worried man urgently warns his leader that it's too dangerous to stay and urges them to go back. A tense man silently assesses the situation, sweat beading on his face. One character commands the group to gather by the armored vehicle to discuss their next move. A warning carved into the canyon signals that even supernatural ability users may face deadly threats within. 2 cloaked figures confront a group of armed soldiers in a tense standoff by a military vehicle. A man warns of hidden dangers in the forest, mentioning an unsolved death and a missing body. She warns that while the forest is dangerous, the canyon holds even greater unknown threats. The man suddenly realizes something alarming, his face tense and sweat sliding down his cheek. A heavy silence settles over the scene. The character studies the situation carefully, her expression intense and focused. A blue-haired soldier promises to help her tense companion avoid returning to the private forces after they get back to the stronghold. A character defensively shouts to deny the accusation. The young man firmly expresses his agreement with the decision. The group hesitates at night as one warns that moving forward is too dangerous. The group stops beside their vehicle to rest for the night before returning to the stronghold in the morning. Lu Yuan stands at the base of the mountain, preparing to confront the fox watching him from the cliff above. Lu Yuan suddenly looks up, startled by an unexpected threat. A supernatural wolf with glowing blue eyes appears on a high rock, watching the area below. A group urgently rushes toward the canyon as wolves appear on a distant mountain. A panicked young man warns against entering the canyon, while a calm girl stands silently behind him. A group prepares to unload a captured dragon-like creature from a military truck under tense supervision. A desperate young man warns that staying out of the canyon means certain death. The character grips the wounded rat-like creature, carefully examining its injuries. A pack of wolves with glowing eyes advances through the rocky mountain pass, preparing to attack. 2 large wolves suddenly attack the soldiers as they travel between military vehicles. Lu Yuan sits on the ground, startled, as a large wolf with glowing eyes snarls menacingly above him. A cloaked figure jumps from the moving vehicle to dodge the spectral wolf's attack. 2 young men frantically scramble to get onto the truck as one yells for the driver to start moving immediately. A figure suddenly leaps from the truck and brutally strikes a man, sending him flying and bleeding onto a nearby car. A massive white wolf lunges at a terrified person beside an overturned vehicle on the rocky slope. Lu Yuan sprints away at full speed, determined to escape the danger behind him. A winged figure races after a speeding vehicle through the dark mountain pass. A cloaked figure sprints toward a rugged vehicle with urgency. A cloaked figure abruptly stops upon spotting a military vehicle ahead on the rocky terrain. A girl in a cat-eared hoodie urgently swings open the car door and gestures for someone to get in. A weary young man crouches outside a vehicle, recalling how someone saved him by threatening the driver at gunpoint. He questions whether a car can really outrun wolves in such a dangerous place. A young woman swiftly draws her handgun and aims it at someone outside the frame while sitting in a vehicle. A surprised young man hesitates in front of the rocky cliffs as he receives an urgent command to get on. A convoy of military vehicles races across the rough terrain, kicking up debris as they speed forward. 3 armored vehicles race toward the cave as a pack of glowing-eyed wolves prepare to defend their territory. 2 blood-stained wolves with glowing eyes advance menacingly. Hidden among the rocks, a lone figure watches as a pack of wolves crosses the river under the cover of night. 2 men express relief by their vehicle, realizing their pursuers will not follow them into the canyon, while a cloaked figure watches from behind. A man realizes the refugee's information was accurate as he scans the rocky landscape with suspicion. One character confronts another, demanding to know why he is holding a dead rat. A boy thrusts a dead rat towards someone, insisting they eat without hesitation. With their food supply stolen, the group is forced to eat rats in the cave to survive. A startled boy clutches a bloodied animal pelt as someone threatens him with a sword. A girl in a cat-eared hoodie proposes a trade, offering her knife in exchange for something she wants. Under the threatening sky, the protagonist boldly demands a knife instead of asking to borrow one. A monstrous spider suddenly impales a character, leaving 2 others shocked in the midst of battle. 2 men stand over the corpse of a giant armored spider, blood pooling around the defeated creature. Lu Yuan braces himself, glaring upward with determination as he prepares to confront the approaching threat. A group of characters looks up in shock as a swarm of shadowy, red-eyed creatures descends rapidly down the mountainside. A giant spider-like monster suddenly emerges from the darkness. A young man urgently signals for someone to escape as danger approaches. A defiant character receives a mission to escape the canyon with at least 10 others but immediately rejects the idea, showing clear frustration. Lu Yuan recoils in shock, his eyes wide with sudden realization. The group spots a sudden threat near the vehicles and immediately starts to flee in panic. A giant insect swoops down toward the convoy, threatening the vehicles and people below. A giant insect descends as people scramble to reach the trucks. A giant insect descends on 2 men and their vehicle, forcing a tense confrontation. A terrified man in military gear runs for his life, desperately calling for help. A man abruptly turns, visibly startled and sweating as he reacts to sudden danger. A monstrous spider slams its victim face down into the ground. 2 young men sprint away as giant red-eyed insect monsters swarm after them. A cloaked figure suddenly drops into the scene, ambushing the armed group and throwing the area into chaos. A terrified young man collapses to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Lu Yuan confronts the giant spider monster beneath the starry sky, ready to defend himself. A sudden, explosive attack surges forward with blinding speed. With a swift motion, he slashes the monstrous spider to protect his fallen companion. He jolts in shock, eyes wide as he reacts to the sudden disturbance. A male character collapses to the ground, unconscious and foaming at the mouth. A young man urgently shakes a dazed companion, demanding he wake up and drive the car. Lu Yuan collapses to the ground in exhaustion as a military vehicle and a fleeing figure disappear into the background. He slams the unconscious man hard against the car's interior. A young man, injured and disoriented, is urgently told to wake up and drive as he clutches his head inside the vehicle. Lu Yuan urgently slams his hand against the metal door, reacting to the tense situation. A figure in a hoodie and cap suddenly aims a gun at a startled person. A monstrous insect lunges through the air but is shot down as a young man instinctively raises his knife to defend himself. An awkward silence fills the scene as no one speaks. Lu Yuan freezes in alarm as someone points a gun at him amid the rocky cliffs. A woman firmly orders a cloaked figure into the vehicle as tension mounts in the rocky landscape. The vehicle lurches violently, throwing its passengers off balance as one of them clutches his head in pain. In the dimly lit room, one character reacts with surprise as the 2 sit closely together, locked in a tense moment of realization. Someone asks if there is something happening between the 2. Startled by a sudden realization, the young man clutches his head and turns as others watch him in alarm. A masked figure menaces the panicked driver, demanding that he start driving immediately. A monstrous insected creature smashes through the window, causing the young man to recoil in terror. 2 figures attack the monster breaking into the vehicle, one slashing with a sword while the other fires a gun. The driver accelerates at full speed to escape the monstrous limbs closing in from behind. A car races down a dark road, barely outrunning a horde of red-eyed spider monsters. A young man leans out of a speeding vehicle, confirming that they have escaped the pursuing monsters. One character acknowledges the other's impressive strength after witnessing them carry the driver. The young man inside the vehicle is stunned to learn who saved him. Someone expresses sincere gratitude for being saved from certain death. A notification appears indicating that 1 gratitude point has been received, increasing the total to 74 out of 100. The character bluntly admits he only saved the other person because he needed a driver. After being rescued, one character expresses gratitude and promises to make amends as the vehicle speeds along the rocky mountain road. The protagonist demands more gratitude with a playful grin and raised fists. Lu Yuan leans in with a mischievous smirk, startling his companion with bold teasing. The character awkwardly tries to defuse the tension by claiming he was only joking. Lu Yuan scans his surroundings, ready for any sudden movement. A character urges the group to escape the canyon and regroup with the other trucks before the threat arrives. One character silently withdraws while the other anxiously considers the risk of their superhuman identity being exposed. The protagonist weighs the risk of his superhuman identity being exposed while uncertain about the woman's true identity. He resolves to act discreetly and earn gratitude without attracting attention. He completes the quest and considers whether saving at least 10 team members is enough to fulfill its requirements. Sensing trouble, the protagonist scans the jagged mountains and suspects something is wrong with the palace's leader. Two characters enter a cavern and discover it is littered with human skeletons, realizing the deaths were caused by human face bugs. He recoils as he realizes the monstrous bug's shell has a human face, suspecting it devoured a person's soul. A vehicle races through a dark canyon, passing a human skull on the ground. A vehicle enters a treacherous mountain pass under the cover of night. A convoy of military trucks races through the mountains at night. Only 11 survivors remain as the group gathers tensely by the vehicles in the darkness. Someone reflects on the heavy loss of life. He anxiously assesses the situation, sweat beading on his face as the tension builds. A frustrated young man angrily confronts the group for ignoring the warning carved on the stone. The group argues in the canyon about their dangerous situation, with tensions rising over their forced decision to enter. A man urges everyone to stop fighting and work together to get through the situation. A blue-haired character questions another about the purpose of entering the Jing Mountains. Lu Yuan stands his ground, silently confronting two unknown figures as tension fills the air. The character swiftly pulls a mask over his face, preparing for confrontation. A furious man confronts the group at night, demanding to know why they entered the mountains. One of the young men challenges the group's loyalty, reminding the others that they are merely strangers traveling together. The young man sits quietly in the vehicle, analyzing why the private forces refuse to share information about their route. A tense man in a cap demands to know what will happen to his group. A stern leader aggressively demands answers from his tense subordinates about their casualties and current mission. A thoughtful woman observes the night as she notes how Luo Sinyu reignited the conflict between the private forces with just a few words, while a vigilant young man remains on guard nearby. Someone expresses confusion as uncertainty fills the scene. The two characters face each other in tense silence, each refusing to back down. A girl tells a surprised young man that she's hungry, prompting him to protest that she's not his girlfriend. A character firmly requests the return of their dagger. Under the night sky, one person sternly demands answers while the other sits on the ground, startled and defensive. A cheerful boy eagerly offers food to a stoic girl and checks if she has any dietary restrictions, but she simply declines. A girl in a cat-eared hoodie casually mentions that she put a rat in the trunk for cooking. Lu Yuan laughs, impressed as he realizes someone cleverly took the rat he discarded to distract the bugs. A hand carefully roasts a large piece of meat over the open campfire. Two men clash under the night sky as one demands answers about a dangerous secret, while the other insists he has revealed everything he knows. A character exhales a thoughtful sigh, lost in contemplation. 5 people stand in tense silence around a campfire as meat roasts over the flames. The young man examines the bloodied fish creature, keeping only what he needs and discarding the rest. Then the protagonist threw out the rat, which surprised his companion. 2 boys argue loudly about whether to keep some unwanted food, each refusing to take responsibility for it. The young man scoffs at the local delicacy, questioning how swallows produce the bird's nest and expressing his disgust. A bruised man looks up, startled and confused by what just happened. An idiom is being explained, describing swallows with tuberculosis making a mess by spitting phlegm. A hand reveals a mysterious shard, leaving the group of young men frozen in shock. Weapons collide violently, triggering a massive explosion. He remembers he still has the duplication scroll from his previous mission, which he hasn't used to decline the invitation to the Jing Mountains. He wonders if Yang Xiaojin has skills beyond her expertise with firearms. The figure tries to access information about Yang Xiaojin's skills but is denied due to insufficient authority. He tries to access more of her skills but is denied due to insufficient authority. The palace remains silent, raising suspicion. The young man assesses her combat skills and learns her grade is advanced. A character wonders if their combat skills have improved. The character collapses in defeat as the result reveals only an intermediate level. Frustrated by the comparison, he clutches his head in disbelief at being outperformed. He analyzes his own fighting experience and concludes that the other person's combat skills are likely much stronger. He decides to master advanced combat skills to strengthen his chances in future fights. A voice urgently commands someone to use the skill duplication scroll. He looks ahead with a confident smirk, ready to take action. The protagonist receives a system notification awarding him the unexpected advanced skill of jump rope, leaving him visibly frustrated and confused. A red-eyed character impatiently urges someone off-panel to stop grilling the meat before it burns. By the campfire, one person explains the importance of thoroughly cooking food and boiling water before eating or drinking in the wilderness. 3 figures confront each other tensely in the dark forest, their bodies partially obscured by shadows. A worried man asks his exhausted teammates if anyone has food left, but no one does. A young man with a sly grin mocks the group for hiding food while justifying their selfishness as a means of survival. A stern man urgently demands wilderness survival help from another, as two tense companions watch under the night sky. A new mission is assigned to help the team find food, and the character faces it with determination. The character readies a burning bottle weapon, poised to strike as smoke fills the air. One character accuses another of stealing food from the pickup truck as a mission is marked complete, and a basic skill duplication scroll is earned. He plots to scavenge food from any source, growing more fond of the palace's mission decisions. A man in camouflage forcefully orders someone to bring out the food. A man with a bandaged face angrily confronts the group about their lack of preparation and refuses to share his food. A young man declares his determination to act for the benefit of the entire team. A desperate man in a cap points his gun at someone who still insists on their rank despite the escalating situation. A defiant man challenges his armed opponent as a gun is pointed inches from his face. One character forcefully warns the others not to touch his food as the group stands tensely in the nighttime forest clearing. A determined man insists that they share the food now, promising that more can be found once dawn arrives. A desperate man aims his gun forward, voicing his uncertainty about their survival. A uniformed man raises his gun in alarm as someone charges directly at him. A man swiftly kicks a pistol out of his opponent's hand, catching him off guard. A soldier kicks his opponent, sending him flying through the air. A man in dark clothing collapses to the ground, gripping his pistol in shock. An injured fighter struggles on the ground with a gun as his opponent stands over him, completely in control. The male character reacts in shock, sweating nervously as he struggles to process the sudden development. Two men face each other tensely in the night, with one preparing to defend himself as the other watches closely. A masked assailant suddenly attacks from behind with a knife as Lu Yuan walks ahead, unaware of the danger. A young man recoils in shock, sweat beading on his cheek as he reacts to something unexpected. The two react sharply as they spot an unexpected threat under the dark sky. A shadowy monster seizes a man as another watches in shock. Lu Yuan recoils in shock upon realizing someone possesses superhuman abilities. A shadowy figure seizes and overpowers the stunned man in combat attire. A tense figure in a cap fires a gun, shell casings flying as he attacks his target. A determined figure stands beside a menacing shadowy presence as dark energy fills the air. A shadowy figure unleashes a surge of dark power, radiating menace as energy swirls around him. Bullets strike the water in rapid succession, sending up sharp splashes as the attack intensifies. The group is shaken as someone realizes there are more superhumans among them than expected. Focused and determined, he plans to copy the hidden skill once he acquires a duplication scroll. He steels himself, determination clear in his eyes as he prepares for the challenge ahead. Two characters sit beneath the starry sky, openly admitting their curiosity to each other. Lu Yuan reacts awkwardly as someone off-panel criticizes his superficial expression of curiosity. Lu Yuan braces himself as shadowy figures advance through the darkness. A man unleashes a surge of dark energy, forcing his opponent to cower on the ground. The tense man defends himself, insisting he only wanted to get everyone out without causing harm. One person instructs another to examine the bleeding man's injury by the campfire as the group looks on with concern. The young man suddenly reacts to something unexpected. A wounded man clutches his stomach while another calmly assesses the severity of his injuries. An injured man, gripped by fear, realizes he may have only minutes left to live. One person steadily counts down as the other sits across from him, tense and confused in the moonlight. The man demands to know where the special medicine for treating wounds is hidden, insisting he spared vital points. The young man refuses to take responsibility for medical care and demands payment for the expensive medicine. One man admits to losing his money on the road while another listens. A nervous character hesitantly admits to bringing money. The character braces himself as the sky above turns threatening. A determined man crouches beside an injured figure, urgently demanding to know which pocket holds the money as the wounded person fearfully points out the location. The young man admits he cannot stitch wounds, leaving the outcome to chance as the crowd protests his unorthodox treatment. One character reluctantly offers a sewing kit but confesses fear of blood, while another steps forward to handle the stitching under the night sky. Someone urgently demands that saving a person take priority over counting money. The protagonist reluctantly agrees to pay the overpriced amount. The protagonist sees a system message showing increased gratitude points and feels encouraged about getting closer to unlocking the weapon. A gloved hand quickly stitches a deep, bloody wound on a man's torso as he endures the pain. A man reveals that the Jing Mountains contain remnants of a pre-cataclysm civilization. A wounded man lies on the ground while his team tends to his bloody injury and discusses their mission to map out the ruins for the main group. The narrator reflects on discovering a mysterious power in the Jing Mountains that could accelerate the evolution of both beasts and superhumans, leading to a decision to keep moving forward. Realizing the danger, the restrained man regrets leaving the stronghold. A man warns the group that the risk is too great given their uncertain future. Forced to abandon the stronghold after his superhuman identity is revealed, the protagonist decides to venture deeper into the Jing Mountains. A resolute man gives the group a critical choice under the night sky. One person sits alert and guarded in the foreground while another stands silently behind in the shadows, both sharing a tense, pivotal pause. The pair stand side by side under the stormy sky, bracing themselves as they face an unknown threat ahead. A girl in a cat-eared hoodie insists on joining the protagonist, warning that it's too dangerous to stay. One man admits he must rely on the other's supernatural abilities to survive. Two determined men raise their hands and volunteer to join the mission. A determined young woman insists on joining the wary young man if he decides to leave. Two figures soar above the ground at night as one playfully greets the other, catching them by surprise. A determined man instructs the group to follow him and announces they will depart at sunrise. The leader asserts control over the group, warning of consequences for disobedience, and announcing they must continue on foot through the forest. One character urgently instructs another to help carry an injured person. Two men confront each other in silence beneath the ominous sky. Someone loudly expresses their gratitude. The shocked character spins around in disbelief at the unexpected gratitude. The protagonist forcefully repels a startled attacker with a single gesture while two others watch in shock. Luan belligerently vows to protect someone, threatening anyone who tries to interfere. Two soldiers anxiously look up, confused by someone's sudden display of kindness. A massive dragon-shaped shadow sweeps over the mountains at sunrise. The group carries their injured companion on a stretcher through the dark forest, checking if he needs more medicine. A gratitude token is awarded. One young man questions why the other, usually indifferent, is suddenly showing concern for others. The male character, looking relieved, politely declines an offer of food or drink as the system grants him a gratitude token. He grows increasingly suspicious as he questions the other person's motives. The young man mocks his rival by calling him a magical artifact that only produces gratitude tokens. 8 figures move cautiously together into the shadowy forest. The group moves cautiously through the dense forest, unsettled by the unnaturally rapid growth of the trees since their last visit. The irritated character confronts someone about being repeatedly touched. The mischievous man leans in with a grin, boldly teasing the surprised blue-haired person in the moonlit forest. A hidden figure suggests a secretive plan for the night. The young man smirks confidently, clearly amused by the situation. A silver-haired woman backs away in the dark forest, yelling for someone to stay away from her. The character smirks confidently, visible breath curling in the cold air. A hand presses a gun to the back of a man's head, catching him off guard in the dark forest. In the darkness of the forest, a masked figure holds someone hostage at gunpoint, while others watch the tense standoff unfold. A woman seizes a man's gun at gunpoint, while another man watches tensely from nearby. One character receives confirmation from another in the shadowy forest, reacting with surprise. One character thanks the group while the team moves through the forest, carrying an injured ally on a stretcher. A hand urgently grabs a handgun from its holster. In a forest clearing, one character seizes control by pressing a gun to their adversary's head, warning that any further threats will be met with deadly consequences. A skeptical character questions whether the refugee can use her gun. A young man readies his handgun, alert and tense in the darkness of the forest. A masked figure forces a terrified man to retreat into the night. A hooded character reflects on how skillfully the gun was wielded. The young man pauses in the dark forest, silently assessing his surroundings. A young man in tattered clothes asks an older man in a military jacket to find food for them. He rejects the demand for food, insisting he can't magically make it appear. A massive tree trunk crashes down in the forest, scattering leaves everywhere. 3 startled figures freeze in the dark forest, unable to believe what they see. 3 men excitedly spot a wild boar in the forest clearing at night, amazed by their unexpected luck. Alert to the commotion, the protagonist observes masked figures restraining someone in the moonlit forest. A young person clasps their hands together and worries aloud about their brother's well-being in the Jing Mountains. A gloved figure slices into the mysterious object with a knife, causing blood to spill. One man warns his companion that leftover food will attract wild beasts if kept overnight. Blood drips onto the ground, drawing mutated ants that become deadly predators at night if they sense the scent. One man kneels by a dead boar and thanks the other for a helpful reminder. One character assesses the other's sincerity in the shadowy forest. The character fixes her intense gaze forward, fully focused and alert. A group gathers around a campfire in the forest, quietly roasting a large creature and taking the opportunity to rest and regroup. A blue-haired character quietly observes as a dark-haired character devours a large piece of meat. A woman teases a man about the romance of wilderness life, but he insists survival is his only concern as he eats by the campfire. A blue-haired woman leans in and flirts boldly, leaving the man visibly embarrassed. He wonders if she sought him out after being turned down by someone else. As they walk through the forest, one man explains how Su Xianchu repeatedly rejected her advances, emphasizing Su Xianchu's maturity and decisiveness. He steels himself against the urge to help, determined not to act just for her approval. He warns her to step aside in the tense forest clearing. A blue-haired character anxiously tries to explain herself, hoping to clear up a misunderstanding. A silver-haired woman boldly confesses her feelings, leaving the young man stunned in the shadowy forest. One character yells in anger while holding a piece of meat, startling one companion and making the other spit out their drink. 3 tense figures walk silently through the forest, each lost in uneasy thoughts. A bandaged young man bitterly reflects on how people exploit others for survival as he faces a blue-haired figure in the forest. Liyuan mocks a woman while eating a large piece of meat, showing clear disdain. A man steels himself, his mouth set in determination as he prepares to speak. Two men discuss their dwindling supplies in the forest, searching for a new source of water. One young man asks how to find a water source while his companion listens on the edge of the forest. A quest notification appears, directing someone to tell their friends how to find water. With a resolute gaze, the injured protagonist steels himself for the confrontation ahead. The group gathers in the forest clearing as one member explains how to find water in the wilderness. A young man identifies pine needles as a temporary source of water for survival. A system notification signals the completion of the quest and grants a strength reward. In the quiet forest, the young man clenches his fist and steels himself for what lies ahead. Two young men plummet through the darkness, desperately grabbing tree branches to break their fall. A hand wrapped in dark bands carefully harvests a rare herb from the dense undergrowth. Two men look up, startled and confused by someone's unexpected actions above. He confidently prepares to demonstrate a survival technique with a pine needle in the forest. A young man tilts his head back and drinks water collected from pine needles as someone questions if it's actually drinkable. Leaning casually against a tree branch, he asks if anyone wants to drink. The young man steels himself, his intense gaze fixed ahead as he prepares for action. Three men silently face off in the high branches, each watching the others with suspicion and caution. A character in a hoodie with cat ears quietly eats a stick snack, their eyes hidden by the brim. He smirks with confidence, clearly sizing up the situation. Amidst dense foliage, the protagonist receives a system prompt and decisively chooses to learn the bomb-making skill. Hidden behind foliage, the observer silently assesses the crouching figure's violent skills and advanced assassination abilities. Crouching in the shadows, he analyzes the target and confirms her advanced singing nursery rhyme skill. Bewildered by the strange skills before him, the protagonist tries to make sense of the situation. The character collapses to one knee in the shadowy forest, struggling to stay upright. One character climbs a tree for survival, while two others watch in the shadowy forest. Liyuan explains that animal lives are difficult, describing the complex mating behavior of giraffes. Two unsettled characters react sharply to a disturbing comment as another figure leads the way into the dense forest. A violent storm sweeps over the mountains as rain pours and smoke rises. A young man urgently warns the group as acid rain starts to fall in the forest. Amid heavy rain, the group rushes through the dark forest to find cover. A hooded figure pulls his cloak over his head and conceals his identity while standing in the rain beneath the trees. Several masked figures carry the unconscious protagonist on a stretcher through the rain-soaked forest. A heavy rainstorm begins outside the dark cave, obscuring the view of the distant mountains. The group takes shelter from the rain in a cave, carrying an unconscious companion on a stretcher. A hand ignites a homemade torch with a lighter among the rocky terrain. A group moves cautiously through the night, following their leader who scouts ahead with the torch. A character suddenly spots mysterious writing in the distance. A man urgently points his torch toward the dark cave entrance, signaling imminent danger ahead. A witness reveals that an eerie shadow appeared in the forest before everyone vanished without a trace. Red lightning tears through the storm clouds, signaling a powerful and ominous event. Three men examine unsettling carvings on a cave wall and realize only one corpse has mysteriously vanished. A man in military attire explains that no one from Stronghold 113 has arrived, suspects someone from Stronghold 112 may be hiding nearby, and notes the absence of any satellite phone signals. One character asks about satellite phones while another listens in the dark cavern. A character explains that satellites enabled communication between strongholds before the cataclysm. Two men argue at the mountain pass about not receiving satellite phones and the risk of being used as test subjects for danger. A stern man assigns night watch shifts to the group while a cautious figure, hidden in the shadows, considers the dangers both outside and within the team. The two characters agree to split the night watch, each taking a separate shift in the cave. He affirms his trust in his ally, recognizing that they must rely on each other to survive the dangerous situation. With a confident smile, he accepts the challenge. One figure steps out of the cave into the rainy forest while the other remains behind. The young man wonders why the woman is so fearless, suspecting she might be protected by something. A blue-haired woman confidently volunteers to accompany another person, leaving a young man surprised in the cave. A confused boy looks around, trying to understand the unexpected situation. The group gathers at the cave entrance, preparing to move out into the rain-soaked forest. One man threatens that it would be unfortunate if two women disappeared, while his companions watch and support him in the dark cave. Rain drenches the area as a hidden cave entrance is revealed among the trees and rocks. Sheltering at the cave entrance, the group checks for any unusual activity outside but finds everything normal. The group decides to take a short break at the base of the cliffs. Two men in military uniforms exchange urgent instructions in a dark, cave-like setting, emphasizing speed and caution. From above, one figure watches as a tense group gathers at the cave entrance in the rain. He stands alone in the shadowy cave, scanning his surroundings with suspicion. Two figures discuss their suspicions about a teammate's true motives for joining the journey to Stronghold 112. The young man silently observes that the recent cooperation between two group members suggests their connection may be deeper than it appears. Carefully hidden nearby, he tries to listen in on the conversation among the three cloaked figures at the cave entrance. One character proposes teaming up to leave the Jing Mountains, while the other suspects this offer is a strategic move after failing to recruit him. A hand offers a stack of money as a reward for past help. A person hands over a thick stack of cash, confirming an ongoing agreement for help. A calm, stern figure delivers a grim ultimatum, promising only a dignified death as another person looks on in disbelief. He notices something strangely familiar about the actions unfolding before him, his confusion growing. A campfire burns steadily in the middle of the campsite, casting light into the darkness. Three men anxiously discuss the prolonged absence of their missing companions. A character checks their watch in the rocky cave, noting that about 10 minutes have passed. Startled by a sudden damp sensation, a man recoils and raises his arm defensively in the dark. Two startled young men quickly brace themselves as a sudden threat emerges in the rocky cave. The protagonist glances back warily in the darkness, alert for any signs of danger in the forest. Water drips steadily from the jagged cave rocks, echoing ominously in the darkness. The group relaxes after realizing the sudden noise in the cave was only water droplets. He points to the dripping cave wall and explains that the filtered water here is cleaner than well water and ideal for collecting. The group is instructed to gather more resources, but the speaker feels unappreciated when no one thanks him. In the darkness of the cave, a gloved hand carefully collects water in a canteen. One man offers to take the first watch while the others settle down in the rocky cave. Three men organize a watch rotation and cautiously prepare to move out, staying alert in the shadowy environment. Inside the dim cave, one character stands guard while the others sleep around the campfire. Two men sit together in silence at the forest's edge, rain falling as they face the darkness. Two men silently face each other, both smoking as tension builds between them. A burning cigarette falls to the ground near someone's foot, signaling imminent action. Two attackers raise their knives, ready to strike at the defenseless figures lying on the ground. A furious man in sunglasses raises his weapon and threatens to attack. A gloved hand lifts a dagger, ready to strike. A hooded character fires a gun with intense focus. Two characters grapple fiercely as one tries to stab with a knife and the other blocks the attack. One fighter slams his opponent to the ground with overwhelming force as the struggle intensifies. Two men spin around in shock inside the dark cave as an unexpected disturbance erupts nearby. One figure pins another to the ground as armed attackers threaten the captives in the shadowy cave. A wounded man in dark clothing clutches his bleeding side and struggles to stay on his feet. An injured man urgently commands an immediate attack. Frozen in fear, the young man realizes he cannot attack. Tension fills the cave as one person raises their hands in surrender, while others watch warily in a hostile standoff. A young man stands his ground as a woman aims a gun at him in the darkness of the cave. A man, surrounded by swirling black smoke, questions why the group keeps facing one setback after another. Luyuan stands over the fallen figure in the cave, analyzing the possible reasons behind the enemy's desperate ambush. The character decides to move on from the past. Luyuan braces himself, his intense gaze revealing his determination as he prepares for confrontation. A system prompt appears, assigning the mission to kill the enemy swiftly. A determined figure grabs and chokes the wounded man, ensuring the threat is completely neutralized. The male character reacts anxiously, tense and sweating as he faces an unseen threat. One character anxiously insists on their innocence, as they plead beside unconscious bodies in the dark cave. A hooded character furiously accuses another of secretly working with the enemy and knowing their plan in advance. One man is pushed off the ledge, blood streaming from his mouth, as three others stand above with torches in a tense standoff. A stern-faced character calls out someone for planning a crime. He hesitates, realizing he shouldn't provoke her as she stands tensely in the shadows. A quest is completed, and a master skill duplication scroll is awarded. Luyuan spots a powerful scroll descending and reacts with excitement. One character suddenly senses a menacing figure approaching, heightening the tension. A system message prompts the user to decide whether to acquire the extracted superpower, Shadow Clone. A glowing blue energy is successfully extracted amid a burst of light. A digital beam engulfs the calm protagonist as he activates his learning ability. A new ability, Shadow Clone, has just been unlocked. The dark-haired figure senses and examines the swirling crimson aura of the Shadow Clone. Luyuan steels himself for the decisive moment ahead. The protagonist cautiously assesses his Shadow Clone, noticing it appears darker and more substantial than the others he has seen. Luyuan cautiously faces his Shadow Clone, uncertain of its true power. Luyuan closes his eyes and centers himself, preparing mentally for the challenge ahead. Red energy slashes violently cut through the dark room, ripping into the floor and cabinets. A lone figure steps into the heart of the curse chamber, as red energy swirls ominously around him. A monstrous red aura materializes behind the young man's head, signaling the emergence of a sinister power. Luyuan launches a massive red energy blast skyward in a surge of power. Luyuan charges forward and delivers a powerful, energy-infused punch. He realizes the Shadow Clone is far stronger and denser than himself, explaining its use as a bullet shield. A hand examines the holographic screen, analyzing how the shadow clone's existence depends on willpower rather than mortality. Lu Yuan examines the glowing interface, testing the limits of his willpower. Lu Yuan checks his willpower status through the holographic interface. A large error message appears, blocking further progress. Lu Yuan stands still, staring at the mysterious digital interface that has suddenly appeared before him. In a shadowy room filled with swirling mist, someone rejects assistance and dismisses the need for calculations. He wonders why willpower can't be measured like strength or dexterity, then decides to focus on training his body as red energy swirls around his hand. Lu Yuan confidently realizes he has awakened the shadow clone ability, marking his transformation into a superhuman. One character justifies the killing of the attackers as the group surveys the aftermath of the ambush in the cave entrance. A tense man questions whether someone who didn't participate deserved to die. A man in the foreground justifies their actions as he addresses two others standing among fallen bodies in the dark wilderness. The two men silently size each other up in the shadows, tension thick in the air. In the dim cave, one companion confronts the other about pretending to be asleep. Lu Yuan remains alert, suspecting that someone is only pretending to sleep and questioning if they believe he is unaware. One figure walks away, dismissing the situation as boring while a masked individual stands silently in the rocky shadows. Two volcanoes erupt violently as smoke and lava fill the sky, viewed from the mouth of a cave. A lone figure surveys the three defeated bodies sprawled across the rocky cavern floor. A young man investigates the mysterious disappearance of a corpse in a dark cave. He observes the three corpses, noting with suspicion that nothing has happened to them despite being left in this strange place. At sunrise, the group prepares to leave the cave and face whatever dangers await in the forest. A man urges the group to find a campsite before nightfall. A man grimly informs the group that two people who left during the night have not returned and are likely dead. Four figures face each other in a tense standoff inside the dark cavern. A young man warns against splitting up after seeing the dangers faced by those who went out alone. A nervous young man asks for help carrying him. Lu Yuan confronts a startled, injured man seated against the rocky terrain. A hand grasps the blood-stained bandages tightly, pressing down on a wounded abdomen. A terrified man screams for help, convinced someone is trying to kill him. A frustrated man forcefully rips the bandage off his panicked companion and insists that the injury has already healed. A gloved character lifts his shirt and is shocked to see his abdominal wound has healed rapidly. One young man thanks the other for the black medicine's effectiveness, and the healer explains it is a family remedy. A notification appears, announcing that gratitude has been received. In the dim cave, one man asks the other if he still has any medicine left. Lu Yuan firmly rejects the offer as another man tries to outbid the previous buyers in the icy cave. The boy excitedly realizes he still has some power left to use. One character explains that he took money from the bodies of the three people they killed, treating it as borrowing. The protagonist realizes in frustration that he forgot to search the corpses, berating himself for the mistake. In a tense cavern confrontation, one man demands half the money while the other offers all his cash in exchange for the black medicine. Two people discreetly exchange a mysterious container for a stack of money. Lu Yuan cautiously studies the other person while gripping a stack of money. A tense man insists he is telling the truth as he stands defensively with his hands on his hips. A notification appears, revealing that enough cash has been collected to unlock basic storage authority. Someone urgently shouts an offer to buy. A shimmering, enchanted door appears as the basic storage authority is unlocked. Lu Yuan approaches the mysterious storage door, eager to see what the 20,000 yuan space holds. A determined figure seizes the swirling orb, setting the stage for what comes next. Lu Yuan approaches the glowing doorway as blue energy pulses ominously around him. Furious, the protagonist rants about being overcharged for a small amount of storage space. Clutching his cloak, the boy steels himself to endure the discomfort of the basic storage authority, determined to wait for its upgrade. One character bolts away in despair over lost money while another stands behind, bewildered by the outburst. Twin volcanoes erupt violently, spewing smoke and fire into the sky. Five figures move cautiously into the shadowy forest as night deepens. In the shadowy forest, one figure asks what might be hidden within the Jing Mountains while the other listens in silence. Two men in military uniforms discuss the possibility that the mountains hold the secret behind the evolution of new species. One man demands answers about the evidence of others in the mountains, pressing the other for information withheld by the consortium. A man dismisses any suspicions, insisting the place was simply a mysterious city. Lu Yuan steels himself, his intense gaze revealing unwavering resolve as he prepares for a critical moment. The group pauses in the forest clearing as one of them spots something unusual above the trees. Two men move through the dark forest, discussing rumors of ancient ruins that may hold secrets for superhumans. A young man demands to know the secret in the forest. A serious young man explains that superhumans have begun multiplying, and a dangerous organization has emerged to target the barrier's administration. A young man realizes that the existence of an organization means there are already many superhumans. Two men stand tensely in the dark forest as one urgently asks the other if they've caught their target. A shadowy figure stands over a pile of defeated bodies on a city street glowing with red light, displaying overwhelming strength. The group discusses how the authorities have established barriers and an evaluation system to control superhumans, even constructing asylums to exploit their abilities. A man in military attire explains that their mission is to search for secrets in the forest. A group stands at the forest's edge, cautiously discussing the unknown number of rivals seeking the mysterious power hidden in the mountains. A man reports that other squads are also moving in the same direction. The bandaged young man pauses in silence, lost in deep thought. In a shadowy forest, one man urges the other to use his superhuman ability for better opportunities as they discuss the barrier's interest in such powers. A man asserts that superhumans are no longer seen as the same species as normal people. A boot forcefully crushes a giant insect as a warning about human cruelty is delivered. A man stands firm in the forest, refusing to go back. One man promises to keep the other's secret during a tense forest conversation at night. One man urgently voices his concern for his companion as the group stands tensely in the shadowy forest. One man challenges the other with a dangerous question in the dark forest. A wary man confronts another in the dense forest, demanding to know if he is also a superhuman. Startled by an unexpected noise, the young man quickly turns in the shadowy forest. One character delivers a sarcastic remark, causing the other to look visibly annoyed. He confidently asks if his abilities are powerful enough to provoke others and wants to know their level. He reflects on his own abilities, acknowledging they may not match others but feeling satisfied with his progress. A figure stomps down forcefully onto the ground, signaling a decisive arrival in the dark woods. The group halts on the forest path as one member warns them to avoid puddles and stay alert for danger. Dawn breaks as sunlight filters through the treetops. A man urgently shoves another aside and warns the group as two others watch in shock in the dark forest. Startled by an unexpected sight, the young man recoils in alarm. A lone figure stealthily moves through the shadowy forest, alert and cautious. Two figures spot a woman in a white dress scratching a tree in the dark forest, unsettling them. Someone suggests taking a detour through the trees to avoid being followed. The group recoils in shock as something descends rapidly into the forest clearing. A solitary figure in white crashes down into the forest clearing, landing with force. Two figures raise their handguns in the dark forest while a third reacts in shock behind them. A figure in white sprints swiftly through the dark forest, leaving only faint traces behind. Two men scream and recoil in terror as they stand in the shadowy forest. A determined man urgently rallies his group to follow him through the dense forest before the ghost can stop them. The protagonist braces for a confrontation, standing defiantly as his ally watches from behind. Two figures dash through the shadowy forest, urgently coordinating their plan to trap their opponent and launch a focused attack. Charging ahead with determination, the lead figure signals the group to move as two allies and a bat-like creature pursue closely behind. A gloved hand seizes the swirling dark energy, exerting control over its power. A male figure unleashes a surge of dark energy with a forceful gesture in the shadowy forest. A monstrous shadow hurls a person in white through the dark forest. A mysterious figure in white descends swiftly from above, cutting through the darkness over the forest. A character with long dark hair crashes down with force, escalating the intensity of the scene. A shadowy creature slams the protagonist into the ground in the dark forest. Two young men stand in a tense forest, one announcing their apparent victory as they survey the smoldering crater. A monstrous shadow holds a woman hostage as the group cautiously advances through the forest clearing. A monstrous, hollow-eyed woman restrained by dark tendrils suddenly appears in the forest, leaving the group shocked and on edge. He pauses with a thoughtful look, silently reflecting after the recent conflict. The young man cautiously approaches the ancient tree, scanning the moonlit forest for any signs of danger. A cloaked figure urgently calls the group over to examine something hidden beneath the tree. Someone carefully opens a small, mysterious box. He inspects the mysterious letter with a tense expression, reacting sharply to its contents. A hand inspects a mysterious plastic card with a QR code, speculating about its origins and unusual texture. The group discovers a map in the forest, reacting with shock and curiosity. One of the young men wonders if the map they found leads to the mysterious city in the mountains. A red-eyed girl in a cap discovers mysterious writing on an object. A hand presents a device with a QR code, prompting immediate payment. Holding up a ticket, the protagonist protests having to pay to enter the maze. A determined man in military attire pulls an object from his pocket and signals the group to move. The group resolves to venture into the mountains to investigate what lies ahead. A man questions whether they should continue carrying the unsettling doll through the dark forest. The group halts in the forest, tense and alert as they face an unseen threat ahead. A serious young man orders his surprised companion to bring something along in case it's needed. The sun rises over the mountains as smoke billows from one of the peaks. As dusk falls, the group decides to stop and rest for the night at the entrance of a cave. A determined man instructs the group to forage for pine cones in the forest for food. A hand carefully raises a knife, ready to slice through the thick leaf blocking the path. The young man notices something suspicious and immediately becomes alert. One character examines the strange green liquid dripping above while another asks if it is safe to drink. The group gathers around a tree hollow at night, examining a strange liquid to determine if it is safe to drink. One man calmly applies poison to his blade while another watches him in shock, demanding an explanation. The two stand side by side in silence, visibly exasperated by the situation. A man scrambles up a tree in a panic while a woman in white sits nearby, watching him in astonishment. A man clings to a rocky ledge in the forest, desperately struggling to pull himself up. A startled figure steps on a twig, breaking the tense silence of the dark forest. A man crashes through tree branches as he tumbles down from above. Sitting on the forest floor at night, the overwhelmed protagonist shouts in frustration, while a shocked companion looks on. A young man vents in frustration about being delayed by a pack of wolves while trying to return to the barrier. One cloaked figure challenges the other's understanding, demanding to know if he truly understands what a bay is. Lu Yuan cries out in frustration in the shadowy forest. He realizes that bay are also wolves. Wolves injured by hunters' traps are carried by their pack so they can continue surviving together. A cloaked figure commands the kneeling person to throw something beside the ancient tree. A young man nervously inspects a mysterious object, realizing it may hold a crucial clue about the wolves. A wounded young man challenges whether humans would truly act that way as he peers out from the darkening forest. A young man in a cloak sits on the forest floor, startled as a clawed figure looms over him. A blazing fire erupts on the pile of wooden logs. 5 people gather around a campfire at the cave entrance during the night. A young man examines a large pine cone, puzzled by its unusual size. The group discusses how the abundant oxygen in the area may be affecting both the size of local creatures and their own mental clarity. Lu Yuan thoughtfully assesses someone's impressive scientific expertise. Around the campfire, one character asks if there are similar mountains near the other barriers, prompting the group to consider their next move. The man reveals that all available locations have already been seized by Tinder Corp. The young man questions which consortium Tinder Corp belongs to, surprised that he has never heard of it. A serious young man reveals that a powerful consortium now controls over 20 barriers, explaining their distant location from Barrier 113. One character asks about the territory controlled, while the other shakes his head, unable to answer. A figure warns that all areas under Tinder Corp's control remain shrouded in secrecy. Lu Yuan, wounded and wary, turns to face a close and tense confrontation. A masked character warns of recent sightings of an ancient flying creature soaring overhead. A hooded figure reveals that Tinder Corp used its military to suppress the area, and only its core members know the full truth about what happened. Lu Yuan quietly questions if Xiao Jin is part of a secret organization after realizing she knows more than Su Xianchu. A man in tactical gear sits in the cave and asks if anyone has watched Journey to the West. A legendary figure lifts a massive golden rod above the fiery ground while another man looks on in awe. Inside the dark cave, one character admits to the others that they now believe a mysterious person might actually exist. A boy skeptically compares the legendary strength described in a story to the capabilities of real agricultural machinery. A man in a dark cloak spits something out while holding a pinecone. The young man scans his surroundings, tense and on high alert. A man grins and teases the other person in the dark cave about making another wish that might attract animals again. Lu Yuan challenges the others' belief in coincidence, and urges them to prove it themselves. The young man vents his hunger and impatience, angrily wishing for an animal to appear so he can eat. 3 figures face each other in a cave, each aiming their gun as tension spikes. 2 young men cautiously approach a cave entrance in the forest at night. A pack of red-eyed beasts burst from the shadows, ready to attack. A young man, sweating and tense, points a gun at another who tries to defend himself amid the confrontation. A tense leader urgently instructs a nervous companion to negotiate for vegetables and have the others leave immediately, despite doubts about the plan's success. A desperate boy begs the animals to leave as he cries in the dark forest. A group races down a forest path, kicking up dust as they move swiftly through the trees. Someone questions the unexpected departure of others. A stunned man clutches the furious smaller character, reeling from an outcome he can't believe. A young man anxiously questions whether someone has awakened a rare luck ability. Something moves stealthily through the moonlit forest, breaking the night's silence. A young man at the cave entrance realizes that something has driven the fleeing birds toward them. He wonders if something even more terrifying is driving the animals to flee without attacking. The story shifts to a quiet, misty forest beneath a star-filled night sky. A heavy chain scrapes loudly across the dark stone floor, breaking the silence. A chained object scrapes loudly across the ground in the darkness. 5 figures step into the dark cave as dusk settles over the rocky mountain. The group rushes deeper into the cave as a sudden, alarming sound echoes behind them. 2 figures confront each other in a dark, tense forest clearing, with one cloaked figure dominating the scene. 2 young men crouch among the rocks, anxiously debating whether to move and hide after the mysterious sound vanishes. A wary survivor studies the cave and suggests waiting, reasoning that the animal's choice to hide there indicates it is safe. The group cautiously approaches the dark cave, tense and alert as unsettling chain sounds echo from within the forest. A young man with a bandaged face urgently draws attention to something troubling as he addresses his group. While crossing the canyon, they notice human skeletons on the ground and realize that, unlike in the forest, there are no animal remains, which seems unnatural. The young man grows suspicious as he questions why no animal remains have ever been found. In the forest, he inspects the spot where the fish bones vanished without leaving any trace. 2 young men stand at the forest's edge, discussing how several bodies have mysteriously vanished within its depths. Two anxious young men discuss whether the plants have evolved alongside the animals. A serious young man reassures his companion that recognizing patterns allows them to prepare countermeasures in advance. A worried young man warns the group that avoiding the forest may keep them safe. The group decides to continue along a path with fewer trees to ensure their safety. Battered and sweating, he questions whether the solution is really that simple. A sinister wind sweeps through the dark forest as a mysterious red light flickers in the distance. Startled, he recoils as something unexpected happens off-panel. A shadowy creature with glowing red eyes emerges in the dark forest. A monstrous beast emerges from the shadows, exhaling cold breath in the misty forest. A hooded figure steps forward and aims a gun with unwavering determination. A hand readies a handgun with a sharp, tense motion. Two opponents stand locked in a silent standoff, each aiming a pistol at the other. Two figures crouch in a dark cave, coordinating to ambush their target as one readies a gun and the other prepares to use shadow powers. A heavy chain is pulled tight in the darkness, raising the tension. Lu Yuan tenses up, preparing to confront the approaching threat in the night. A mysterious energy surges through the misty, red-lit forest. Listening intently, the young man tries to determine if the threat has moved away. A group confronts a disturbance at the cave entrance, tense and alert to possible danger. The anxious young man determines that the threat remains inside the forest, while animals have sought refuge in the nearby cave. Relieved after their narrow escape, Lu Yuan tells his companion that they are fortunate to have avoided danger in the forest. The group agrees to rest while one member volunteers for the first night watch and assigns the others to take over at midnight. In the dim, rocky chamber, the two stand in tense silence as one remains cautious and injured. A serious young man insists on taking the first guard shift despite the other's lack of trust. The campfire has burned out, leaving only faint embers and smoke in the darkness. The group takes shelter inside a rocky cave, resting uneasily as night falls. Sunrise reveals a tranquil mountain landscape stretching across the horizon. A massive explosion erupts, scattering debris and lighting up the sky. Startled and tense, the two react defensively to a sudden threat in the rocky cavern. Four figures rush out of the cave, visibly alarmed as one of them shouts in confusion. Someone urgently wonders if the volcano in the mountains has erupted. Two figures stand silently, watching dark smoke rise ominously over the mountains. A young man urgently announces that the other squads in the mountains are starting to move. A determined man urges the group to move quickly through the rocky terrain to reach their goal before others claim the secret. Lu Yuan urgently warns his companion about the unknown dangers ahead after a nearby explosion. With no way to turn back, the group decides to search for the secret hidden in the mountains. The two stand together in the cave, reaffirming their commitment as they prepare to move forward. A character reacts in silence, showing no emotion. A volcano erupts violently, spewing smoke and ash into the sky. Several figures race across the rough terrain, urgently chasing after two fleeing individuals while others pause to assess the situation. A man wipes sweat from his forehead, struggling with the oppressive heat. A group of 6 cautiously confronts a giant insect monster blocking their path. As 6 people walk through the dense forest, one of them raises the question of why animals have grown larger while humans have not. 2 figures move through the dark forest, discussing how others have become superhuman. A serious man explains to his companion that the human brain has been evolving since ancient times. One character explains that a certain gene in the human body restricts muscle growth. A character explains that intelligent individuals are more likely to adapt to their environment because their brains require more energy. A young man explains that humans limited muscle growth to ensure more resources for brain development, emphasizing the evolutionary trade-off for intelligence. One character challenges the other by questioning how superhumans with evolved physiques can exist. A puzzled young man questions if someone's ancestors were involved with animals after noticing a strange trait. The group stands together in stunned silence, unable to respond. A blue-haired woman remarks on Mr. Zhang's impressive reputation at the town's school. As the group travels through the mountains, 2 members discuss how one person spends his free time tending a vegetable garden instead of reading. She wonders why the town is not as she expected. A young man with glasses suddenly sneezes near the stone wall. A young man in military clothing urgently warns the group after spotting a human corpse ahead. The group advances cautiously toward the distant pile of bodies in the barren landscape. A bloodied corpse is suddenly discovered next to a strange metallic insignia, raising urgent questions about its origin. 2 men look up in shock as something unexpected happens in the mountains. A hand lifts a military dog tag from the ground, prompting a sense of curiosity about its origin. Someone urgently recognizes a name on the metallic tag, stunned by the discovery. Lu Yuan is shocked to find evidence that the missing corpse has mysteriously reappeared outside the canyon. Lu Yuan urgently questions if something caused the corpse to appear. After examining the bloodied corpse, the group realizes that monsters have devoured its vital organs. A hand inspects the bloody bone, puzzled by the precise bite marks left by an unknown beast. A young man recoils in shock as he realizes the wound is a human bite mark. One person reassures the group of his certainty while another questions him, as a third silently observes in the rocky canyon. Under intense stress, one man awkwardly shares a bizarre breakup memory, leaving the other shocked and alarmed. Two young men discover a blood-stained corpse in a dark cave and realize it bears human bite marks, suggesting an act of cannibalism. A worried young man suggests to the group that the mysterious figure carrying the chain last night might actually be human. A tense group confronts a calm, hooded woman with cat ears, startled by her unexpected presence. A resolute character urgently orders the group to leave immediately, and use a 3-person tactical formation to prevent an ambush. Liyuan turns with a teasing expression, questioning the other character's knowledge about tactical formations. A hooded woman aims her pistol and firmly directs the group to cover their assigned sectors and open fire at any approaching threat. The young man responds energetically, showing his readiness to follow instructions. The group moves through the canyon in silence as the one in front takes charge, and the others quietly follow her lead. A mountain erupts with smoke and metallic sounds echo over the forest. Gunshots echo closer as the two men advance through the mountains, determined to uncover its hidden secret. He suddenly spots a mysterious object glinting in the distance and tenses, ready for action. He picks up a bullet shell while his companion aims a pistol, both on edge in the rocky terrain. A character examines a bullet engraved with Qin Q21398, suspecting it was made by the Qin Consortium. The group stands frozen in shock as they react to an unexpected event in the cave. A man uncovers evidence of the Qin Consortium's involvement and shows it to his companion. A wild boar with glowing red eyes charges forward aggressively. 3 companions freeze in shock as an unexpected threat appears among the rocky cliffs. 3 figures brace themselves as a red-eyed boar charges across the rocky clearing. Someone notices that the creature is wounded and urges the group to attack while it is vulnerable. 2 characters celebrate on a cliff, excited at the prospect of eating meat while one points a gun outward. A man in a camo jacket urgently stops someone from firing. 2 young men urgently argue in a rocky cave about whether to cook and eat the meat they found, driven by hunger after almost a day without food. A young man mocks his tense opponent while waving a knife near his face. 2 men debate whether cooking with fire will reveal their location or if joining another group nearby would be safer as 3 others watch cautiously in the rocky clearing. A hooded figure warns the group that being discovered could put them in danger because of the secret hidden nearby. A stern figure orders the group to kill enemies on sight, leaving the others shocked by the ruthless directive. A determined man urges the group to keep moving forward along the treacherous, icy cliffside, warning that turning back means certain death. The group moves cautiously across the rocky terrain, deciding to avoid the consortium's tactical squad as they discuss their narrow survival. The hooded figure scans the surroundings with sharp, cautious eyes. The group anticipates uncovering the mountain's hidden secrets within the next hour. The group advances cautiously through the dark forest as the gunfire ceases. In the forest, 2 men debate whether to abandon their teammates to survive using guerrilla tactics. The weary leader slows the group's pace as he asks for a break, prompting his 3 companions to catch up in the misty forest. One man urgently questions the other in the forest after realizing someone from their group is missing. The group realizes that one of their members has disappeared and begins searching the forest clearing. Liyuan realizes that someone has disappeared and quickly looks around in concern. 2 young men exchange a determined nod in the forest, ready to move forward. A heavy chain scrapes forcefully across the ground, filling the air with a harsh, ominous sound. The group freezes as a familiar, ominous sound echoes through the forest. The young man anxiously wonders if his companion has fallen victim to the monster. Liyuan stands in the forest, suddenly noticing 2 mysterious figures fading from view. A frightened young man frantically searches the woods after realizing 2 people have disappeared. 3 people search anxiously through the dark forest for the 2 who have gone missing. The group tenses as the mysterious sound draws nearer through the moonlit forest. A man frantically shouts for everyone to run as he bolts through the forest, with 2 others reacting in alarm. He braces himself, determined to withstand the powerful attack rushing toward him. A startled young man in a black cloak sprints after a fleeing figure through the dark forest. 3 people race frantically through the forest, pushing themselves to their limits despite exhaustion and injury. The protagonist braces himself as anxiety and anger surge in response to the mounting pressure. Liyuan swiftly trips his opponent in the shadowy forest, gaining the advantage. A panicked young man shoves his companion aside and runs to save himself. A terrified man runs for his life as a shadowy monster chases him through the dark forest. A frightened young man turns in the dark forest, desperately calling for help as he reacts to a sudden threat. A wounded figure presses a gloved hand to the bloody ground, struggling to remain conscious after a violent attack. A monstrous creature lunges at a bloodied, chained captive in the dark forest. 2 cloaked figures race urgently along a dense forest path. A panicked man in a cloak sprints away, pleading desperately for his pursuers to stop chasing him. A man chases a terrified woman through the dark forest at night. Cornered in the dark forest, the blue-haired girl realizes she must sacrifice someone to survive. 2 cloaked figures prepare to clash in a tense standoff. 4 armed soldiers aim their rifles into the dark forest, alert to a possible intruder. A terrified young man shouts about a monster behind them as a blue-haired woman tenses, preparing for danger. Armed soldiers force 2 cloaked figures to kneel in the forest as they prepare to search them. 2 soldiers in tactical gear call for backup after locating the escape test subject in the forest. A squad of armed soldiers advances cautiously through the dark forest as their commanding officer orders them to move forward. A massive shadowy monster appears in the forest clearing, forcing the group to brace themselves for an imminent attack. A squad of soldiers unleashes a coordinated volley of gunfire into the dark forest. A lone attacker descends from above and bombards the group below with a series of explosive strikes. A gloved hand suddenly restrains the protagonist's wrist with a cord as he shouts in alarm. Armed soldiers detain two cloaked figures in a tense forest clearing. A group of armed soldiers reacts in shock as a hidden woman is suddenly revealed beneath a man's cape. Two armed soldiers confront a shocked woman in the forest, uncertain about who she is. A figure crashes hard onto the forest floor, breaking the tense silence. The group fell apart after Yang Xiaojin's disappearance, leaving one person to climb the cliff alone. They decide to operate side by side but keep their guard up, unable to fully trust each other. Determined to uncover the secret, the character decides to approach the smoking volcanic mountain. Two figures stride determinedly down the shadowy path. A figure in a dark cloak dashes through the forest, suddenly alert to an intruder's presence. Hiding in the foreground, the protagonist is spotted by armed operatives who immediately radio for backup. Crouched on a rocky ledge, the protagonist realizes secret experiments are happening in the mountains and suspects the monster is far stronger than expected. With the monster distracted, the hidden figure prepares to move in unnoticed. Lu Yuan rises from behind the broken boulder and scans the forest clearing with determination. A lone figure surveys the smoking ruins of a bombarded city from a cliff, questioning what is being unearthed below. A hand activates a mysterious cylindrical device connected by a tube to an unseen mechanism. A man in a white coat carefully draws blood from a large animal using a syringe. Staying low behind a rocky outcrop, the protagonist carefully creeps through the shadowy forest. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Yuan observes as the Qing Consortium prepares to capture a mutated beast for research. The protagonist scouts the area from behind a rocky corner, staying alert despite his injuries. A ruined building looms beneath a bright, unsettled sky. A figure appears dramatically on the rooftop, catching the attention of an onlooker who questions his identity. The young man stands alone, silently preparing himself for the next challenge. He spots the enemy commander in a white suit and quickly assesses the threat. Lu Yuan steels himself, his intense gaze revealing unwavering determination as he prepares for what comes next. The character below observes the man on the rooftop and notes that his presence feels natural, likely because he is the commander and not expected to fight. A soldier scans the heavily guarded area, noting the presence of over 1,000 troops. An excavator begins digging as the Qing Consortium intensifies its search for the secret. Two forensic investigators examine a suspicious box filled with mysterious objects at the crime scene. He assesses the situation and realizes it will be difficult to gain any advantage over Qing. He hesitates in the empty street, torn between abandoning the dangerous mission and searching for answers. The scene reveals a city block in ruins, with abandoned buildings and debris scattered everywhere. A figure steps forward through broken glass and debris, entering the chaotic scene. He surveys the vast, devastated city, noting that while the buildings are crumbled, their main structures remain intact. A resolute figure steps onto the shattered battlefield, signaling a new arrival in the devastated city. A solitary figure surveys the ruined city, reflecting on its former glory. The young man abruptly stops and looks back, sensing something suspicious behind him in the dim hallway. Lu Yuan notices a large billboard labeled "Xiao You Can't," and wonders about its meaning. A deserted row of shops with faded signs stands empty beneath the bright sky. He questions whether risking his life was worth it as he stands before the dirty billboard, unimpressed by what he finds. He suddenly pauses, sensing something unusual. He leaps from the ruined building, heading straight into the chaos below. A cloaked figure discovers a rundown shop selling rare cigarettes and alcohol, and quickly realizes the fortune these goods could bring. Seeing everyone distracted by the mutated beast and the secret, he prepares to snatch all the unattended valuables. He surveys the supplies in the cracked parking lot, noting they remain intact inside their plastic packaging. A character discovers that the glass case is broken and the cigarettes and alcohol inside have decomposed. Lu Yuan clutches his chest in despair as he laments the loss of his dream to become the richest man. Determined not to return empty-handed, he resolves to find something valuable amid the ruins. Someone decides to leave and investigate another area, heading down a shadowy staircase. Lu Yuan discovers unsettling plastic dolls in the dim room and questions their purpose. Lu Yuan sits across from the silent figure, carefully assessing them. Lu Yuan inspects the unsettling mannequin, noticing its resemblance to someone familiar. One character forcefully grabs another by the neck and begins to choke them. A monstrous figure grabs Lu Yuan by the throat as smoke violently erupts from its head. Lu Yuan realizes the object might belong to someone's girlfriend. Lu Yuan arrives in the deserted city and surveys his surroundings with determination. Lu Yuan stretches to grab medicine boxes from a high shelf in the pharmacy. Someone examines a bottle labeled Lao Bai Jin Health Product for the Youth, and questions its contents with disbelief. A wary survivor pours the last drops from a canister while searching empty shelves for supplies. A frustrated figure shouts angrily and hurls a canister across the floor after realizing they'd been deceived about the locations of a pond and gold. He suddenly recalls that gold can be found in stores inside the barrier. Eager to find something valuable, a determined character begins plotting a search throughout the massive city. Someone dreams of becoming rich by acquiring gold, believing it to be a valuable and lasting currency. A deserted, crumbling stone building stands in silence, setting an ominous tone. A young man, now recovering from a fever, thanks his caretaker as he enters the small stone room holding a lantern. A boy holding a lantern reassures the worried person at the doorway that her missing brother will be safe. A sick boy sits up calmly as a woman gently wipes his face with a towel, comforting him. A woman reminds someone that, now recovered from illness, they must return to school and catch up on missed homework. A nervous boy urgently tells someone that his brother is not home, insisting her actions are unnecessary. A confident young woman insists on being heard, smiling as she demands attention. Someone ends the conversation and prepares to rest for the night. Night falls as a crescent moon glows above the treetops. 3 figures creep through the empty yard under cover of night, infiltrating the compound. 2 characters sit up anxiously on their beds, reacting to the possibility of someone lurking outside. The young man urgently warns that there is more than one threat approaching. A woman readies her dagger to investigate while a tense man stays behind on the bed. A young woman moves carefully through the dark stone room, gripping her knife in preparation for a possible threat. One character inspects the locked cell door, while the other watches anxiously from behind. A bald man forcefully kicks open the door as another man follows him into the room. A woman recoils defensively as 2 men confront her in a cramped, shadowy room. A frightened woman seizes a black-bladed sword as it sparks in her grasp. A man is stabbed with a jagged knife and grimaces in pain. A furious man shouts in anger as his face twists with rage. A woman screams as she is pinned and strangled by a man while another person rushes to stop the attack. A young woman struggles desperately, shouting to be released as tears stream down her face. A boy jolts awake in bed as, downstairs, 2 men ambush a woman and one lunges at her with a knife. A character suddenly kicks another off the bench and attacks with a dagger. The young man catches himself on the floor after a swift landing, ready to move again. A man recoils in frustration as his swift opponent evades him. He realizes that the 3 men he has seen around town are now plotting against the school. He realizes his recent illness made them target someone close when she went out to buy meat for him. A man forcefully kicks open the door, startling another man inside. An older man is threatened with a large knife as tension rises. A shocked man accuses the armed stranger of targeting someone named Mr. Zhang for his valuables during the confrontation. Lu Yuan faces an armed robber and prepares to defend himself. A character realizes that someone plans to kill the teacher to eliminate any witnesses. A sudden crash shatters the silence of the night above the ancient rooftops. A man reels back in shock, clutching his weapon as blood pours from a fresh wound in his side. A young man fires his handgun as his opponent collapses to the ground. A gunshot rings out, startling the 2 men as they restrain the struggling woman on the ground. A young man with a gun urgently tells his companion to run while another person lies injured on the floor. A terrified man screams as a fiery blast strikes another character in the chest inside the dim stone room. A man fires his gun at 2 opponents as they try to escape the dim, stone-walled room. A person crashes to the ground as 2 assailants with knives emerge from the shadows behind him. Lu Yuan seizes control of the situation by brandishing a gun over a fallen opponent as others panic and flee. A character opens fire on fleeing enemies under the night sky. 2 bodies lie still on the ground as 3 people gather in front of the building, one urgently checking on an injured companion. A man anxiously worries that exposure to a ruthless figure might negatively influence someone close to him. A shocked older man confronts the boy about his unexpected involvement in a deadly shooting. A trembling hand grips a handgun, ready for potential conflict. Trembling with shock, the protagonist grips his gun tightly under the dark sky. Startled by an urgent call, the young man looks down in alarm. A distressed young woman urgently grabs another person's arm in the stone hallway, calling out for help. In the dim stone room, one person embraces another, offering comfort and reassurance after the ordeal. A silver-haired man questions the wary boy in the alley about whether someone left something for him. One character questions another about frequent trips to the wilds, prompting an admission that a hidden object was brought back and is now unexpectedly needed. The boy announces that he and Sis Xiaoyu are leaving town so they won't be a burden. A man with glasses warns that the wildlands are dangerous because the wolf packs have returned. An older man steps forward and assures the 2 younger figures that he will handle the approaching danger while they stay put. A male character anxiously questions how someone could handle such a major incident. A stone house stands alone in the forest beneath a crescent moon and star-filled sky. One of the group realizes the gun has been taken. The squad leader urgently informs his team that only one person in town would dare use a gun, narrowing down their suspect. A nervous man urgently pleads with the stern soldier, insisting there is a misunderstanding. A man in traditional clothing accuses the other of murder, insisting on discussing the situation further. A furious soldier strikes an older man with a pistol, shouting at him to get lost and denying any obsession with money. The officer orders the soldiers to imprison everyone, anticipating an explanation from Ren Xiaosu upon his return. A stern man blocks the doorway, halting the 2 approaching soldiers in a tense standoff. The stern man hands over a document, and orders it to be taken into the barrier while instructing someone to have Fat Luo meet him. An authoritative man gives the document to 2 soldiers, instructing them to deliver it because the situation is beyond their control. One soldier reacts with shock upon realizing that a school teacher just insulted their boss. A young man seizes an older man at gunpoint and demands the others to take action. A soldier confronts the man in the doorway, refusing to accept just a card as their means to leave. A man in military gear forcefully hands a white envelope to an older man with silver hair, heightening the tension between them. A man glares in silence, his intense eyes fixed on the scene before him. The man with glasses narrows his eyes, studying the situation intently. A gloved hand presents an ID card labeled Sequence 178 Refuge Barrier for inspection. A man in military attire urgently identifies the location as Barrier 178. Armed guards escort the captives out of the building under strict watch. A soldier anxiously pulls a large mechanical lever, triggering a sharp clacking sound. An armored vehicle races down a dirt road at night, leaving a trail of dust behind. Armed soldiers storm into the dim room, ordering the woman and the boy not to move as they prepare to search them. Two soldiers corner a young boy, demanding to know where he hid the gun. A young man glares intensely, bracing himself for confrontation. Two masked soldiers freeze in shock as one raises his gun defensively. A worried woman asks an older man if he will be alright, and he calmly reassures her that he will be fine for now. An older man reassures and thanks the younger man for saving him earlier. A young man in the classroom asks the teacher about his previous occupation. A man admits he was in the army as another person immediately presses him about why he left. A stern older man in sunglasses rejects war as a solution to humanity's problems. An older man informs the two younger figures that he chose one of them as a replacement teacher because he is preparing to leave and return to Saibei. A character recalls that Saibei is located in the distant northwest, as previously discussed in class. A barren, snow-covered mountain range stretches below as two large birds fly overhead, highlighting the harshness of Saibei where no plants grow. A solitary fortress rises amid the vast, snow-covered mountains, emphasizing the region's isolation. A young man demands to know the reason for the sudden return to Saibei. An older man explains that the world is beginning to change and that the people he needs are with those waiting for him. The younger man questions the older man about people who might be waiting for him, prompting a knowing smirk in response. An older man calmly reassures the anxious younger character that there is no need to be afraid, as the worst outcome is simply being sent back to Barrier 178. A mysterious mist drifts through the quiet village under the starry night sky. A stern man watches as a larger figure in a fur-trimmed coat presents a card while smoking a cigar. A cloaked figure demands the guard take him to Zhang Jinlin, and the guard complies. Two figures rush urgently across the shadowy floor toward the door. A military vehicle halts as armed figures wait for the fortress gate to open. Inside a vehicle at night, two men urgently confirm the sighting of Zhang Jinlin over the radio. A tense man paces by the window at night, debating over the phone whether to eliminate an intruder hiding in his territory. A man in a white coat stands under the night sky, deciding that this is the perfect chance to kill his target while speaking into a communication device. A young man issues a veiled warning over the walkie-talkie, suggesting serious consequences if his opponent proceeds with the killing. A burly man nervously assures someone on the phone that he can handle the task quietly. A man smirks as he orders someone to be sent back to Barrier 178, plotting to secure control over Saibei. A man quietly instructs someone over the phone to let others handle eliminating their target for now. A man urgently questions someone over the phone about a refugee accused of selling medicine. A man lounges back with a cigar, casually asking over the phone if anything was found in the mountains and mentioning that a female singer he likes went there recently. A young man stands under the night sky, questioning the identity of young Xiao Jin while speaking on the phone. Inside the vehicle, the man calmly asks for details about a singer's career and another person's family while speaking on the phone. One man, surprised by a suspicious connection, questions his companion while they sit tensely in the vehicle. Inside a dimly lit vehicle, a man smoking a cigar orders his companion to avoid targeting the younger brother for now and to proceed with the other instructions. A tense man glances sideways, reacting with suspicion as he notices something concerning. The city rests quietly beneath the starry night sky, framed by distant mountains. A man in a white coat raises a communication device to his ear under the starry sky as it emits a beep. The man carefully scans his surroundings, assessing the situation with focused composure. A young man confidently introduces himself as a member of the consortium and the younger brother of Luolan. A man in white confronts the two kneeling captives while guards stand watch under the night sky. The blue-haired character calls out the names of two key individuals. The figure requests more information about the three individuals. A man questions whether there is a connection between Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin, noting the similarity in their names. The dark-haired young man urgently denies having any connections as he confronts the person with light blue hair. One man urgently reveals that a superhuman can create a shadow from his body that is powerful enough to block bullets, while the others listen intently. A tense man urgently warns someone to be most wary of Ren Xiaosu. The young man questions the other person's motives with a curious gaze. The blue-haired girl glares sideways and bluntly expresses her irritation. Panicked by his opponent's overwhelming strength, the man recoils in fear. Two people sprint through a dark canyon, desperately escaping a swarm of monstrous insects. A cloaked man urgently shouts after spotting a suspicious figure fleeing in the opposite direction. A young man glances back in alarm, breaking into a sweat as he senses an imminent threat approaching. He turns around to check on the person behind him by the moonlit lake. A cloaked figure rushes toward him through the mountain pass, prompting him to stand alert. A frustrated competitor shouts in disbelief as a distant figure sprints away at incredible speed while carrying another person, leaving a vehicle behind. One character explains that someone can carry an adult with one arm and run quickly, suggesting he might be superhuman, while the others react with skepticism and surprise. The young man assures the other person that there is nothing else to discuss and encourages them to relax. Under the starry sky, one man documents the threat levels of 2 superhumans in his notebook, while another stands nearby. One character grabs another's arm to stop them from leaving. One character pleads that they are innocent bystanders who were forced to come by someone else, while the group stands tensely under the night sky. The black-haired man confronts the others, insisting he alone should take responsibility, and demands to know their intentions. A confident man orders the captives to follow him, warning them not to be shocked by what comes next. The scene shifts to a calm night as a crescent moon glows above drifting clouds. A large group marches in formation through the night outside a building. A commanding figure urgently dispatches a squad of soldiers to search for missing people before the midnight deadline. A commanding figure quickly organizes several teams and leads them through the dark city streets. A tense young man demands to know their destination while a uniformed figure silently observes. A man promises that the truth will be revealed soon as he stands beneath the crescent moon. A lone soldier cautiously advances from behind a wall, alert for any danger in the deserted city. A man steps forward and raises his hand to force someone to stop. 2 cloaked figures freeze in shock as soldiers surround them on the dark city street. An armored monster grins menacingly, its sharp teeth bared as it exhales visible breath. A monstrous captive is revealed behind the iron bars of a cage. One figure inspects the chained creature in the cage, realizing its bite matches the mark found on the corpse. A man in a white coat questions the person beside him about whether they have seen the corpse that was ripped apart. A blue-haired woman anxiously confronts an unknown threat, trying to make sense of what she sees. A soldier explains that the strange creatures are remnants from before the calamity, recently discovered and known as test subjects, while the others assess the scene. A blue-haired figure in tactical gear questions a smirking man in a lab coat about the recent escape of test subjects from a laboratory. A young man examines the subject closely, expressing curiosity about their survival. Enshio accuses the group of searching for a test subject and the hidden lab. A young man narrows his gaze, steeling himself for what's ahead. A young man explains that humans develop from cell division under the starry night sky. A character explains that while cell division could theoretically continue indefinitely, human cells actually stop working and die after about 50 divisions. A man explains that this is why humans inevitably age and die. A blue-haired character intensely questions whether the situation can still be changed. A breakthrough in cellular research is discussed, suggesting the lab may have discovered a way to make cells divide infinitely and extend human lifespan. A serious young man reloads his gun while warning that the test subjects, though now inhumanly strong and agile, have lost all human intelligence. Lu Yuan throws an object toward the aggressive creature inside the barred cell. A character's eye glows red as he begins to unleash his hidden power. Behind iron bars, a dangerous creature is revealed as the captors discuss the heavy cost of its capture. One man meticulously records observations about another's increasingly inhuman traits amid the ruins. A calm young man reveals that the lab may be a secret base of Tinder Corp from before the calamity, and is suspected of genetic experimentation. She notices a troubling pattern involving Tinder Corp. A young man considers whether the new technology will benefit the Qin Consortium. A monstrous creature crushes a handgun in its jaws, shattering it with a savage bite. A stern man commands his subordinate to blind their target with a strong light, and the order is quickly acknowledged. 2 armed men on the rooftop sweep the sky with a spotlight, searching for threats. A soldier quickly activates the searchlight, sweeping its beam across the dark night. A bloodied captive lies motionless in a cage as armed guards and 2 men look on. A monstrous face snarls in close-up, revealing its rage. A chained creature collapses in defeat amid broken shackles and shattered fragments. The young man confronts his opponent, questioning if they are afraid of the light. One character explains that the fear of light comes from both unresolved human emotions and an instinctive reaction caused by genetic modification. A figure in a lab coat orders the group to eliminate any extras and avoid casualties as they prepare for their research. The protagonist questions why the enemy, previously afraid of light, appeared in daylight, suspecting it either evolved or was lured by something. One character demands to know if the 3 figures behind him are involved in the situation. A group marches forward in formation, their heavy boots pounding the ground. A bald man in black demands an update from the soldiers searching the empty street. A stern man updates his team over a walkie-talkie that there is still no sign of the targets as the search continues. A deserted rooftop stands in silence as the doorway glows in the night, hinting at recent movement. A lone figure in a tattered cloak approaches the massive department store, amazed by its grandeur from before the calamity. Someone mocks a rival's ambition to open a department store by bragging they could start a goldsmith shop too. Lu Yuan surveys the shadowy, cluttered warehouse, skeptical that a goldsmith shop could be hidden inside. Liyuan spins around in alarm as a loud crash erupts behind him. A character discovers figurines from Journey to the West on the ground and questions their significance. A hand moves to place the figurine holding the stick onto the horse. A signing rolls beneath the night sky. A cloaked figure demands to know the location of the goldsmith shop while searching indoors at night. A cloaked figure discovers a goldsmith shop and reacts with surprise. A ragged young man clutches his head in despair after finding the food display cases completely empty. A young man examines a blackened ring, noting that silverware turns black when oxidized. Liyuan tosses the silverware aside, dismissing it as worthless. A hand lifts a gold bar in triumph, confirming the hidden treasure has been found. Liyuan excitedly gathers gold bars, convinced this newfound fortune will secure a comfortable future and make his dream of opening a goldsmith shop possible. He stands in the dim room, troubled by how to transport everyone with the limited resources available. Liyuan suddenly realizes a crucial idea as inspiration strikes. Two striped-sleeved hands carefully examine mysterious mechanical parts over a cluttered table. The lone figure approaches the display case, preparing to confront the mysterious artifact. Holding the goldware artifact, the character prepares to crush it and store it in the palace inventory as instructed. Liyuan pushes against a large wooden door, struggling to keep out the growing threat outside. He quickly packs all the items into his cape, preparing to take them back. A group in military boots marches forward with determined steps. Startled, he spots an unexpected threat above, his fear instantly visible. A squad marches in formation down an empty street at night. Liyuan hides behind a wall, watching nervously as armed soldiers march past. He spots the Qing army appearing unexpectedly, and immediately grows tense. Sensing the large, combat-ready group nearby, the young man grows increasingly alert to possible danger. A bald man strides forward with armed soldiers while two exhausted figures watch warily from the foreground. A stern, bald man surveys the dim room while armed soldiers stand guard beside him. He assesses the situation in tense silence, his eyes sharp and focused. Liyuan carefully peeks around the corner to see if the danger has passed. The deserted street stands empty under dim lights, setting an uneasy atmosphere. A stern man in black signals his armed companion to halt as they prepare to breach the building entrance. Two men crouch together as one urgently whispers a question. A bald man notices that the arrangement of the figurines on the shelf does not match his memory from a previous search. Two armed men cautiously investigate the area while one urgently calls for reinforcements to surround the location. A stern bald man signals to the soldiers as they brace for a confrontation behind cover. Armed soldiers silently move into position to breach the building's entrance. He looks up in shock, sweat forming on his cheek as he reacts to a sudden realization. A squad of armed soldiers moves carefully along the building, preparing to breach. Alarmed, he questions why the Qing's tactical squad has returned. Realizing he has been exposed, the young man understands that a tactical squad is now targeting him. The young man steels himself, preparing for the confrontation ahead. The character prepares to abandon the heavy bag of gold bars before moving on. A soldier signals for silence as he leads his companion cautiously through the dark corridor. A squad of armed soldiers advances cautiously through a dimly lit hallway, weapons raised and flashlights cutting through the darkness. Two groups carrying torches converge in a dark alley. A soldier urgently presents something to the stern chief in the tense, shadowy setting. Two men in tactical gear find a bag of gold bars abandoned by their target. One man questions why their target seems interested only in the gold bars, suspecting unusual motives. A soldier in tactical gear snaps to attention as loud thuds echo from the vent above. An armed guard rushes up the staircase, urgently reporting that the target is escaping to the second floor. Soldiers race up the stairs, determined not to let their target escape to the third floor. Two men in tactical gear move cautiously up a dim stairwell. A man questions his opponent's decision to run upstairs, suspecting it will lead to being trapped on the rooftop. Someone calmly assesses that a man abandoned the gold bars to escape danger, demonstrating rational caution. A male character rushes determinedly down a dark staircase. Liyuan rushes up the dim stairwell, realizing his pursuers will soon surround the building. He quickly calculates that escaping now would risk running into Qing's troops in any direction. He suddenly realizes there might be another possibility. A tense man urgently points out that someone may escape by jumping to a nearby shorter building just 10 meters away. A commanding figure orders his armed team to continue pursuing their target as the troops swiftly prepare to give chase. A bald man urgently commands his team to secure the neighboring building while gripping his gun. A bald man in tactical gear loses his balance and tumbles down the dim staircase, gripping his handgun tightly. A figure steps forcefully onto the floor, breaking the tense silence. Liyuan bursts energetically through the doorway into the dimly lit room. A character forcefully knocks the metal vent cover to the ground, creating an escape route. A young man urgently points out the enemy's location on the rooftop. Liyuan sprints urgently across the rooftop in the night. A figure crashes down onto the rooftop, shattering the tiles beneath them. A determined young man leaps swiftly across the rooftops under the night sky. A man charges down the dark street with his gun ready. A bald man looks up in shock as someone falls from a tall building at night. A bald man in tactical gear anxiously wonders how someone managed to jump across two buildings. A man urgently radios his team to demand a reassessment of Ren Xiaosu's abilities. A young man lands silently on the rooftop, ready to move. A determined figure leaps from one rooftop to another under the night sky. A male character stands on a rooftop at night, cautiously observing a tall, foreboding building under the crescent moon. Startled, Lu Yuan suddenly spots something alarming off-panel. A tall, dark building stands beneath a crescent moon on a starry night. A lone figure stands in the stairwell as a powerful energy beam suddenly tears through the darkness. A hooded figure steps into the shadows, adjusting his visor with steady confidence. Lu Yuan adjusts his cap and steels himself for the confrontation ahead. A hand swiftly reaches out toward the glowing, ominous sword. A figure steps forcefully into the dimly lit space, announcing their arrival. A hooded figure with a rifle scans the ruined, snowy city from a high vantage point, preparing to take a shot. A sharp-eyed character steadies a glowing, high-tech rifle and takes aim with unwavering focus. A figure in a black hoodie with cat ears takes aim with a glowing, high-tech weapon, ready to fire. Lu Yuan whirls around in alarm and urgently calls out after recognizing someone under the starry sky. From the shadows, the protagonist carefully surveys the devastated city street under the night sky. A deadly plan is revealed as the man in the white coat becomes the target, watched by shadowy figures near the metal cage. A young man watches the distant building, gauging how far the woman is from the man in white. He methodically evaluates every environmental factor before attempting the long-range shot. A man assesses the extreme difficulty of making a long-range sniper shot due to complex environmental factors. A dark-haired man in a white coat walks away from a blue-haired character in the dim corridor. The blue-haired character senses the sudden stillness as the wind abruptly stops. Sensing the urgency, the young man braces himself to act at a critical moment. He realizes the shooter is hesitating and hasn't fired. He suddenly realizes the string on her thumb has somehow been untied. The blue-haired character kneels before two imposing figures, ready to confront their authority. A determined figure lunges forward with a knife, initiating an attack on two opponents in the alley. A blue-haired attacker lunges with a knife at an unsuspecting man in a white coat. A figure is slammed violently against the wall as another watches from the foreground. A silver-haired character braces defensively as someone snaps open a large folding fan, signaling the start of a confrontation. A determined fighter slashes at a surprised opponent with a powerful fan attack. A silver-haired attacker strikes, but the dark-haired figure quickly blocks the blow. A young man swings his sword forcefully, launching an attack. A silver-haired figure in a black cloak lunges forward, launching a knife attack. A hand strikes the ground, activating a glowing purple magic circle as the earth rumbles. A character with long blue hair is rapidly pulled toward the glowing portal in the sky. A surge of dark energy bursts from the ground as a character with a fan watches intently. A shocked man reveals that someone is a superhuman while another man calmly observes the situation. The man stares upward in shock as he realizes that another person is a superhuman. A young man recoils in shock, struggling to comprehend how the person before him could be so different from the fragile figure he once knew. A young man watches intently as a sudden flash of light erupts from a tall building in the night. A masked figure unleashes a powerful shot from the rooftop. A young man urgently warns the others after spotting a sniper. A blazing projectile hurtles overhead as three startled figures duck for cover in the deserted street. A determined figure swings a large object forward with force as another watches from behind. A determined fighter leaps forward, launching an attack with twin folding fans. A young man swiftly blocks a speeding bullet with his fan weapon. The young man glares forward with furious determination, his expression tense as he faces the situation head-on. A blazing projectile strikes and partially shatters the folding fan. A glowing projectile blasts through the stone barrier, sending debris flying. Lu Yuan forcefully blocks a powerful attack as debris explodes around him. A man in black strikes his opponent with a forceful blow, shattering objects and sending a shockwave through the scene. A man in a white suit stands over his defeated opponent, who coughs up blood on the ground at night. He turns away, regret clear on his face as he clutches his chest. A male character urgently signals and prepares to throw a smoke grenade. Thick smoke billows across the ground as someone urges others to move quickly. Amidst the ruined city, a composed man urgently orders his group to locate the sniper hiding in the southeast's abandoned building. A bullet is introduced with striking emphasis. A hand forcefully slams a ring into the ground, causing the stone to crack. A man in a loosened tie carefully inspects a mysterious object beneath the night sky. The young man assesses the situation with a focused, intense gaze. Someone reveals that a dangerous organization, long rumored to be hiding among the corporations, has finally made its move. A man harshly insults another for not realizing the presence of superhuman talent. A man recoils in horror, struggling to accept a shocking revelation about someone's transformation. A sharp blade is thrust dangerously close to someone's eye, escalating the threat in an instant. The young man delivers a harsh ultimatum and prepares to eliminate his opponent. A badly wounded man collapses face down as blood pools from his mouth and hand. A young man stands on a rooftop at night, warily observing as two adversaries form an unexpected alliance. One character reflects that their opponent's cover story was not flawless. Someone recalls how, before heading for the mountains, a swap was requested and a secret glance went unnoticed. After they finished eating fish, Another person was invited to join. In the dark forest, a masked figure holds a man in military attire at gunpoint, creating a tense standoff. He wonders why Qingjin is being targeted and what makes him important enough for a superhuman to risk everything to protect him. A character ejects a spent bullet casing from a high-tech sniper rifle and quickly reloads, preparing to fire again. A determined character raises a high-tech weapon and takes aim. A sudden flash of light catches the character's attention as he looks up at the building. Liu Yuan recoils in shock and anger as a sudden impact erupts nearby. Alarmed, he suspects someone is targeting him from a nearby rooftop and questions their motives. Two figures in dark clothing prepare for confrontation in a shadowy corridor, with one aiming a large sniper rifle. Two characters enter side by side, one looking serious while the other smiles and waves. A dark cloak is hurled into a glowing portal in the dimly lit room. A frustrated boy demands to know why he was left behind. A squad of armed soldiers charges down the corridor as their boots pound against the floor. From his vantage point above the street, Liu Yuan scolds his companions for recklessly drawing attention as a group of torch-bearing figures advances below. A vigilant young man grips his handgun under the night sky, preparing for an imminent threat. A bald man bursts through the tiled doorway, shattering a chair in his path. A figure unleashes a powerful burst of energy with a desperate punch. Two armed figures huddle behind a shield as gunfire rains down on them from a rooftop. A bald man rapidly fires his gun while another character braces behind a shield for defense. A male character vaults over the wall at high speed. A man races across the rooftop to escape before enemy troops arrive, while another watches his swift movements with surprise. Armed men spot the target fleeing across a rooftop and immediately move to tighten their pursuit. A young man lands on a rooftop as he enters the city's lockdown zone with two companions. A determined young man bursts forward, intent on being the fastest to escape. A lone figure vaults over the rooftop, moving swiftly through the night. Dodging a sudden attack, the figure realizes they have severely underestimated their opponent's strength. A desperate figure races through the alley, determined to escape pursuit by reaching the forest. A group moves carefully through the ruins of a devastated city as volcanoes erupt in the night. A volcano erupts violently, launching a pillar of energy into the sky. Sensing imminent danger, the protagonist urgently leaps forward and warns others about the possible volcanic eruption. A bald man stands frozen in the street as a distant volcano erupts, sending a deep rumble through the city. A stern man warns his group that the kid will not be able to return once the volcano erupts. A massive volcano erupts over the city as the protagonist anxiously looks back. A desperate figure races through the ruined city at night, anxiously deciding whether to keep running or retreat as a large group pursues him. Crouching in the ruined city, he hesitates to turn around, convinced danger is right behind him. The young man dashes through the forest toward the erupting volcano, desperate to survive. The determined leader urges the armed group to press forward through the dark forest. A tense order is given to search the forest after the target vanishes. A bald man urgently orders others to kill the target on sight after reporting the target's extraordinary speed. A squad of armed soldiers advances through the dark forest, determined to hunt down their elusive target. Surrounded by searchers in the forest, he remains hidden and waits for the right moment to act. He presses himself against the tree as armed soldiers close in through the darkness. Liu Yuan panics as he hides in the shadows, fearing he will be discovered. The figure darts through the forest, leaving the stunned soldiers behind. Liu Yuan charges forward and sends two attackers flying through the dark forest. A terrified soldier screams as he is held upside down by a calm, overpowering opponent. A man raises his gun and demands to know what is happening. The young man leans forward, his fierce grin and intense glare revealing unwavering resolve. A figure lands in a tree above three soldiers while evading capture in the dark forest. A defiant young man steps forward under the night sky and loudly challenges anyone to face him. Three armed men silently confront the dark forest, tension rising as they stand guard. A young man suddenly changes direction, launching himself through the shattered trees as confusion erupts about their true target. Gunshots ring out as armed soldiers fire at a lone figure advancing confidently through the dark forest. Liu Yuan charges determinedly through the dark forest. Panicked soldiers fire their rifles wildly at an unseen threat in the forest. Caught off guard in the dark forest, a startled figure recoils as glowing attackers ambush with a barrage of energy blasts. Two soldiers frantically fire their rifles at a rapidly approaching threat in the forest. A young man armed with claw-like weapons sprints through the nighttime forest as pursuers chase after him. A man hastily corrects the target information through his communicator as a storm rages around him. A gigantic shadowy beast bursts from the forest and charges at the startled group of armed men. A resolute man fires his handgun at the monstrous figure lurking in the dark woods. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes emerges menacingly from the darkness. A bald man clenches his jaw and glares at the night sky in anger. Liu Yuan sprints through the dark forest, startled by the sudden appearance of multiple superhumans and a sniper rifle. Determined to keep his abilities secret, the young man decides to impersonate another person to avoid suspicion. As armed soldiers unleash gunfire into the dark forest, a figure quickly retracts their shadow ability. A commanding figure forces the shadowy entity to retreat with a powerful attack. A shadowy force ambushes and violently hurls massed soldiers into the air at night. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes swiftly descends through the dark forest, signaling a new threat. Lu Yuan braces himself as a shadowy creature descends through the trees. A young man with a ponytail is suddenly struck from behind, blood spraying as he collapses forward. Lu Yuan suddenly reacts to an unexpected and alarming development. He realizes that using the shadow power causes his body to feel any wounds the shadow receives. Injured and exhausted, he hides in the forest clearing, determined to recover and plan his escape. A bloodied, chained ankle scrapes across the ground as someone struggles forward in the darkness. Startled by suspicious noises in the darkness, Lu Yuan realizes there is more than one threat nearby. Lu Yuan halts as monstrous creatures emerge from the misty forest ahead. Two monstrous creatures burst from the darkness, launching a sudden ambush in the forest. The young man panics as he realizes there is no escape from the monsters closing in. Three monstrous attackers with glowing red eyes lunge from the shadows as Lu Yuan braces himself for battle. Lu Yuan urgently dodges as a weapon hurtles toward him. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes lunges forward, initiating its attack. A character crashes violently to the ground under the moonlit forest sky. Cornered in the dark forest, the young man hesitates to shoot, fearing it will alert the enemy. Lu Yuan studies the monstrous figure, realizing that a dagger is more effective than a gun at close range. Lu Yuan grips his dagger and braces himself as two monsters close in through the shadows. The young man jolts in shock as he suddenly realizes something urgent. He frantically searches the ground, realizing his dagger has vanished as a shadowy figure watches from the darkness. As they move carefully through the dark forest, one of them recalls being pushed just before someone disappeared. Sitting on the cliff, he realizes the dagger might have been taken during the earlier encounter. A woman sits beneath the night sky, gripping a knife as she suspects someone close to her of betrayal. A monstrous creature hides behind a tree as a determined young man advances through the moonlit forest. Three monstrous, red-eyed creatures emerge from the ground at night. He braces himself and prepares to strike first against the shadowy figure. Lu Yuan charges forward and attacks the shadowy enemies in the dark forest. Startled by a sudden noise, the wounded protagonist turns sharply in alarm. A monstrous creature slashes Lu Yuan across the back under the night sky. Lu Yuan reels back as he is suddenly wounded, blood spraying through the air. Lu Yuan lands a powerful punch, striking down the monstrous opponent in the dark forest. Sensing imminent danger, the protagonist snaps to attention as something unexpected catches his eye off panel. A powerful blow lands on the monstrous creature's face, stopping it in its tracks. A sudden burst of blinding light startles Lu Yuan, leaving him shocked and on edge. Lu Yuan staggers and cries out as intense pain overwhelms him. Lu Yuan launches a powerful energy attack that sends the monstrous creature flying through the moonlit forest. Lu Yuan realizes he can't injure the thick-skinned creatures without a weapon as they attack in the darkness. A monstrous creature with glowing red eyes lunges from the shadows in the forest. Exhausted and desperate, he forces himself to search for a weapon in the dim forest. A shadowy attacker suddenly slashes him across the chest, leaving him wounded as a demonic creature lurks nearby. A savage creature lunges forward, attacking with brutal ferocity in the midst of a bloody scene. The wounded protagonist is violently hurled through the air as two monsters close in below. The wounded man staggers forward, blood streaming from his mouth as he fights to stay on his feet. A shadowy figure unleashes a powerful strike against two demonic creatures in the dark forest. A monstrous creature lunges from above, aiming to attack the wounded figure sprawled on the forest floor. A monstrous figure crashes into the ground, signaling the start of a deadly attack. Pinned beneath the monstrous claw, Lu Yuan struggles desperately, realizing he is too weak to escape. An injured young man desperately demands a weapon. A system alert warns of a death threat and prompts for the removal of the seal. Injured and startled, he notices a mysterious seal forming as strange energy swirls around him in the moonlit forest clearing. The cost of breaking the seal is revealed to be loss. A battered figure kneels in the dark forest, defiantly challenging the idea of loss. A wounded young man defiantly demands to know why he must lose everything after enduring so much hardship. A monstrous figure strikes the terrified man, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Frustrated, the young man vents his irritation into the empty forest, demanding a response from the unseen presence. Lu Yuan collapses to the ground, paralyzed by fear as a monstrous figure looms over him. There are 7 appreciations remaining before the weapon can be unlocked. Lu Yuan stands alone under the night sky and sarcastically agrees to thank himself 7 times. An injured young man in the dark forest affirms his strength and courage to himself. A shadowy figure stands over someone thrown to the ground as the person reflects on staying true to themselves in the face of adversity. A bloodied young man stands in the dark forest, reaffirming his resolve to stay true to his principles. The wounded young man kneels and summons his resolve, reaffirming his honesty despite the pain. The character reaffirms his unwavering resolve, confident in his clear mind and decisiveness. A young man shouts with fierce determination, expressing gratitude for the hardships he endured in the swamp. A volcano erupts violently, unleashing chaos and signaling the start of new challenges. Lu Yuan, injured but resolute, crouches on the ground as a shadowy figure advances through the dark forest toward him. Lu Yuan concentrates fiercely as he activates his power. A monstrous creature lunges at the startled person just as a system notification grants weapon authority. A young man releases a surge of dark, glowing energy from his hand. A humanoid creature charges at the crouched young man, who readies dark energy in his hand to defend himself. A hand quickly seizes the cursed sword as tension rises. An injured young man slams his glowing, red-black sword into the ground, unleashing a surge of energy. With fierce determination, the protagonist charges forward, slashing through all obstacles without hesitation. A blood-soaked blade decapitates the monster in the dark, foggy forest. 3 monstrous, bloodied creatures lunge forward to attack in the dark forest. Lu Yuan stands over his fallen enemies in the dark forest, intimidating the last survivor who cowers in terror. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes and a cursed sword suddenly appears before the wounded young man in the forest. Wounded but resolute, the protagonist charges forward with his sword as a menacing pursuer closes in through the dark forest. A monstrous creature ambushes a defenseless young man in the dark forest. Lu Yuan spins and strikes the monster with his sword in a fierce attack. A shadowy figure with a red aura swiftly cuts down enemies while moving through the dark forest. A bloodied young man stands victorious over several corpses as another enemy collapses in the dark forest. Bloodied but resolute, the protagonist stands in the forest as he awakens his superhuman power. A bloodied young man leaves the scene of his victory as a new side mission appears, offering a weapon upgrade for 1,000 appreciation tokens, while a bystander reacts in shock. Armed soldiers in camouflage rush through the dark forest, rifles ready. Armed figures cautiously advance along the blood-soaked forest path, discovering the aftermath of a massacre. The armed man and 2 soldiers freeze in shock as they stumble upon bloody remains in the moonlit forest. Inspecting the ground, the man realizes only one person was involved in the recent fight. Realizing the enemy's overwhelming strength, the man urgently decides to call for backup. A subordinate urgently reports that Su Xianchu single-handedly killed 4 test subjects, prompting the group to reconsider his threat level as they stand over a slain monster in the night forest. A man crouches near bloodstains and a radio, analyzing the scene and remarking on the unexpected strength it took to kill 4 test subjects alone. A man orders Su Xianchu's danger level to be adjusted to grade B while another records the update. A bald man receives instructions over the walkie-talkie to collect blood samples as a record and promptly acknowledges the order. After several people reveal their identities, one man wonders what Ren Xiaosu will do next. A young man calculates how capturing an enemy could give him leverage over a well-connected rival. A man calmly explains that failing to capture the target is not a problem because both barriers remain under Qing Consortium control. A man in a white coat strides toward a group of armed soldiers guarding a deserted street. A powerful explosion erupts, illuminating the night behind the trees. A squad of soldiers opens fire into the shadowy forest, bullets lighting up the night. A determined investigator pushes deeper into the dark forest, searching for the fugitive who fled toward the volcano. A gloved figure methodically collects a blood sample from the battlefield, noting that there are no signs of a major injury. A man calculates their heavy losses and realizes that they are still outmatched despite superior numbers. A bald man inspects the cleanly sliced corpses of 2 monsters in the moonlit forest. A man explains that even a sharp combat knife requires immense force to cut the test subject's skin, highlighting the subject's mysterious resilience. A stern man leads a group of armed soldiers into the tense, shadowy forest as heavy footsteps echo around them. A young man braces himself and lifts a sharpened stick, ready to strike. A man shouts in frustration as soldiers behind him open fire at an unexpected adversary returning to the dark forest. The young man urgently warns his opponent to look behind him before taking a shot. Lu Yuan races through the dark forest, desperately fleeing from the shadowy figures in pursuit. A furious man confronts the startled soldiers in the woods about interfering with the test subject's nest. An urgent escape unfolds as one person drags an injured companion, while a group of pursuers closes in and an armed figure stands ready behind them. A bald man freezes as 2 armed soldiers confront him under the glare of explosions in the night sky. A bald man and 3 soldiers open fire together, filling the air with gunshots. A furious fighter lunges at his red-eyed opponent, demanding to know how he still has time to shoot. The young man forcefully pins the shadowy, red-clad enemy as dark energy swirls around them. A young man confidently threatens his target, promising to unleash monsters on them. A monstrous, shadowy figure carrying someone descends toward armed soldiers in the deserted city. Lu Yuan charges forward and brutally attacks the monstrous figure as the soldiers watch in terror. A worried man assesses the advancing horde of test subjects, realizing that ignoring them would endanger both their group and the city behind. A swarm of red-eyed monsters bursts from the darkness, advancing rapidly. The officer angrily realizes their target manipulated the chaos to escape, leaving the squad stalled and frustrated. A bald man questions the unexpected surge in test subjects inside the mountain. He suspects that misleading information was deliberately spread to target someone who had been a threat to Tinder Corp. A man urgently orders the formation of a defense line over his walkie-talkie. Armed squads rush forward and prepare to open fire on the approaching shadowy monsters to defend the city. Lu Yuan cautiously assesses the advancing soldiers, questioning if their strength surpasses that of a private army. Consortium soldiers form a tight defensive line and fire their weapons to hold off the enemy and buy time. A young man studies the confident figure in white, questioning how he can lead such an effective squad. A bald man leads his squad forward as they unleash a barrage of gunfire at their unseen targets. Monstrous figures with glowing red eyes charge forward, launching their attack. A bald man fires his gun in frustration, realizing their weapons have no effect on the attackers. A commanding figure orders the group to retreat toward the city border, assuring them that preparations are already in place. A man exhales deeply, releasing the tension that had built up. A leader urgently orders the soldiers to hold their ground and prepare to retreat as reinforcements approach. 2 soldiers urgently fire their assault rifles as bright muzzle flashes cut through the scene. 2 monstrous creatures lunge forward, attacking with ferocity. A group of monstrous, bloodied creatures emerges, crouching menacingly in the foreground. Soldiers unleash a volley of gunfire at figures moving through the darkness. A young man sprints through the forest, relieved to have escaped thanks to the distraction caused by the combat squad. He realizes the bald chief was caught off guard by the unexpected number of test subjects hidden in the mountains. A young man mocks the lack of entertainment in the mountains, implying the locals have little to do except breed. Lu Yuan stands atop a shadowy demonic figure as ominous light pierces the dark forest, signaling a new confrontation. A massive explosion engulfs the mountainside, lighting up the night sky. A monstrous claw crashes down through the flames and debris. A mysterious creature bursts from the erupting volcano as a startled observer tries to comprehend what is happening. A lone figure in a long coat watches as an explosion erupts on a distant mountaintop beneath the starry sky. A worried soldier questions the calm man in white as they confront an unknown presence under the night sky. The young man acknowledges their failure and orders a retreat to the east, deciding to leave the mountains. A man in a white suit urgently orders his subordinate to call for backup if a threat emerges or if test subjects are forced south toward Barrier 113. A man in a lab coat leads armed soldiers out of the room after ordering everyone to leave immediately. A violent eruption tears through the mountainside, sending shockwaves across the night. A convoy of military trucks rumbles through the empty city streets under cover of night. An explosion erupts in the forest, prompting soldiers to unleash a barrage of gunfire toward the blast. A man in tactical gear urgently orders his group to retreat amid the chaos. Armed men exchange gunfire as they advance through the shadowy forest. Monstrous, red-eyed creatures charge out of the dark forest, ready to attack. A lone figure in a white cloak stands resolutely as armed soldiers surround him under the harsh glare of headlights. Amid flashing lights, Lu Yuan stands his ground as armed soldiers rush past him down the street. A confident man enters the command center, holding a device as soldiers gather behind him under harsh lights. 3 monstrous, red-eyed creatures race through the dark forest, setting off surveillance devices. A hand slams down on a remote control, activating a device. A massive explosion erupts in the forest as a male character stands watching the destruction. A shadowy figure crashes violently into the battlefield as flames and debris fill the air. A subordinate regretfully informs his leader that he failed to bring Su Xianchu back. The man in white tells his companion to get in the car so they can head west and try to return to Barrier 112. A bald man nervously assesses the situation, sweating as he reacts to an unseen threat. A confident young man coldly tells the anxious bald man that saving them was purely for his own benefit and not out of loyalty. The group realizes their vehicles are disabled and panic spreads as they discover the tires are unusable. A commanding figure orders a subordinate to repair the punctured tires using the available equipment. 2 soldiers discover that their vehicle's tires have been deliberately sliced, realizing it's an act of sabotage. Both men realize in disbelief that even the spare tires are missing. A man, consumed by vengeance, demands a combat uniform as he prepares to hunt down his enemy. A volcano erupts violently, spewing lava and explosions into the night sky. A group of people in military boots marches purposefully down the hallway. 2 men in tactical gear are marched through a dimly lit area by armed soldiers, discussing the consequences of their failed mission. 2 men discuss keeping someone under surveillance in case he returns to Barrier 113. A mysterious object crashes into the mountains near the city at night, raising concern among the onlookers. After disabling his pursuer's vehicle, the figure slips away through the dark forest. Lu Yuan retrieves his cloak while a menacing shadow watches from the forest. A young man walks through the forest, reflecting with resignation on missing out on the gold but insisting that money is still a necessity. The injured figure leans on their companion as they move toward the cave to seek shelter for the night. A campfire burns on the ground as flames crackle through the logs. A battered young man glances back at his reduced group, reflecting on how their squad has dwindled since arriving. Lu Yuan quickly turns around, sensing a sudden threat in the dark cave. Lu Yuan examines the freshly carved message on the cave wall, questioning if someone from the group was responsible for it, as he recalls recent disappearances in the forest. A tall masked figure confronts the boy, accusing him of carving something frightening to scare others. Fiery explosions crash down from the sky, engulfing the landscape in chaos. A large hand lunges toward the frightened beast while a bird escapes into the blood-red forest. A solitary figure watches a fierce blaze erupting on the mountainside from afar. The young man braces himself for a long, sleepless night as urgent matters demand his attention. Lu Yuan plummets downward, clutching a red glowing, shadowy entity as he tries to escape. A figure crashes violently through the trees on a dark mountainside. A lone figure dashes across the rocky terrain at incredible speed, determined to outrun the pursuing man-faced insects. A glowing slash tears through the darkness, targeting the mechanical spider hiding behind the rocks. Mechanical creatures suddenly detect a human sprinting past them at incredible speed in the night forest. A startled wolf halts as a red energy barrier suddenly slices through the forest. A startled wolf watches as another is abruptly pulled into a swirling black vortex crackling with red energy. Luyuan stands determined atop a menacing, red-eyed shadow creature in the dark forest, asserting control over it. The figure speeds through the sky at sunrise, approaching the fortified settlement with relief. An adult enters the room holding a surprise for the child resting in bed, immediately drawing everyone's attention. A boy complains about being woken up early while begrudgingly acknowledging a favor done for him. A young woman urges someone to wake up earlier each day so they can gain extra time for activities they enjoy. He curls up contentedly in his bed, savoring the comfort of his sheets. A girl angrily pulls the blanket away as she argues with the boy hiding beneath it. A cloaked figure hides alone against the stone wall, deep in thought. A girl stands alone, wishing her brother could share in their improved life. A woman gently reaches out to comfort the hooded figure in the dim, stone-walled room. An older man hands steaming sweet potatoes to the group and is asked why he eats them every day. A man recalls traveling with his father during a famine to seek help from relatives. A man reminisces about finding sweet potatoes in the wild with his father, and recalls how delicious they tasted when baked. In the dimly lit stone room, the character stands wide-eyed and silent, visibly stunned by what just happened. Two young men sit together in a ruined building at night, beginning a quiet conversation about the nature of human happiness. A young man reflects on how enduring suffering makes brief moments of happiness more motivating. One boy reassures the other with heartfelt words, highlighting the value of small moments of happiness. The group realizes that with the teacher gone, no one is left to educate the town. A young girl insists that her brother can teach when he returns, clutching a red stone fragment as she stands by the stone wall. Inside a dim stone room, a bespectacled man anxiously informs another person that the factory workers have returned because a volcano erupted in the mountains, and they have no news about Xiao Su. A young man stands against the stone wall, clutching a red pouch as he reassures himself that his brother will be fine. She reassures herself that her brother must be safe because she is still alive after making her wish. A cheerful man jokes that Xiao Su is probably causing trouble somewhere right now. A man comments on the influx of newcomers and the barrier's use of refugees to monitor the busy town. A cautious figure warns to avoid these troublesome people. A young man glares defiantly at a small group gathered near the vendor's stand, escalating the tension. An older man warns the two younger people to be cautious and offers to help them leave town, suspecting that outsiders may be after someone else. He questions why the group wants to capture in Xiao Su, showing concern about their motives. Inside the stone-walled room, two people anxiously speculate that someone may have caused serious trouble for the squad in the mountains, while another listens silently. Four men move silently through the dark forest, following the lead of a figure in a white coat. One man angrily demands to know when they can return to Barrier 112 while another stands by silently in the forest. A young man turns to the bald man in the dim forest, commenting on the boss's sudden use of harsh language. A young man covers his face in distress, lamenting that his image is completely ruined. A terrified boy urgently warns everyone to run from monstrous insects with human faces that hunt people. A soldier confronts the nervous young man in the ruined village, urging him to stop acting scared and leave if he wants. A young man crashes forcefully into the walled courtyard as another person looks on from behind. A young man bursts into the room by kicking the door open, startling the two people inside. A young man excitedly greets another as he returns to the stone-walled room. A young man urgently orders the group to pack their things as everyone reacts with surprise and anxiety. A young man detains someone at gunpoint in a dim room, informing them they must stay until the group departs. A nervous man warns the group about the crowd outside and questions their plan to leave together. A young man grins confidently as he twirls a handgun, declaring that no one can stop him. In a dim stone room, two men discuss whether Mr. Zhang's presence protects them from the Qin. One man anxiously reveals that he fled not from the Qin consortium, but because monsters from the mountains are approaching, shocking his companion. The young man warns that the real danger extends far beyond the overwhelming number of bugs. A panicked man grabs the young man's arm, begging for time to find his son and escape with the group. A young man raises his hand and questions why someone wants to leave when all their business is here. One person steps forward in the circle and pledges unwavering trust and loyalty to the group's leader, urging others to follow. One character worries that warning the town about the monsters will make people think he is crazy, but someone has chosen to trust him. A man thoughtfully reflects that another has survived by making smart decisions rather than through cruelty or exceptional skill. Luyuan debates whether to bring Wang Fugui into his plan, weighing the risks and benefits. The older man insists he won't join for free, emphasizing his resources and value while confronting the younger man. One boy urges his friend to hurry and leave, promising not to touch his money while encouraging him to fetch his son quickly. After a break-in at their home, one character reports using a gun to stop the thieves, which attracts the attention of a dangerous outsider. A young man urgently questions his companion about whether their gun was discovered and if any trouble followed. A hand holds up a gold coin as the speaker explains that it was given to her before Mr. Zhang was captured for exposing his identity. Lu Yuan urgently demands to know if the other character learned the true identity that was exposed. Lu Yuan explains that he got no answers except a mention of Barrier 178 and a warning about seeking out someone in the dangerous region of Saibei. Lu Yuan proposes searching Saibei for their target if all other options fail. She confirms all their belongings are packed and there's little left to bring. A shocked boy confronts a smiling girl beside a large sack of cabbages, questioning if she took them from behind the school. One character smugly boasts about his unpretentious nature while another stands by with a blank expression. A confident young man assures his surprised companions that they can gather cabbages along the road and only need to bring buns and wotu. A desperate child resists as a man drags them away, while two others silently watch in the dim room. An older man angrily restrains a struggling boy while demanding an explanation. Two boys discuss the identity of a wealthy girl named Li Yuqian in front of a dark stone wall. One character firmly refuses to take responsibility for a student, while another, alarmed, confronts him about abandoning his duty as a substitute teacher. A cheerful boy teases an older companion about a budding romance, prompting a shocked reaction. Three characters react in shock as one exclaims in disbelief at the timing of the conversation. A hand urgently clings to the rocky cliff's edge, halting a fall. The group moves quickly to escape over the stone wall, careful to avoid being seen. A young man lands heavily as someone urgently calls out his name. Villagers at the entrance urgently react as someone returns and it becomes clear that outsiders have come specifically for this person. Lu Yuan launches a fierce punch straight ahead, challenging his opponent with a surge of confidence. A blond young man leaps forward and slams a powerful kick into his opponent, sending him crashing backward. Someone steps in forcefully, making a sudden and decisive entrance. A man raises his gun and orders the older man to step back, forcing him to recoil in shock. Several figures rush toward each other outside the stone building, igniting a fierce confrontation. Lu Yuan shoots two attackers, dropping them instantly. A terrified survivor shouts for everyone to run as a fearsome attacker swoops down, and panicked people flee past bloodied bodies. A young man aims his handgun and confronts an unseen opponent, accusing them of fleeing to call for reinforcements. Gunfire erupts as two people are ambushed and shot in the back in the village. The young man stands his ground as the group recovers from the recent confrontation. With urgency, the leader commands the group to head southwest toward Barrier 109. Three figures race toward the barrier gate, desperate for shelter as night approaches. Four figures leap swiftly across the rooftop, making a rapid escape together. A giant spider monster suddenly ambushes and pins a young man to the ground. A giant spider impales a terrified woman, causing her to cough blood. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently, catching everyone off guard. The ground erupts with a violent crack as a startled figure stands at the edge. A shadowy figure unleashes a massive surge of energy, shaking the surroundings. A massive wall collapses, sending everyone into panic as debris crashes down. Massive stone spikes crash down from above as the group dashes for safety amid the chaos. A group flees in panic after the protective wall collapses, with danger closing in behind them. Realizing the monsters have already infiltrated, the protagonist stands determined as danger looms behind him. A giant monstrous insect charges at the two terrified characters as one desperately calls for help. A man delivers a powerful blow to the monstrous creature as another looks on in shock. The young man urgently urges his two companions to move as tension rises. A group flees across the ruined landscape as a giant spider-like monster pursues them. Someone urgently points out a strange light emerging from the barrier while another stands ready for action. Two young men spot a mysterious glowing bubble floating in the sky, prompting one to wonder if someone they once knew is still alive. A horde of insect-like monsters recoils as a glowing barrier signals the superhuman's arrival. A powerful purple energy blast surges toward the advancing insect-like creatures. Three young men rush outside the huts as one points ahead, all reacting with excitement at the sight of the superhumans. Strange, giant insects encased in glowing bubbles descend from the sky as the group watches tensely from the edge of a ruined wall. Energy blasts erupt in the sky, scattering the swarm of giant insects. The group quickly retreats, searching for a place to hide as they avoid the distant threat. One character urgently points out a massive crowd rushing toward them as the damaged wall looms behind. The group quickly moves across the barren land, determined to keep their distance from both potential threats and unfamiliar people. Lu Yuan warns that the townspeople are unpredictable and could quickly descend into chaos if threatened. A cloaked figure orders the group to hide the gun, and someone quickly agrees. A determined young man orders his group to drive away the refugees as night approaches and they prepare to rest. A young boy eagerly asks his father how to become a superhuman, but his father admits he doesn't know. Two young men stand in the forest at night, discussing possible reasons for a mysterious phenomenon. One young man firmly declares that his father is not a superhuman, while the other listens intently. One boy teases the other about his parentage, causing visible shock under the night sky. Two boys exchange jokes and laughter as they walk together outside at night. Two boys mockingly tease an older man in the forest, leaving him visibly shocked. Two young men discuss their confusion over why a respected figure is fleeing with children when there appears to be no visible threat. Three young men gather by the water at night, plotting to steal valuables from a longtime grocery store manager and another individual. One young man warns the other not to take action because both targets are armed. One man urges his companion to stand firm and not be intimidated by their opponent's weapons, emphasizing their superior numbers. One of the young men challenges the others to lead the fight, leaving them visibly uneasy and surprised. Several people quietly assemble in a forest clearing beneath the starry night sky. The group turns anxiously toward the forest as the sound of wolves howling fills the night. A terrified group rushes across the dark landscape, desperate to escape the new threat closing in. 4 people sit around a campfire at night, watching a pot cook over the flames. 2 young men cook stew over a campfire, planning to add wild coriander to enhance the flavor. By the campfire, the young boy complains loudly about the unbearable smell of coriander. One young man jokes about never having eaten stink bugs, making the other look uneasy as they sit together at night. The boy nervously admits that he has never tried it before. A group of young men urgently dash across the open field at night, alarmed by the unexpected arrival of others. Realizing the fleeing crowd signals danger, the group quickly decides to escape and keep their distance. 2 men agree to let others handle a risky task, accepting they have no better options. A convoy of trucks speeds down a dark forest road at night. Luyuan quickly notices the sound of approaching car engines and questions why vehicles are nearby. Hidden in the shadows, the group watches as soldiers and vehicles slip quietly through the forest, realizing the troops are escaping from inside the barrier. 3 figures hide in the dark, watching as only a small group of enemy troops emerges despite reports of a much larger force. A man complains about the camp being set up on a crack and expresses relief at escaping discomfort. Inside the vehicle, the 2 men realize they don't have enough petrol to reach Barrier 109, leaving them worried about what to do next. The group decides to transfer passengers from the SUV to the truck so they can use the SUV's petrol for their own vehicle. A male character reacts in shock to the group's decision to transfer passengers and use the SUV's petrol. A man in the back of the vehicle reports that everyone in the SUV is dead and the truck has no more space. A young man in uniform reassures his superior that he and the others are willing to endure hardship because they are treated well. A bulky man in the back seat admits he isn't a good person and cynically claims that good guys never live long. Luyuan hides behind the trees, spying on a group of shadowy figures gathering in the moonlit clearing. The group pauses in the forest to discuss how the barrier's administrators, leading a crowd and drawing the beast's attention, will make it safer for them to proceed. Luyuan steps forward and asserts that he will handle any beasts that attack. He freezes in place as he suddenly realizes the threat. The group moves quietly into the dark forest, alert and tense as they advance together. One character hesitantly begins to ask the other a sensitive question in the quiet forest. A worried man anxiously demands information about the others who went to the mountains. One character reveals that out of the 21 people who went, only 4 survived as they walked through the forest. One character wonders if Xiao Su, one of the 4 survivors, might also be a superhuman. A serious young man warns that the mountains are filled with unknown dangers and mutated monsters. One of the rescued men thanks his companion for saving them just in time. A confident young man teases his uneasy companion in the forest, suggesting there are many ways to show gratitude. A calm night settles over the quiet mountain range, setting the scene. 5 people move together along a shadowed forest path, advancing cautiously through the trees. Luyuan steps forward and shields his companions, ready to face whatever threat approaches. A desperate man points a gun at a frightened man, demanding food despite both being hungry. A menacing man brandishes his gun and orders his companions to search the area for anything useful. 3 frightened men confront their unseen opponents in the shadowy forest, insisting on their status as people from within the barrier. A man confronts intruders in the forest at night, declaring his authority while raising a gun. The gravel factory and its manager are introduced. A man suddenly fires his gun at another man during a tense nighttime standoff in the forest. The group learns that Barrier 113 has fallen, and is told they will begin a new life at Barrier 109 after a decisive confrontation. A man aims his gun at someone in the dark forest, warning that obedience is the only way to survive. A man orders his group to search the collapsed people in the forest clearing and collect anything valuable. A man urgently orders the others to move as tension rises in the shadowy forest. A bald man demands the couple hand over the item, while his silent companion watches nearby in the tense forest confrontation. A hand urgently snatches a ring from another person's finger. Someone forcefully snatches a green beaded necklace from a startled character. A man aims a gun at the subdued group, warning them to obey if they want to avoid harm. 3 young men stand under the night sky, tense as one expresses concern about losing their belongings while another reassures him that no one will take from them. A tense group confronts a startled man in the woods as someone suddenly recognizes him. 2 men anxiously debate whether to confront the notorious teenager standing calmly between them in the dark forest. A figure steps forward and firmly calls out to 2 startled strangers in the tense forest night, with his companions standing ready behind him. A cautious young man is confronted by someone displaying several watches and commenting on their appearance. 2 anxious men stand together in the dark forest, shocked that they are now being targeted after not robbing anyone. A young man smirks and taunts someone off-panel in the forest, demanding cooperation with a hint of threat before the other person quickly complies. The calm figure dismisses the two bowing opponents, telling them to leave without a fight. Under the trees at night, the group receives timepieces to help them keep track of time together. One boy suddenly feels insecure and voices his discomfort, while the other watches him with disinterest. The cloaked leader directs the group to find shelter from the wind and rest before continuing their journey in the morning. The group cautiously advances toward the base of the rocky cliff, scanning their surroundings in the darkness. A tense retreat unfolds in the forest as one figure reassures a frightened companion that their teacher will handle any danger. A tense standoff unfolds as a group of frightened students is discovered by a dark-haired figure watching from a distance. The bandaged young man looks up in confusion, questioning whether the people before him are really students. Night descends quietly over the forest. 5 figures rest and regroup around a campfire in the forest at night, while bundled bodies lie nearby in the shadows. Lu Yuan sits by the campfire at night, quietly reflecting as he recovers from fresh injuries. 4 students in matching uniforms sit huddled together on the cave floor, judged for being from a second-rate high school. A young man reflects on the many schools divided by level within the barrier, noting that even universities exist in the larger ones. 2 exhausted survivors find relief as they comfort each other in the dim shelter, reflecting on the hope of safe classrooms within the barrier. Someone observes that certain people avoid hard labor and danger while still receiving allowances. A young man gazes downward, quietly expressing regret that he was not born within the barrier. A young man sits by the campfire, wondering where the missing students went and how he will earn appreciation tokens without them. He suddenly realizes that he unlocked his weapon by thanking himself. A figure considers whether completing the mission alone is possible while standing before a shadowy altar radiating red energy. Someone marvels at the black blade's current power and wonders how unstoppable it could become if further upgraded. A frustrated boy vents his anger, protesting the expectations placed on him. The young man reacts with confusion, uncertain about what is happening. In a purple-tinged room swirling with mist, silence lingers as nothing happens. Exhausted and desperate, one character admits her hunger while they both sit in the dark cave. A weary man encourages the 2 anxious girls to keep moving forward, offering to search for wild vegetables as he reassures them about possible rescue. The group sits together in the rocky shelter, discussing how to find wild vegetables to ease their hunger. 2 hidden figures quietly watch a pair sitting by a campfire in the dark forest. Inside the rocky cave, the group quietly discusses copying another team's choices or asking them for help. With the barrier gone, the group realizes they must rely on themselves to survive. 3 anxious students huddle together against the rocks, preparing themselves for an imminent threat. One character calls out to the other by the campfire, reaching toward them in the night. A woman encourages the boy to consider befriending the barrier students, offering to help him connect with them if he is interested. A cheerful girl tries to reassure her weary companion, but he insists they focus on the urgent situation at Barrier 109. A pot of water boils over the fire. A young man kneels in the forest and carefully harvests a mysterious plant from the ground. The group urgently prepares to search the cave for the same plants recently discovered. A cloaked figure confronts 2 men in the forest, startling one while the other hurriedly gathers glowing green plants. In the cave, a student eagerly presents a bundle of wild vegetables to the group, announcing their successful find. One character cautions the other not to eat a certain plant, explaining that it once caused him severe illness. Someone throws herbs into the campfire as the group watches closely in the tense forest night. A male character in a tracksuit collapses to the ground, clutching his injured side. He looks back in confusion as he realizes others are imitating his actions. A young man instructs an older man by the campfire on which nearby wild plants are safe to eat for survival. The bespectacled man insists he already knows the wild plant is edible because his family often puts it in dumplings at home. At night in the forest, one character commands the group to split up and collect supplies as they all dash forward urgently. Someone forcefully steps onto a hidden rock in the shadowy forest, about to stumble. A figure in traditional robes trips and falls to the ground as 2 younger men in training uniforms rush toward him in the nighttime forest. A girl insists she's fine as 2 worried students rush to help her after she collapses. A worried student tells the teacher that their help is no longer necessary now that they are out of school. A concerned teacher insists on personally escorting her student to safety. The injured young man silently surveys his surroundings, tension evident in his posture. A worried young woman bites into a medicinal herb in desperation. 3 young people grimace as they sample bitter wild herbs in the rocky outdoors. Several frightened students cling to their teacher, seeking comfort as they express longing for their missing parents. 2 boys sit by the campfire as one reassures the other, while someone cries alone in the distance. The group sprints through the night toward a distant light, hoping to find people ahead. A confident young man charges ahead through the forest, leading the group as he insists he can guide them to the others. One character warmly clasps another's hand to express sincere gratitude. Lu Yuan stands in the center as grateful survivors surround him, expressing their admiration and thanks for his help. 4 people sit around a campfire at night, unaware that a cloaked figure is watching them from the shadows. A weary and injured young man scans the dim forest behind him, alert for any threats. Still on edge, the man in the striped uniform pauses to survey the shadowy forest around him. He reacts with shock upon learning that someone is from an asylum. The group discusses the possibility that the escapee is a superhuman who can materialize a staff, recently captured by the Qin Consortium. In the dark forest, a group of boys discuss rumors about someone claiming to be the reincarnation of the Monkey King. After witnessing his superhuman abilities and being saved, people began to trust his warnings instead of dismissing them as paranoia. Lu Yuan turns abruptly, startled by an unexpected figure standing behind him in the darkness. A sudden, intense vision reveals two determined figures standing together as energy surges around them. A confident young man forcefully pushes through a crowd of boys, demanding they move aside. Startled by the sudden appearance of a mysterious figure in the night woods, the two companions quickly confirm they do not recognize him. Three boys face off in a tense moonlit forest clearing, each preparing for what might happen next. A young man eagerly greets his master with a bright smile and folded hands. A young man reacts with confusion, surrounded by question marks as he tries to make sense of the situation. One character enthusiastically announces his departure to escort his master west, while the others watch in surprise and concern. Four boys stand together in stunned silence, visibly disturbed by what just happened. An older man bursts into mocking laughter, confronting two startled younger men in the moonlit forest clearing. A white-haired boy confronts his amused companion in the nighttime forest, demanding to know why he is laughing. A cheerful young man greets the older man and the boy with excitement upon spotting them in the forest. The group gathers in the forest, relieved and ready to set out for the Western Paradise. The group is startled in the forest by unexpected news about the Western Paradise and scriptures. A hand suddenly grabs a man's collar, escalating the tension. The white-haired man firmly rejects taking command or joining the quest for the scriptures, despite the injured young man's plea for guidance. One young man corrects the other's direction in the forest, pointing out that Barrier 109 lies to the southwest. The young man asserts that their journey is already leading them toward learning the scriptures, encouraging his companion. The wounded young man forcefully rejects being called anyone's master and corrects the confusion about the others' identities. Two characters argue intensely about the importance of an issue while others watch tensely in the dimly lit field. An armed man emerges from the darkness and demands the group hand over their valuables. A mustached man recoils in shock as something unexpected happens. A young man in pajamas confronts an anxious intruder with a club. A hand rapidly draws a handgun, escalating the confrontation. The young man brandishes his ornate staff, forcing his startled opponent to recoil. A battered man fires his gun into the air as he is struck by an unseen force. A handgun discharges, sending a bright flash through the scene. The group reacts in shock as an unexpected threat emerges before them. A young boy and an older man freeze in the forest, reacting with alarm to an unexpected threat. A young man confidently blocks a barrage of bullets with his glowing golden hooped rod. A worried young man points out that his companion's chest is bleeding despite the bullet missing the golden hooped rod. The young man clutches his bleeding side in shock after suddenly realizing he is wounded. An injured young man stands his ground with a staff, while another character collapses nearby. A silver-haired young man struggles to rise as a figure looms over him in the forest clearing. A middle-aged man recoils in shock as he witnesses something astonishing. Despite a severe chest wound, the man remains standing, unfazed by the attack. Unfazed by the gunshot wound, the young man boldly challenges his attacker. A bullet ricochets sharply through the night forest. A terrified man points his gun at the group, accusing one of them of being a superhuman. A man leaps from above with a massive weapon, aiming a powerful attack at his startled opponent below. A man reels from a devastating blow, blood dripping from his mouth as he stands stunned. A man strikes his opponent with overwhelming force, sending him airborne and causing his gun to fly from his grasp. A figure crashes through the air as stunned men look on in the dark forest. A confident young man declares their plan to defeat evil and help the weak, while another figure watches from behind. One character eagerly seeks approval with a thumbs up while the other silently observes in the dark forest. A caped figure confronts a staff-wielding man as the crowd witnesses someone lying defeated on the ground. A battered man lies motionless on the ground as two figures stand over him in the aftermath of a violent confrontation. The group regroups in the forest, visibly relieved after overcoming their recent hardship. A puzzled man with a staff asks the crowd why they are expressing gratitude as he and a cloaked figure stand in the center of a nighttime clearing. A cheerful man grasps the startled young man's shoulder and expresses gratitude on behalf of his master under the night sky. The group stands in uneasy silence, each alert to the tense atmosphere in the wooded surroundings. A group of people bow deeply to the two figures in gratitude under the night sky. A notification appears, indicating an increase in appreciation from survivors. Lu Yuan is stunned as appreciation tokens suddenly appear all around him without any effort. A cloaked man offers healing medicine to an injured young man in the moonlit forest. One character anxiously questions the group's sudden plan to head west as the others react with confusion and worry. A cheerful boy orders another to fetch food, leaving one character confused while the others watch with amusement. A furious young man with glasses protests angrily after being insulted. Around the campfire at night, one person warns another to eat more slowly as the group shares a quiet meal together. Around a campfire at night, three young men share food and express gratitude, strengthening their bond. A cheerful young man admits to his master that he is still hungry while they stand in the nighttime forest. A mentor tests his disciples' knowledge about ALMs during their nighttime forest conversation. Two boys scheme together as one eagerly agrees to fetch food from a group the other points out. A figure points and accuses several young men in the circle of helping with a recent robbery. The boy scans the area, considering what supplies might be left. A determined young man leaps into the night sky after announcing his departure, while others remain by the campfire in the forest. Luyuan studies someone closely, intrigued by what he observes. A hand with black striped markings seizes the mysterious stone as the background swirls with tension. Sitting by the glowing embers at night, he reflects on how every superhuman ability seems linked to consciousness. One character explains that combat ability can be linked to mentality, using Su Xianchu's shadow as an example, while another listens attentively. A white-haired man confidently brandishes his staff and strikes a pose in the forest as the group mocks his belief that he is the Monkey King. As his body transforms and a golden cudgel appears, he questions the state of his own mentality. Sitting alone by the campfire, he admits he still doesn't have a clear answer about what to do next. Three women approach a young man by the campfire and ask to borrow some fire. One of the women nervously offers wood in exchange for fire, as the group waits for a response. Luyuan accepts the challenge with confidence. Survivors gather around the campfire and express their gratitude as their appreciation increases. A young man expresses relief after successfully starting a fire in the dark forest. Three people support each other as they leave the campfire and head into the forest, while another remains seated by the fire. He realizes that people without survival experience struggle to endure situations like this. A man offers a food package to a younger boy, insisting he take it for himself. Around the campfire, two members reassure the newcomer and offer to help as he joins the group. A young man pauses his meal outdoors at night to address someone nearby. A man with glasses nervously hands over a handgun for protection. A nervous man accepts a wooden tablet from another man as sparks float in the night. A bespectacled man looks up in confusion at the icicles forming overhead. One character dozes off unexpectedly while another looks on in disbelief. The protagonist reflects on the other's naive luck and innocence, feeling a sense of guilt at the thought of taking advantage. A young man offers to take the first night watch beside the campfire so the others can rest. One young man tells the other to rest first and take the second half of the night watch as they sit by the fire in the dark forest. The young man insists that the other person stop wasting time and get some rest. The character freezes in shock after realizing something alarming. Luyuan walks through the moonlit forest, agreeing to proceed as a cloaked figure watches from the shadows. Luyuan stands over his defeated opponents, commanding them to stay down. A lone figure sits quietly by the campfire as the night remains calm. A cloaked figure suggests they use the ongoing chaos to sneak into Barrier 109. A determined young man explains that the hidden gold and medicine will be enough for them to survive. A worried young man wonders if they will be forced to live in the town outside Barrier 109 since they couldn't get inside. A surprised young man interrupts his master, startled to find him still awake. In the quiet forest, a playful student assures his concerned master that he is ready to continue after only a brief rest. He confidently reveals that, as the Monkey King's reincarnation, he only needs a few hours of sleep to stay energized for long periods. The young man questions the explanation, looking confused. The two sit by the campfire as one jokes about being thousands of years old and claims to be the Monkey King reincarnated. The young man reacts in disbelief, overwhelmed by the conversation about his current life. The silver-haired young man cheerfully announces his age while stretching by the campfire. A character silently reflects on the sudden weight of becoming a mentor while looking out over the dark forest. The young man presses his companion for answers about being sent to the asylum by the private troops. A young man recounts being transferred to another hospital after claiming to be the Monkey King and having his blood taken. A young man with red eyes seriously asks if the other person knows Zhang Baojin. A young man recognizes the bubble-blowing individual as his former neighbor. A young man crouches and explains that another patient is missing, unsure of where he went. He processes the surprising news that the group from the asylum was only subjected to blood tests rather than harsher treatment. He realizes that one of the three superhumans once imprisoned there has mysteriously vanished. Someone urgently wonders where the missing person has gone. A young man seriously asks the other figure about their future plans in the dark, emberlit forest. A young man enthusiastically announces his decision to travel west with the group. The character refuses to leave, challenging the other's expectations in the tense forest. The man recoils in shock, struggling to comprehend the revelation as lightning flashes behind him. Kneeling on the ground with his sword, the distraught man is devastated after learning that his long-held goal to follow his master westward has been shattered. A desperate boy clings to someone's clothes, begging them to leave as tears stream down his face. Annoyed and confused, the young man demands to know where he is supposed to go, frustrated by the lack of information about the West. One figure urgently grips another's shoulders in the dark forest, demanding information while the other anxiously insists he doesn't know. One character smirks and withholds important information while another looks on in confusion. High in the trees at night, one person confidently offers guidance while another eagerly agrees to follow. Sunlight filters through the treetops, revealing a calm and peaceful forest setting. Several survivors cough and struggle to recover in the misty forest as a cloaked figure watches from the shadows. Lu Yuan steels himself, ready to take decisive action. One of the coughing young men excitedly greets the group's recently awakened companion in the forest. He steels himself and prepares to face the challenge ahead. Someone wonders if the group became sick from the exhausting journey and lack of sleep. Several boys struggle to catch their breath in the forest as one coughs and angrily denies an accusation. The group urgently moves forward after being warned that the area is infected, and they must leave quickly to avoid the virus. Startled by the threat of infection, the older man urgently urges the group to move. A group charges through the moonlit forest as their leader urges them to move faster. The young man insists they must help the people stranded in the forest. He announces that the west is just ahead as they prepare to continue forward. One character announces their intention to head west while the group pauses at the forest's edge. Wearing asylum clothes, the protagonist spots a group of people walking ahead on the forest path. A young man decides that escorting the master west takes top priority. At dawn, one person stands watch while 3 others rest on the forest floor, exhausted and recovering from a recent ordeal. A young man exhales heavily, showing his exhaustion as he stands among dense trees. The young man sprints down the forest path, determined to catch up with the group ahead. One young man firmly announces his decision to escort the other west, and his companion nods in agreement as they walk through the forest. 2 women debate whether to stay behind and assist the others as tension hangs in the forest clearing. The group moves into the dense forest while one person lingers behind, watching their departure. A woman urgently insists that the group focus on self-defense and follow her instructions in the forest. The woman leads the group through the forest, urging everyone to keep up and gather wild vegetables if they spot them. One woman forces another to eat bitter-tasting medicine in the tense forest clearing while a man stands silently nearby. The group advances across the dim field, tense and determined as they move toward an impending confrontation. The group moves cautiously through the dense forest as one member wonders why they haven't encountered any wolves despite traveling for so long. He moves forward cautiously, deciding to conceal his superhuman abilities. 2 characters notice and discuss the surprisingly damaged cars belonging to the Qing's consortium in the forest clearing. A cautious figure warns the group about the risk of encountering enemies ahead after spotting 2 broken vehicles in the forest clearing. A group notices people from Qing's consortium and decides to seek their help. A group of survivors runs toward the army at sunset, relieved to have finally found safety. One young man warns his companion to stay back as they cautiously assess the situation ahead. Lu Yuan scouts the enemy group from a distance, searching for signs of their missing target. Despite the danger, the group stops in the clearing to treat their wounded instead of leaving them behind. A man in a fur coat reacts with confusion as he surveys the dark, cloudy surroundings. A cocky man makes a mocking remark about another man's choice to wear a coat after getting out of the car. A group of tense young men confront armed soldiers and their confident leader in a sunlit clearing. A heavy-set man urgently orders everyone with guns to stop the approaching refugees from invading the camp. Armed soldiers ready their weapons as a man in a spotted cloak stands calmly in the forest clearing. The group jolts to attention as something unexpected happens in the clearing. At the front, one character braces himself for what lies ahead while another watches him in silence. Surrounded by armed soldiers in a desolate field, Lu Yuan stands his ground defiantly. 2 soldiers keep watch by the campfire as a group holds a tense discussion in the dark forest. As darkness falls, the group pauses in a clearing to plan for rest nearby. 2 young men quietly discuss the risk of being discovered by the enemy after their escape. Lu Yuan recoils in shock, sweat beading on his forehead as he processes the sudden revelation. Lu Yuan reassures the group at the camp, suggesting they can escape into the wilds if danger arises. Around the campfire, the group agrees to stay with the larger crowd for safety, fearing a potential attack from wolves if they separate. The 2 characters agree on their next move as they stand together in the forest. One young man announces that he and another will gather firewood while instructing the rest to take a break. Staying alert in the moonlit forest, Lu Yuan grows suspicious of his new companion's intentions. As one person kneels in the forest gathering sticks, another stands guard while they discuss whether to trust their new companion. As dusk falls in the forest, one traveler questions why they still haven't reached the west after a full day on the road. Lu Yuan skeptically questions the master's directions as Lan looks on in surprise, clutching firewood in the dark forest. The boy realizes his attempt to deceive has failed and feels embarrassed. One character gently asks the other if he has personal goals beyond joining the journey west. A young man admits he has something he wants to accomplish while standing in the forest at night. Lu Yuan stands in the forest and urgently reveals that he is searching for someone named Zixia. He firmly announces that after his reincarnation, his 2 main goals are to escort his master to the west and to find Zixia. One character, visibly confused, questions the surreal situation while another stands calmly amid glowing sparkles in the dark forest. A woman and several students offer bundles of sticks to 2 young men. He suggests that they work together to gather more firewood. After surviving the ordeal, one of the group members thanks the 2 men for providing fire that saved the students from freezing. The group gathers their firewood and heads back together, motivated by a renewed sense of unity after their earlier kindness is unexpectedly repaid. A boy relaxes with his hands behind his head while a blushing girl hesitantly speaks, holding a bundle of firewood. Blushing and shy, the girl gathers her courage and compliments the person in front of her. The bruised boy freezes, stunned and speechless by the unexpected turn of events. A calm young man awkwardly thanks a blushing, shocked girl, leaving her flustered. A young man excitedly calls for help after discovering something valuable in the dark woods. The young man grins and celebrates, finding food in the dark forest. Several people rest around campfires in the forest clearing at night. A young man sits by the fire, secretly enjoying roasted food with a mischievous grin. A silver-haired boy energetically devours his food. One character suddenly reacts in shock as the group eats quietly around the campfire. A young man hesitates, visibly uncertain as he weighs his options. Two people sit by the campfire discussing what their group is missing, while two others watch closely. The group determines that acquiring a white dragon horse is their next priority. The silver-haired young man waves off the others, making it clear he refuses to give them the nickname. Two characters exhale in relief as they catch their breath in the dark woods. A worried child asks their silent parent if they are truly seen as Pigsy and Friar Sand. The group gathers in the forest clearing as their leader urges everyone to hold on a bit longer before reaching their next destination. A woman instructs the group to keep the potatoes they dug up, emphasizing they are essential for survival despite being extra weight. Two men quietly discuss whether they can reach Barrier 109 safely if they follow the young man ahead. A young man rushes through the shadowy forest, urgently calling for his teacher. As the group sits around the campfire, one urgently points upward to warn the teacher about something overhead. Two figures quietly watch from a distance as three others sit together around a campfire under the night sky. One character vents frustration at the group around the campfire for not reminding them about something important. In a tense forest clearing, one man questions another about whether help is really coming to rescue them. Two men discuss their concerns about a missing companion's fate in the mountains, uncertain if he is dead or alive. A devastating natural disaster tears the ground apart, leaving massive fractures in its wake. A man anxiously explains that the collapse of their barrier likely means Barrier 112 has also fallen, risking severe consequences for the Qin Consortium. A man in tactical gear anxiously defends his group's actions while another listens in silence. A man reveals that Qingjin faces many enemies within the Consortium. A solitary figure reflects on how the Consortium temporarily sidelines a dangerous ally, knowing they still depend on his unique abilities. Under the starry night sky, someone reflects on the fact that others are not as cruel as him. The young man dismisses the chairman's call, instructing his subordinate to say he is unavailable. A bald man urgently acknowledges instructions over the phone in a shadowy area. A bald man delivers urgent news about the collapse of two barriers to a younger man in a white coat inside a dark cave. A bald, worried man hesitates before delivering foreboding news in the cavernous space. A young man turns his head sharply, sensing something unusual nearby. Strict orders are given to proceed to Barrier 111 for inspection and to remain there until further notice. A bald man confronts a disheartened young man, revealing that he is being put on house arrest. A character reflects on how long it has been since returning to Barrier 111. A confident man orders his subordinate to contact someone from Barrier 119 and send men to search for Luolan, despite concerns about limited authority in that area. A man urgently questions whether someone still controls private troops. A young man delivers a deadly ultimatum, warning that someone will die if Luolan is not found. As the group sits around the campfires in the dark forest, a figure cloaked in animal fur silently observes them from the shadows. A character sniffs the food, grimaces with disapproval, and silently judges the poor quality. A man lounging in a fur cloak orders another person to buy him baked potatoes while holding a stick of food and cards. A man in tactical gear anxiously suggests they approach the others to get what they need. Angry at his subordinate, the leader strikes him on the head while scolding him about the consequences of stealing from refugees. A man warns his companion to take others with him to avoid being ambushed. Startled by an unexpected call, the young man quickly turns in the shadowy forest. A solitary figure in a fur cloak observes a group of armed men as they disappear into the dark forest. He sighs, lamenting how he has fallen from a celebrated hero to someone forced to beg refugees for food. Two hands reach toward the campfire, seeking warmth in the quiet night. A group of uniformed men return to the campfire and announce their arrival to the waiting leader. A character carefully counts mysterious seeds in their hand while another person watches. A man in a fur collar counts on his fingers while watching three restrained figures seated on the ground at night. Two men divide the potatoes fairly, assign tasks, and agree that the wounded can eat extra. A cluster of mysterious objects burns fiercely in the fire. A lone man in military gear watches over a campfire in a quiet forest clearing at night. A soldier offers steaming food to his seated, fur-collared companion. A pair of hands splits open a steaming roasted sweet potato. In the dark forest, two men share food, with one insisting the other take his portion despite concerns. The leader promises the group a reward once they reach Barrier 119, motivating them to keep moving. A cheerful man reassures the group that they will overcome their challenges and have a better life ahead. The soldiers march through the forest at night, uplifted by words of encouragement and hope for a better life. A scream echoes through the dark, starry night as birds scatter above the treetops. A man forcefully knocks a woman to the ground in the forest at night. A young man angrily accuses someone of ingratitude, reminding them that he saved their life after their husband died. A young woman anxiously insists that she will repay the money for the potato once they reach Barrier 109. In the darkness of the woods, one man seizes another by the throat and demands to know how he will be paid after reaching Barrier 109. A man urgently leads another into the dark forest as two figures watch them from cover. 4 figures stand in uneasy silence among the dark trees, each watching and waiting. A furious man confronts a startled boy in the rain. A furious young man charges through the forest toward a startled figure, accusing them of hoarding money. A hand swiftly activates a glowing, intricately patterned golden sword on the ground. Startled by an unexpected threat, the man quickly turns to look over his shoulder, sweat forming on his face. A white-haired man swings a glowing sword at a fleeing man as a woman cowers nearby. A white-haired man slams his golden staff into his opponent, launching him through the forest. A young woman steps in front of an injured companion, angrily ordering their assailant to leave. The confused character tries to make sense of the situation. 4 figures rest in silence around a small campfire, each lost in their own troubled thoughts as night envelopes the forest. Lu Yuan studies the person by the fire, intrigued by their behavior. The mentor questions his disciple about what to do if he runs out of demon names to assign to future opponents. A cheerful young warrior reassures the robed master that she can reuse the demon's names. One character angrily kicks another and demands to know if he is truly clueless or just pretending, frustrated that he gave out a name so easily. A disappointed young man questions why he was told to leave after defeating his rival. One young man decides not to reveal the truth, leaving the other in the dark as they sit quietly in the forest. One man advises the other to care less about others' problems to ease his worries. The young man turns in the dark forest and urgently demands clarification. A bespectacled man slyly questions another person's reasons for getting involved with the group. One character angrily swings a glowing stick at a seated man while others look on in surprise. Several people burst into laughter outdoors at night, while another turns around in confusion. The campfire suddenly blazes up, lighting the dark clearing with intense flames. A chained hand scrapes the ground, struggling fiercely against its restraints. Sensing sudden danger, he quickly looks over his shoulder, eyes wide with alarm. The group hears a disturbing sound and quickly moves through the dark forest, urged to escape immediately. A group of chained monsters charges down the shadowy hillside, their red eyes glowing in the darkness. A horde of red-eyed monsters charges out from the shadows, signaling the start of an ambush. A young man urgently commands the group to escape through the dark forest. Lu Yuan tenses up, beads of sweat on his face as he braces himself for the impending threat. Terrified humans sprint through the dark forest as monstrous creatures close in behind them. Bats swarm through the starry night sky above the dark treetops. A group of people rushes urgently through the dark forest in tight formation. A group of young people bursts out of the forest, charging toward 2 surprised adults. A soldier forcefully restrains a nervous man at gunpoint in the dark forest. Lu Yuan urgently warns his companions to run as he dashes through the dark forest. A man urgently orders a soldier to follow and escape as quickly as possible. Assessing the danger of open fire, the young man decides to retreat with the army to minimize casualties and avoid revealing his abilities. 2 soldiers move cautiously through the dim area, one supporting his weary comrade. A squad of armed men rushes into the forest as urgency fills the air. Armed figures brace themselves as monstrous creatures emerge from the forest in the darkness. 3 red-eyed beasts lunge forward, baring their fangs in a menacing display. A terrified man recoils in panic as monstrous creatures appear before him. 2 monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes advance through the dark forest. An older man and a child rush toward the injured young man, who stands tense and uncertain as they reach out to him. Screams grow louder as the group flees through the forest with the test subjects closing in from behind. They wait in the dark forest, choosing to observe the Qing's next move instead of retreating. A resolute leader orders his team to evacuate the wounded and seek help, while a loyal subordinate hesitates to leave him behind. A determined survivor insists that escaping alive is their only priority. A figure in a dark coat swiftly knocks the gun out of their opponent's hand. A man raises his gun and commands the group to prepare for a direct fight. A commanding figure urgently orders the group to protect their leader and prepare to escape the forest. 2 soldiers shout their agreement with unwavering determination. A defiant man struggles and shouts as armed soldiers forcefully restrain and escort him through the forest. A commanding figure orders the others to retrieve the equipment in the dark forest. A gloved figure quietly pries open the rooftop hatch, creating a small opening. 2 armed figures stand in the forest as one confidently brandishes a heavy weapon. A man in camouflage silently takes aim with a grenade launcher from his concealed position in the forest. A soldier shouts to fire and unleashes a powerful shot with a blinding flash. A squad of armed soldiers opens fire as a large missile launches into the forest. A character fires a rocket launcher, unleashing a massive explosion across the battlefield. 2 soldiers in camouflage hurl grenades into the dense forest. The ground in the forest shakes violently, signaling the approach of something unknown. A bandaged man in tactical gear readies a grenade to attack the crawling monster near the fog. A battle-worn man with a bloodied bandage over his eyes clenches his teeth, instantly reacting to a sudden threat. A monstrous creature lunges forward and sinks its teeth into the man's neck, prompting a piercing scream. A blindfolded man grimaces and cries out as he suffers a sudden wound. A gloved hand yanks the pin from a grenade, readying it for action. A massive explosion blasts through the forest, hurling several armed figures into the air. He clenches his fist and braces himself as mist curls through the shadowy forest. A golden rod crashes into the ground beside someone's foot, heightening the tension. A young man charges forward in the dark forest, brandishing his glowing staff as he confronts the demon. Lu Yuan assigns Woody to cover the right side as they prepare for battle in the forest clearing. A lone figure unsheathes a large sword in the tense forest clearing, preparing for confrontation. A silver-haired young man admires his master's newfound strength and reliability. Lu Yuan swiftly cuts down the monstrous creature in the shadowy forest, blood splattering across the scene. One figure urgently urges the others to escape, while staying behind in the shadowy forest clearing. The group tenses as a noise emerges from the dark woods, prompting them to huddle together in caution. The boy urgently orders someone to escape as tension rises. The group races through the dark forest, urgently fleeing as a determined young woman leads the way. A young man urgently pushes someone to leave so they won't be a burden to his brother. In the shadowy forest, one young man urgently calls out while the other readies a glowing red weapon and answers without hesitation. Two figures race through the dark forest at breakneck speed, one desperately fleeing while the other pursues relentlessly. A character bursts forward through smoke, launching a sudden and forceful attack. Lu Yuan suddenly spots a threat and prepares to react. A gray-haired man slams a glowing staff into the monstrous creature, landing a powerful blow. Lu Yuan leaps from above and strikes the shadowy beast with his glowing weapon in the dark forest. A character slams their glowing yellow weapon into the ground, sending debris flying from the impact. A young man in torn pajamas swings a glowing staff at the monstrous creature in the dark forest. The opponent realizes the kid is far stronger than anticipated. A confident young man boldly declares that his name will be remembered for 10,000 years. In the dark forest, a frustrated character kicks his companion holding a staff to hurry him along. Three figures race through the misty forest at night, moving swiftly and with intense focus. Several characters rush to check on their fallen companion, who reassures them that he is fine. Two figures look up in alarm as a desperate cry for help echoes through the shadowy forest. A group braces themselves as a crawling creature approaches near an overturned vehicle in the dark forest. A terrified man desperately reaches out of the car window as a monstrous creature lunges at him from behind. A young man abruptly halts an overturned, smoking vehicle in the forest at night. The group surrounds the defeated man near the overturned military vehicle, announcing that his soldiers have been taken out. One character urgently pulls a fatigued companion to their feet, urging them to move quickly through the tense outdoor setting. Despite being rescued, the young man insists on staying and refuses to escape. Foreboding howls echo through the dark forest. Explosions erupt in the dark forest as two characters panic and dash away from the approaching wolves. Explosions rock the battlefield as two soldiers launch a mortar attack against the approaching enemies. Two monstrous figures with glowing red eyes prepare to attack in the darkness. Monstrous figures burst from the dark forest, charging toward the alarmed soldier. Three soldiers freeze in shock as something unexpected unfolds before them. In the moonlit clearing, he watches as the test subjects suddenly bolt away in terror. One character urgently instructs another to deliver a message, but the recipient is confused by an unfamiliar name. The young man impatiently orders someone to tell the group to wait for him and keep moving if anything goes wrong. A lone figure in a fur cloak surveys the bloodied clearing, standing over the defeated bodies scattered across the ground. Two men arrive at a blood-soaked battlefield strewn with fallen soldiers and discarded rifles. An injured soldier urgently warns the returning leader to escape before the enemy returns. A cloaked figure interrogates the subdued group, while another character sits confidently atop a defeated soldier. A somber man gazes at the night sky, expressing regret that he and his group may not reach their dream and urging his leader to enjoy it for them. A weary man in a fur-trimmed cloak laughs under the night sky, admitting he expects to be exhausted by the time he reaches Barrier 109. A flamboyantly dressed man laughs triumphantly over an injured rival lying at his feet in the forest. Two figures seal their alliance with a firm handshake amid a dramatic backdrop. A wounded soldier, supported by another, proclaims their unwavering resolve as another lies unconscious nearby. Overwhelmed by emotion, the young man breaks down in tears and gives a heartfelt response under the starry sky. A cloaked young man interrupts the tense moment in the forest clearing to reassure the others that no one will die. A character offers healing medicine to an injured person but insists on payment before providing treatment. A significant offer is presented, proposing safe passage and legal status in exchange for a bottle, leaving one character visibly surprised. A man grins as he recalls his victory over a woman who now lies unconscious at his feet. One man accuses another of being a healer after witnessing a wound heal, while the accused hurriedly denies it. In the moonlit forest, one man offers unlimited entry into the barrier in exchange for saving people, while the other questions the nature of their relationship. One young man nervously laughs while the other, surprised, questions the nature of their relationship, leading to an awkward misunderstanding. One man hands over medicine and instructs the other to treat the wounded without asking further questions. One character anxiously confronts another about their intentions, while the other nervously assures him their real target is someone else. The boy apologizes tensely as he prepares to take reluctant action against the other person. A wounded soldier clings to consciousness as his companion desperately tries to keep him alive, while another lies motionless nearby. He presses on his bleeding wound, urgently checking the extent of the injury. A bandaged man in military gear stands outside at night, overwhelmed by a sudden rush of exhilaration. The frustrated young man urges the cheerful man in the fur-lined jacket to hurry up and leave. Someone shouts a name as the sun rises over the mountains. A joyful young woman excitedly calls out to her brother as the sun sets behind her. The group charges forward together after finishing their task. The group advances across the open field toward the glowing sunset, united in determination. A man in a fur coat confidently points at the stoic young man by the lake, loudly identifying him as the notorious individual from the third asylum. Two young men face off, as one angrily denies being called the running bully, while the other persists with the accusation. Two young men argue as they cross the dark landscape, one insisting he is the Monkey King while the other demands proof of his supposed role. Three people introduce themselves with bizarre titles in the forest as another questions if they are serious. The group spots a cluster of military vehicles from Barrier 109 and approaches cautiously, puzzled by their unexpected presence. One of the group members suddenly gets an idea that could save everyone. A large man in a fur-trimmed coat sits on the vehicle's step, issuing orders through a walkie-talkie. A heavy-set man urgently shouts into a walkie-talkie, demanding to speak with his brother. A man urgently relays that vehicles from Barrier 109 may have been attacked and demands to know who is on the phone and where they are. A young man warns his ally over the phone not to return to the Qin Consortium, fearing severe consequences. A stern young man orders an arrest warrant for several individuals, emphasizing Su Xianchu as a priority. A character urgently reports that Ren Xiaosu is right next to them and asks if he has already been captured. A young man anxiously explains over the radio that, despite appearances, he was actually saved rather than captured. A determined young man speaks into the phone, assuring that there is no need to worry about past grudges and offering a favor in return. One character uses a radio to request legal entry for the group into Barrier 109, receiving instructions to let someone named Lu Yuan handle it. Relieved, the protagonist clenches his fist and celebrates, finally becoming a legal resident of Barrier 109. Two men confront each other between armored vehicles, as one taunts the other. Lu Yuan glances back warily, questioning where the missing body could have gone after the attack. The protagonist examines the dried blood by the truck, concluding the battle occurred about half a day ago, while another man walks away from the scene. A foot steps forward, catching someone by surprise. He inspects the fur in his hand and realizes it belongs to a wolf. A lone figure steps forward and surveys the shattered landscape. The battered young man stands atop the mountain peak, warily surveying his surroundings for danger. He freezes in shock as a massive white wolf appears on the rocky ledge above. A wolf fixes its supernatural, glowing gaze forward. Lu Yuan realizes in alarm that they may have been followed the entire time. A lone figure watches from the cliff as a wolf with glowing eyes charges below. A man in a fur coat urges the other person to get in the car so they can travel faster. A young woman urges her brother to get in the car as the group prepares to leave. He nods with a confident smile, agreeing to the plan. Riding in the back of a truck across a barren landscape, the group discusses whether entering the barrier will finally let them sleep without fear. One character gently reassures another outdoors, expressing confidence that their lives will improve from now on. Two anxious figures listen as another reflects on how easily those in power overcome challenges that are insurmountable for others. A smug man leans back, confidently dismissing concerns while insisting that his group will keep their promises. The male character suddenly notices something unexpected, his eyes wide with surprise behind his glasses. One character smirks and questions the other about whether someone saved his life, prompting a hesitant response. A cheerful man in glasses praises his companion's status while another person watches with suspicion. A man with glasses steels himself to prove his worth as promised after leaving town. One man nervously admits his insecurity about negotiating, while the other listens in silence. The young man resolves to risk everything to repay the person who saved his life. One man angrily confronts the other about his greed while the second man smirks confidently. One man demands ownership of a shop from another, who reacts in shock and insists his life is worth more than any property. A frightened young man urgently warns someone to stop their reckless action. A nervous man with glasses urgently confronts another man about the favor his brother owes Ren Xiaosu. A bespectacled man slyly questions whether a brother's favor is valuable enough to exchange for a shop. A confident man proudly declares his loyalty to his brother, while another observes that the rumors about his devotion are true. A character firmly announces that after preparing a shop, all debts with the Qin Consortium will be settled, while extinguishing a burning cigarette. A bespectacled man leans toward the woman in fur, slyly questioning the value of her subordinates' lives. A frustrated man tries to extract information by promising a valuable shop before abruptly restraining himself. One character notices a golden hoop has suddenly appeared on the other's head and wonders if it was created through imagination, just like previous powers. A smug young man spreads his arms and brags about receiving a mysterious gift, leaving the other character speechless. On a busy street, one young man nervously insists he remembers the tightening spell as the other skeptically questions him about it. A boy sits cross-legged with his eyes closed, calmly chanting a prophetic phrase about gunners running 800 miles to the north. A young man collapses to his knees, desperately begging his master to stop. A worried young man questions the significance of the golden hoop as tension rises between the group. As the truck moves beneath the trees, the group debates whether a recent mysterious act was influenced by Buddha, but no one can provide an answer. A young man eagerly announces that the town is visible ahead as the vehicle moves forward. A vehicle approaches the imposing Fortress 109, looming over the surrounding forest. The group approaches the imposing entrance of Fortress 109. A woman addresses the group, crediting their survival to one young man's efforts. A group of students bows outdoors, expressing their appreciation enthusiastically. Lu Yuan smiles warmly and reassures the other person that appreciation is unnecessary. A student counts aloud as several students in uniform are singled out during a tense selection. With a playful smile, he reminds the remaining 3 to thank him. The 3 students stand in silence, surveying the quiet village and the black vehicle below. 2 young men pause on a bridge, recognizing how much the area resembles their hometown. A truck carrying several cautious passengers moves slowly through a field of toppled ruins as they approach a dangerous zone. A woman seriously questions the group about their past living conditions. 2 women discuss how someone in their town used to work as a replacement teacher, while a young man walks in the background. A military truck screeches to a stop, filling the air with smoke. The group steps out of the truck as one of them announces their arrival at the destination. A heavy-set man in a fur coat strides forward, confidently demanding to meet Lu Yuan. A tense man in a fur-collared jacket demands to know who Lu Yuan is as the group and several onlookers watch. A burly man storms forward, demanding that the town's admin come out immediately. 3 characters abruptly turn in surprise as something unexpected happens nearby. A young man asserts their group's identity and instructs the envoy to relay the message to his superior. One of the young men calls out as they both hurry through the village. A woman considers that only a few people were promised entry into the barrier, but with new support, everyone in the group might now be allowed inside. A man with a cigar expresses hope that their rival will not investigate, while another watches him warily from behind. A man in a suit, flanked by armed guards, steps forward to greet the arriving boss. A well-dressed man with a cigar taunts his opponent, exuding confidence. A man urgently explains that after receiving news from Boss Ching, he tried to welcome the group but lost contact and could not arrive sooner. One man commands the other to follow as they stand back to back outside. 2 figures rush toward the guarded checkpoint as one urgently calls for everyone to stop. One man demands to know who is in the car and insists that everyone inside must be checked. A furious man in a fur coat confronts the calm, seated man and accuses him of checking his people. An older man reacts in shock as the admin of Barrier 109 suddenly strikes someone, leaving 2 young men tense and wary. A stern man confronts another, demanding to know if he has forgotten his identity. The man pauses in tense silence, his expression serious as he contemplates the situation. 2 men escort a group of captives toward a truck while one warns the other to remember their place and the power of Qing. The group pauses near their truck, taking in the unusually clean streets of the city barrier. A character marvels at the tall buildings and abundant plants inside the barrier. The boy excitedly points out a large field next to the gazebo. A woman describes the garden and explains how people gather there to walk, dance, and listen to music. A woman points out a father and daughter sharing a heartfelt moment as they feed each other in the field. A young woman suddenly kisses a shocked young man as the bewildered crowd realizes they are not related. The man confidently signals for the group to follow him to the promised grocery store. The group pauses as one member questions if their next destination is the grocery store. 2 men eagerly hurry after someone who has just turned the corner. The group moves purposefully through the busy city street, blending in with the daytime crowd. As uneasy gazes follow them through the crowded street, one reassures his anxious companion and promises to find a way out together. A character steps down the stairs with determination. A man in a fur coat confidently tries to persuade someone to accept a promising business opportunity. Standing above the group, the man announces that he is granting them shelter and declares his debt repaid. 2 grateful townspeople thank Xiaosu for bringing them into the barrier, and he reminds them they still need to start their grocery store. One man confronts another outside, declaring that the grocery store now belongs to him as a result of a life-risking trade. An older man proposes becoming the cashier for a higher salary, hoping for a new arrangement. One character cheerfully agrees to a request, prompting another to reflect on his unchanged, money-loving nature. One man reveals that the other owns 30% of the store and will receive a share of the profits from selling antibiotics. A middle-aged man with glasses and a mustache reacts with surprise to unexpected news. A cloaked figure secretly watches as one of the 3 young men outside the wooden gate promises to do his best. Lu Yuan suddenly spots a threat, his eyes widening in alarm. Lu Yuan cautiously enters the room, scanning for any signs of danger. A man in a ragged cape confronts a woman with a direct question about her next move as others observe from afar. A woman clutches her chest, bracing herself as anxiety overwhelms her. A serious man explains that once they receive their residential identity cards, the school will handle enrollment, accommodation, and allowances for the teacher and students. One young man challenges the other's motives, insisting that their recent hardships mean they can expect support from the Qin Consortium. 3 men discuss the risks and reliability of a deal involving the barrier, weighing potential interference from the consortium. 2 men shake hands and discuss how enrolling students is a minor issue for the consortiums when profit is not involved. One student casually asks another about the monthly school allowance, and receives a practical answer that it varies by location but is meant to cover basic needs. Someone suddenly grabs another person's shoulders, leaving them visibly shocked and unresponsive. A cheerful boy insists to a hesitant companion that they both want to go to school, emphasizing their eagerness to learn over financial concerns. 6 people step forward and announce that they all want to attend school, surprising the man they address. The weary leader decides to exclude the others and selects 2 teammates who are suitable in age. 2 boys loudly refuse to follow the order. One character asserts control while the others quickly back down in surprise. A hand grabs the garment's edge, bracing for the sudden impact. A man in uniform tells the boy that to receive help entering the school, he must offer something in return. A hand eagerly passes a small white bottle to another outstretched hand. One young man angrily calls out another for repeating an insulting nickname, escalating the confrontation on the street. 2 figures stomp down the city street, marching forward with determination. A group of 5 enters the building, startling the person near the entrance. 2 boys explore the news store, feeling optimistic about their future. An older man eagerly calls for someone to come inside as a smiling boy is ushered through the doorway toward another young man. The group gathers in the courtyard as one member assigns rooms for everyone. The young woman smiles softly as she confidently agrees to the request. An older man cheerfully pledges that everyone will follow the young boy's lead. A cheerful boy energetically wipes the window from the outside. Inside the sunlit building, a woman brings in bedding while 2 men carry buckets and move toward the window to prepare the living quarters. A hand presses the flush button, and the toilet flushes. 6 people gather around the strange toilet, staring down at it in astonishment. A group gathers near the doorway, reacting with excitement to the discovery of modern toilets and a sewer system. The group excitedly splashes in the limitless water, realizing why everyone inside the barrier is so clean. Sunlight streams in as a solitary potted plant casts a sharp shadow on the ground. 8 people sit together on a mat, enjoying a warm and peaceful moment as sunlight streams in. 2 characters quietly enjoy each other's company as the sun sets over the city. While sitting together, the group discusses taking over the clinic after noticing several people came looking for a doctor. Embarrassed and sweating, the protagonist recalls a jovial man smoking a cigar. 2 young men walk outside at dusk, discussing how to sell their antibiotics and manage their money to ensure their survival. The group discusses turning to the grocery business and considers using local herbal medicines for making black medicine if their main plan fails. The young man explains that the black medicine can only be sold in small quantities each week. One man excitedly insists that their shop's exclusive item will guarantee a steady stream of customers, while the other listens intently. One character explains how the black medicine can be divided into smaller portions for easier sale, while the others listen under the night sky. A character plans to enter the barrier tomorrow to sell gold in small amounts, hoping it will support their survival for a while. After days of travel, the group prepares to rest as 2 characters check the door together under the night sky. One young man crouches by the door, suddenly reacting to something unusual, while the other stands behind him, concerned by his companion's tension. A cautious girl finds a warning memo in the corridor and quickly shows it to her companion. She reads the ominous warning aloud and asks her companion who could have written it. He studies the note and realizes the handwriting is familiar. He wonders why she is in Barrier 109 and questions her true intentions. Frustrated, the protagonist realizes he is now trapped inside the barrier after learning crucial information too late, while his companion looks on in confusion. Sunlight illuminates the ornate rooftop of a traditional building, establishing a calm setting under the clear sky. Luyuan stretches energetically as he leads the way, followed by his smaller companion, while 2 adults watch them from the building entrance. One character stretches contentedly after a good sleep while another watches him. Noticing Chunwoody is missing, the man looks around in confusion. Recently freed from the asylum, he strolls through the city, reflecting on his past and suddenly remembering something important. He pauses on the street, watching a happy family pass by as he reflects on memories of a similar life he once had. A surprised young man notices mysterious musical notes entering the scene. Luyuan stands at the courtyard's edge, watching in surprise as a group performs an unusual synchronized dance with floating musical notes. A silver-haired young man smiles as he reflects on the past while people celebrate around him. A barrage of blows catches the unprepared opponent completely off guard. A young man in tattered pajamas urges 2 startled kids to start moving. 3 figures glare forward, united in fury and ready to confront what lies ahead. 4 attackers overwhelm and beat the outnumbered protagonist in a chaotic struggle. A startled boy in pajamas quickly dodges as someone is violently kicked out of the scene. Leaves float gently down a serene suburban street beneath the clear sky, setting a calm atmosphere. A disheveled man confronts a tense group of 7 people on the street, clearly exasperated. One character places a reassuring hand on a distressed ally's shoulder while another watches with concern. A young man rushes over and is shocked to find his master badly beaten. A disheveled man waves and laments as he walks away, while two others silently watch his awkward farewell. Lu Yuan grows tense as he realizes the barrier may be hiding unseen dangers and urges himself not to linger. A large bank building comes into view as people gather near the entrance, and a yellow bus waits in front. At the currency exchange counter, a frustrated customer is shocked by the high processing fee for converting money. A cautious man explains the need to pay a processing fee while another questions if they might have to change barriers again. A nervous man, sweating under pressure, reluctantly agrees to follow the instructions in the letter. As the group walks outside the building, one member asks another which barrier he plans to move to next. One character reassures another that they have enough money and just need some spare change, suggesting they can save the rest. He contemplates the uncertain road ahead, convinced they will soon leave for an unfamiliar barrier. 5 figures stand together at sunrise, preparing to enter the city and face whatever awaits them. A wary figure stands on the street, eyeing the approaching bus marked 666 with suspicion. The group gathers in front of the yellow bus, discussing whether they can ride it after hearing stories about it from others. The group prepares to test the mysterious golden containers under the man's encouragement. 2 children race down the train aisle as a cloaked figure silently observes them from behind. As the yellow bus moves through the city, one passenger describes how life inside the barrier is safer and more comfortable than living as a refugee. 2 young men sit in the empty stadium, discussing how struggles remain even as their lives improve. One of the young men points out that the only people without troubles are those who have already died. 2 exhausted young men vent their frustrations about someone else's problems during a sarcastic exchange. A boy sulks on his bed, complaining dramatically about how boring life outside is. One young man reacts with shock to an unexpected revelation, while the other listens quietly on the sunlit bus. The protagonist informs the group that he will leave temporarily while they return. Anxiously, an older man asks a young boy about his missing brother on a nearly empty bus, but the boy admits he wasn't paying attention. He decides not to tell anyone about selling the gold, finding it easier to keep quiet. He slips past the warrant poster undetected. Lu Yuan studies the wanted poster with intense focus, analyzing the man's face. Lu Yuan stops in shock upon recognizing someone familiar on a wanted poster. Realizing his plan could be exposed, the young man worries that the discrepancy in the missing gold will be discovered by the Qin Consortium. He realizes the Qin Consortium has set a trap to lure him out. He notices that the authorities are searching for someone else, and quickly reassesses the situation. A uniformed figure approaches a small shack on the edge of a remote settlement outside Barrier 111. The exhausted young man arrives at Barrier 111 and pauses, visibly relieved. By the campfire, he reassures himself that his superhuman body can withstand the effects of the poison. A weary man in camouflage approaches a food table and asks if he can buy something to eat. A stern man suddenly confronts a startled young man, heightening the tension between them. A boy urgently shouts for everyone to gather as he knocks over a bowl in alarm. A worried young man flees as an angry mob chases him through the chaos near Barrier 111. The young man anxiously protests that he is being pursued despite never having done anything wrong. A young man escapes from pursuing enemies on a shadowy mount, deciding to head for Barrier 109. Lu Yuan forcefully pins a shadowy, red-eyed entity to the ground in the dark forest. A wounded figure sprints through the dark forest, leaving a trail of blood behind. Sitting in the vehicle, the young man secures help from the consortium outside the mountains so he can plan his return to Barrier 111. A character watches as a shadowy figure quickly moves near a van in the dark forest. Startled, the young man spots a mysterious black shadow and quickly suspects it might be Su Xianchu. A figure darts away from the wrecked vehicle and disappears into the dark forest. A frustrated character slams his fist against metal, fuming over his rival's unpredictable actions. A determined young man tracks his adversary toward Barrier 109, vowing not to let him escape. Inside the vehicle, a man urgently orders his subordinate to capture their target immediately if spotted near location 109. The convoy prepares to enter the barrier through the fortified gate. A young man evaluates the real threat posed by the powerful consortium elders rather than the superhuman. Power struggles intensify within the consortium as shadowy figures provoke growing concern among its leaders. A stern man explains that violence is merely a tool for upholding order, not order itself. The protagonist reflects on being sidelined after making progress against the Tinder Corp as a convoy of carriages moves through the empty city streets. A vehicle screeches to a sudden halt in the empty street, sending dust into the air. In a dimly lit vehicle, 2 men discuss the upcoming operation report and the likelihood that the squad will be split up and reassigned. Inside the vehicle, a bald man urgently demands that the leader address the soldiers and let them take action, insisting that people should not be forced to survive in the wild. A tense man asserts that everyone is ready to give their support. A man in a tactical vest orders everyone to get out as he opens the vehicle door. A man in a tactical vest steps out of the vehicle and approaches the armed group standing in formation. A young man instructs the group to perform well in their new squads and not embarrass him. A commanding figure issues orders as the squad of armed soldiers responds in unison and prepares to move out. The weary young man calls for everyone to get back in the vehicle so they can head home. A lonely fortress looms beneath the star-filled night sky, setting a tense atmosphere. A military vehicle pulls up to the mansion under the cover of night. A man in a white suit strides purposefully toward the building's entrance at night. The young man pulls open his shirt to reveal his bare chest in a tense moment. Water sprays from the shower head as the shower turns on. A weary young man takes a long-awaited shower, eager for a brief moment of rest. After entering the barrier, the young man quickly realizes that others have already seized his authority. A man emerges from a steamy bathroom, reflecting on the combat experience of his men. He buttons his shirt in the bathroom, determined not to let this rare opportunity slip by. A man in white strides toward two armed guards in the dim hallway, his footsteps echoing in the tense silence. An armed guard blocks the man in white at the doorway, refusing to let him leave. The young man questions whether someone is deliberately spreading false information about his restrictions. A composed man in white strides confidently past two armed guards, assuring them he's only going to listen to music. A soldier pleads anxiously with the calm man in white at the top of the steps, explaining they are only following orders. He narrows his eyes, analyzing the situation with unwavering focus. Two armed soldiers confront him, but he remains calm and unfazed. Lu Yuan calmly reassures the tense soldier, diffusing the confrontation. One character bows deeply in gratitude while the other walks away confidently after showing mercy. A solitary figure in a white coat walks away down the deserted street as two soldiers question why anyone would still follow him after he lost his powers. A lone traveler drinks quietly beneath the stars, pondering how many days have passed on the road. A man in a white suit sits alone at a table, pouring himself a drink as he reflects in solitude. A performer on stage is revealed to be a different person, causing tension among the watchers. Amid shifting fame and glory, one man asserts that he alone has remained unchanged. A man delivers a message that the administration has requested another man to attend a formal discussion. The young man firmly refuses to go, making his decision clear. The scene shifts to a quiet city street beneath a clear sky. Walking alone through the busy street, the protagonist decides to manage the store instead of selling gold or relying on his school allowance. Lu Yuan weighs his options as he realizes appreciation tokens are now harder to earn than money and selling black medicine isn't always possible. A young newcomer stands in the street, hesitantly facing two older men who watch him with unsettling smiles. The annoyed man eyes the situation skeptically, wondering what Wang Fuge is plotting this time. Two men exchange a small black medicine container with tense determination. Lu Yuan enters the large doorway, frustrated as he questions if his superhuman talents are wasted on becoming a pharmacist. A man nervously asks the doctor about his stomach pain, and the doctor bluntly tells him he is pregnant. A male character freezes in disbelief, sweat streaming down his face as he looks upward in shock. A frustrated man confronts the indifferent clinic doctor after being wrongly told he is pregnant. An angry man boasts about his reputation, but the unimpressed boy remains indifferent. A mission notification appears, instructing the protagonist to cure the patient. One person grabs another's wrist and urgently demands to know what illness he has as the other clutches his aching stomach. One character quickly hands over medicine to another, who insists on continuing the mission despite feeling unwell. The protagonist receives a basic skill book as a mission reward and prepares to try it out. One young man asks about foods to avoid, and the other warns him not to eat bitter gourds. The young man demands an explanation, his expression tense and insistent. One character casually gives a bizarre explanation, leaving the other completely bewildered. A startled young man bursts into the room, urgently calling out for Xiaosu. A man with glasses eagerly holds out a flyer for everyone to see. Lu Yuan peers cautiously from behind the door and questions whether the flyer is from the Tinder Corp. An official announcement introduces a new paid blood donation program for superhumans to support scientific research. An older man points to a document and highlights its main point while the younger man listens closely. Someone is shocked to learn that donating 200 cubic centimeters of blood could earn them millions. An older man encourages a younger man to investigate a company he already suspects, noting their unexpected encounter in Barrier 109. A young man questions the suspicious motives behind Tinder Corp's public support for superhumans while other barriers remain hostile. One character calls someone over to the desk while the others watch attentively. The young man firmly stops the older man, insisting that his brother will not get involved with the suspicious company. A nervous man reveals that two superhumans were captured after exposing their abilities, raising concerns about the intentions of Tinder Corp. The group rejects the dangerous plan and decides to warn another member not to use his powers recklessly. Outside under the starry sky, Lu Yuan reassures the older man that Chunwoody will stay quiet because he threatened him with the tightening chant. One young man suggests robbing Tinder Corp instead of donating blood, while the other reacts with skepticism. An angry character kicks another out and orders him to pack up and get ready for school. One character sobs over his difficult past while another silently resolves to guide him toward understanding right from wrong within the barrier. One character points at a sheet of paper on the desk and asks about the meaning of a mysterious number. A character points at a piece of paper on the table and discusses the possibility that the number written on it is for a cellular line used to communicate across barriers. The excited character proposes calling the number immediately to move things forward. The scene zooms in on the telephone keypad as someone prepares to make a call. 7 people sit in a circle on the floor, examining a rotary phone as one of them asks how to use it. A young man suddenly realizes a possible solution. One character sits alertly while another rushes to answer a ringing phone, heightening the tension. A sudden ringing sound breaks the calm as someone looks up in surprise. The young man defiantly shouts into the telephone, boldly declaring himself as the Monkey King. One young man expresses disbelief as another tests the phone's ability to diagnose a problem in the traditional room at night. One young man encourages the other to try something new, and his companion eagerly agrees. A hand presses the replay button on the keypad. A young boy tests out a landline phone, causing confusion on the other end before the call abruptly ends. One young man marvels at how real the phone conversation feels before the other suggests they stop bothering people. A telephone suddenly rings loudly on the floor, breaking the silence. Three youths look up, startled, as someone calls out to them from off-panel. Liu Yuan receives an unexpected telemarketing call offering a high-interest loan for his grocery store. A person discusses lending money over the phone while two others listen closely, asking about the interest rate. A young man mocks the caller by asking if they're a loan shark. A man holding a phone turns to report that someone has accused them of being loan sharks. The two men argue heatedly about whether their high-interest lending makes them heartless loan sharks. A boy hears a mysterious voice that he finds oddly familiar and grows wary. The boy aggressively demands to know the caller's identity while insisting on his own significance. A confident young man introduces himself over the phone. A tense man urgently asserts his identity over the phone in a stressful moment. The young man collapses to the floor in defeat, hiding his face as he clutches the blue weapon. He realizes with annoyance that the familiar voice belongs to someone who always introduces themselves. An older man advises a younger man to build connections with people involved in shady businesses and plans to speak further with the suspect individual. An older man boasts to a cautious younger man about distributing the black medicine to many strangers earlier that day. A serious young man hands a list to his subordinate and instructs him to buy the items separately the next day. A character steps forward and confidently agrees to handle the task. A hand discreetly passes an envelope containing bomb materials as the plan for a backup explosive takes shape. Morning arrives as a new day begins at the brick building. Two young men stand side by side, smiling with genuine camaraderie. Two boys thank a girl for preparing their new clothes. The group enthusiastically waves farewell in front of the building, promising to meet again soon. A group of uniformed students boards the train together, preparing for the next stage of their journey. A train pulls into the empty city square. A dramatic announcement signals the arrival of the 13th middle. Two young men in matching uniforms climb the stairs with backpacks, following someone ahead. Liu Yuan silently scans his surroundings, alert and cautious. Liu Yuan notices a suspicious figure standing alone as students enter the building. A female character in a blue jacket and cat-eared hoodie enters confidently, arms crossed and blowing bubble gum. One student confronts another in a tense standoff outside the building, drawing the attention of others nearby. The young man confidently asks for his dagger to be returned. A group of male students approaches the new girl leaning against the wall. A character narrows his red eyes, focusing intently on the unfolding situation. Three students confront a lone student in the hallway, questioning his presence. One student accuses another of trying to steal his belongings. Startled by the sudden meowing, the character reacts with confusion and alarm. A young man, confronted by a group of uniformed students, is challenged to prove he knows a girl by stating her name. The young man confidently reveals Xiaojin's name in response to the question. One student confidently brings up Rin Xiaosu's name while speaking to his peer outdoors. Three chibi versions of the protagonist appear, all visibly confused and unsure of what is happening. A shocked young man, overwhelmed by confusion, questions his own identity. Three young men confront a newcomer, demanding to know his identity as suspicion rises in the tense compound yard. Three students accuse and confront the group, demanding they come to the disciplinary office while one tries to explain. A group of students detains another outside the school, refusing to listen to his explanation and insisting he wait to speak to the teachers. A confident girl reflects on how her brother struggled to handle a troublesome young woman in the mountains. While students gather in the background, the younger boy cheerfully introduces himself to the taller girl in blue. A woman in a tracksuit greets a younger man outside the building, teasing him about being worse than her friend. The scene shifts to the closed door of the disciplinary office, signaling an impending confrontation. A young man questions the office worker about the sudden arrival of another new member. Two furious boys in matching uniforms vow revenge after discovering someone used one of their names for a registration. A student follows a teacher down the hallway to be introduced to the class. The sign for Classroom 3 hangs on the wall, indicating the room's location. A new student is assigned a temporary seat in the classroom while the teacher explains the seating arrangement. A male student realizes he is not in the same class as another student, feeling relieved as two classmates watch him from their desks. A pink-haired student asks the new boy if he is a transfer, and he confirms it. Two students discuss which schools they previously attended as they chat in the classroom. A girl firmly corrects the boys, explaining that the 5th middle school merged with the 6th a long time ago. Liu Yuan vents his frustration about the confusing numbering system. Several students confront a silent newcomer in the classroom, suspiciously questioning whether he is from outside the barrier, and if he carries any disease. A teacher announces that the class will review trigonometry in preparation for the upcoming finals. He stares blankly at the board, clearly struggling to comprehend the material. The man in the suit urgently writes on the large surface, fully focused on his task. A boy struggles to recall trigonometry concepts despite remembering previous lessons. The teacher ends the class, signaling everyone to leave. A frustrated student slams his head on the desk as his classmates react in shock and confusion. Lu Yuan walks down the hallway, feeling drained by the demands of his studies near the borders. Someone intently watches as another person's feet draw near, tension rising with each step. A younger student urgently calls out to his older brother in the hallway, creating a tense confrontation. Rumors spread among the students about a deadly virus, but the accusation is immediately denied. Someone reacts angrily to being insulted. Two young men debate whether insults lose their meaning when voiced by a crowd. One character challenges the other by asking what he would do if faced with 10,000 opponents. One boy firmly assures the other that their actions are justified as he offers comfort on the rooftop. A young man asserts his unwavering belief in his own sense of justice despite widespread opposition. One character stands by the rooftop ledge, confidently resting his hand on the other's head to offer reassurance. A confident girl confronts two wary boys on the rooftop under the sunlight. A girl demands to know why the two boys are there as she confronts them outside the building. A tense standoff unfolds as one character shields a younger companion from a stern woman in uniform. An argument erupts in the hallway after one character is attacked from behind, while another tries to leave for the washroom. The two stand outside, silently confronting each other in tense anticipation. The character in the tracksuit hurls an object forcefully at the unseen opponent. Lu Yuan is startled as he receives a dagger from someone outside. A uniformed figure interrogates another at gunpoint on the rooftop, demanding to know how they escaped the Qin Consortium's lockdown. One character holds another at gunpoint, while he calmly explains how he escaped the lockdown area. A serious young man warns of countless monsters emerging from the mountains and describes an especially terrifying creature inside the volcano. A woman in a cap aims her handgun at someone, confidently holding them at gunpoint. A character grips a handgun tightly, preparing to draw it. One character confronts the other about hiding a secret from the Qin Consortium, intensifying the tension between them. Two figures realize that a pack of wolves has been monitoring the canyon entrance the entire time. Two figures approach a glowing portal, discussing how a unique ability allows them to avoid taking a detour. A sharp-eyed girl in a cap confronts someone, questioning how they managed to return before Barrier 113 was destroyed and implying their abilities are far beyond normal. The young man realizes that his superhuman identity has been discovered and reacts in shock. A young man cheerfully explains how he safely crossed the canyon without encountering any wolves or fast-moving bugs. The girl pointedly ignores the boy, leaving him visibly confused. A girl grabs the boy's collar and warns him not to reveal her secret, making it clear their fates are linked. The young man eagerly accepts the deal as the serious girl walks away. Lu Yuan clenches his fist and fights to maintain his composure as tension rises. Two young men in matching uniforms discuss the dangers of Barrier 109, with one warning the other not to confront Hindercorp or sell his blood and asking about other factions present. A girl warns a boy that the locals deeply hate refugees, hinting that trouble is imminent. A mysterious figure appears on the rooftop, confronting two startled students below. A white-haired figure in sunglasses confirms that Luo Xingyu is present. One character turns to another and asks why superhumans exist. Two characters walk through the hallway, discussing how humans have sacrificed physical strength for greater wisdom through evolution. The young man demands an explanation, his expression tense and confrontational. A woman in a blue coat asserts that mentality will be humanity's first weapon against disaster. Lu Yuan stands defiantly in the hallway, confronting the uniformed figure in a tense standoff. Night falls as a crescent moon illuminates the star-filled sky. The group moves steadily through the night, drawing closer to their destination under the star-filled sky. A man with glasses turns to his companion and asks about the sudden influx of customers in the shop. A group reunites on a lanternlit street as one enthusiastically greets the returning boss. A surprised man learns that the large crowd has gathered because the bosses promoted the black medicine during a recent meal. Lu Yuan reacts in disbelief to the unexpected result. An older man jokes about the hardships of aging while speaking to a group of younger men in the apothecary. The young man insists they limit sales to 1 bottle per person, claiming they cannot produce more. A sly older man proposes expanding medicine sales to dominate the pharmacy market within the barrier. A confident young man insists they need more than just numbers to win. The older man clutches the letter tightly, demanding an explanation as anxiety fills the room. A young man enthusiastically outlines a plan to upgrade the black medicine's packaging and launch a mysterious promotional campaign. An older man excitedly proposes selling 1 bottle each week to maximize their profits, assuring the younger man to leave the details to him. A young man asks an elderly man about Woody's whereabouts, and the elder assures him that Woody will return for dinner. Two men discuss someone's unreliable habit of only showing up for dinner. A frustrated young man demands to know why someone hasn't returned for dinner as promised. A young man returns up the stairs, cheerfully announcing his arrival while carrying a bundle of food. An older man clarifies to the confused young man that someone has arrived to bring them food. The young man anxiously questions the woman's intentions, wondering if she plans to destroy the entire barrier. He doubts that one person could destroy the barrier with such a small amount of explosives and wonders if there's another target. The young man considers the arrival of multiple factions in the barrier, questioning their motives and what might happen next. Walking down the stone staircase alone, he wonders why no one from the League Consortium has appeared and suspects they might be unaware of the situation inside the barrier. The young man stands outside the door at night, pondering the sudden disappearance of the group's leader. He hesitates in front of the shadowy doorway, pausing before stepping inside. A woman lifts a basket and presents it as a gift in the quiet courtyard at night. The young man's eyes widen as he processes a sudden, shocking revelation. The young woman gives a bicycle to the young man, explaining that she bought it to make his commute to school easier. A group gathers in the courtyard as someone questions how to balance on a two-wheeled bicycle. A boy asks the group if anyone knows how to ride the bicycle. Unable to figure out how to ride it, the character decides to ask for help from others tomorrow. The scene shifts to a modern building standing quietly beneath a bright sky. Several students sit quietly at separate desks in the classroom, waiting for something to begin. Lu Yuan confronts the group, demanding to know if they are hiding something from him. 5 students in school uniforms stand together, their anxious faces turned toward an unseen threat. A determined young man confronts the prejudice of his classmates and moves forward, undeterred by their hostility. A student asserts his purpose at the school, emphasizing he is there to study, not to win others' approval. The young man decides to concentrate on studying geography after struggling with science and physics. A young man pauses his reading and looks up in surprise at something unexpected. While flipping through the geography textbook, someone realizes it only contains information about the area near Barrier 109 and sparse details on geographic economy. He considers how the different factions remain wary of each other and refuse to share valuable information. Lu Yuan receives a new mission to help a classmate and prepares to act. A male student, looking puzzled, turns to his frustrated classmate and questions the idea of helping another student. A male student leans in to check if his classmate is feeling unwell as she clutches her stomach in pain. A boy offers toilet paper to his embarrassed classmate, who quickly denies needing it. Still baffled, the confused boy tries to make sense of the strange situation. A concerned student insists on helping after noticing another clutching her stomach, but she defensively refuses, saying her illness can't be cured. One character questions the severity of the diagnosis, while another reacts with visible distress. She questions her own behavior, feeling regretful for being rude despite his concern. A male student announces to the class that a classmate has incurable cancer and asks everyone to donate money, while the affected girl looks visibly upset. The students abruptly turn in surprise as someone enters the classroom, disrupting the lesson. Frustrated, Xiaojin corrects a misunderstanding about her condition. The protagonist receives a perfect grade skill tree reward and becomes excited about the new possibilities it offers. One character complains about the possibility of receiving another useless skill while dismissing the other's abilities. A teacher points at a surprised student, calling him to step outside the classroom. A man turns his head back with a tense expression and gives a reluctant agreement. A group of students in uniform react with varying degrees of tension and curiosity as someone enters the sunlit classroom. The man pauses uncertainly in front of the doorway. The group arrives at the meeting location, marked by a sign reading, "Meeting Room." 2 young men enter a room where several adults, introduced as the students' parents, sit around a meeting table. One character reacts in shock while the others watch him in tense silence. A student smugly tells another that rumors of disease have led everyone to hope he will transfer to a different school. A young man defiantly challenges the suggestion to transfer schools, questioning whether any other school would even accept him. A stern man with folded arms warns that the student should quit if no other school accepts them, insisting the class cannot be put at risk. Lu Yuan scans his surroundings with sharp, focused eyes, carefully assessing the situation. The young man steps forward and refuses to comply. A character slams their hand on the table and declares they will take the dispute to court for threatening public safety. A stern woman demands that the school take responsibility for the consequences if they refuse the transfer during the tense meeting. An adult introduces a new student to the group and suggests they ask him questions. Someone steps decisively into the room, signaling the arrival of a new presence. A woman abruptly interrupts the group near the doorway, demanding an explanation for their actions. The woman challenges the group, insisting they cannot allow their children to attend school with a refugee. A woman challenges the crowd's prejudice against refugees, questioning their assumptions about disease and demanding evidence. A woman informs the group that she has heard reports of someone being sick inside the barrier. A determined woman confronts others, insisting that the student deserves fair treatment regardless of his background. Lu Yuan reflects on meeting someone pure despite the polluted world. One person questions the other's protectiveness and formally requests that the student be transferred into their class. Both young men stand their ground, each declaring their unwavering resolve. Someone emphatically announces their intention to join the class. A woman challenges a man's decision to accept a student into his class, prompting him to clarify that his students do not have parents and require only their own consent. A woman stands in the hallway with clenched fists, bracing herself to face a challenge. A student confidently assures the teacher that their group supports admitting the new classmate. A woman confronts the group, questioning their motives for helping a refugee. The group debates whether to offer help, acknowledging that their survival depended on someone they once distrusted. A young man harshly tells the distressed group that they lack understanding of the world beyond the barrier. A woman urgently asks an office worker to process paperwork for a new student, and he agrees to handle it later. A stern woman harshly rebukes a silent, ashamed man in the hallway for failing to protect his student. Two students in school uniforms celebrate joyfully in front of their school building. A boy returns unexpectedly, causing his classmate at the desk to react with frustration. Overcome by exhaustion, she lies down, her face etched with fatigue. The injured young man offers words of encouragement, wishing her a swift recovery. A pink-haired girl, taken by surprise, peeks out from under a blanket with a flushed, embarrassed expression. A stern woman escorts two students down the hallway to their new classroom, while one tries to stifle laughter. A teacher offers to help a student with studies, asking which subject they need assistance with, while another student observes from the hallway. One character is visibly astonished by the other's unexpected mention of a bicycle. A girl grabs the boy's arm in the hallway, confronting him about buying a bicycle and questioning why he cares about their classes. A girl laughs off the concern while the boy reacts with playful frustration. One student cheerfully announces that they will be sitting together from now on, while the other looks uneasy. Two characters shake hands to seal their alliance. Lu Yuan stands confidently in the sunlight, wearing a knowing smile. A woman with red eyes studies the scene, questioning whether destiny is at play. Two people return to the hall as a third person greets them. A blue-eyed young man thanks someone for their actions earlier that day while two older men stand behind him outside. A woman reassures a smiling boy by gently patting his head. The speaker reflects on growing resentment toward the barrier people yet notes positive feelings for certain individuals and finds amusement in seeing her brother teased. A woman tells a young man to fetch a bicycle so they can learn about it, and he eagerly agrees. A woman presents a long object to a young man as the sun sets, inviting him to try it. A woman demonstrates how to ride a bicycle while giving clear instructions. A young woman performs an impressive bicycle stunt as the crowd watches in amazement. The young man looks up anxiously, sweat glistening on his face as he reacts in distress. Several youths silently watch as a girl rides away on her bicycle at sunset. A young man hears an explosion in the distance and tries to determine its cause, feeling suspicious and alert. Lu Yuan offers the woman a safe place to stay and assures her they will watch over her in case of trouble. A leader urgently instructs the group to secure weapons and lock up the shop before heading out, while the others watch with concern. The older boy firmly tells the younger one to stay home before leaving. The figure surveys the barrier from the rooftop, aware that danger lurks beneath its calm exterior. Resolutely preparing to investigate the recent incident, he crouches atop the rooftop at sunset to gather crucial information for survival. A young man lands forcefully in a crouch on the stone courtyard, ready for action. He surveys the tallest building, planning to use its height for a better vantage point. A young man in a tracksuit urgently climbs up the side of a brick building. The young man hauls himself onto the ledge, pushing onward despite the tension. A male character in blue pajamas climbs determinedly over the rooftop ledge as the sun sets. Lu Yuan looks up in shock as a large object hurtles toward him. He examines the sample intently under the microscope. Two students in uniforms cling to the edge of a structure, struggling to hold on as one steadies a large sniper rifle. A young man analyzes the scene through his rifle scope, concluding that the woman nearby is not responsible for the distant explosion. A young woman carefully takes aim through her scope as the sun sets. A woman armed with a sniper rifle jumps down from the rooftop and lands firmly, inviting someone to come up. Two people stand on a rooftop at sunset, worriedly discussing the chaos in the city and the dangerous actions of Tinder Corp. Two people discuss how a superhuman tried to sell his blood, but when a corporation attempted to capture him, their plan failed. He realizes the corporation is using the reward money as bait, and is relieved he avoided the trap. One character questions how a powerful consortium could fail after making extensive preparations, while another stands nearby with a rifle at sunset. The plan to subdue the superhuman initially worked with heavy tranquilizers, but it failed because unexpected allies intervened. The two young men reaffirm their agreement to help each other if one of them gets into trouble. He realizes the superhumans who donated blood are plotting, and considers using Tinder Corp's failure as a chance to strike. A serious girl in a cap warns that the Tinder Corp's dawn combat sequence is dangerously strong despite only having 5 members. Two men discuss how the superhuman standoff is being influenced by interference from another group and question an individual's connection to Tinder Corp. A character explains that after a soldier was captured and later rescued, a new conflict erupted between two groups. A young man, visibly uneasy, questions whether consortium conflicts are always this intense. Lu Yuan confronts the figure, demanding to know why they are targeting Qingjin despite sharing a common enemy in Tinder Corp. A determined character narrows their intense red eyes beneath a hat, focusing intently. One character explains that their organization has strict principles about enemies, prompting the other to realize they would be targeted if they interfered. A hand reveals a mysterious, glowing red object that powerful groups are desperately trying to obtain but cannot control. Xiao Jin stands ready for battle, gripping a powerful futuristic rifle as embers swirl through the air. Two students in matching uniforms prepare for a critical confrontation on the rooftop, tense and armed, aware that disaster looms regardless of the outcome. One character surveys the scene warily while another takes aim with a sniper rifle as the sun sets. He pauses to reflect in silence beneath the vibrant sky. An explosion rocks the street as people scramble for cover behind barricades. Armed soldiers move cautiously toward the smoky battlefield, commenting on the slow response of those responsible for Barrier 109. A focused sniper observes the area, deducing that the enemy is unlikely to intervene unless their most important asset is threatened. One character quickly raises his hand to silence the other, creating a tense pause. A girl steadies her rifle for a crucial shot while a boy stands silently by her side under the night sky. A manhole cover is slowly pushed open on the empty city street at night. A weary man in a fur-lined coat climbs out of the manhole, startling the boy nearby. A man carefully lifts an injured companion out of a manhole, while another person assists from above. One figure questions how someone from the Qing could know the Li family's sewage system so well as the group walks through the empty nighttime streets. Lu Yuan freezes as someone aims a strange device at him. The young man dismisses the suggestion to act as Overwatch, clearly unconvinced. A focused figure steadies a sniper rifle and prepares to take a shot under the night sky. Lu Yuan examines the mysterious device with a skeptical look. Two figures on a city rooftop quietly assess the distance and wind speed as they prepare for their next move. A young man urgently confronts someone under the night sky, demanding to know if they are trying to kill Luolan. Snipers open fire from the rooftop, triggering a powerful explosion in the middle of the confrontation below. Two figures stand resolutely under the night sky, preparing for a confrontation as one readies a high-tech rifle. A furious man lashes out after his car is ambushed, while his companion urges him to calm down to avoid drawing more attention. Two men race forward while one of them carries their unconscious companion, determined to avoid capture. Two characters rush toward the open manhole as one urgently signals the other to follow. Three people climb a narrow, shadowy passageway by stacking themselves and ascending together. A young man cautiously emerges from the manhole and scans the area. One character confronts the other about sneaking out at night to shoot someone's tires, while the culprit admits it was done for fun. Lu Yuan protests loudly, panicking as he reacts to the reckless suggestion. A confident figure holding a sniper rifle wishes someone luck before heading into the night. A young man with a bandage on his cheek reacts in confusion to something unexpected. A mysterious portal suddenly opens under the night sky as the protagonist reacts in shock. Someone urgently warns that a sniper is positioned on top of the bank. A young man shouts with exhilaration as lightning crackles behind him. A young man urgently dashes across the darkness, desperate to escape before he is surrounded. A frustrated figure leaps into the night sky above the city, venting anger at being deceived again. A young man escapes into a dim alley and pauses to recover, relieved to have avoided capture. A worried girl rushes toward her brother, urgently asking if he is hurt as several adults watch from behind. A young man urgently explains that Tindercorp has trapped a superhuman under the guise of a blood donation, revealing a dangerous scheme. A young man arranges for an escort to ensure the woman's safe return as they talk outside at night. A clenched fist pounds urgently on the door. Lu Yuan steadies himself, his determination clear as he prepares for the next confrontation. A determined man pounds on the door and demands entry while his alert companion stands behind him. A confident man stands at the front while another supports an unconscious person under the night sky, preparing for a confrontation. A young man covers his mouth with both hands, eyes wide as he reacts in panic. He recoils and demands to know why the group smells so bad, covering his nose in disgust. A man demands medicine for his injured companion, while another suspiciously questions if they were involved in the recent explosion. One man angrily denies responsibility for their stumble, while the other responds with a smug expression. A young man notices the arrivals outside and questions why they don't have a car. A disgruntled man explains he sent something for maintenance, while another man demands clarification and grows increasingly frustrated about Ren Xiaosu. One young man lectures the other about basic car maintenance, while his companion dismisses the topic with indifference. One character threatens to expose another's secret if he talks about what happened tonight, and the other quickly agrees to stay quiet. One young man questions the other about his sweating, prompting a quick excuse about practicing cycling in the backyard. One character boasts about being taught by Miss Jianwu while the others react outside the building at night. Under the night sky, two people discuss teaching others how to ride a bicycle for the first time. A commanding figure urgently orders the younger man to attempt a healing, prompting his reluctant compliance. A young woman and a man urgently tend to an injured companion slumped on a bench. One young man excitedly plots to save the superhuman and use his gratitude to gain a powerful bodyguard, while the other warns him not to kill. One young man slyly suggests that making someone appear stronger than another will provoke jealousy, while his companion looks confused. Startled by a sudden noise, the woman clutches her garment and scans the darkness. Someone reveals that the person sitting calmly is actually a woman around 27 years old, shocking the onlooker. Two men are shocked to discover that the person they suspected is actually a woman. Two men argue in the courtyard about someone's age and exaggerated stories. A young man teases his companion about their choice of travel partners and the importance of age. A young man hands a bottle of medicine to a woman, asking her to treat the injured person instead. A woman scolds the men for watching as she applies medicine outside under the night sky. With sharp focus, the character carefully assesses the situation. A woman confronts two men under the night sky, demanding to know who they are. A cheerful man insists he saved the other from Tindercorp, but the skeptical figure doubts his claim. A frustrated young man insists that he was the one who saved someone from Tindercorp. One woman tries to stand despite her injuries while another urgently warns her to stay still and recover. A tearful young woman reveals that her brother is still trapped inside Tindercorp. The group realizes that both superhumans are siblings, explaining why she is trying to rescue him. A young man delivers the grim news that someone's brother is likely dead. One of the group explains that during the escape, an RPG blast separated two people, resulting in only one being rescued while the hostile corporation seeks to eliminate any survivors. Two students sit together at night, questioning whether anyone can truly be called good or bad after learning of Tindercorp's actions. Two men discuss the risks of getting involved with the Tindercorp and agree on compensation for medical treatment. A confident man in a fur-collared coat tries to recruit the two others, boasting about their group's attacks on Tindercorp and mentioning a powerful ally. A young woman accuses the man of being untrustworthy while he insists he was the one who saved her. A woman expresses her gratitude, announces her departure to avoid causing trouble, and someone is surprised by an unexpected notification of appreciation. Two men argue under the night sky as one demands credit for saving someone while the other questions his reputation. One man confronts the other about his growing arrogance, leaving him visibly startled under the night sky. Startled by a sudden noise, two men look up into the night sky in confusion. One woman anxiously supports an unconscious companion under the starry night sky, desperately seeking guidance on what to do next. A young man demands that the unconscious girl be taken away, insisting they are not to blame for her condition. One man arranges to leave a girl in another man's care, promising payment later, and the other agrees to the deal. A young man assigns the task of guarding a captive woman, instructing one person to carry her and another to watch the room to prevent her escape before payment is received. The two men react in surprise to someone's impressive efficiency. A new day begins as the school stands quietly under the morning sky. A young woman in a tracksuit quickly turns to look behind her, alert to something near the modern building. A cheerful boy waves and greets his sister as two friends stand by his side in the city. A woman promises to bring good food for a younger boy tomorrow, while another young man looks on in surprise at how well they are getting along. Two boys exchange playful taunts outside as one teases the other about not being able to ride a bicycle. A young man informs a confused girl that the bicycle is away for maintenance. Two students stand outside a building, discussing the recent maintenance of a bicycle. One character bursts into laughter while the other questions if the situation is truly that amusing. One student teases the other about making excuses for not learning, revealing that someone claimed his car was in maintenance. A character skeptically questions another's claim about bicycle maintenance, pointing out that only cars have engine oil and filters. A flustered boy realizes his mistake and admits he's making a fool of himself. Two students argue outside about how quickly one of them learned to ride a bicycle. A surprised young man urgently asks about someone's cycling abilities. Someone evaluates the target and notes that he lacks cycling skills. A flustered boy reacts with disbelief in front of the clock tower, frustrated by an exaggerated claim about learning to cycle instantly. A stern substitute teacher takes charge of the math class and directs everyone to open their textbooks. The teacher announces the start of a lesson on probability, as the students listen attentively. Unable to follow the classroom lesson, the student grabs advanced textbooks and decides to self-study. A young man challenges himself to master the material within a year as he studies intently. Two students sit together, anxiously preparing for the upcoming final exam. The young man looks up sharply, noticing something unusual above him. A boy notices with surprise that a girl has suddenly fallen asleep at her desk in the classroom. A girl in a tracksuit clutches her head and recoils in shock. One student focuses on their work while another sits distracted in the classroom. Someone receives a crumpled, mocking note at school. Luyuan sits at the desk, baffled as he tries to use chopsticks on a crumpled piece of paper. Luyuan examines the letter intently, his face marked by concern. Someone examines the note and realizes the handwriting closely resembles their own, raising suspicion. Two students sit together, exchanging tired remarks about sleep and food while one admits skipping dinner. A character holds up a note and presents a riddle to the group. A student sits at a desk, struggling to concentrate as frustration builds. A woman in a cap confronts a young man with a large envelope, openly admitting she left the secret note at his shop as he mocks her confession. Luyuan sits at the desk, writing intently as he contemplates his next move. A confident student confronts another about impersonation, holding an envelope across the desk. The teacher sternly demands the names of the two students caught throwing paper notes at the back of the classroom. A cheerful young man introduces himself while another person sits quietly in the background. The teacher slams a folder on the desk and angrily accuses the two students of trying to deceive him. The teacher turns in shock as a student seriously confirms that both individuals are involved. An older man silently studies the situation with a skeptical gaze. A student is called to the front of the class to answer questions while another student grins smugly at their discomfort. He notices someone standing silently by the wall, facing away. The young woman removes her cap and prepares herself with determination. The young man pauses, surveying the situation with calm intensity. A woman leans in and teases the seated man, prompting his confused reaction. A stern man in a suit calls on a student wearing a cap to answer a question. A student is singled out by a stern teacher in front of the class. A boy wearing a cap tries to dodge a question from the teacher by pointing out that the cap was just put on him and blaming his distraction on a pretty classmate. A male student decides to find out where a girl lives and whether she is nearby. Someone in the group points out that she still has the dangerous skill of making explosives. One character calculates their next move while cautiously observing the others, preparing for possible conflict. Alert and wary, he cautiously peeks around the corner after spotting something unusual. Inside a glowing barrier, two women confront each other as one grabs the other's shirt with determination. Frustrated by his oversight, the character realizes he could have used Luo Xingyu to bring someone home and save on transport costs. He urgently activates both the basic and perfect grade skill trees, channeling energy through his hands. With two skill trees in hand, the character steps toward the portal, determined to acquire a powerful new skill. The protagonist receives an absurd system message offering to teach him a high-grade nose-digging skill, leaving him exasperated and confused. The protagonist flies backward in frustration, loudly refusing to learn any bizarre skills. The system announces that it will randomly extract a master-grade skill or supernatural power, warning that any unqualified skills cannot be learned. A system notification offers the chance to acquire the supernatural power called the Shadow Gate. Liu Yuan stares in shock as a mysterious, glowing portal materializes before him. With a clenched fist and fierce determination, he celebrates his breakthrough. A young man stands in awe before a crackling supernatural portal, realizing he has gained another extraordinary power. The protagonist pauses at the glowing door, questioning if this is the entrance. A hand reaches toward the swirling portal as the exit comes into view. He carefully studies the exit's unexpected location, reassessing his plan. He steps confidently through the glowing portal, determined to lead the group across the barriers. He urgently senses that something is wrong. He hesitantly pushes his arm into the glowing portal, frustrated when the rest of his body cannot follow. Liu Yuan analyzes whether the outcome of the skill tree was influenced by Luo Xingyu's arm position during their previous encounter. Frustrated by his limitation, the protagonist complains about only being able to pass one arm through the palace while worrying about the risks this creates. The protagonist walks ahead, reflecting on his new supernatural power and speculating about others' abilities, while two men watch from a distance. He resolves to keep practicing until he can control his ability with precision. A concerned girl confronts a boy who has returned alone, urgently asking about the whereabouts of their missing companions. A young man rushes off after a woman orders him to gather everyone for dinner. Two characters confront another about leaving alone and being seen walking away with someone else after promising to keep learning how to cycle together. The young man laughs and quickly makes an excuse to leave. The young man steels himself, ready to face the imminent challenge. Two people stand together on an empty street as a large armored vehicle approaches at sunset. A cheerful young man leans out of a car window and eagerly calls someone over to admire his new car. One young man angrily demands the promised money from another across the table. One character steps out of the car and confronts another about their unexpected presence despite having already sent money earlier. A cheerful man arrives with another person carrying boxes, announcing gifts intended to help Lady Dong Funan recover from her wounds. The group stands together in silence, each affected by the emotional moment they have just witnessed. Two men arrive at the door with gifts, calling out for Lady Dong Funan to open it. A hand quietly lifts the metal bar to unlock the door. A young man sarcastically questions why an influential figure continues to pursue someone who has ignored him all day. A man boasts about his pure standards and declares that only Lady Dong Funan is worthy of him. One boy confronts another, demanding payment for the medicine he provided. An angry character loudly denies ever buying medicine from the accuser. One man awkwardly asks to borrow another person for a few days, but the request is immediately dismissed. A character reveals that new forces have appeared in the barrier, and that many people are seeking valuable research data from the university in Barrier 109. The character realizes that the research in Barrier 109 is crucial and has the power to shift the balance between competing forces, which explains why so many groups are after it. Inside the dim building, two young men question the purpose of some mysterious research, but neither knows the answer. Two young men argue in a dark university hallway, suspecting the building holds hidden value due to the interest of multiple groups. A nervous man proposes a deal, offering payment in exchange for protection. The young man suspects that someone is deliberately withholding information from him about the research. One young man refuses to give orders for protection, telling the other to make the request himself. Someone strides across the dimly lit stone floor, their purposeful steps echoing in the tense silence. He looks up, puzzled by the sudden development. A stern man receives urgent information from a soldier who whispers in his ear. A shadowed figure secretly listens as two men discuss suspicious activities in a dimly lit area. He weighs the risk of using the Shadow Gate to steal unknown research data. A determined figure steps decisively onto the floor. A pig-faced character confronts a cautious woman as she steps into the room. A determined woman issues a challenge, declaring she will return only if the other person loses all their weight. The two characters react with awkward resignation as one acknowledges that their plan has failed. A man confidently boasts that he can lose weight quickly, dismissing any doubts. Outside at night, one person seeks quick weight loss advice while another bluntly suggests eating only a bun for each meal, as a third looks on skeptically. The character pauses, deep in thought, as he considers his next move. One character playfully asks an ambiguous question, leaving the other confused and speechless under the night sky. Two young men argue outside at night, as one accuses the other of scheming and questions his motives for risking his life to save a woman, while the other insists on her innocence. A startled man interrupts, overwhelmed by confusion. A young man steps forward and loudly accuses someone of being the catfish. Two men argue in a dim corridor about using authority to investigate someone, but one insists they lack control over the barrier. One character dismisses the other and turns his attention to having dinner. He reluctantly accepts responsibility for protecting the refugee for 7 days to unlock a new vending machine item. He realizes that completing missions will allow him to unlock more items from the vending machine. 4 people sit in tense silence around a large table, each holding a cup or teapot. One character bluntly asks the other about their superpowers while they eat together. A calm character openly acknowledges their superior strength. The young man evaluates whether the supposed strength before him is truly impressive. The young man assesses his growing strength, estimating it to be equivalent to that of 2 adults. 2 young men eat together as one warns the other about a recent ally and asks about his next move. The injured character vows to recover and take revenge on Tindercorp. One young man blocks the other's attempt to leave the apothecary, sparking a tense confrontation. One character warns that searching for hidden enemies is dangerous and could lead to severe consequences if captured. The young man decides he must stop the captive from escaping to protect his interests and complete his missions. 3 men face each other tensely in the room as one sternly confronts another, who sweats nervously under the pressure. The young man assigns someone the responsibility of looking after her for the next few days. One character reacts in shock with glowing eyes while another watches him in surprise. A character observes that another seems unhappy and reacts with concern. A dark-haired character quietly whispers to someone nearby, sharing secret information. A white-haired man stands confidently as a dark-haired person clings to him, while another man watches them in confusion. 2 boys discuss a simple way to cheer someone up by calling him the Monkey King. One character boasts proudly about the Monkey King's greatness while another enthusiastically gives a thumbs up in agreement. He reacts uneasily, realizing Liu Yuan's manipulative actions. A character is forcibly restrained with their hands bound tightly behind their back. A white-haired man forcefully throws a woman onto the floor inside the building. She glares forward, refusing to back down from the challenge. A white-haired young man confronts someone with dark hair and demands an explanation. A woman, hands bound behind her back, angrily accuses her captors of running a shady business and selling illegal medicine. 2 characters exchange sly smiles as they acknowledge they're selling black medicine. A long-haired character freezes in shock, sweating as they react with confusion to an unexpected event. A distressed woman angrily confronts the group, shocked by their betrayal. A character bites down on a cloth, struggling to endure a surge of pain. A determined man restrains a struggling captive on the staircase, refusing to let him escape because of a mission and a payment he accepted. Someone quietly calls Liu Yuan over for a private discussion in the shadowy room. One young man explains his new shadow power and prepares to test it by trying to pull the other into a door he creates. One character steps back as another prepares to open the shadow gate in the dark room. Liu Yuan urgently points forward and shouts to command action. One character points accusingly at another, who remains seated and unflinching. A startled young man desperately searches the area, realizing the gate has vanished. The boy suddenly looks up, startled by something unexpected. 2 characters examine a mysterious crack in the floor, questioning how to enter through it. One young man anxiously asks the other if he can control the gate, while they stand facing each other indoors. Liu Yuan desperately tries to justify his mistake as tension rises. A nervous young man pleads to not be used in further experiments, admitting his fear. A boy admits his lack of experience, and asks for a moment to practice while sitting calmly as another character raises a fist nearby. A young man raises his hand to open a crackling dark portal in the wall, while another calmly observes from the bed. Liu Yuan tests the shadow gate, realizing he can only fit his arm through and that making the opening larger would attract unwanted attention. Liu Yuan concentrates as he considers shrinking the gate to the size of an arm. He closes his eyes and centers himself, preparing for what comes next. Cracks spread across the massive monolith as it begins to break free. He extends his hand forward, straining as he struggles to resist a mysterious force pushing against his willpower. The young man reacts swiftly, his face filled with shock and determination. Liu Yuan channels a surge of dark energy, readying himself for confrontation. A swirling black square rapidly shrinks in one character's hand as another watches in astonishment. A mysterious device on the table blocks access, and raises suspicion about the palace's involvement. One boy asks the other to buy a live chicken while the second boy wonders about the purpose of his companion's mysterious power. He realizes he can secretly attack people through the gate whenever he gets bored. He reluctantly admits agreement during the conversation. As night falls over the rooftops, one figure prepares to craft explosives while instructing the others to keep watch despite their doubts. The next morning, someone arrives and pushes open a wooden door. 3 men arrive at the entrance as one of them opens the large wooden gate to the building. Several people enter the room as an older man waits behind the lectern. A man in traditional clothing approaches and asks about the special medicine for sale, anticipating a business opportunity. A cheerful promoter announces the sale of a limited, expensive medicine for males, emphasizing its restricted availability. A furious man protests the high price, while 2 uneasy men stand behind him. The man with a ponytail firmly refuses the 2 men's request, explaining that the black medicine is not ready yet and emphasizing that even the disciplinary division was recently turned away. An agitated man seizes a calm young man by the collar and demands medicine, warning him to change his attitude. A man bows an apology as pallbearers carry a coffin, admitting they did their best. A furious character confronts another, demanding to know if he wishes for his death, while the other remains unimpressed. A group of men notices Xiaoyan's arrival and tension rises between the 2 sides outside the building. A group of men in suits formally approach and bow to the doctor to express their gratitude. One man recounts how mysterious black medicine helped his wife become pregnant after years of infertility, while another presents a scroll labeled Goddess of Fertility. A young man bluntly rejects the idea that the black medicine can cure infertility. A young man anxiously demands confirmation about the pregnancy. A man confidently announces that a recent hospital blood test has confirmed a pregnancy. A young man with a bandaged face reacts skeptically to the unexpected outcome. Several figures quietly enter the shadowed courtyard between tall buildings. Lu Yuan strides purposefully down the hallway, surrounded by other students in uniform. A frustrated young man receives another unwanted ceremonial banner from a man in sunglasses. A stern figure at the front desk commands everyone in the room to be quiet. The teacher announces that the newly formed class needs to nominate students for key leadership positions this morning. A student confidently declares that the class representative will be Rin Xiaosu while another listens. A decision is made to assign both students as class representatives with different titles to avoid confusion. A confident character in a suit firmly acknowledges that the situation has concluded. 2 students discuss the responsibilities and lack of allowance for class representatives and commissaries in the classroom. The student reluctantly accepts the task of supervising his classmate's studies. A frustrated student urges his classmate to stop resting and start preparing for the upcoming finals. A hooded figure warns someone to keep their distance from Luolan due to his recent dangerous plans. The young man reels back in shock, demanding clarification after hearing unexpected news. A spiky-haired student questions his slouched classmate about Luolan's intentions. 2 boys in matching uniforms lock eyes as one confidently initiates a tense confrontation. A woman reports that scouts from the Qing group are surveying No. 4 asylum, suspecting an imminent robbery. 2 people discuss the alarming plan to rob an asylum that holds captured superhumans, warning that one of them is especially dangerous. One character warns that releasing a certain person from the asylum could endanger the future of Barrier 109. A character deduces that Luolan plans to control the No. 4 asylum and recruit a superhuman bodyguard, realizing he's making bold moves after failing to control Dong Funan. 2 students discuss their doubts about how the asylum could be robbed with so few people from the Qing present and express concern that the Lees might discover and exile the perpetrators. A serious figure warns that Qingjun has positioned many agents and a powerful weapon in Barrier 109, with Luolan now able to command them. The young man realizes there is a dangerous large-scale weapon involved. A cautious character warns that Luolan is exploiting the chaos in Barrier 113, protected by powerful connections that prevent anyone from stopping him. 2 uniformed figures discuss concerns about an unpredictable newcomer from the No. 4 asylum, acknowledging the complications he brings. Lu Yuan, tense and sweating, urgently asks about the opponent's powers. A character reveals the use of hypnotism against a swirling, hypnotic background. A dangerous individual is isolated in a secure cell, and anyone delivering food must wear noise-canceling headphones. 2 students argue heatedly in a dim room, questioning each other's logic about whether someone deserves to die and who has the right to judge. The young man challenges the idea of who decides what others can control, questioning the basis for such judgments. The character stands silently, deep in thought. A red-eyed character warns that the world was once destroyed by those things and insists they must prevent such despair from happening again. A grave discussion reveals that a powerful organization is preparing to eliminate a force that once devastated the world. A wary woman warns the group to be cautious of the superhuman saved by Luolan, suspecting she may pose a threat if she stays close. He questions why so many secrets are being revealed to him, and wonders if the superhuman mentioned refers to someone he knows. A young man glances back and questions his companion about the superhuman's unusual behavior. The students review their research, and conclude that Dong Funan has no personal connections to the deceased superhumans. A character mentions that several strange murder cases have occurred in the barrier recently. One character sinks his fangs into another's neck, drawing blood as the attack unfolds. A dried corpse is discovered as a shadowy figure observes from the background, raising suspicions about the latest attack. A character assesses that the opponent failed due to inexperience, labeling her as a newcomer. A student urgently grabs another by the collar and demands an explanation in the tense classroom. The young man calmly informs the group that their captive has already been secured. A woman vigorously stirs food over the intense flames of the stove. A man sits hunched in defeat on a stool while a restrained woman kneels on the floor, tension thick between them. Crouching beneath the surface, the character observes a trail of large ants with intense focus. A character struggles anxiously as their hands remain tightly bound with rope. The tense silence deepens as the character narrows his eyes, bracing for what comes next. A surprised young man quickly responds when a woman calls him for lunch. Something lands abruptly on the floor, creating a sudden impact. A cheerful girl pushes a hesitant boy forward, urging him to leap. A male character delivers a calm but firm warning for someone to behave. A figure lunges forward and bites deeply into another's neck, unleashing a sudden and violent attack. A person ferociously bites into a golden object, shattering it with supernatural force. A character recoils in shock, eyes wide and sweat forming as they react to something unexpected. A fierce blow sends one character stumbling backward in the heat of battle. He collapses to his knees, coughing violently as a ghostly silhouette looms above him. An angry man raises his fist and shouts at his unseen attacker, demanding an explanation for the ambush. A young man unleashes a powerful strike, sending a shockwave through the air. Someone pounds urgently on the wooden doors. The boy mocks the girl for being too weak to withstand his punch while she sits on the floor and pleads for him to stop hitting her multiple times. A determined boy emphatically explains that Beigijing must be fought 3 times. A chibi-style girl reacts with baffled confusion. A distressed woman lies on the floor and explains that she only intended to wait outside the building and feed to strengthen her powers, while 3 young men confront her. Collapsing to the ground in tears, the character struggles to understand what led to this devastating outcome. 4 figures stand side by side, facing forward with serious expressions as they prepare to confront the situation together. A woman stands with her eyes closed, smiling softly as she enjoys a moment of peaceful reflection. A captive woman desperately pleads for someone to intervene and secure her release. One character orders another to tie someone up more tightly, while the person with the rope agrees confidently and a shocked bystander looks on. 2 men restrain a woman on the floor with a baton, suspecting her of being a potential villain despite her pleas. A young man stands with arms crossed, contemplating the harsh reality that kindness without strength can become a weakness. A man in striped pajamas claps mockingly over a woman who is tightly bound and crying on the floor. The leader commends his subordinate for a job well done, then orders him to secure the area, keep an important person away, and ensure a captive is not killed during her treatment. A grinning boy gives an exaggerated thumbs up while another character recoils in shock. One of the group voices suspicion as they walk together outside the building. Noticing the usual commotion is absent, the older man realizes someone who normally seeks attention hasn't arrived yet. He anxiously suspects that a robbery might target the number 4 asylum tonight. A young man in a tracksuit asks a small group outside a traditional building for directions to the number 4 asylum. A woman explains that a map of Barrier 109 was recently purchased and should show the location of number 4 asylum. One of the young men assigns the task of watching Dong Funan to his group before preparing to leave. A taller character reassures a younger boy, advising him not to make a wish as he gently pats his head. The group advances down the empty street as strange musical notes drift overhead and shadowy figures gather ahead. A young man walks alone down a city street at night, studying a large sheet of paper as he goes. A young man stops abruptly as he notices an open manhole while studying his map under the night sky. A man in tactical gear cautiously climbs out of the manhole with his rifle ready. Armed guards detain a man emerging from a sewer as Liu Yuan realizes there are far more people hidden underground than anyone expected. A man in tactical gear orders his team to begin the invasion and instructs them to retreat as soon as Lab Rat 2 is found. A cold commander orders his team to eliminate everyone except Lab Rat 2, emphasizing the need for immediate and merciless action. A subordinate hesitantly asks the boss if they should really leave Lab Rat 1 behind. The young man grows tense as he reacts to an imminent threat. A man in an animal print coat sits in the dimly lit room, questioning someone about another person's whereabouts. A distressed young man in pajamas urgently demands information from a silent man seated across the table. Amid a somber silence, an apology hangs unspoken in the darkness. Someone grows increasingly frustrated while searching in vain. A man in a lab coat leads a hypnosis session, instructing another man to visualize moving toward a light at the end of a tunnel. A tense countdown begins as the group prepares to rush toward the tunnel's blinding exit. A white-haired young man with red eyes suddenly wakes up and becomes alert to his surroundings. A stern man confronts someone who has unexpectedly awakened. The silver-haired young man realizes he has gone the wrong way. A person in a lab coat begins hypnotizing the young man lying on the examination table. A tense countdown begins as a man in a lab coat watches a young man lying unconscious on the table. A man seated atop a table exerts pressure over a tense onlooker, establishing clear dominance in the confrontation. The white-haired young man sits calmly in his striped pajamas, exuding quiet confidence with a subtle smile. A character observes a mesmerizing speech on a large screen and realizes it is the legendary devil's speech that triggered a hypnotic ability. A tense subordinate anxiously asks his superior if they are going to recapture Lab Rat 1 for research. The weary character firmly refuses to get involved with Lab Rat 1, expressing frustration at the suggestion. A tense discussion unfolds outside the asylum as concern grows about the threat posed by a dangerous captive and uncertainty remains about a second mysterious subject. A squad of armed soldiers moves cautiously in formation as they approach the building. Armed guards quickly surround and subdue the injured man in the white coat. A convoy of military vehicles rushes down the city street, headlights cutting through the night. A young man notices the arrival of enemy military vehicles and anticipates the potential for casualties if a confrontation occurs. A young man in a blue tracksuit hurries down an empty street at night, determined to return to the store before anyone notices his absence. Two men express shock and concern as they realize the unconscious girl on the table is only around 10 or 11 years old. A man fires his gun while carrying an unconscious woman over his shoulder, moving urgently toward the exit as another injured man struggles to stop him. A confident man in a fur coat leads his group forward, celebrating their victory as an unconscious woman is carried away behind him. Amidst heavy gunfire between armored vehicles, three figures, one carrying an unconscious or injured person, move urgently toward the conflict. Two men stand back as several vehicles erupt in explosions ahead of them. A furious man rants about someone tampering with his cars as his men drag an unconscious captive and urge him to move into the sewers. The character lifts the brim of the cap, meeting the onlooker's gaze with confidence. Night settles over the manor as the crescent moon hangs above. An adult urges the group to show respect and pray for their master's goodwill. A boy returns to the room, prompting his companion to greet him enthusiastically and start preparing for Luolan's imminent arrival. The group reacts with surprise and confusion as one of them questions why Luolan would come here. A man urgently bangs on a metal door, demanding someone come out and heal his injured companions, promising payment. A group of men bring an unconscious woman to a surprised young man in a blue tracksuit, claiming she is their boss's cousin. Three men examine the unconscious girl on the table, debating the cause of her condition and concluding it is related to the carrying pole. Two young men confront each other in a traditional room, exchanging heated accusations about interfering with each other's people. A man inspects an unconscious woman lying on a table as she begins to stir. A shocked girl exclaims as four people reunite in a traditional room. A man sits on the ground, overwhelmed and bewildered as he struggles to make sense of the strange relationships and secret codes around him. A cheerful boy introduces himself and asks the girl with hair buns for her name while another person watches. A black-haired young man with blue eyes asks about the other's ability, gesturing with his hands. She flexes her arms and confidently announces her incredible strength. He recalls that someone else previously mentioned a person with immense strength, prompting him to consider a possible connection. A girl easily lifts a startled boy over her head while another boy watches and comments on the scene. Stunned by the unexpected betrayal, the man realizes the person he just saved has joined the opposing group. Suspicion rises as one character accuses the young woman of deducing the truth after a clue is mentioned, prompting another to ask about the identity of the catfish man. The character braces himself, facing the surge of energy head-on with unwavering resolve. One character demands to know their identity while another bluntly reveals that they are the White Dragon, causing confusion and tension among the group. The protagonist confidently rejects an assumption, leaving one person surprised while another watches intently. The speaker admits he can't deceive the group and calls for someone to return. A white-haired young man steps forward under the gate and introduces himself as Shintan, clarifying that he means no harm. A worried man raises his gun, realizing someone might already control everyone in the asylum. A tense warning is issued about the extreme danger posed by the devil's speech as a startled man faces Lu Yuan and another figure approaches. He realizes the dangerous person mentioned earlier is actually a member of the Li family. A man in a striped suit leads a little girl into the building as a young man inside watches them closely, questioning their motives and the girl's true intentions. A silver-haired figure tips his hat with a confident smile, sensing that everything is unfolding as planned. The young man senses danger and braces himself, uneasy about the situation. A white-haired man in a hat demands to know the group's objective, startling the two men in the dimly lit room. A tall young man with silver hair warmly introduces himself to the group while his small companion stands quietly by his side. The white-haired character lowers his hat and acknowledges that he senses something unique about the other person. The young man looks up, uncertain, and questions if he is truly special. Lu Yuan boasts confidently about his appearance, striking a smug pose as sparkles shine around him. The silver-haired young man confidently praises someone, insisting that this part of them is special. With determination, the character pulls down his hat and heads out to leave. A silver-haired young man tips his hat and bids farewell, promising they will meet again soon. A man with slick-back hair points his pistol and firmly denies hypnotizing anyone. A young man demands to know why the other man did not escape the asylum sooner. The silver-haired character stays silent, maintaining a tense atmosphere. A man in a striped suit leads a child by the hand as they leave the building and step into the city. He wonders if someone left now because of unfinished business connected to the Li Consortium's research. One character reflects on their disappointing outcome and considers whether to confide in someone about their doubts, while another sits nearby, visibly dejected. One character complains about being deceived by someone named Li Shintan and asks the others if they knew his background. A hand seizes the bowl with unwavering determination. The young man greedily gulps down the contents of his bowl, eager for more. A man speculates that the prisoner was locked up by the Li family after hearing him call himself their abandoned child. One young man demands to know why Li's will imprison his own people, while the other denies any knowledge of the reason. A stern advisor warns that ruthless ambition is necessary to gain power within the family, even if it means sacrificing your own allies. Lu Yuan demands to know how many people were exploited by the other person in Qingjun. The male character listens intently, his eyes narrowed with suspicion as he stays alert for any sign of danger. A young man admits that he and his companion had no other options. A man in a fur coat praises Qingjun's leadership, insisting he deserves to reach the top. He observes with surprise as the fat man goes to great lengths to protect his younger brother. One character directly asks the other about their intentions, prompting a surprised response. A man in a fur-collared coat boasts about his ability to survive against all odds. He considers the growing dangers as new factions enter the barrier and chaos spreads. A frustrated character complains about repeated sabotage to his cars while another struggles to hold back laughter. One character warns another to avoid trouble and keep a low profile, but the other points out the irony since the advisor is the one currently drawing attention. One man boasts about his unexpected achievements while the other challenges his pride in a tense confrontation. Two boys discuss the absence of reinforcements as chaos unfolds nearby. A cheerful man confidently assures everyone of his impeccable skills. The Qing's headquarters is revealed at the base of Yinxing Mountain in Barrier 111. The man at the head of the table demands an update on the situation with Qinghuai. A man in a suit analyzes the group's route and concludes they should have reached Barrier 113 by now. Armed soldiers advance through the forest, opening fire on the remaining test subjects before preparing to search the volcano for the creature. The man analyzes the creature's behavior, linking its presence to the volcano's internal temperature. A senior figure urgently discusses the need to secure mining operations near Barrier 113 and expresses confidence in the combat squad's ability to handle the threat. An older man stresses the urgent need to accelerate resource recovery near Barrier 113. A sharply dressed man delegates the task of arranging work for the refugees. An older man asks about Qingjun's current activities, and the younger man reports that Qingjun is only listening to operas with nothing else noteworthy happening. Someone observes that he has no consistent taste in music or favorite singer. An older man with glasses and a mustache discusses orchestrating a setback for a young man who has been too successful. Someone reflects on the true source of money's power. An older man asserts that true authority depends on the existence of the organization and its rules. The closet door slowly opens, breaking the silence in the dim room. A man rushes in to report that the 7th Combat Squad has been attacked by test subjects and is now retreating. An older man announces that casualties have exceeded 50% during the tense meeting. A group of officials urgently question how a highly equipped military squad could be ambushed and defeated by a smaller force. A young man suggests assigning Qingjun to manage the dangerous test subjects, while another man listens in the conference room. An elderly man analyzes the situation and reveals that a new, intelligent test subject may be leading the overwhelming enemy force. An authoritative figure announces that Qingjun is placed under house arrest, emphasizing that a consortium's decisions cannot be influenced by a single person. A commanding figure orders the 1st Combat Squad to move out, and they promptly acknowledge the command. Military trucks loaded with crates arrive at the fortress gate labeled 09 under the moonlit sky. A truck filled with large, mysterious crates is parked in the darkness, confirming suspicions. A young man clings to the underside of a moving vehicle, successfully evading a careless security inspection. A gloved hand with claw-like fingers grips the ledge as someone pulls themselves up. Crouching among crates in a dim storage area, the exhausted man searches for a quiet place to rest and recover. A wary man examines the tightly locked crates, questioning their mysterious contents. A blade slices through the crate, forcing it open in the dim storage area. A man opens a crate and is shocked to find it filled with firearms and ammunition. A boy urgently realizes that someone is smuggling unauthorized firearms into the area as suspicious crates are unloaded from military trucks at night. A large truck abruptly skids to a halt on the road. A man stomps his foot down with determination. A man in a fur-collared jacket is confronted by another beside a large wooden crate under a streetlight. Sensing danger, the man in combat gear quickly braces himself for an imminent attack. A frustrated man yells in the darkness after being recognized despite his efforts to stay hidden. A young man urgently throws a shadowy, glowing-eyed attacker to the ground in front of a startled person, knowing he must escape before more enemies arrive. The aggressive leader urgently commands his subordinates to capture the target without using firearms or alerting others. A man races through the empty city at night, carrying an injured companion, while pursuers close in behind them. A sharp-faced man suddenly turns his head, sensing danger in the night. Under the cover of night, the protagonist sprints away as a squad of armed soldiers chases him relentlessly. Suspecting an imminent assault, the young man anxiously questions the enemy's motives for amassing firepower near Barrier 109. A calm night settles over the quiet city beneath the star-filled sky and crescent moon. He lifts the barrier and pauses, startled by something unexpected. A nervous man, surrounded by armed guards, urgently offers a large sum of money for help capturing a specific target. Two young men stand tensely in a dim room, urgently confirming the identity of Su Xianchu. He realizes that Su Xianchu's presence at Barrier 109 could expose his secrets, so he decides he must help him. Lu Yuan studies the mission notification, realizing he must help someone escape from their pursuers. Lu Yuan briefly expresses sympathy, looking anxious and concerned. The young man lifts the shutter and refuses to get involved, telling the fur-clad figure to continue the pursuit alone. A character rushes urgently down the corridor. A young man vaults over a ledge at night, while another stands nearby, startled by the sudden action. One character urgently warns another that failing to watch over Beigujing could result in punishment as the second character hastily darts away under the night sky. One character reassures the other that everything is under control. A shadowy figure darts across the rooftops, fleeing urgently through the night. An anxious man questions why the person running below him is moving so slowly despite supposedly having superior strength, while another figure leaps between rooftops overhead. A young man runs through the night, struggling to find a way to rescue Su Xianchu without confronting Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan quickly devises a plan, confident he has the perfect tool for the job. Two men on the city street stop and stare as a glowing portal suddenly opens in the night sky. One character delivers a powerful slap to another, sending shockwaves through the scene. A man in an orange coat is knocked to the ground as another rushes toward him, shouting in alarm. Two men crash to the ground together as a dark figure towers over them. Lu Yuan stands before the glowing portal, deflecting responsibility and claiming ignorance about its destination. A soldier is knocked to the ground, recoiling in shock as a glowing purple energy engulfs his arm. Two men look on anxiously as a third person with a glowing object is hurled through the air during a sudden attack. A fur-clad man angrily scolds his armored soldiers for their lack of superhuman abilities and vows to address the issue. A group decides to retreat to avoid drawing attention, while one member questions the connection between their target and a new arrival. Several guards confront a disheveled man in the street as someone cautiously observes the situation from above. He races across the rooftop at night, determined to keep using someone else as a scapegoat, while planning to compensate him later. A male character slumps against the stone wall, struggling to catch his breath after a taxing ordeal. A character spots someone unexpectedly and reacts in alarm. A man in tactical gear charges across the rooftop as a loud impact echoes. A man in military gear raises his weapon and takes aim at a target above. The young man squats atop the wall at sunset and boldly reveals his identity to someone below. A startled man questions the unexpected arrival of someone he recognizes. Two weary young men meet in a dim alley and exchange news about the recent collapse of multiple barriers, revealing they both fled danger to reach this point. A weary fugitive explains how he became wanted and unexpectedly crossed paths with another while hiding in a smuggling truck. On the rooftop, two young men urgently discuss the threat posed by smuggled firearms intended for an ambush. He realizes that Su Xianchu is unaware Lu Yuan cannot return to the Qings. Lu Yuan speculates that the firearms being smuggled are intended to confront the people from Tinder Corp who are hiding nearby. He realizes that his escape was only possible because Lu Yuan intervened and reveals that she is also a superhuman. A gloved hand forcefully grabs someone by the collar, escalating the tension. Two exhausted men pause to acknowledge the hardship they faced while escaping from the Qing. A young man stands outside at sunset and offers his remaining cornbread. He refuses the offer, feeling conflicted and tempted to surrender. One man pulls something from his jacket and mentions Su Xianchu, while another watches him with surprise. One person hands over an envelope and $5,000 to another. The young man gives a letter and instructs the other person to head to Barrier 178 for help and a new beginning. A man in military clothing expresses gratitude and announces his plan to head to Barrier 178, while holding an envelope. A mysterious figure appears above and greets the two startled men below. A figure in a black uniform bearing a Tinder Corp badge steps forward confidently as others react to his arrival. Two young men remain on high alert as one warns the other about a group known for capturing superhumans. Surrounded on all sides, the group braces themselves to fight their way out as their opponent blocks the rooftop escape. Unable to use his power openly, the young man silently weighs his options. A smug figure issues a confident ultimatum, urging the opposition to surrender without resistance. One boy questions the other's claim about the time, pointing out that it's almost dusk, not dawn. On a rooftop, two wary men confront a smirking adversary who mocks their ignorance about the violent Dawn organization, while one of them keeps a gun trained on him. Two young men exchange gunfire on a rooftop as one questions the other's confidence. Startled by the discovery, the young man realizes the enemy can anticipate their bullet trajectories by observing the angle of their hands at close range. The protagonist quickly evaluates the enemy's strength and realizes that pistols alone may not be enough to win this fight. A young man analyzes the enemy's confidence and recalls information about a past plan that failed due to the absence of a key factor. He grips his handgun and considers escaping, but worries that doing so might endanger someone else and cause further trouble. Lu Yuan reacts with shock as he realizes something unexpected. A pair of intense eyes locks onto the opponent, signaling the start of a critical confrontation. A young man notices someone and calls out while readying his high-tech weapon. One captive demands to know what will happen to them after being captured, while another stands tensely behind him. A character with purple hair confidently explains that their DNA will help ensure humanity's survival through future genetic modification. A tense question forces a character to confront the implications of receiving genetic modification. One figure argues that being remembered in history requires sacrificing freedom, while the other questions if choosing freedom is a better path. A stern young man warns that choosing freedom will come at an unbearable cost. Lu Yuan raises his fist to the sky, declaring that the cost of freedom makes it even more valuable. A clenched fist grips a strip of cloth as the character prepares to take decisive action. A furious character braces himself as a projectile speeds toward him. The young man staggers backward on the rooftop, blood spraying from his face as he takes a powerful hit. Lu Yuan confidently acknowledges the sniper's aim with a bold gesture and smile. He steadies the high-tech sniper rifle, locking his gaze on the distant target as the sun sets. The two young men split up and charge forward, each targeting an opponent. Leaping from the rooftop, one figure takes charge after the team's formation collapses, while two others watch from above. Two young men in black tactical outfits race urgently through a city alley, chasing their target. The two young men halt and face each other in silence, tension rising as they prepare for what comes next. One of the young men delivers a chilling ultimatum as the tense standoff escalates in the shadowy alley. The young man firmly states the harsh law that governs the wildlands. A stunned opponent recoils as someone suddenly appears before him, seemingly teleporting. A young man in black charges forward with metal claws, questioning if his opponents are still human or the result of genetic modification. A young man charges aggressively down the city alley with his sword drawn. He lunges into close combat against two masked attackers, one armed with a claw and the other with a sword. A fierce attack lands as one combatant slashes at his opponent, while a third looks on in shock. Lu Yuan drives the dark, energy-infused weapon downward in a sudden, forceful attack. A wounded young man, impaled by projectiles, shouts in disbelief as he demands to know how his opponent possesses two powers. He reveals he has a third hidden advantage, warning that his opponent will never see it. Lu Yuan braces with his glowing sword as a mysterious attacker strikes, while another figure leaps down to join the confrontation. Realizing the enemy still has a hidden superpowered ally, he braces for the next threat. A defender braces for another relentless sword attack as a third figure watches from the shadows. A young man is suddenly stabbed through the chest by a sword and stands frozen in shock. A furious, wounded young man confronts his attacker after being stabbed in the back. Lu Yuan stands over his defeated opponent, unimpressed, as he draws his sword and dismisses the threat. One man urges the exhausted figure to come with him for rest, food, and preparation before continuing toward Barrier 178. He tenses with urgency, ready to escape before the barrier closes in. A determined man says goodbye and leaves, believing his departure is best for everyone. Lu Yuan stands frozen, silently reacting to a shocking sight. One young man encourages the other as they part ways, hoping to meet again in Barrier 178. A massive fortress wall stands beneath the clear sky, establishing the setting. Two guards talk about recent chaos and an asylum invasion, while a young man secretly listens from the shadows. A young man questions if the explosion 2 days ago was caused by Tindercorp while they were pursuing superhumans. A character urgently warns the group about the threat from Tindercorp and orders someone to alert the League Consortium immediately. After completing the mission and gaining strength, he assesses his improved abilities and prepares for future battles. After defeating their opponents, the two stand on the rooftop and assert that numbers no longer matter against superhumans. From the rooftop, the character spots a suspicious cloud rising in the city and questions the situation. 3 men lie defeated in the alley, shocked that the kid overpowered them so effortlessly. She quickly deduces that Su Xianchu is up against one opponent, while Rin Xiaosu must be handling the other 3. She is surprised to realize that someone she underestimated managed to defeat 3 opponents alone. Lu Yuan realizes that instead of escaping as planned, someone decided to kill their pursuers on the spot. A sharp-eyed woman assesses the dangerous instincts of a young superhuman from the wildlands, recognizing him as a potential threat. One character suggests that the environment might be the reason for someone's struggle to survive, while the other listens intently. The 2 armed characters evaluate the impressive strength of the group, noting uncertainty about one member's true power. A cunning young woman suggests redirecting the Li and Yang family's attention toward another target. A woman cautions her companion not to involve innocent people from the barrier in any trouble. One girl confronts the other about defending someone, insisting she was only joking and had no real intention of acting. 2 people discuss their curiosity about a kid's mysterious strength while relaxing on a rooftop. A suspicious character questions the classmates about what they know, highlighting their close relationship and roles in the class. 2 characters quickly prepare to leave as the enemy squad approaches. A hand extends toward the electrified portal, triggering its activation. A glowing, electricity-charged portal bursts open above the ground. Lu Yuan realizes the League Consortium is mobilizing rapidly, signaling an imminent large-scale conflict. 2 students quietly discuss the heavy patrol presence and the difficulty of escaping the barrier. One student questions the other about any unusual incidents besides the fight with the Dawn. A character observes that the Qin Consortium has suddenly raised the bounty on Luo Xingyu, suggesting that something significant has happened behind the scenes. One character explains that after saving someone, another person who pursued them became separated, leaving the group uncertain about what happened. One prisoner thanks the other for saving his life from the Dawn group, acknowledging that he would not have survived without the help. A hand carefully opens a hidden compartment, revealing its concealed contents. The character sitting at the desk agrees to a request while continuing to read. One young man questions the other's motives for saving Su Xianchu, prompting a sincere explanation that they are teammates who help each other. She stands silently in the quiet room, watching the situation unfold with a knowing smile. One character pretends to be confident after deceiving someone, but internally feels increasingly guilty. Two students discuss whether to hand Dong Funan over, raising questions about researching superhumans. A girl firmly rejects using physical force as she debates with a boy about how to reform others. Liu Yuan notes that only 4 days remain until the mission is completed. One figure negotiates to delay handing over a person for 4 days as gratitude for being saved, while the other agrees to the terms. A woman informs the audience about the university enrollment requirements she learned from Barrier 109. 3 male students in blue track uniforms stand silently in the classroom, their expressions serious as they wait. One student leans in and asks the other what life at a university is like. A masked figure explains that new academic policies will allow more flexible class schedules, stricter exams, and fewer enrolled students who often continue research with their lecturers after graduation. A character reflects on how universities have become more like research bases as their academic offerings continue to shrink. 2 men in suits discuss how universities are being restructured to focus on developing specific industries. One student jokingly asks about getting an allowance, but the other quickly shuts down the idea. He reacts with clear disbelief, unimpressed by what he hears. A student sits dejected at their desk after being harshly criticized for not being suitable for research. A masked observer listens as a frustrated boy defensively denies putting others at risk during a heated argument. The teacher outlines the 4 subjects and scoring system for the university entrance exam as the students listen attentively. A teacher explains that students need at least 140 points per subject to meet last year's university enrollment requirement of 560 points. Shocked by his poor performance, he panics as the low-scoring test papers float above him. 2 students discuss test strategies, with one expressing concern about the high score requirement, and the other suggesting to simply leave some questions blank. The protagonist pauses, visibly confused and unsure how to react. One student angrily confronts another about their attitude and academic performance, questioning why they act superior. A ranking of mid-tier is announced. A boy mocks his rival's intelligence, downplaying the achievement with a smug expression. A startled character learns that Yang Xiaojin's advanced mathematics score is perfect and quickly asks about her physics level. Liu Yuan panics as he realizes he is the only one in the classroom who failed. A boy in a blue tracksuit collapses face down on the cracked ground, fists clenched in exhaustion. A dismayed student realizes that the classmate he expected to share last place with has unexpectedly surpassed his expectations. A young woman in a baseball cap directly asks if the other person plans to enter a university. One character lowers his head in shame, admitting he is unworthy, while the other sits silently across the table. A group of students gathers outside in anticipation as the final exams are about to begin. A student enters the exam room, noticing unfamiliar faces and feeling uncertain about the situation. A teacher announces the start of the exam, and the students prepare themselves. A young man recalls how his teacher used to read exam questions aloud to save paper in his village school. A young man sits at his desk, surprised by the large number of exam papers provided. Liu Yuan silently scans his surroundings, assessing the situation with suspicion. Someone holds out a clipboard, calling out to the student. A female student whispers to a male classmate, asking if she can copy his exam paper. Annoyed but resolute, the protagonist decides to accept the palace's latest mission despite its questionable demands. A girl in a tracksuit gratefully accepts a sheet of paper offered to help her copy the answers. After completing the mission, the protagonist receives an agility boost and appreciation tokens, feeling triumphant about the rewards. A boy finishes his exam and stretches, while a girl beside him notices his quick work and asks if he knew how to solve every question. A boy curtly rejects a question while a girl looks at him in confusion. Xiaojin angrily confronts someone about being asked to copy their work. 3 young travelers with backpacks walk toward the city at sunrise, ready to face a new chapter. A distressed woman urgently tells a young man that someone named Wang has been taken away. 3 characters react with shock and determination as a sudden event unfolds. 2 characters discuss how the Ministry of Public Order warned them about lacking permission to sell medicine. A young woman anxiously explains that an older man was taken away by enforcers because the store lacked a licensed doctor. He realizes that Wang was not taken away due to superhuman reasons. A young man learns from a woman at the counter that he has been summoned to the Ministry of Public Order. 2 people carefully discuss their next steps to rescue someone, deciding to wait for more information before acting. 2 figures stand in front of a city building while another waits in a nearby vehicle, surveying their new surroundings. A cheerful man in a fur coat greets the group and asks why they are all standing there. A young man urgently informs the group that Wang Fugui has been taken away by the Ministry of Public Order. A man steps out of a military vehicle and notes that someone may be targeting the black medicine for its effectiveness. Two men discuss a common scheme where pressure tactics are used to force someone to sell a valuable formula. The man in the fur-collared coat warns that more trouble is coming and predicts an attempt to buy the formula at a low price. One man urgently questions the other about infiltrators in the Ministry of Public Order, and his companion reluctantly reveals that 2 operatives were recently captured. One character reassures the other about Wang Fugui's return and prepares to deliver the message to Lu Yuan, while the second character remains confused and wary. The annoyed boy crosses his arms and angrily challenges the person in front of him to deal with their own people instead. A heavy-set man urgently signals for silence beside a wounded companion, intensifying the tense atmosphere. 2 men speak in hushed tones about an unknown person's identity, while a third silently watches from the shadows. A teary-eyed older man with glasses raises his hands in relief as he announces his return. 3 young men confront the older man, shocked that he has returned after being taken away by the Ministry of Public Order. A flustered man explains that after the ministry received a notice, they immediately sent him back. One character boasts about the respect he receives due to another's influence, while another quietly doubts the situation, sensing that something is off. A wary man warns that the real danger comes from the underlings, not the leader, and if someone targets the black medicine, serious trouble will follow. A young man silently judges the suited group, recognizing their actions as a different form of robbery masked by authority. A confident man hands an envelope with a phone number to a younger male, advising him to adapt to the environment and offering help if needed. Lu Yuan confronts the other man about his recent violent actions, holding an envelope as evidence. One character asserts his expertise in strategy, while another presses him to explain what kind of strategy he means. A smug man mocks the Li family for losing the research result they tried so hard to protect. 2 men discuss how their opponents are stretched thin and forced to divide their forces, but one doubts the accuracy of this claim. The man shrugs uncertainly as shadowy fingers threaten from above, admitting he has no idea what's happening. The fur-cloaked character dismisses the confrontation and strides away from the 2 silent onlookers. Lu Yuan warns the group to be more cautious going forward. A weary man sighs and voices his exhaustion as the situation drags on. A young man comes to the painful realization that the barrier is not the paradise everyone believed it to be. A man in a red jacket enters the dimly lit room and demands to know which person is Wang Fugui, confronting another man who is sleeping at the counter. A young man in pajamas explains that the person being sought has already left to buy a bicycle. 3 officials approach a seated man and serve him a subpoena for unfair business competition. One man hands an official document to another, announcing that the dispute will be settled in the court of the Ministry of Law. A man in a red coat delivers a subpoena across the table and receives confirmation that the recipient is an immediate family member. A stern young man with glasses demands that someone sign the document and reveal their relationship to the defendant. A confident young man steps forward, introducing himself as the senior while another person reacts in surprise. 2 boys argue loudly about whether their group counts as a family while the other members watch. A heated argument erupts across the table as one man challenges the other's claim about who counts as immediate family. A blond man in glasses recoils in shock as lightning flashes behind him. A light-haired man taunts a group of 3 men as they walk away from him. 2 men inform a returning companion at the building entrance that the Ministry of Law has arrived with a subpoena over a business lawsuit. Lu Yuan stands ready to confront his opponent, his determination unwavering as tension builds between them. A young man recalls how the group faced contempt from others when they first entered the barrier. A woman explains that when they first entered the school, classmates' parents demanded their transfer because of their refugee status. The family faces threats to their business as rivals use the barrier's rules to pressure them into surrendering the black medicine recipe. He questions why finding shelter is so difficult despite the world's vastness, feeling more restricted within the barrier than in the wildlands. A determined man resolves to face his problems alone, refusing to back down despite the barrier's challenges. 2 men discuss handling a subpoena and the possibility of trouble as they prepare to visit the Ministry of Law. Someone asserts they will handle the remaining issues since the Lee Consortium is currently preoccupied. A white-haired man and a young girl sit together at an outdoor table at dusk, quietly sharing a somber moment. 3 men eat together and discuss the recent, mysterious murder of the Dawn Squad. A confident man exposes Tindercorp as the culprits behind recent explosions while others react with tension and indifference. A young man speculates about a mysterious superhuman's unknown ability while a girl listens intently under the night sky. A girl questions whether the lack of hypnosis is the reason for the situation. A silver-haired young man smugly denies any attempt to hypnotize someone. Sensing danger, the character hesitates to hypnotize his target, realizing he might become the victim instead. Someone asserts confidence in their instincts. She offers to kill the target, her tone laced with playful menace. 2 people stand in the alley, reconsidering their plan as they acknowledge their recent friendship with someone. A silver-haired man warns that the other person may not be strong enough to win. A crescent moon rises over the quiet, star-filled night sky. 2 rats scavenge among the ruins of an abandoned city under the crescent moon. A large black rat suddenly turns its head, sensing something nearby. A soldier creeps cautiously behind cover as a black animal scurries away. A squad of armed soldiers advances cautiously down an empty city street. A squad of armed operatives advances cautiously toward the building under the cover of night. A soldier in tactical gear signals for the team to move through the dimly lit building. 3 armed figures advance cautiously through the dark alley. 2 men closely monitor the city's surveillance feeds from a control room, searching for suspicious activity. With the previous squad eliminated, 1 man seizes the moment to claim control and increase his power. A determined man in a suit plots to seize control of a powerful position in the administration. A wary man senses something is wrong as he notices the ruins are unusually quiet. 2 men discuss the details of a previous ambush in the damaged room. A man warns that the enemy knows the terrain, is highly powerful, and is resistant to gunfire, urging caution against possible ambushes. A confident man declares he will wait for his targets to appear. Armed soldiers cautiously investigate the corridor where the man-faced insects disappeared after their attack, realizing the area now belongs to the test subjects. Armed soldiers urgently search the rooftop for missing test subjects amid scattered bodies. Several armed figures in tactical gear investigate the massive pit, illuminating its depths with their flashlights. 2 men in a surveillance room receive a report about a large crack in the ground with evidence of climbing, prompting orders to send 2 combat teams to investigate. A worried soldier warns that if the combat teams encounter the test subjects below, none of them will survive. A stern man issues a strict command, demanding immediate obedience. A man calmly instructs the team on the surveillance feed to proceed slowly. A man stands frozen in tense silence, visibly worried as he assesses the situation. 4 figures rappel into the shadowy cavern, shining their flashlights ahead as they descend. A squad of armored figures searches the underground chamber, discovering a large hole that was forcibly dug out. He realizes the test subjects have disappeared and urgently wonders where they could be. 2 men notice used syringes scattered on the floor of a small lab while watching surveillance footage, raising suspicions about recent experiments. A stern man orders his team to withdraw, collect all lab equipment and syringes, and return to Barrier 111 for research. A determined man demands to know what substances have been injected. A shadowy mountain rises beneath a sky filled with stars. A group sits in tense silence around the conference table, each person awaiting the start of a serious meeting. A man enters the room and urgently reports that Qingyin's squad discovered lab equipment and syringes. The stern man silently surveys the situation, his expression tense as he assesses what lies before him. A concerned man reports that Qingjin has gone missing and is suspected to be among a group of vehicles that just left the barrier. An angry student demands that his peers explain how someone escaped their watch and orders them to find out who assisted. A stern older man with a monocle questions where a group of vehicles is headed. The group learns that Qingjin is heading to Barrier 109 to rescue his brother after discovering the test subjects are missing. A man analyzes Qingjin's actions and suspects he has a hidden force accompanying him to Barrier 109. A man smirks as he predicts that the notorious shadow within the consortium is about to lose control. A car races through the mountains at night, fleeing from a shadowy figure as a distant compound looms ahead. 3 days later, the students sit quietly at their desks, waiting. Liu Yuan grows concerned about a possible problem in the barrier after noticing Xiaojin's absence since the final exams. The character anxiously pores over the documents, and suddenly discovers something shocking. Someone examines 2 ballots and questions which one designates the class representative, and which one the commissary. A serious young man presents several sheets of paper covered in red writing. A woman hands over 2 sheets of paper and points out that the handwriting is too elegant to belong to the young man, who appears unimpressed. 2 exam papers with red scores are revealed. A woman praises the young man for his impressive exam results, but her words only seem to irritate him. He stands in silence, questioning why Xiaojin would try to help him. Fuming over her poor test score, she blames someone else and vows never to forgive them. An empty urban street lined with apartment buildings and trees sets a calm scene. A student with a bandaged cheek voices his suspicion, while 2 others listen in the hallway. Walking through the dimly lit street, the protagonist realizes that several people and most of the regular troops have recently disappeared. Liu Yuan stands his ground as he confronts an older man in uniform on the shadowed street. 2 figures exchange a secretive envelope in a tense, close-up moment. He cautiously scans the deserted street, alert for any signs of danger. A young man with a ponytail and tracksuit quietly enters through the large ancient doors. Liu Yuan sits at the table and carefully opens an envelope, preparing to examine its contents. A ginkgo leaf rests on a white envelope partially revealed from a brown folder, signaling the arrival of something mysterious. A character receives an urgent note instructing them to leave the barrier within 3 days as numerous test subjects have gone missing. Liu Yuan fixes his gaze on his opponent, mentally preparing for what comes next. He predicts that those seeking the Li's research results will soon take action within the barrier. The character decides they must leave Barrier 109. 1 man announces it is time to leave, prompting another to pause his cleaning while a woman with laundry listens. An older man voices his concern about abandoning the shop as the group prepares to leave once again. A middle-aged man points out that the protective barriers have safeguarded them for decades, with some dating back centuries. A character warns that the recent string of unusual events signals that major chaos is about to erupt. A rugged vehicle screeches to a halt in front of the building. Two men in suits arrive at the entrance and demand the cargo, citing a promised agreement. Lu Yuan quickly deduces that the infiltrators are connected to Xiaojing based on their knowledge of the secret cargo. Lu Yuan questions the two suited men about their association, but one of them firmly denies any alliance and shuts down further inquiry. A confused boy tries to make sense of the enemy organization's complex hierarchy. The men are told they must wait before taking her away, as something important still needs to happen. He insists that the mission is still important because there are 30 minutes left to claim his reward. Two men sit in tense silence in the waiting room as evening descends outside. A young man brings a woman into the room and confronts the seated group about their recent mistakes. The young man informs the uneasy woman that she will be transferred to someone else, and urges her to improve her behavior for the sake of society. Half an hour passes as sunlight shines on the clock. A silent standoff unfolds as one character sits calmly while another confronts him, with two others observing in tense silence. A system message announces that the side mission is complete and a new product is now available in the vending machine. Two men begin escorting a woman out of the building as someone gives the order to take her away. Three figures clash outside a large door as one woman recoils defensively from an aggressive advance. A curious figure examines a mysterious, glowing box floating in darkness, speculating about the usefulness of the new mission reward. Lu Yuan examines the glowing object and realizes it resembles a deck of playing cards. After completing the mission, the protagonist receives a mysterious deck of playing cards and wonders about its purpose. Lu Yuan clenches his fist in frustration as he receives only a single card from the appreciation token. Lu Yuan activates the stone tablet, and numbers appear above it. A hand displays 3 cards as someone wonders if this combination could create a bomb. The sun rises over the trees, marking the start of a new day. Two men quickly discuss preparations to relocate and gather emergency supplies in anticipation of a possible escape. A young man outlines a plan to escape through the west gate if the test subjects reach the east gate first. Determined to avoid past mistakes, he plans a careful escape by preparing supplies and exchanging gold for money. After a day of trading, the young man gets ready to seek out the last gold store in the barrier. A man enters the building, considering that Su Xianchu's appearance at barrier 109 makes it reasonable for him to exchange gold for money. Gold is discreetly handed over the counter as a cautious plan to trade it at different stores is explained. A young man confidently counts a stack of cash while another man watches in silence. A young man recoils in shock as he recognizes the true identity of the person before him. A young man in a cap recoils in shock after someone exposes his secret. A young man dashes out of the store after being recognized, leaving a surprised bystander behind. A lone figure in blue sprints across the rooftop, urgently escaping through the night shadows. A system alert appears, notifying that the money has exceeded the inventory limit and prompting for an unlock decision. A character in a cap suddenly reacts in shock to something unexpected. The young man assesses that expanding his inventory space is now more valuable than having extra money. The character considers how expanded inventory space will allow for storing more resources, clean water, and potentially more gold from future ruins. The character questions the system about the need for money but receives a response indicating the information is unauthorized. A weary young man at the desk questions another's willingness to accept money from anyone, casting doubt on their motives. At the end of a shadowy alley, a confident figure confronts someone about refusing money from the afterlife, hinting at hidden motives and missed opportunities. The young man steps forward and orders the lock to be opened. Surrounded by smoky darkness and eerie purple light, the lone figure steels himself to face the unknown ahead. The protagonist surveys the dramatically expanded palace and questions how much it cost him. A boy in a cap protests loudly after realizing he has been left with only 150,000 following a trade. The protagonist spends 280,000 cash to expand his inventory space to a total of 15 cubic meters. Walking alone down the empty street, he calculates that his remaining money will easily cover the supplies needed for their escape. While walking and holding supplies, the character mentally reviews the high cost and importance of essentials like salt, sugar, and crackers. The boy quickly inspects the wall of tools, considering each one for its usefulness. A bag is packed with essential supplies, including diarrhea medicine, in preparation for going outdoors. The boy finishes his preparations and signals that everything is ready. The sun sets behind stylized clouds, casting a calm glow across the sky. A lone traveler stands in a quiet subway car, observing his surroundings as the train moves forward. 3 students discuss the upcoming music festival and mention that a student known for studying traditional Chinese medicine will attend. While people enjoy a brief period of peace inside the train, an unseen danger begins to threaten their safety. A gloomy atmosphere hangs over the city as the era is described as sorrowful. A young man arrives in the quiet west area of Barrier 109 at sunrise. Lu Yuan looks up, startled by something unexpected above him. A woman in business attire suddenly appears and grabs someone's hand on the street, causing tension. The group decides they must inform a specific person and the class about the situation, despite their hesitation. A confident young man reassures the smaller boy, praising his actions and stating he would have handled the situation himself. The group discusses their plan to escape the dangerous barrier by renting a nearby place for a quick getaway. One group member expresses trust in the leader's judgment, affirming their willingness to follow without question. A young man is surprised by the unexpected trust placed in him despite ongoing suspicion from others. A group discusses temporary shelter and limited resources, agreeing to stay in the yard and go separate ways when escaping. Outside the brick building at sunset, two characters discuss using bikes to escape, confident they will outrun anyone chasing them. A woman anxiously explains that their recent earnings are only enough for food, making bicycles far too expensive to afford. Lu Yuan points toward a nearby bicycle shop and advises the other character to borrow bikes from there if trouble arises within the barrier. The smaller boy questions the taller boy's intention to return something, but the taller boy admits he has no plan to give it back. A voice admonishes someone about proper manners for the students. The group discusses a plan to rent bikes using an identity card and money, acknowledging they likely won't return them. A character discusses the possibility of reimbursing the owner. A stern woman confronts two uneasy boys, challenging their behavior as tension rises. He questions whether her actions stem from hypocrisy or genuine kindness as he reflects on her difficult decisions and honesty. She hides the truth from her students, shouldering the burden alone to protect their sense of justice. A cheerful figure enthusiastically offers to sponsor several bicycles for the group gathered below. As the group enters their rented courtyard, they realize it is situated right next to Luo Xingyu's, prompting immediate suspicion. A cheerful girl calls out a playful challenge to the serious young man across the courtyard at sunset. Someone urgently asks about Xiaojin's whereabouts. She laughs mischievously as the sun sets. Annoyed by the unsettling laughter, a character demands an explanation. Two figures discuss the presence of several rival factions in the area while a woman secretly observes them from a rooftop. The crowd has gathered at this spot, recognizing it as the best place to escape. Two people argue on the rooftop about who is responsible for breaking someone's teeth. Someone jokes that losing teeth means only being able to eat vegan food from now on. He wonders aloud if being vegan means only being able to suck blood from plants. One character suggests that the other could try drinking animal blood instead of human blood to possibly gain new abilities. A young man grows increasingly uneasy as he realizes two teammates have been gone for a long time. A young man observes as a truck unloads a shipment of bicycles in front of the building, impressed by the speedy delivery. A vigilant young man surveys the city from a rooftop, trying to deduce if a threat will target the nearby university tonight. He realizes the park is actually an army base, explaining why the area's troops remain stationed and uninvolved. A stern man blocks the boy's path at the construction site and demands to know why he is there. He confidently explains that he is at the university to conduct research. One character questions whether the other truly looks like a university student involved in research. A determined young man demands to be taken seriously as he confronts a surprised opponent outside at night. Three men approach a building at night, ready to confront their target with unwavering determination. A grenade bounces across the floor, escalating the tension in the scene. Lu Yuan stands firm, bracing himself against the explosive force. A young man fires his rifle into the night sky outside the city building. Amid swirling chaos under the night sky, someone kicks upward and questions the reckless crowd. Two armed men stand guard by a truck at night as another truck approaches with its headlights cutting through the darkness. A truck explodes at the heavily guarded campus gate, sending the guards into chaos. A massive explosion erupts in front of the building, sending smoke and debris everywhere. Lu Yuan crouches on the empty street at night, preparing to fight. A man in a dark coat holds another man at gunpoint, forcing him to his knees under the night sky. Lu Yuan stands outside at night and unleashes a shattering attack. A startled man realizes someone is moving fast enough to dodge bullets. A furious man swings his fist at a shocked opponent outside the school building at night. Lu Yuan recoils in shock as he reacts to a sudden threat. Lu Yuan launches a fierce punch as his opponent braces defensively. Two figures charge forward through the night, both intensely focused as they move swiftly toward a confrontation. Lu Yuan drives his fist into his opponent's face, sending blood flying. A man stands confidently over a kneeling figure while another man points a gun at him, escalating the confrontation. A man is violently struck from behind, blood spraying as he collapses beneath the night sky. Lu Yuan stands calmly among the wounded and dead as a sniper targets him through the scope. Lu Yuan stands firm, his determined glare signaling unwavering resolve as he faces the challenge ahead. A young woman silently takes aim with her rifle while another figure stands guard on the rooftop beneath the crescent moon. A silver-haired man confidently explains the power of hypnotism to a curious crowd gathered beside a car. One person challenges the group with a question about an old man catching a child falling from the 7th floor as everyone listens intently. Someone asks what a subconscious is. A man calmly warns the group about the dangers of losing control over their own bodies and questions the purpose behind manipulating the subconscious. A man uses telekinesis to lift a car into the air, astonishing everyone watching. A tense standoff unfolds in the street as a group of men face a woman and a white-haired man, with a hat lying between them. Lu Yuan looks up in concern as the barrier's bell unexpectedly rings. A silver-haired man announces the start of the game as the tense participants argue and watch each other warily under the night sky. A group cautiously approaches the building under the cover of night. A man reveals hidden money by tipping his hat, causing coins and a bill to fall out. A mysterious man hints at a scheme involving the Lee family's abandoned child as he stands alone on a deserted night street. A woman narrows her eyes beneath her hat, intensely scanning her surroundings for threats. Shadowy figures advance toward the deserted city square at night. Lu Yuan watches as a sudden brawl erupts among youths scrambling to escape near the construction site. Two soldiers react to sudden chaos outside a building, urgently calling for suppressive fire while warning not to harm any citizens. A soldier in camouflage quickly opens fire, reacting to sudden danger. A group of men advance together under the night sky, united and ready for what lies ahead. A soldier commands his unit to open fire on the terrified civilians. Under the starry night, civilians sprint down a deserted street as masked soldiers fire their rifles in pursuit. Several wounded young men push forward from the crowd and confront the figure blocking their path. Peering out from behind the door, he anxiously assesses the chaotic scene unfolding outside. A startled young man in a tracksuit quickly peeks around the corner after noticing something alarming. Realizing the manhole is sealed, the group quickly decides to search for another escape route. A commanding man in a fur coat orders the soldiers to stop preparing explosives to blow open the sealed lid. A man in a blue tracksuit helps another man in a fur-collared coat climb out of the sewer. A man in a fur-collared coat steps fiercely from the portal, ready to confront his opponent. One man boasts about his team's unmatched familiarity with the barrier, confronting the others as armed guards stand by. Armed soldiers confront two civilians by an open manhole, demanding to know if they plan to attack the campus. Under the night sky, the two young men debate the true value of the mysterious treasure everyone is seeking. The man analyzes the situation and concludes that the object is likely a nanomachine. Two young men stand outside at night, urgently debating the existence and nature of mysterious nanomachines. He stands silently, visibly uncertain as he processes the uncomfortable situation. A confident man discusses the Lee family's dominance in nanomachine technology while a masked scientist handles a vial in the background. Two young men discuss the technological gap between their experimental projects and the advanced medical applications already achieved by others. Years ago, DNA-based nanomachines were developed to precisely remove threats like thrombus, attracting influential people from various consortiums to seek treatment as they aged. Two men discuss the Lee family's advancements in medical technology and speculate about the Qing family's possible entry into the medical industry. One man explains that the Lee family's nanomachines can only perform simple tasks because they struggled to program anything more complex. Two young men walk down a modern hallway, expressing disappointment and frustration over the research's focus on nanomachines instead of superhuman advancements. The character narrows his eyes, suddenly noticing something important in the darkness. A man in a fur-collared coat tries to stop another man from leaving by offering payment for help with a research study, but the other man keeps walking away. A chibi character excitedly encourages someone with sparkling eyes. One young man playfully challenges his companion under the starry night sky. A man in a spotted cloak insists he was the one who revealed information about the test subjects, while a young man bows and thanks him under the night sky. A chibi character freezes in shock, unable to speak. A smug man warns the serious young man that some test subjects have become intelligent enough to conduct experiments on their own people, making them even more dangerous. Two men discuss the limited options for test subjects, ultimately agreeing on their main purpose. The man delegates the search for the nanomachine to others and leaves the rooftop. A man in a blue suit cautiously approaches the dumpster in the dimly lit alley. The young man questions whether Yang Xiaojin is signaling the presence of additional allies inside the barrier. A man in a blue vest charges forward and slams something down with tremendous force. Someone reacts in shock upon recognizing the admin of Barrier 109. A young woman flicks an object with ease, smiling confidently. Someone recognizes Lu Yuan as he appears confidently on the deserted street. A man realizes there were hidden reasons behind how easily the two gained citizenship and school admission. The young man realizes that Yang Xiaojin was likely the one who alerted Lu Yuan when Wang was taken by the Ministry of Public Order. Two students stand outside at night, each silently pondering the implications of recent events at the school. Lu Yuan suddenly realizes he might be her target. A young woman evaluates a potential recruitment offer while gripping her futuristic rifle under the night sky. A lone figure stands vigil on the rooftop, saluting under the night sky beside a crescent moon. A cautious figure stands at the entrance of a shadowy brick alley, carefully scouting the area for potential threats. Three people rush outside under the night sky, alarmed by the sound of gunshots. The leader orders everyone onto the bikes to evacuate the barrier immediately. Three figures stand beneath the night sky, anxiously watching for signs of danger above. The group heads out to make preparations as instructed. The group gathers with determination as they prepare to set out on their journey. 5 figures ride red bikes down a moonlit city street at night, while another sprints after them. A young man carrying a bicycle over his shoulder draws a confused question from another standing nearby on the quiet night street. Ignoring his worries about the bicycle, he urges everyone to head for the city gate immediately. A girl explains that she rang the bell several times to make sure everyone heard it as she floats beside a man on the empty city street at night. After pulling off a surprise against the Lee family, the group questions the purpose behind their actions. The protagonist abruptly stops in the middle of the empty street. A young man recalls how his mother's marriage was meant to improve his father's health, but his father died a few years later. A character recalls how his mother raised him within the Lee family and later wished to marry a young teacher she loved. A man explains that his family views a woman's remarriage as an unforgivable disgrace, leaving the woman behind him visibly worried. The white-haired man presses for more information, eager to learn what happens next. A woman, restrained and desperate, reveals that her mother was taken away and buried alive by the Lee family. Two people escort a woman in a white dress through the crowded street, retracing a path once taken by others. One character questions the fairness of punishing all civilians trapped inside the glowing barrier. A confident young man calls out to someone hiding, urging them to reveal themselves. A determined young woman confronts someone about their hypnotic abilities while standing before a glowing portal. A man reflects bitterly on how the nearby citizens watched his mother being taken away, provoking and insulting her without anyone defending her. A man informs his companion that terrifying creatures are approaching Barrier 109, while the main army hides inside a university due to other factions. A resolute figure confronts the unseen authorities, demanding accountability as a glowing portal looms behind her. A white-haired man in a top hat confronts a woman as she steps out of a glowing portal. A determined woman urges someone to let go of revenge and trust that justice will eventually prevail. A man in a black hat confidently corrects a misquoted saying with a sly smirk. A determined young woman stands before a glowing portal, challenging others to consider the true purpose of superpowers and the consequences of justice tainted by evil intent. A character smirks and challenges the others by asking if the rebellions have a good motto. Under the starry night, the silver-haired man asserts that mental strength is humanity's foremost weapon in times of crisis. The young man confidently explains that he believes true mental strength is the evolution of the brain. She stands before the swirling portal, studying it closely. A skeptical woman dismisses rumors about developing mental powers, insisting there is no solid evidence. A man in black reflects on the unresolved mysteries of the brain and the origins of superhuman abilities. The group discusses how increasing superhuman strength brings a person closer to self-destruction, with one explaining that a fully developed brain could grant a godlike mind. A mysterious figure warns that overloading the brain with too much information can cause collapse, though rare exceptions exist. The conversation shifts to the uncertainty of human evolution, emphasizing that answers will only come with future progress. One character warns the others about approaching danger and urges them to act quickly as a group of test subjects heads toward Barrier 109. Under the dark, rainy cityscape, a silver-haired, cloaked figure stands tensely as a taller, shadowy person approaches, signaling the start of a confrontation. Red-eyed monsters climb over the city wall, preparing to attack. Three monstrous, blood-stained creatures with glowing red eyes leap onto the ledge, threatening the area under the dark sky. A swarm of monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes launches a ferocious attack from the wall. Terrified people race through the ruined darkness as monstrous figures close in behind them. Dozens of figures pour through the shattered city wall, quickly dispersing into the open area beyond. A glowing portal suddenly opens in the dim laboratory. A silver-haired woman steps through a swirling portal with her gun raised, cautiously scanning the empty area for threats. A character inspects the hard drive and questions whether it contains all the research data. A young woman fires her gun, shattering the window in the dark room. A young woman stands alert beside a swirling portal, examining it with a device in hand. A silver-haired woman raises her phone and points her gun at the imposing shadowy figure, ready to confront it. Unable to use her powers under the shadowless lights, the silver-haired character anxiously realizes the Lees have trapped her and worries about her ally as the test subjects approach. A lone figure stands on the rooftop, aiming a sniper rifle at the people moving below. Lu Yuan runs ahead at night, effortlessly lifting a bicycle with one hand as a stunned group watches from behind. Two young men pause in front of a sealed door, searching for a way to open it. One young man confidently reveals he has explosives to reassure his wary companion. One boy reveals a triumphant hand of cards while the other three stare at him in stunned disbelief. A character questions whether the legendary explosives are powerful enough to open the door. The character carefully reaches for a card from the row, tense anticipation filling the dim room. A caped figure triggers a magical explosion to breach the wall covered with rune-inscribed cards as a group watches intently. A massive explosion erupts in the center of the room, engulfing everything in flames. Lu Yuan stands tall in the mist and confidently announces the task is complete as the group watches him with concern. An older man, astonished, reacts after witnessing poker cards used in an unexpectedly dangerous way under the night sky. Lu Yuan urges the group to quickly leave the ruined city and head north. A startled young man spots a girl standing defiantly on the rooftop under the crescent moon. One character instructs the group to head north without looking back while he returns to the barrier, assigning another to protect everyone and promising to catch up. He confidently strides through the night, effortlessly carrying a bicycle over his shoulder. As the barrier collapses and others flee, one figure rushes back toward the danger while two people watch from behind. A man warns that even after surviving the disaster at Barrier 109, new dangers threaten their lives. A girl gently asks the boy if he is worried about his brother as they stand together under the night sky. A woman considers whether to remind the boy that he is still carrying his bicycle as they share a quiet moment under the night sky. A determined young woman urges her group to head north, trusting her brother's decision to go back inside. A worried companion rides through the night, anxious that their leader might abandon the group and jeopardize their journey west. Two young men ride their bikes under the starry sky, planning to head west with the queen as part of their escape. The young man steadies himself in the cold forest and prepares to press on. 8 youths ride their bicycles in formation as they enter the shadowy forest at night. He realizes he forgot to arrange care for the bicycle, and has no room left in his supplies as time runs out. A tense young man reacts as a distant plea for help echoes through the night. A terrified person cries out for help while the protagonist watches people flee in panic under the night sky. A young man realizes that the citizens are about to witness the reality of the outside world for the first time. Inside the barrier, people live in undisturbed peace while dangerous beasts gather outside. The group moves urgently through the city streets at night, pushing forward despite the barriers that once protected them. Lu Yuan confronts the red-eyed monster, tension rising as they face each other. Lu Yuan stands his ground before a hostile crowd as someone suddenly descends onto the street. A girl on the rooftop fires a high-tech sniper rifle under the crescent moon. 2 red-eyed monsters are violently slain beneath the starry night sky. Lu Yuan quickly decides to rush toward the group, determined to help before it's too late. Lu Yuan pushes through the crowd with determination, surging forward into the night. A sniper takes aim at a group of figures on the empty street below from a rooftop vantage. A long-haired man gives a confident, knowing smile. A man watches a boy who recently bought a large amount of supplies, suspecting he might already know about the approaching danger. Despite knowing the risks, he rushes back toward the chaos erupting behind him. A lone figure braces for impact as several monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes charge toward him. A young man readies his sword, preparing to face an imminent threat in the night. Lu Yuan charges forward with fierce determination, his eyes glowing red. A fierce swordsman cuts down multiple shadowy enemies with a single devastating strike. The lone figure surveys the aftermath of the brutal battle, standing victorious atop a heap of fallen enemies. A girl urgently reveals the identity of a refugee to her mother outside at night, heightening the tension. Several anxious youths urge one of their group to convince a determined figure to turn back and save them so they can follow behind. The caped figure swiftly leaps across the city street, racing into the night with determined urgency. Lu Yuan charges forward to protect civilians from monstrous attackers. A shocked observer spots a monstrous figure attacking a wounded man in the middle of an empty street at night. A monstrous figure bares its fangs and threatens with a syringe, exuding a sinister presence. A young man forces himself to inject the syringe into his neck despite the pain and the monstrous hand restraining him. Alarmed by a suspicious act, the bandaged young man anxiously questions what is being injected into someone. A wounded man questions whether the monstrous attackers possess their own intelligence as he faces one under the night sky. The group's rapid expansion and hunger for new members has given them enough power to overrun entire barriers. Lu Yuan sprints through the night, urgently fleeing from 2 pursuers while determined to get Yang Xiaojin to safety. A lone figure stands resolutely in the rain, confronting a massive shadowy presence radiating red energy above the city. Realizing the gunfire has stopped, he fears the enemy has reached the roof and Yang Xiaojin is now forced into close combat. In the pouring rain, someone grips the wall and quickly begins climbing toward the roof. Clinging to the wall with a shadowy force enveloping him, he regrets not having fully copied Luo Xinyu's ability as he pushes onward. 2 monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes crash through the upper windows, ambushing from above as a startled figure looks up from the rainy street. A young man taunts his 2 opponents in the rain, boasting about how many test subjects he has killed before. 2 monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes leap down from the building, launching a sudden ambush in the rain. The young man realizes his attempt to intimidate his opponent has failed and prepares to change his approach. Lu Yuan charges through the rain, confronting a towering shadow with glowing red eyes. 2 monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes leap aggressively through the rain, launching an attack outside the building. Lu Yuan attacks the monstrous creature with his sword during the intense, rain-soaked night battle. A figure in a tattered red cloak viciously kicks a battered opponent in the rain. Lu Yuan hangs in the rain as a menacing shadowy entity with glowing eyes emerges behind him. Lu Yuan scrambles up the wall in the pouring rain as a dark figure closes in behind him. A character races up the side of a tall building in the pouring rain. A monstrous, clawed red hand seizes the edge of the rooftop in the pouring rain. A lone figure leaps from the rooftop into the stormy night. He crouches atop the subdued shadow beast, asserting control as rain pours down. A masked figure crouches on a rooftop at night, watching as snarling blue-skinned demons gather below. He braces himself for a massive fight, relying on his shadow as he confronts an overwhelming horde of monsters. Under the starry sky, one figure commands his monstrous ally to kill their enemies. A vigilant character questions why their ally has not yet left the area. Mocking laughter echoes as someone taunts their opponent. A wounded girl in dark clothing braces herself against the wall, clutching her side as a sniper rifle rests nearby. With a bandage on his cheek, he steels himself, eyes sharp and ready for what comes next. Lu Yuan stands in front of his injured companion, determined to protect him as enemies close in. The masked character firmly agrees to the proposal. A fierce man forces his opponent to plummet through the starry night sky. 4 hostile monsters emerge beneath the starry night sky. A blue-haired character fires at the skylight, but the bullets fail to penetrate it. Realizing the test subjects have entered the barrier, the blue-haired character urgently prepares to escape to protect Xiaojin. The blue-haired character quickly formulates a plan to escape using the shadow gate if the lights go out. A resolute man holds a handgun to the head of a masked, sweating individual, forcing a tense standoff. A man in a fur coat aggressively demands the password to open the door, threatening immediate violence if refused. A hand quickly enters a code on the glowing keypad. A smug character dismisses someone with a wave inside a modern room. The masked man spares his enemy and forcefully tells him to leave, valuing his own reputation over the other's life. The masked character scans the area suspiciously, tense energy radiating around him. Two figures walk side by side, crossing a clear boundary as the tension between them mounts. A surprised young man leans forward and calls out to confirm someone's identity in the futuristic room. A young woman confidently opens a glowing portal in the dimly lit room. A man aggressively confronts a fleeing opponent and threatens them with a glowing device. Lan stands frozen as shards of shattered glass hover in the air around him. Under a harsh spotlight, one figure accuses the other of betrayal and declares he was prepared for this moment, while the other reacts in confusion. A man in a fur coat demands the research data with a commanding gesture. A blue-haired woman threatens to destroy a hard drive and demands it be handed over while warning that a potential ally is in danger on the building's rooftop. With urgency in her eyes, she resolves to go and rescue Xiaojin. A metallic device is thrown urgently towards someone off-panel. The man in the fur coat grants permission for the rescue with a confident smirk, holding up a remote device. A cloaked figure steps into a glowing portal inside the lab. Lan surveys the defeated monsters and realizes someone else intervened to save Xiaojin. A blue-haired woman expresses concern that escaping the barrier will be difficult even if young Xiaojin is saved. Surveying the empty city street from above, the cautious observer scans for any hidden individuals. A figure in dark clothing carries an unconscious girl through a dim tunnel as large rats watch from the shadows. Lu Yuan realizes he is now surrounded by even more test subjects as they close in on him through the rain. Lu Yuan attacks two monstrous enemies with swift, determined strikes during a tense nighttime battle. A defiant figure glares under the night sky and refuses to be captured. With a single sweeping strike, he cuts down several dark enemies in his path. A lone survivor surveys the carnage, standing over the bodies of defeated foes beneath the night sky. Wounded and solemn, the character pauses in silence, lost in thought. A monstrous shadow swiftly carries two bewildered figures down a dark corridor. A wary girl surveys the dark surroundings and questions where they have ended up. The young man admits he doesn't know their exact location in the underground sewage. One character calls out the other's attitude while supporting them through the dark tunnel, noting that their injuries can't be too serious. The confrontation abruptly ends as one character, noticing the other's injury, chooses to back down. A character lights a candle and questions why Luo Xingyu did not arrive to retrieve the other person. A worried figure stands in the tunnel, realizing their ally's absence might mean something has gone wrong. Lu Yuan studies his surroundings with a cautious and focused expression, preparing for what comes next. Lu Yuan stands before the shadowy figure and expresses his gratitude. The wounded woman leans back against the wall and asks for the jokes to stop because her injuries hurt. A determined boy insists they should be grateful to Lao Xiu for traveling a great distance to save them. A girl with red eyes reports that a tracker has been placed on Su Xianchu and reveals his current movements toward Barrier 178. A girl in a cap directly confronts someone after overhearing a mention of Zhang Jilin. A young man angrily demands an explanation about the tracker placed on Lao Xiu, refusing to let the other person change the subject. In a shadowy alley, one character confronts another about their involvement in past mountain events, while the other defensively denies any responsibility. A sharp-eyed character directly confronts someone, asking if their superhuman ability is copying others' powers. The wounded man silently suppresses his anxiety as tension mounts. One character questions the other about the ability to copy other people's powers as they sit across from each other in a dim, candlelit tunnel. One character accuses the other of copying her abilities and using them to increase someone else's bounty, challenging the rules set by the Superhumans Association. One character defensively denies responsibility while the other challenges their excuse, escalating the argument. Two injured characters urgently discuss a plan to escape the barrier and realize they need transportation to compensate for their wounds. She admits she doesn't know how to ride either, suggesting they don't need to worry about it. He reacts with surprise and amusement to the unexpected remark. In a dimly lit cave, one character firmly rejects an offer to join the rebellion, while the other responds with calm amusement. Two figures stand tensely in the dark cave, silently confronting each other. One character demands to know why the other returned to save them, and the response is a quick excuse about forgetting a wallet. One character reassures the other that their secret is safe and points out their growing strength among the superhumans. A character observes that superhumans are appearing more often, but their abilities have not yet reached a decisive threshold. The rebellion's philosophy is explained, stating that a superhuman can match the strength of an entire group. The group analyzes how one member's hypnotic ability could turn them into a formidable force capable of challenging a consortium. One character explains that the rebellion believes a truly powerful individual will eventually emerge in this era of superhumans. A blue-haired figure leaps forward with a glowing sword, while a hooded observer wonders if this display of power could be the hope they've been seeking. One character hands a wrapped item to another, who accepts it quietly. The two sit close together in the dim cave, holding hands and sharing a quiet, intimate exchange. Two characters quietly discuss a hidden motive, suggesting that Su Xianchu's transfer to Barrier 178 could turn out to be beneficial. A character demands an explanation, heightening the tension. A character reveals that the consortium claims the outermost barriers are filled with dangerous beasts and bugs they have driven out. The true purpose of Barrier 178 and Barrier 169 is revealed. They are meant to stop invading humans, not wild beasts. The young man questions whether the situation is similar to what happened with the test subjects. A young woman sits by the fire, reflecting on how human wars persist even after catastrophic events. A man explains that the former commander of Barrier 178 mysteriously disappeared over a decade ago, leaving others to speculate about his fate. Soldiers stand in disciplined formation as the threat of invasion is halted by the return of a respected leader. The young man pauses to reconsider the true outcome of his mission after realizing an ally's unexpected strength. A young girl questions the need for citizenship in Barrier 109, but the young man dismisses its importance, relying instead on personal connections for safety. A young man reflects on his impulsive mistake and begins planning how to recover from his missed mission. Sensing that something is off, the girl questions why test subjects keep attacking despite the crowds fleeing. In the dim underground, two characters discuss the possibility that one of them is treated differently because they are not a citizen of the barrier. A young man urgently explains that he witnessed a test subject inject medicine into a human, causing the person to transform into another test subject. A woman in a hoodie voices her fear that the medicine might have been secretly given to everyone in the barrier, turning thousands into test subjects. Two characters discuss the need to investigate the origins of the selectively chosen test subjects to understand the criteria for the injections. A character explains that most of the research data from Tindercorp's Mountain Lab was lost during the calamity, making it difficult to determine the nature of their experiments. Two people stand by an unconscious patient's hospital bed, discussing how terminal cancer patients agreed to experimental procedures in exchange for money for their families. Two figures sit together in silence by the glow of a candle in the dark cave. The group hesitates as one member urges them to decide where to go next. A bandaged young man offers medicine and suggests treating their wounds before deciding where to go next. One character refuses help with their hand injury as they sit across from the other by candlelight. The person in the cap pauses, studying the small object in their hand with a thoughtful expression. A wounded young woman decides not to demand money as a young man silently observes her choice. The young woman marvels at how quickly the black medicine has healed her shoulder. A hand strikes a match, briefly illuminating the darkness. A concerned girl sits beside the wounded boy, shocked by the severity of his injury. A man clutches his bleeding wound, struggling to endure the pain. The young man calmly reassures those around him that he has grown accustomed to the pain. A girl stands watchfully in the darkness, scanning her surroundings with a serious expression. One character gently tends to another's wounds as they sit together on the ground at night. A hand carefully applies medicine to the wounded chest as the injured person is asked to speak up if it hurts. One character reassures the other while they sit together on the dimly lit path, undeterred by pain. The two sit anxiously in the underground darkness, debating whether to wait until daylight to escape while test subjects roam above. The masked character calmly explains that the enemy fears light and will hide during the day. Liu Yuan smirks and acknowledges their shared idea with a confident remark. A character admits that even relatives or close friends would not come back to save them in such circumstances. A character with long dark hair and a hat extends a small box to another character as a gesture of gratitude. One character cheerfully hands over a small box and insists on being thanked, while the other awkwardly complies. A digital notification appears, awarding 10 appreciation points to the character. The boy is shocked to learn that a thank you from Yang Xiaojin is worth 10 appreciation tokens. Someone descends the wooden ladder inside the dark shaft. The group realizes their enemies are probably hiding in the sewers during the day. Two startled figures watch as someone suddenly collapses in the dark tunnel. One character urgently grabs another and pulls them away from danger in the darkness. The two stand face to face, sweat beating as tension fills the air. Red-eyed monsters close in on the shadowy figure, ready to attack. Two figures struggle at close range as one forcefully grabs the other's waistband and shirt. A determined girl hoists her injured companion onto her back, catching him completely off guard. As the girl races through the dim tunnel with her weakened companion on her back, he silently reflects on the oddness of the situation. Suddenly, monstrous creatures surge toward him in the darkness, forcing a split-second reaction. The young man raises his weapon and prepares to strike with determination. A fighter slashes through monstrous enemies while someone crouches beneath him for cover. Several monsters lunge toward a lone figure from behind, initiating a sudden attack. The caped protagonist charges forward, knocking enemies aside with overwhelming force. The warrior swings his sword and strikes down a fleeing opponent, sending blood splattering. A figure dashes urgently through the shallow water, sending up splashes with every step. The young man sprints away, glancing back in fear as he tries to outrun his pursuers. Despite his companion's plea to be left behind, the determined figure continues to carry him to safety. A man in a fur coat boasts to his armed guards about hiding from their unsuspecting enemies as they move through a shadowy corridor. A cautious young man alerts his group after hearing a suspicious noise, prompting everyone to listen intently. A large figure lands forcefully in front of two startled men in the underground waterway, instantly escalating the tension. Two men in a watery tunnel are shocked as they recognize the pair standing defensively before them. A triumphant man taunts his weakened rival, who is being carried away after a crushing defeat. The bandaged boy clenches his fist and prepares to fight back with unwavering resolve. A powerful figure suddenly appears in the tunnel and launches a fierce attack against the monsters, shocking the onlookers. A character urgently points out the presence of test subjects ahead as another moves deeper into the dark tunnel. Two men sprint away in panic, complaining about their misfortune and the other's unbelievable speed. A girl urgently demands that someone guide them through the sewers to escape the barrier. The group races through the dark tunnel as their leader urgently signals them to turn left. Two soldiers open fire in the darkness as a gunfight erupts. A shadowy figure unleashes dark energy, attacking the monstrous enemies surrounding him. A bandaged boy recoils in pain and angrily protests after being struck. One man reveals that the shadow is immune to bullets, prompting both to assess the ongoing threat. A character points to the ladder and urges the group to climb up quickly. A man urgently pulls another out of the sewer while a woman stands guard with her gun raised. The group regroups at sunset, relieved after narrowly avoiding danger. Three men gather beside open floor hatches and express gratitude for being unexpectedly rescued by Su Xianchu. A male character urges everyone to thank their savior for rescuing them from the sewers. Three men in dark uniforms bow deeply in gratitude to the man in the fur-collared coat on the city street. A distressed young man clutches his chest, protesting in confusion and pain about the situation's connection to Su Xianchu. The cheerful young man urges everyone to move forward with excitement. Two red-eyed monsters burst out of the sewer, attacking fiercely. A man recoils in fear as unexpected figures begin to climb out nearby. A group of people races down a debris-strewn city street, desperately escaping danger. The hooded character leaps across the rooftop, moving swiftly into action as the sun sets. A determined figure hurls several small projectiles down the city street as the sun sets. A female character sprints down the street as a massive explosion erupts behind her. One character is shocked to discover the other casually carries explosives at all times. A distressed young man warns that even with explosives, escaping the barrier and evading the relentless test subjects is impossible. A group of armed soldiers steps forward in front of armored vehicles, preparing to confront their opponents. Three figures stride forward with determination as a military vehicle speeds past in the background. Armed soldiers encircle the two suspects, forcing one to kneel while the other stands defiantly in the street. A character steps out of the vehicle with confidence, setting the stage for what comes next. The young man raises his hand and orders the soldiers to fire. Uniformed soldiers unleash heavy gunfire from atop an armored vehicle in the city street. Three monstrous figures are overwhelmed as intense golden beams strike them. Soldiers and armored vehicles unleash heavy gunfire to defend a group surrounded at the center from an oncoming horde. A soldier stands alert, guarding the area with heavy weaponry. A monstrous figure reels back as a blinding burst of light strikes its chest. The team observes as the test subjects begin to retreat and considers whether to pursue them. A young man warns that chasing their targets could break their formation and put them at a disadvantage in narrow alleys. A composed man instructs his team to let another group handle the pursuit. Two men stand overlooking the city as one criticizes the other for recklessly pursuing research results that caused unnecessary chaos. A man in a fur-collared coat outlines a breakthrough in neuron-connecting technology that allows the human brain to directly control nanomachines, emphasizing its immense potential and danger. A young man considers the limitations of their newly acquired technology, realizing it is useless without advancements in nanomachines. Three figures confidently propose selling a valuable item to rival consortiums, while a fourth person listens. One character solemnly promises to repay the favor of saving his brother, while the others listen and react. The young man in the middle firmly announces that the group has repaid the favor. Two young men argue on the street over who deserves credit for a recent rescue. Lu Yuan reluctantly admits the other person's argument makes sense. The group discusses how Su Xianchu has already fled to avoid being captured. A leader commands his subordinate to cancel the bounty and end the pursuit. Two characters confront each other in the street, questioning each other's motives about the nuclear test lab and the rebellion's true target. A man warns a tense woman that their pursuit of forbidden knowledge is dangerously reckless and could lead to disaster. A nuclear canister floats in the darkness as someone reflects on the misunderstood beauty of nuclear energy. A serious figure warns against the dangers of humans attempting to control destructive power. A young man urgently argues for building a nuclear power plant, emphasizing its potential to save energy and end conflict. On a tense city street, two allies acknowledge that their cooperation is temporary and warn that they will become enemies if future conflicts arise. A man in a white coat warns the group about the potential military applications of nano and neuron connection technology, prompting another to question whether acquiring this technology is truly only for war. Two young men discuss how the nanomachine is about to become much more useful. A character explains that nanomachines can transform into new bones and muscles, automatically responding to neural commands witut explicit instructions. One of the young men grows frustrated and refuses to explain further, dismissing the other's lack of understanding. One young man boasts about scoring 560 marks on his exam while the other laughs and teases him. A skeptical girl questions whether such arrogance is justified. The group agrees to work together for now, deciding to return the hard drive and postpone future decisions. A young woman on a city street asks if capturing the test subjects produced any research results. Lu Yuan gravely reveals that the test subjects are covered in cancer cells. A young man explains that the cells are actually self-sustaining cancer cells. A scientific analysis reveals that the test subject cells are all binucleate and organized like normal human cells, differing from typical cancer cells. A serious young man reveals his suspicion that TinderCorp once attempted to achieve immortality through mysterious methods. The young man sharply demands to know whether the claims are based on solid evidence or mere suspicion. Two young men confront each other tensely in front of an armored vehicle, debating the validity of recent experimental results and questioning each other's assumptions. The group discusses the possibility that the subjects were chosen because they already had cancer cells. The group prepares to leave as one man expresses concern about being under house arrest and questions whether the dangerous test subjects will be ignored. One man confidently assures his companion that the threat ahead is insignificant and would only frighten children as they stand beside a military vehicle. A young man with a bandaged cheek silently vows to kill his arrogant rival. Two characters walk together, discussing their uncertain future as one decides to return to Barrier 88. Someone reflects on how distant Barrier 88 feels. Two people discuss how the destination is only 2 barriers away, but question why the sequence number seems much further. A girl in a cap explains that the barrier numbers were swapped for better luck. A skeptical boy questions whether the suggested action is possible or just superstition. One character questions the other's intentions in the tense forest setting. Two characters agree to head north together after deciding to reunite with an ally. Standing atop a rock, the young man considers the refugees' warning about bandits to the north. A young man confronts a looming supernatural presence as dark power gathers behind him. The young man hesitates, realizing his ability has evolved and questioning what new power he now possesses as the shadowy figure looms nearby. Sunlight streams through the leafy tree branches, revealing a calm blue sky above. As the military vehicle moves through the forest, one character reflects on humanity's helplessness in the face of natural disasters that destroyed 2 locations. A serious young man warns that the fall of Barrier 109 signals a direct threat to humanity from non-humans. The young man reflects on how the test subjects are forcing humanity to reconsider its understanding of the world. One man vents his frustration about being exploited and possibly put under house arrest despite their help, while the other listens in silence. One character dismisses an insult, while the other quickly backtracks with a joke to ease the tension. One character sits alone in the car and insists they have nowhere else to go but their homeland. A determined protector insists that the other person return with him for safety, warning that separating could lead to danger. A character smugly reveals that they have obtained Lee's research results. Two men debate the risks and potential fallout after surrendering valuable nanomachine technology, realizing it will provoke retaliation. A figure outlines a plan to let 2 rival factions clash over the hard drive, hoping their conflict will bring peace. The young man calmly explains that giving it to her is the best choice because he dislikes violence. The young man criticizes someone for relying on violence, pointing out that it's what everyone expects from them. A stern young man warns someone not to touch his garden when they return. A flustered man quickly denies touching the flowers and claims he'd rather pursue women. 2 figures discuss the security of a secret base, debating whether the rebellion has discovered its location. 2 figures walk across a barren field as one anxiously asks if the location of Qingzhen's nuclear test lab has really been discovered. She calmly explains her plan to divert suspicion onto someone else by lying about the missing physicists. 2 young men stand outside, questioning the motives behind someone's secretive actions within the Qing consortium. In a shadowy forest clearing, 2 men urgently discuss how to hide one of their abilities by crediting Su Xianchu with saving them, while worrying about the tracker issue. The character exposes another lie with a mischievous grin. 2 young men share a laugh outside, exchanging playful expressions. Lan questions whether Lu Yuan is also part of the rebellion after noticing his earlier attempts to protect Xiao Jing. A character explains that the Yang and Li families have focused on nanotechnology, believing it holds the key to military advancement. 2 young men discuss the complicated relationship between the Yang family and the rebellion as dusk settles around them. A serious young man explains that the rebellion and the Yangs have split due to differing agendas, even though the rebellion was originally founded by the first superhuman created by the Yangs. Deep in the dim forest, the pair come across a broken gravestone. A girl runs into the forest while a boy with a bandaged face silently watches her go. A girl stands alert in the forest, gripping her metal baton as she prepares for a confrontation. He snaps the metal rod in half with a sudden burst of strength. A girl urgently fires a flare gun into the stormy sky from the forest clearing. He steels himself for the confrontation ahead, unwavering despite his injuries. A vehicle bursts from the forest and launches into the air. Lu Yuan silently steels himself, his determination clear as he prepares for the challenge ahead. 2 figures brace themselves as a vehicle speeds past them on the road. A silver-haired woman, overwhelmed with relief, rushes towards someone she thought was in danger. After losing the hard drive to Fat Luo, the man admits defeat and tells the team to head home. A woman confidently reveals that the gift from Qingjin is meant to escalate tensions between the Yang and Li families, though their relationship is already strained. Two women pause beside a rugged vehicle, acknowledging that their mission was at least partially successful. One woman leans out of the car window and asks who saved her companion, expressing curiosity about the powerful rescuer. A hand grabs his shoulder, stopping him abruptly as he turns in surprise. The two stand watchfully in the forest, assessing the threat posed by a powerful ally now moving toward Barrier 178. The group prepares to leave as one of them suggests they can finally go home. One character invites the other to join them at Barrier 88, but the offer is declined in favor of searching for a brother. One character announces their departure and instructs the other to meet later at Barrier 88 after regrouping. The young man firmly accepts the challenge. A vehicle speeds through the forest while a figure silently observes its escape. Lu Yuan suddenly realizes a crucial truth, his eyes widening in shock. Lu Yuan eagerly tries to hitch a ride north. He suddenly notices something unexpected and grows wary. A character reaches out and notices snow beginning to fall. A young man stands outside, watching as the season's first snow begins to fall. A man in a top hat instructs the group to head north and survive until they find people riding bicycles. Two men stare ahead in shock and tension as something unexpected happens under the night sky. A horde of shadowy figures advances from a gaping hole in the desolate landscape. A group pushes forward through the snowy forest at night, their determination clear despite exhaustion. A young figure pauses alone in the snowy forest, quietly observing the falling snow. One character eagerly announces the discovery of something potentially valuable, prompting another to ask what it is. A man proudly reveals a box of explosives disguised as playing cards in the snowy woods. The boy reacts in silence, his expression flat and unimpressed. The boy reveals that only his brother's poker cards are explosives, while the others are ordinary, and the man decides to keep the cards for someone else. A furious young man warns his inattentive companions that their master is about to be kidnapped by the queen of the Women Kingdom. A young man shouts in defiance, refusing to accept the decision in the snowy forest. A young man frantically tries to snatch a scarf from a seated woman as snow falls around them. A young man forcefully swings his staff at the attacker to protect the shocked girl. The man in striped pajamas warns the frightened figure on the ground to behave after overpowering him with a staff in the rain. One character expresses heartfelt gratitude while the other responds with modesty during their outdoor conversation. A shy girl smiles and expresses her excitement at meeting someone again. One character reacts in confusion as the other energetically introduces themselves with a new identity under the night sky. A white-haired young man reacts in shock, questioning the surprising revelation of someone's identity. One character reveals that he may have reincarnated several years before the others as they walk together under the night sky. A young man rushes through the snowy night, waving as he spots his brother approaching. One young man asks the other if he saved the queen of the Women Kingdom as they sit by the campfire at night. Two young men stand outside at night as one curiously asks about a person named Sis Xiaojin. The protagonist pauses, visibly confused as he reacts to the puzzling situation before him. An elderly woman urges the group to distribute food to the elders and children without needing reminders, as a young man listens by the campfire. An elder scolds the teenagers for their lack of respect while pointing angrily and holding a child's hand. A young man challenges the idea of respecting elders, questioning the values he grew up with. A determined boy points and asks his stern grandmother for something he wants, while she holds another child in her arms. The boy grows uneasy as he wonders why the golden hoop has been brought out again. A frustrated boy demands a forbidden object while a young man tries to stop him in the dark woods. An elderly woman confronts a young man about his golden hoop, demanding to know why he wears it and insisting her grandson should be allowed to play with it. A woman angrily confronts the adults as a crying child clings to her leg. The boy rejects the offer and insists he only wants what the other person has. A young man warns someone off-panel to leave immediately, questioning their arrogance and hinting at the dangers ahead. An elderly woman stands protectively in front of a frightened child, boldly warning their unseen adversary that powerful reinforcements will soon arrive. The injured young man forcefully tells his opponent to leave. An older man leads a young boy through the dark forest as small embers glow on the ground. A battered boy, troubled by the world's cruelty, asks his master why such people exist. A serious young man challenges another's idealistic belief about the goodness of people. A young companion anxiously asks where they are headed next as they look up at the night sky. The group discusses traveling a long distance to Barrier 88 to meet an acquaintance, with one companion speculating about the identity of the person they are going to see. Two young men discuss how they will reach their destination, questioning if cycling the entire way is an option. Around the campfire, the group decides to steal a car at the next barrier. A crescent moon rises above misty mountains, establishing a calm night setting. The young man surveys his surroundings with unwavering determination. A man urgently points toward the distant cliff, alerting others to potential danger. A group of people freeze in shock as a giant spectral wolf head and a pack of wolves appear on the cliff above them at night. The group realizes the wolves continue to pursue them and questions their true intentions. A young man urgently instructs everyone to follow the group as they run through the moonlit forest. The group rides bicycles together through the dark forest, carefully matching each other's pace. A young man glances back warily as he moves through the shadowy forest. At night, 3 young men gather as one teases another for not knowing how to ride a bike, while a third calmly observes from his own bicycle. The young man admits he lost his bike, looking embarrassed as he explains. The character smirks and boldly suggests that someone take his place and carry him. A chibi-styled male character sternly tells Lu Yuan to cycle on his own. The young man confronts his brother, accusing him of being shameless. 2 aggressive men block the student's path and attempt to steal their bikes. A young man with gray hair and a golden headband looks up, startled by something unexpected above him. A furious white-haired man attacks from above with a glowing staff, sending his opponent tumbling from a red bicycle through the night sky. A young man charges at 2 children with glowing batons, forcing them back. Both characters collapse side by side, dazed and foaming at the mouth in a comedic scene. A young man holding a glowing staff reassures 2 kneeling students, telling them to call for help if anyone targets their bikes again. A confident boy redirects the group's gratitude to his master while holding a glowing staff in the woods. Lu Yuan, looking dazed and rubbing his head, reassures the other character to leave future troubles to him and just focus on cycling. A cheerful young man eagerly accepts an order with a smile. One figure questions why people hurt others for their own gain, while the other responds with a cynical view of human nature. The young man challenges the group by questioning why some people expect success without putting in any effort. He questions whether continuing to fight against injustice is worthwhile when he can't tell if those he saves are truly good. The boy in ceremonial robes offers blunt advice about saving people without worrying about their true nature. The young man eagerly agrees with his master, his face lit up with a bright smile. The young man warns that getting involved in every small issue will become overwhelming as more people are encountered. The young man resolves to take action instead of remaining passive. A young man stands under the starry sky, gripping his sword as he steels himself for what lies ahead. The character smirks confidently, a bandage visible on his cheek. The character abruptly stops running, signaling the end of their urgent escape. They discuss their grim chances of escaping the wolves as tension hangs in the dark forest. The group abruptly stops their bicycles on the dimly lit path, tense and alert for danger. Lu Yuan looks up, startled by something unexpected. A large white wolf blocks the path as 5 young men ride toward it on their bicycles in the night. 2 young men pause under the night sky, sensing that something is off about the wolves nearby. The protagonist warns the group that he senses the Wolf King watching them from a distance. One young man instructs his companions to guard the area while he prepares to scout the forest. One young man salutes with a cheerful smile as he agrees to the request, while the other stands beside him, looking happy. The lone figure leaves the campfire behind and heads into the snowy forest. 3 figures face each other in a tense standoff amid the snowy, dark forest. An excited fan approaches the woman with pink hair and eagerly tells her he was planning to attend her music festival before unexpected events occurred. Outside in the falling snow, a woman reassures her companion that survival is all that matters. She surveys the smoldering scene, her expression tense as snow falls quietly around her. A woman with long pink hair hesitates, silently gauging the tense atmosphere. Lu Yuan notices that the wolves are keeping their distance as he stands in the snowy clearing. The young man glares into the darkness, questioning if their enemies truly see them as prey. In the falling snow, the protagonist steps forward and offers a white rabbit to the towering blue wolf. A blue wolf attacks the wounded white beast from behind under the dark sky. The boy reacts with astonishment to an unexpected offer. A mystical wolf unleashes a surge of blue energy in the darkness. A wolf-like creature senses danger as it watches something streak across the snowy, moonlit sky. Lu Yuan kneels beside the wolf in the snowy forest, confused by its unexpectedly generous behavior. In the falling snow, one man presents a large white rabbit to the group as the others watch tensely near the forest's edge. A group gathers by a campfire as one returns carrying a white animal, explaining the wolves left it as a sign of goodwill. 2 young men stand outside in the snowy night, momentarily relieved after receiving a white rabbit from the wolves, knowing they are safe from an attack for now. A young man worries that finding a wild rabbit may bring more trouble, as the recently fed refugees remain tense after days of starvation. The group acknowledges that extreme hunger can drive people to desperate actions. A young man urges his group to take action and send a message to their opponents. He steels himself, eyes narrowed with determination as he prepares to face the challenge ahead. A cloaked figure issues a deadly warning by the campfire, threatening violence if chaos breaks out. A worried woman urgently asks for extra weapons. The young man braces himself as he prepares for an impending confrontation. As the group gathers around the campfire, one person warns that the refugees drawn by the food might soon target the students as well. A woman stands resolute in the darkness, vowing to protect the students. The intense-eyed character remains silent, carefully assessing the situation. A young man offers a gun to the woman by the campfire, but she admits she cannot use it. A gun is handed over as one person suggests giving it to a strong student for training. The teacher stands firm at night, determined to shield her students from violence and guilt. A tense standoff begins as several figures approach the campfire through the falling snow, while those gathered prepare for confrontation. One character orders another to protect the group as they gather by a fire under the falling ash. 3 hostile young men confront a seated figure by the campfire, demanding he share his food with others. A man brandishes a knife during a heated standoff, demanding an end to the argument about the young target. In a snowy forest, one attacker is stunned as his knife strike is effortlessly blocked. One person forcefully seizes another's wrist as sparks of energy crackle in the tense atmosphere. Lu Yuan stands over his defeated opponent and boldly challenges anyone else to fight. A man commands his group to pursue the unarmed students. A student warns 2 knife-wielding men to stay back as the group prepares to defend themselves. In the snowy forest at night, 3 figures confront a threat as one aims a gun and a glowing blade lights up the darkness. A group of terrified young men cower as a silver-haired man with a glowing staff stands defiantly against a menacing threat. A young man is suddenly impaled through the torso as another figure watches in shock. An injured woman fires her gun straight ahead with unwavering determination. A woman fires her gun with resolve while others watch in tense silence, forced by the harsh world to kill. A woman calms and restrains a distressed man who is holding a gun in the tense forest clearing. A distressed woman grips a pistol, insisting she must act as another tries to comfort her while the tense group looks on. A wounded woman raises her gun as her 2 anxious companions brace themselves for the approaching danger. A hand offers a red flower in the darkness. A woman leads her group cautiously through the shadowy forest, gripping her gun as red petals drift around them. 2 opponents clash in a snowy forest, unleashing their powers as weapons collide and energy crackles between them. The young man recoils in shock as his weapon shatters, releasing a burst of swirling energy and red fragments. Jianwu has gained superhuman abilities, prompting silent concern from the onlooker. A student excitedly announces that their teacher has become a superhuman, while the group gathers around her in the fading light. A wary man with glasses raises his gun as embers drift through the tense night. A young man firmly explains that becoming superhuman is a mental transformation, not achieved by killing with a gun, as he faces an armed elder in the forest. A young man earnestly declares his wish to become a superhuman so he can prove himself. A young man reassures an older man in the snowy forest, urging him to stop worrying about becoming a superhuman and reminding him that a good life is still possible. After the others leave, a character suggests they split the rabbit. As snow falls around the campfire, the group discusses how moral codes differ between the wilds and the barrier, where no one claims the right to judge others. The group gathers around the campfire as one member explains that only the strong can secure enough resources to survive in the wildlands. 3 young men stand together in a snowy forest at night, reflecting on how teamwork could help them find food as animals have multiplied in the wildlands. Under the night sky, Lu Yuan stands with a scorched blade, reflecting on how true achievements require hard work. One young man sighs wearily while another drinks from a large flask as they pause under the falling snow. One man anxiously describes sensing a threatening presence from the people around them, alarming his companion. He receives an urgent mission to help stabilize someone's condition. As the campfire crackles in the darkness, one young man reassures the other, urging him to become the light in a world overshadowed by despair. The young man asks his master if the statement is true. He stands outside at night, confidently affirming his agreement. A system notification announces that the mission is complete and awards 1.0 strength as a reward. The young man evaluates his recent gain and considers unlocking beginner skill trees to learn new cycling abilities. One character hands a large piece of meat to another and tells them to eat and rest before continuing their journey tomorrow. The group enjoys a rare moment of relief in the forest as one figure stands watchfully apart from the celebration. 2 groups stand tensely in a misty clearing, ready to confront each other. One of the young men announces that the Lee family has come to help, lifting the group's spirits in the forest. An armored man confronts the group and demands to know where they are from. A weary group emerges from the woods and urgently announces they are citizens who have just escaped from Barrier 109. A stern soldier announces that their mission is to eliminate intruders at Barrier 109 and escort everyone back to town without providing food. 3 anxious civilians confront an armored soldier in the forest, demanding to know their fate, as the soldier explains that new military recruitment and factory assignments await them when they return. An armed guard orders the separation of male and female refugees and instructs for vehicles and security to transport them. A tense group hears that the Lees are forcing new recruits, prompting one anxious member to ask what they will do next. The group decides to follow their opponents to the town at Barrier 108, planning to find an opportunity to escape. The students assign each other protection duties in the forest, preparing to look out for one another. The group moves through the forest, with 2 members interacting closely at the front. One woman helps another climb onto a large container in the forest clearing. A military truck halts on a dirt road as mysterious mist swirls around it. 3 people sit tensely in a moving vehicle, exchanging urgent updates about an impending war involving the Lees. Someone questions whether their opponents are truly capable of waging war, despite possessing nanomachines. He suspects the hard drive might be a trap and urges caution before using it. 2 military trucks arrive and stop in front of a large, closed gate at night. A uniformed officer informs the somber group that joining the military is mandatory by order of the higher-ups, leaving them with no choice. 2 people anxiously refuse the assignments, insisting they cannot be soldiers or tailors, while the serious young man listens at sunset. The man in the cap suggests he can help the group with recruitment by leveraging his connection, but hints that bribery is expected. A nervous young man offers antibiotics and watches to an authority figure, hoping to secure exemption for over 20 students. An older man questions the wisdom of assigning students to roles as soldiers or workers, emphasizing their potential for the future. One man firmly states that all eligible males must join the military, warning that any violation would result in execution, while the other anxiously objects to someone close being enlisted. One man reveals that the serious-looking companion beside him is actually his uncle, surprising the group with the truth about his age. The soldier rejects the older man's plea, stating that only the girls can be exempted and the boys must participate. The group finalizes a plan to help everyone escape, ensuring they remember where the others live for when the time comes. Someone accepts that their plan did not go perfectly but considers the result satisfactory. An authoritative figure stands before the armed guards and addresses the new recruits with a formal introduction. A soldier informs the group that they will be taken to the army camp for physical tests, offering a chance to return to the barrier if they pass. One young man urgently questions what kind of physical tests determine if they can enter the barrier, while the other listens with concern. A tense standoff begins as the group assembles between two military vehicles, ready to confront their opponents. A group of young men follow a military officer toward the physical tests as the sun sets. One young man excitedly announces he is finally able to enter the barrier, while the others congratulate him outside the modern building. One character questions whether the physical test is related to someone's nanotechnology as another silently listens against the backdrop of a sunset. A young man confronts a seated patient in a medical chair as two doctors watch, escalating the tension in the makeshift tent. A man inspects an intriguing device while three others watch him closely. A doctor confirms an 81% synchronization as passing and instructs to record the results while the test subject remains seated. One of the young men questions the meaning of synchronization, but another dismissively replies that only those who pass will enter the barrier while the rest become his soldiers. A tense young man anxiously asks if he can enter the barrier as a doctor reviews his information and requests his name. A young man confidently announces his name to the others. A man in a white coat calls for the next person while checking his clipboard. Luyuan sits uneasily as the brain interface helmet begins transmitting countless signals to his mind. A crackling blue energy barrier suddenly snaps in front of the palace door. A young man in glasses is shocked as the screen shows a complete synchronization failure. The neuron connection experiment fails as the disheveled young man sits in the chair and the scientist records the outcome. The young man insists there must be a mistake with the device and pleads for another chance to be saved. A weary boy is dismissed from the evaluation as the examiner orders the next candidate to proceed. A desperate young man begs a doctor for another chance, but the doctor coldly dismisses him as the nurse observes. A doctor examines the unresponsive medical device and questions the young patient about the lack of data. A scientist orders the vial of nanomachine to be sent back to the barrier for inspection after suspecting a problem. A hand presses the red button next to a vial of blue liquid, activating a device. The doctor dismissively tells the patient to leave after revealing his synchronization rate is only 1%. A man in camouflage asserts command over the group and orders everyone to proceed to registration as his soldiers. Luyuan smiles and asks the man in camouflage to look out for their group as others watch at sunset. The group forms a new bond as one member reassures the others and asks about their next destination. The leader informs the group that they will seize the outpost ahead and temporarily go without new uniforms. A young man questions the leadership's decision to have them guard the outpost without proper uniforms, expressing doubt about the rushed orders. A tense group discusses their deployment near the outpost, emphasizing the need to protect nearby factories from potential attacks. A young man in military attire confidently claims he has mastered various combat skills since childhood. A skeptical figure sits with folded arms, internally criticizing the so-called recruitment as merely a gathering of random people. At sunset, the group stands together as one of the young men reassures the anxious newcomer about his chances in the military. 3 students doubt the challenger's awareness of their teammates' strength. A determined leader rallies his group to board the truck and head for the outpost. A figure in dark clothing strides forward, purposefully kicking aside small stones. Luyuan steps forward to confront the figure in military attire, while his ally watches cautiously from behind. One character confidently hands a slip of paper to another, who sits alert at sunset. Someone reads a note confirming they have safely settled inside the barrier. A group of tense captives are transported in the back of a military truck along a forested dirt road. He decides that understanding the full situation is necessary before he can lead everyone out. A woman in a lab coat examines a vial containing countless nanomachines outside a research institute. The woman realizes that the entire vial has malfunctioned, raising her suspicions about the situation. A determined visitor requests to meet Mr. Lee, but the receptionist calmly denies access, citing his busy schedule. An urgent message is delivered off-panel, instructing someone to inform Mr. Lee about an incident immediately. A woman at the desk efficiently instructs the visitor to leave the documents and contact information, explaining that updates will be provided once available. A woman examines the test results and notices a confusing inconsistency in the operation. One woman hands a vial of nanomachine to the other, instructing her to report no issues with the operation despite clear suspicions. A woman agrees to submit an urgent request after speaking with the other woman across the desk. The male character pushes himself up from the floor, determined to recover from his setback. A woman carefully selects a canister from the wall of labeled cubbyholes. Lu Yuan rushes through the snow, carrying an unconscious man as a frying pan hurtles through the air nearby. Armed soldiers surround the lone figure in the snow and demand to know where he is from. A young man arrives at Barrier 178 and faces a looming shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. A determined man steps into the snow, boldly announcing he has a letter from Zhang Jinglin as a silent figure trails behind him. Armed men confront the calm superhuman about his rare dual abilities as he stands in the snow holding an unconscious figure. The young man confirms the letter is genuine by matching its signal. 5 cloaked figures gather outside a snowy palace, as one explains his long journey through several barriers to reach this place. One figure explains how he traveled through multiple barriers before finally reaching the palace entrance. A young man urgently denies any involvement, his alarm evident as light flares behind him. A truck speeds through the empty night as the group puts distance between themselves and the barrier. Lu Yuan stands alone, lost in thought as he looks up at the crescent moon. A large truck arrives at the compound gate under the cover of night. He surveys the abandoned outpost and realizes that it is completely empty. He instructs the group to take turns scouting from the hill and to report any enemy activity immediately. A young man highlights the group's dire odds, questioning the plan to scout with insufficient weapons and ammunition. Under the starry night, one man asks what happens after the report, while the other hesitantly begins to explain. A man in military attire shrugs off concerns, insisting that the official troops will handle any trouble. A young man anxiously raises the possibility that the other consortiums might declare war. The young man reacts with disbelief, insisting that war is unthinkable in their time. A young man wonders if they will be drawn into another war, despite believing such conflicts were over. One man urges the group to move on and offers to lead them to the scouting location. From a high vantage point, a soldier points out the oil refinery and the nearby outpost under the night sky. The young man in uniform instructs the group to report anything unusual to the barrier using the satellite phone. One man confidently challenges another under the starry night sky. One young man urgently asks another about the location of Barrier 88, but receives no helpful answer. Frustrated by a mischance to ask an important question, the boy sighs and wonders what to do next. A flustered boy catches himself wondering about the girl's actions and questions why he cares. A man in camouflage calmly explains the group's situation under the night sky. 3 figures gather silently around a campfire in the barren night. A man in camouflage warns that returning to town is dangerous because army camps now surround the area, making escape nearly impossible. A supportive figure proposes a plan to help the young man reunite with his loved ones, and the offer is gratefully accepted. The young man asks why the chief chose to become a soldier. A young man in military attire explains that he only joined as a soldier for the money and mentions that Tinder Corp is now buying blood samples from superhumans. Angrily clenching her fists, the character vents about exploiting the outrageous price for superhuman blood. He stands in awkward silence, visibly unimpressed and sweating. A young man in camouflage uniform questions the point of using highly educated students as scouts, expressing frustration in the cold night air. The boy raises 2 textbooks and promises to make everyone study once they settle down. A boy energetically declares his unwavering faith in science, leaving his classmates stunned. A lone wolf howls at the moon atop a rocky peak under the night sky. A massive wolf with glowing eyes gathers electricity, preparing to strike. Startled by the realization that wolves are still in the mountains, the young man reacts with alarm. Under the starlit sky, one character urgently orders a retreat while another watches intently. A wolf with glowing blue eyes drags a bloodied goat through the darkness. A wolf-like creature drags a sheep across the open ground while 5 people follow in pursuit. One young man anxiously questions the sudden behavior of the wolves as the other assesses the situation with a serious expression. A lone blue wolf stands on the cliff, gazing up at the star-filled sky. 3 young men stare in disbelief at items left on the ground by the wolves. One boy loudly declares himself the Wolf King, while the other looks on in disbelief. The young man confidently announces his claim as the Wolf King of Mountain Kun. One boy offers to attack an enemy, but the other tells him to wait. The boy eagerly asks when they can eat the goat, showing his hunger and readiness to act if needed. The young man smirks and confidently announces that the time is now. A student admits to the group that he felt depressed when he first learned about his transfer to the outpost. A worried man slices through a glowing web outside a dark building, fearing they would be the first to die if something went wrong. The wary young man confirms that both parties know about the hidden threat. A young man reflects on his newfound status while enjoying a satisfying meal of meat under the night sky. The character bites down on the mysterious metallic object with determination. A tearful character savors a simple skewer by the fire, grateful despite reminiscing about luxurious meals. One young man holds barbecue food and asks the other why lemons and onions are needed for barbecues. One character squirts lemon juice into another's eyes to distract him and gain an advantage. A vehicle races urgently across the empty desert beneath the crescent moon. A uniformed young man eats meat from his knife while questioning why anyone would come here at night. A vehicle screeches to a halt, its massive wheel dominating the smoky, tense scene. Two men in formal uniforms stand side by side under the starry sky, preparing for confrontation. A soldier salutes and formally welcomes the colonel to the outpost. A serious-faced man quietly observes a group gathered around a roasting animal at a nighttime campsite. A self-assured man surveys the comfortable outpost and orders someone to bring 2 chairs. A young man with a bandaged face challenges the unexpected inspection taking place in the middle of the night. 2 empty chairs are presented before a roasted animal platter, inviting the colonels to sit. A stern man orders the surprised intruder to leave while another quietly observes in the background. A nervous young man apologizes anxiously as he scratches his head. 2 men sit together beneath the starry sky, silently sharing a moment of reflection. A figure in a suit carefully pours a mysterious liquid onto a smooth stone artifact. One young man urges restraint as his frustrated companion complains about their adversaries. A man in a suit notes that the enemy has left the barrier alone and appears unarmed. A wary young man suspects the enemy is hiding a secret advantage. A stern officer threatens severe punishment as he orders his subordinate to report any enemy movement without delay. A lone figure silently watches as the truck disappears into the rocky night. 2 students confront a third person at night, frustrated over being told to let their rivals leave without taking action. A worried young man urges everyone to put out the fire and go to bed, warning that people from the Lees have arrived. One man orders the others to prepare the goat for tomorrow by cutting off the part that was spat on, while another man walks away and the remaining 2 watch. The young man reassures the group that they can rest while he and his companions handle the cleanup. One figure assigns a cleanup task to his companion and then leaves, while others observe from a distance. 2 students enthusiastically praise the class representative. A truck navigates a winding mountain road at night. 2 men ride through the city, satisfied as they discuss the power their organization holds over the fearful locals. Inside the vehicle, a young man explains that the second phase of synchronization will allow them to inject more nanomachines into their bodies. 2 men in a vehicle discuss recent developments in Barrier 107 and agree to proceed cautiously. A lone figure leaps in front of a speeding vehicle, blocking its path amid swirling smoke. A young man recalls in alarm, stunned by an unexpected discovery off-panel. A man recoils in shock upon realizing someone is a superhuman. 2 attackers rush across the rooftop, forcing the blonde-haired character to brace for their simultaneous assault. One man lunges forward with a powerful attack while the other quickly dodges, intensifying the standoff. Lu Yuan assumes a fighting stance under the moonlight, ready for battle. One man realizes their attackers must be from the outpost, and is shocked to learn there is a superhuman among them. A smug man in a suit removes his glove and taunts his opponent by revealing the power of nanomachines. A hand surges with energy as hidden power is activated. A fierce combatant forcefully slams down on his opponent, delivering a decisive blow. Lu Yuan grabs his opponent by the throat, asserting dominance in the confrontation under the night sky. The young man shouts angrily and points forward, confronting someone. A young man charges forward under the night sky, launching a fierce attack against 2 startled opponents. One figure launches a sudden attack from above, startling his defenseless opponent. A powerful punch sends one character flying backward. A fist crashes down with explosive force. Lu Yuan stands over his defeated opponents, having ended the fight with ease. He realizes his opponents fell without him needing to exert his full strength. He reacts with amused disappointment as the fight ends abruptly. A shirtless young man stands his ground as a dark, ominous figure looms before him. A young man slyly decides to keep the Lee Consortium's colonel uniform, thinking it might be useful later. Carrying 2 unconscious men over his shoulders, the protagonist heads toward the mountain lake to destroy evidence. One character stands atop the cliff as another plunges into the water below, sending up a spray under the crescent moon. 2 young men float side by side underwater in peaceful silence. A young man stands beneath the crescent moon, astonished as he discovers swirling streams of nanomachines around him. Typewriter keys clatter rapidly as tension builds. A device undergoes a factory reset and completes pairing in a dimly lit environment. He realizes he can now control the nanomachines. The young man inspects the glowing orb and quickly realizes the opponent's weakness lies in their limited nanomachines. Determined to stay safe, the character decides to develop a defensive system. A mechanical hand reaches out and activates a glowing object. A determined young man charges forward and unleashes a powerful punch, surrounded by explosive energy. Lu Yuan considers using nanomachines to create armor so he no longer needs to rely on his shadows for protection. He plans to gather more nanomachines from others to test their effectiveness. A man, standing alone on the misty mountainside at night, anticipates that an investigation will follow the disappearance of 2 patrolling members. A curious character speculates about the possibility of nanomachines being present on the investigators. A massive white beast suddenly appears on the rocky ledge, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Yuan unexpectedly confronts the Wolf King under the starry sky. The confident young man beckons the cat-like figure over for a conversation, prompting a reaction of confusion. Lu Yuan silently faces the mystical wolf in the moonlit forest, preparing for confrontation. He considers giving something in return after receiving gifts. A disinterested wolf glances out from the forest, making a questioning sound. He offers his own Wolf King as a companion to the solitary white wolf. A startled wolf suddenly senses danger in the dark woods. A gloved hand draws a gun, escalating the confrontation. A clawed hand forcefully knocks aside the opponent's arm just as a gun is aimed. Lu Yuan cautiously offers something to the large wolf-like creature, urging it not to be too selective. The wolf excitedly presents a black jar, its cheeks flushed with anticipation. A massive set of jaws snaps shut with a powerful bite. A confident figure teases the retreating wolf-like creature as it slips into the night forest. Night falls over the city as a crescent moon illuminates the rooftop. The young man bursts into the dimly lit room and sees someone lying motionless on the mat. After finishing his tasks, the injured character lies down to sleep, knowing he must wake up early. The scene shifts to a quiet rooftop beneath a crescent moon. A rhythmic nighttime signal echoes from the rooftop window. Two wolves halt together in the nighttime forest, signaling to others. A group of young men step outside at night, alert and curious as they try to understand the source of the wolves' howling. Three anxious men discuss the possibility of an imminent attack on their outpost, fearing they could be easily overrun. One man asserts that there is no time for distractions, prompting another to demand how he gained such insight. The man tells the group to forget about the situation and return to sleep, deciding not to confront anyone as long as they are not attacked, while wondering if they will still receive food tomorrow. He wonders whether to explain the medicine's effects to the Wolf King and worries about the consequences of continually receiving resources. Someone demands to know if the figure before them is truly the Wolf King. A group of men recoil in shock as they discover a pile of slain beasts. A man in a cap, visibly shocked, questions if he is truly the Wolf King of Mtkun while another man looks on, unimpressed. The group organizes and prepares to move supplies to the kitchen, planning to secretly share them with friends in town later. Two young men carry animal carcasses toward an older man while discussing whether happiness is simply having meat in their meals. Two men sit together and discuss how fighting evil brings happiness to one of them. A young man gazes into the distance, worried about Liu Yuan's well-being. A character watches as a truck approaches along the forested mountain road. A man sprints toward a parked military truck as another figure waits inside the cab. A man in military attire greets two officers as they arrive at the outpost. A man inside the command center asks if anyone has inspected the outpost in the past few days. A young man cautiously watches as two officers arrive to investigate the missing personnel. Armed operatives rush out of the military truck and begin an intense search of the area. Carefully assessing the enemy squad, Lu Yuan realizes it is too dangerous to act as he observes that all the soldiers likely possess nanomachines. Two armored soldiers confirm all is clear and prepare to move to the next outpost. The protagonist complains about the loss of a large number of nanomachines. A man in camouflage waves farewell as a military truck drives away along the mountain road. A man and a mystical wolf dog halt on the forest road as they spot a smoky truck ahead, prompting them to assess the unusual scene. Two young men tense up as they suspect the wolves are planning an ambush against the squad. One of the young men urges the others to ignore the wolves and avoid getting involved as they anxiously watch from a distance. Alert to a sudden disturbance, the protagonist quickly scans the courtyard for the source. A nervous young man worries aloud that the enemy's kindness might be a prelude to their execution and doubts their chances against such a large wolf pack. A cloaked warrior enters the dim room as another man in pajamas retreats. One man gives secret instructions to another, ordering him to guard the place and use an excuse if anyone tries to enter. The protagonist leaps out of a high window to escape the building. The young man in the red cloak swiftly descends the cliff, intent on scouting the wolves and securing nanomachines. A military truck speeds into the mountain pass, kicking up clouds of dust. Two soldiers chat about returning to the barrier for a break, joking about missing loved ones and warning each other to follow army rules. A young man in tactical gear dismisses concerns about the chiefs, saying they are too busy to care. A wolf lunges and bites a soldier's neck as another soldier watches in shock. A pack of wolf-like beasts ambushes an armored man inside a vehicle. A group of soldiers frantically open fire at their unseen enemy. Three fierce wolves snarl and prepare to attack. A character hides behind a tree, anxiously watching as unyielding wolves attack the truck despite gunfire. Wolves ambush and overpower a soldier near the back of the truck in the forest. A wolf-like creature races through the forest, clutching an unconscious person in its jaws. A towering shadow confronts the startled beast in the middle of the forest clearing. A large wolf lunges at a shadowy, red-eyed figure in the forest. Lu Yuan steps forward to confront the tense wolf in the dark forest. A young man confidently proposes a trade while holding a small cylindrical object. A wary armored wolf abruptly turns its head, startled by something unexpected in the dark forest. A wolf knocks a black-clad enemy to the ground in the forest as Lu Yuan watches calmly. Lu Yuan hesitates as he questions whether making a deal with the wolves would be considered a betrayal of humanity. Lu Yuan braces himself as the wolf lunges at him in the darkness. Lu Yuan faces the giant beast without fear as another person lies motionless on the ground. The injured man in the helmet lies on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth after a brutal defeat. Lu Yuan leans forward and asks how the nanomachine's energy is usually replenished. A wounded man lies silently on the ground as his enemy questions him. The young man leans over the wounded person, using the promise of help to pressure them for answers. The wounded man defiantly challenges his captors, refusing to believe they will let him go. Lu Yuan impatiently interrogates the fallen soldier in the dark forest, demanding answers as the soldier defiantly resists. The wounded man refuses to betray his secret even as his cold adversary promises him a burial. An armored opponent is struck forcefully in the face, sending blood flying. The young man thrusts his gloved hand forward, unleashing a surge of energy. A gloved hand seizes the weapon from the ground with determination. A program interface completes a system reset and pairs successfully. The young man unleashes a surge of mystical power from his gloved hand. The young man decides to keep collecting despite seeing little progress. Water gently moves along the rocky shoreline. A caped man shouts urgently as someone crashes into a pond in the dark forest. A young man walks along the rocky lakeshore, wondering about the wolf's current situation. Someone realizes the others remain unaware that the black medicine can be used externally. A young man with a bandaged face hesitates in the forest, debating whether to intervene after learning an officer has been captured. A young man abruptly turns in the shadowy forest, alert to a sudden disturbance behind him. Lu Yuan stands ready as he faces a menacing wolf in the dark forest. A young man with red eyes asks if he is being approached for help treating someone's friends. A large wolf emerges from the shadows and growls, heightening the tension in the forest. Lu Yuan extends a healing container to the startled creature, offering to help its injured companions. Lu Yuan stands alert on the forest path as the large, wolf-like creature spins energetically before him. Sunlight streams through the dense forest as a mountain rises in the background. Lu Yuan stands his ground as a pack of wolves closes in around him in the dark forest. Lu Yuan quickly examines the wounded figure, aware that untreated injuries could become life-threatening. Lu Yuan prepares to extract bullets from the injured wolves, bracing for their painful reactions. Lu Yuan stands in the forest and summons a swirling energy portal with determination. A white wolf snarls fiercely, reacting with pain and anger. A gloved hand prepares to pierce a furry creature with a syringe-like tool. A bandaged young man firmly instructs someone to bring more food after recovering from their injuries. Lu Yuan cautiously approaches the large, growling wolf while discussing plans to sell meat and buy clothes in the barrier. Dawn breaks over the snow-capped mountains as the sun rises behind tree-lined silhouettes. Surrounded by a pack of large, bandaged wolves, the lone figure prepares to face the imminent threat. The young man assesses the recovery and reports that the wounds will be fully healed in 2 days. A large wolf howls in the forest while a surprised observer watches. A pack of wolves erupts into a warning howl beneath the shadowy forest canopy. The young man reflects on how he can now enter the wolf's den without fear. Lu Yuan raises his arm and confronts the snarling wolves as tension fills the forest. He advises the wolves on what foods to avoid and encourages them to eat the green-feathered chickens instead. He reflects on how unexpectedly his role has shifted from doctor to veterinarian. A lone figure in a cape advances toward the guarded compound as several people watch from around a fire. A young man is confronted about his condition as someone questions whether he is struggling with a stomach problem. 3 men stand outside under the night sky, growing concerned as they realize almost a full day has passed. One man quietly informs the other that the newcomer, from the Lee family, is here to investigate the 2 missing officers. A man by the campfire urges the newcomers to sit down and eat before the food is gone, questioning why an old man was sent to investigate. An older man shares practical advice about appreciating simple meals as he eats quietly with a younger companion by the campfire. A young man gives a sly smile and asks if any clues have been found in the investigation. An older man complains about being sent to investigate missing men from the Lees despite his age and the harsh conditions. A young man with a bandaged arm asks about someone's age as he eats under the night sky. An elderly man calmly sits beneath the stars and introduces himself, revealing his age and name. The protagonist grows suspicious of the old man's true identity while they eat together in silence. After finishing his meal, the older man expresses surprise at the outpost's plentiful food, then is asked how many outposts he has visited today. The older man calmly selects a single option. A young man with a bandaged cheek wonders if their visitor discovered something important at the outpost. An older man by the campfire asks the group which room he will be staying in. 2 men arrange accommodations as one offers a room and the other gratefully accepts. The diplomatic man assures the barrier specialist that they will receive careful protection at the outpost. While one man offers to show the guest around to choose a room, another silently questions why the visitor insists on staying another night despite having the chance to leave. One man agrees to stay with the group while the other listens outside the building. A shocked boy realizes that the unwelcome visitor has no intention of leaving. 2 confused figures receive a massive, unexpected delivery of a wild creature instead of the food they requested for others. 2 men stand side by side, silently surveying the landscape ahead. An older man reacts in shock as a younger man stands guard over a collapsed figure. The older man tries to get attention, but the 2 boys are left stunned when his challenge is completely ignored. 2 characters discuss the origin of their food, with one dismissing any concern unless it came from the wolves. The sun rises over a clear blue sky, marking the start of a new day. A young man stands alone in the sunlight by the building, lost in thought. An older man shuts the window, trapping the distressed young man outside. A tired young man is woken by an older man demanding he get up and make breakfast. A cautious observer watches as a man with a clipboard meets 2 armored guards by the gate, realizing someone intends to settle here for good. Outside the window, Someone listens as two men discuss the recent wolf attacks and the plan to deploy an army to clear the mountains. The young man considers the stranger's failure to report on the outpost or question the wolves when he saw wild chickens at the gate. Two young men discuss the surprising arrival of a high-ranking officer who delivered items to the old man. The young man leans forward and insists there is no reason for him to lie. Someone wonders what rank a person holds in the lees if he can command a senior colonel. A month passes as the scene shifts to a peaceful sky. A young man quietly observes an old man taking sausages from the drying rack, noting his surprising energy and apparent decision to stay for the new year. A young man tells an older companion that he has no reason to go home for New Year and enjoys living with everyone here. A young man bluntly interrogates an older man about his family situation and marital status. An older man confesses that he lost his daughter despite trying to protect her, and his grandson refuses to live with him. The younger man accepts the invitation to celebrate the Chinese New Year on the rooftop. A chibi boy abruptly demands to know who invited the unexpected guest. An older man offers to teach the group of students, surprising one of them with his proposal. Students gather in a semicircle on the floor as two older men at the front prepare to begin the lesson. While reading under the dim light, the protagonist reflects on how much better the new teacher is compared to the previous science teacher. An older man calmly reads from an open book to someone sitting nearby. In a dimly lit room, one person examines an object in deep thought while another silently watches from the background. An instructor offers to help the students privately if needed, but expresses regret that they cannot continue their studies at the universities within the barriers. An older man announces that it's time for dinner after a long day of studying, prompting the students to smile in anticipation. One character admits he doesn't understand everything, while the older man encourages his willingness to learn. One man encourages the other to clarify what he finds confusing in the study material. A student struggles to understand the textbook material, feeling increasingly frustrated. A younger man teases an older man who admits he doesn't understand anything as they look at an open book. The older man explains that he will continue teaching the other students, but suggests that the young man should catch up through self-study as a gesture of gratitude. One character animatedly refuses a request at the table, while the older man reacts in silence. The narrator reflects with regret on making a decision that turned out to be much more burdensome than expected. In a dimly lit room, one man questions the other's relentless pursuit of knowledge, while the other insists he only wants to uncover the truth about the world. An older man offers guidance and encourages continued learning. Inside a sunlit room, two characters sit across from each other at a table, engaged in a tense and private conversation. Two young men discuss running low on salt and plan to go into town together to get supplies for the new year. Riding in the vehicle, the young man decides to search for his missing allies and check if they've encountered any trouble. A solitary figure sits on the ground while crowds pass by and a military truck speeds down the street. A surprised young man calls out to the boy sitting on the floor, breaking the tense silence in the dim room. A cheerful young man urgently calls out to another character sitting silently outside an old military vehicle. A young character rushes forward, beaming with excitement as she welcomes her returning brother. Two young men reunite outside traditional buildings, exchanging cheerful words as others look on. One boy reflects on the other's dedication and asks where they are currently living as they reunite outside. A military vehicle arrives at the fortified barrier gate during a rainstorm. A young man shares that the grocery store has reopened and its owner has established a good relationship with the barrier administrator. A young man smirks and mocks his unseen adversary while maintaining a firm grip on their head. A woman watches warily as two men arrive at the outpost in a military vehicle. An older woman gives 3 eggs to Lu Yuan as he gratefully accepts them for himself and his brother. One boy introduces his younger brother to an older woman with a basket of eggs, explaining the brother does not need an egg. Two boys exchange playful remarks about one's popularity as townsfolk smile nearby. A boy describes how they support themselves by helping neighbors repair furniture. A man hands out candies to the children. Two young men discuss how offering small acts of kindness helps them connect with others in a chaotic world. Two characters quietly exchange newly gathered information from the town as dusk falls. A young man reports that the combat squad sent to Barrier 109 suffered nearly 50% casualties and was forced to retreat after failing the mission. A soldier opens fire on the attacking monsters as chaos erupts in the street. The armored troops were overwhelmed as they were ambushed and dragged into the alleys by the test subjects, unable to return to their base. A convoy of armored military vehicles advances through the rain as the military mobilizes for a full-scale extermination using heavy firearms. The young man urgently demands to know how the information was obtained. A nervous boy explains that soldiers recently visited their area looking for partners. Someone quietly reflects on how much Lu Yuan has matured. Two boys discuss why Jiangwu turned down a teaching job, believing she wants to stay home to protect everyone. Someone asks for any additional updates as a military truck waits in the town square. Two young men quietly discuss the nightly distribution of suspicious flyers in the alleyway, noting they are the same as those seen at Barrier 109. Lu Yuan thinks about the threat posed by Tindercorp and decides to warn his ally not to reveal her identity. The young man surveys the quiet courtyard from behind cover, staying alert for any threats. The two men arrive at their destination in a military truck as the sun sets over the industrial area. A truck screeches to a stop in the empty courtyard. A young boy bursts through the gate at sunset, eagerly announcing his return. A group of women enthusiastically greets someone returning. The group cheers and welcomes the returning figure as a man in a hat observes from the side. A cheerful young man announces the delivery of hunted food to an older man, who reacts with pleasant surprise. The two young men discuss sharing or selling leftover meat because they cannot finish it at the outpost. Lu Yuan firmly states his plan to acquire the necessary items. An enthusiastic man volunteers to take care of everything while encouraging someone else to rest. One man invites the group to enter the building and take a seat. A soldier wonders why an experienced merchant would follow such a young leader as the group stands outside an old building at sunset. A concerned figure questions a small group on the street, asking if anyone has recently caused them trouble. A concerned woman explains that the town is chaotic and dangerous due to fierce consortium soldiers, so she and others avoid going outside. The young man insists they stay cautious and maintain their current approach. The young man hands out knives and encourages the others to use them for self-defense if anyone tries to bother them. A girl hesitantly voices her concern as the group faces uncertainty in the fading light. A cheerful boy playfully promises to have the knives dyed pink for two unseen companions. A nervous girl reluctantly agrees to the request, her anxiety clear from her expression. A white-haired man in armor approaches a surprised youth on the street and asks about Rin Xiaosu. The young man suddenly realizes Shintan is present. A white-haired young man in dark armor arrives and confidently teases someone about their lack of welcome. One figure orders captives to be brought in while another hesitantly agrees. 5 people approach and stand before the large, closed entrance of a traditional building. A brown-haired young man leads a white-haired figure outside the traditional building. A silver-haired young man in black armor sits on a stone bench at sunset, reflecting on the comforting warmth of the place. One character explains that he hypnotized the citizens to alert him if any strangers entered the area. Lu Yuan steels himself for the challenge ahead, his determination unwavering. One man confronts another outside, questioning his controversial use of abilities while the other defensively justifies his actions. The young man scratches his head and casually asks why he is being sought out. A silver-haired man approaches a seated companion and tries to ease the tension by starting a friendly conversation about his time at a distant outpost. A battered young man stands firm and asserts that he is still alive. A white-haired young man confronts a brown-haired youth, revealing he discovered the youth's involvement in the disappearance of 2 rookie nano-soldiers after checking outpost records. One man accuses the other of orchestrating a deadly wolf attack and causing a soldier's disappearance. The 2 men confront each other on the rooftop, each revealing their unique abilities and demanding the other's true intentions. Under the dark sky, the white-haired young man earnestly explains that he approached to make a friend. A young man angrily demands to know why the other assumes they are friends. Outside at sunset, one young man warmly compliments the other before asking why he is wearing a soldier's uniform. A young soldier confidently announces his new role in the army and reveals that his squad will be deployed to Barrier 109 tomorrow, where many test subjects remain. A young man assesses that with Shinten moving to the front lines, the opposing army is likely to collapse. The young man waves goodbye and prepares to leave the rooftop at sunset. The young man solemnly bids farewell, expressing concern that they may not meet again soon. A silver-haired man ominously assures his opponent that those targeting the women will die after they leave town, presenting it as a twisted gift. Someone initiates a new conversation as the sun sets over the rooftop. One man reports that the Tinder Corps forces left town earlier, but their destination remains unknown. A young man reassures someone that the others are unaware of their presence. He tries to make sense of why the enemy forces have left town to take a risk elsewhere. Lu Yuan walks alone, trying to decipher what Li Shintan is attempting to convey. He pushes open the doors with a resolute expression, ready to move forward. The group bursts into laughter while one person silently observes from the side. 2 people quietly discuss and confirm the identity of someone they recognize in the hallway. A young man urgently tells the group that they need to leave immediately due to an unexpected situation. One person urges the group to move out immediately while another protests that they are not ready yet. A dark-haired boy looks up with concern and asks if the other character is leaving. The taller young man confidently promises to return for the new year or bring everyone to the outpost to celebrate, gripping the smaller boy's collar as he speaks. The confident figure reassures his 3 companions on the busy street that their lives will continue to improve as long as he is with them. 2 young men stride side by side through the village gate as the sun sets. One man grows increasingly anxious and urges them to head back, prompting the other to suspect that trouble is imminent. A young man with a bandaged cheek freezes in shock as he reacts to an unexpected presence. The boy stands beneath the starry sky, puzzled as he hears an unhelpful response. 2 young men discuss a fortune-teller's prediction about a rare opportunity to change a life filled with misfortune while traveling at night. One man reveals that he was told he would meet someone important at age 29, which happened the day he met the other. One character dismisses the idea of superstition, while the other reacts in shock inside the truck at night. A vehicle races toward the brightly lit house, signaling an urgent arrival. Sensing an imminent threat, the protagonist stands ready for confrontation. 2 people speed toward the outpost after noticing urgent activity. A man's foot slams down as he steps forward with sudden determination. Suspecting a hidden agenda, The protagonist deduces that the corporation is investigating the outpost for signs of superhumans after learning about the missing officers. A truck races toward the brightly lit building as tension builds over a concealed identity. A military transport truck screeches to a sudden halt, its headlights cutting through the swirling dust. A heavy metal gate opens, exposing a deserted path ahead. A man suddenly grabs another's wrist, startling him under the star-filled sky. The group realizes their enemies have arrived as they spot restrained prisoners near the campfire. He realizes the enemy suspect's a superhuman is connected to the missing nano-soldiers and has come to investigate. The young man wonders who tied everyone up and suspects it might be Hu Shuo. An older man, startled while cooking under the night sky, demands to know why someone has returned so soon. Several characters reunite around a campfire, exchange greetings, and are invited to share a meal. A man explains that the elusive men from Tindercorp have been difficult to track down due to their skillful concealment and numerous incidents. One man confronts the other about the unexpected arrival during the New Year celebration under the night sky. An older man devours a large piece of meat with enthusiasm while a younger man watches him, clearly amused. Around the campfire, the group speculates that the outsiders might be responsible for the murder of the 2 officers. 5 tied-up boys, visibly distressed, desperately insist they are not responsible for the deaths and are only there to investigate. An intimidating authority figure silences the frightened group of students with a harsh reprimand. One character demands an explanation from another, who continues eating meat under the night sky. An older man launches a powerful flying kick at a younger man, who braces himself for the attack. An older man forcefully knocks down a student while 2 others watch in shock. The martial artist swiftly overpowers several attackers, dominating the fight. One character angrily demands an explanation while the other remains indifferent. A young man recoils in shock as something unexpected happens. Stunned and frustrated, the protagonist clenches his fist as he faces the raging fire. One character demands a clearer explanation about the recent fight, while the other reacts in surprise. Someone asks if another person is stronger, while a bandaged young man leans against the wall and contemplates. The young boy shrugs off the older figure's skepticism, displaying smug confidence under the night sky. One young man speculates that Hu Shuo might be strong in close combat, based on observing his daily martial arts practice. 2 men discuss their frustration over failing to find the real murderer, and resolve to blame their main suspects as the investigation deadline approaches. Someone accuses the uneasy young man of slacking off and not taking the investigation seriously. 2 men discuss whether to interrogate the tied-up captives or kill them to prevent denial. Lu Yuan questions the explanation with a skeptical look. An older man interrogates 4 tied-up and distressed captives, questioning their expectations. Several bound captives run desperately through the night, attempting to escape from the building. Someone urges another to pursue the fleeing group. An older man complains about his inability to keep up with superhumans, questioning why the younger man isn't chasing after them instead. The bruised young man leans forward with relief as he realizes their pursuers have stopped chasing them. Under a crescent moon, 4 figures crouch in the barren landscape as gunfire erupts. He steels himself, determination burning in his eyes as he prepares for the challenge ahead. 2 men sit by the campfire discussing their need for more spices to improve their meals. Lu Yuan celebrates as he announces their victory. A soldier informs the group by the campfire that all 5 enemies have been eliminated, while others look on amid the aftermath. The older man orders his group to bring the bodies back to the barrier, and warns them to stay alert for any actions from Tindercorp. A soldier snaps a salute under the night sky, firmly acknowledging his orders as another stands watchfully behind him. The protagonist questions the true identity of Hu Shuo and the combat sequence of the army he commands. A weary man relaxes by the campfire, expressing relief to the nearby guards after finally completing a burdensome task. 3 students stand outside under the night sky as one asks to borrow class notes, and the others agree to help after getting permission. An older man announces that he is going to bed while several younger people watch him. Outside the building at dusk, the young man silently confronts the older man, tension thick in the air. One character instructs another to help unload supplies from the vehicle while mentioning that clothes have been prepared for everyone. A cheerful young man enthusiastically compliments another's new look. A young man sits alone outside at night, longing for the warmth of a family as he gazes through the curtains. Lu Yuan steps outside into the cold, feeling grateful for the warm clothes he received. He prepares to warn the wolves about the approaching nano-soldiers to prevent an ambush. The man faces the mystical white wolf beneath the starlit cliff. He surveys the area under the night sky, wondering if the others have recovered and followed his instructions. Lu Yuan stands calmly as 4 mystical fox-like creatures advance toward him through the falling snow. A star-filled night sky stretches above the quiet canyon. Lu Yuan warns the group about elite super soldiers with nanomachines being sent to annihilate them. A young man with a bandaged cheek anxiously asks if someone is scared as they stand together under the night sky in the mountains. A white wolf stands silently in the snow, showing no reaction. Lu Yuan instructs the wolf not to eat the enemies because they contain nanomachines, and tells it to keep the bodies for a trade with black medicine. A fluffy white dog sits happily, radiating excitement in a playful setting. He warns the wolves to move their den farther away to avoid danger from an impending crossfire. The protagonist considers whether teaming up with the wolves will speed up collecting nanomachines. A new side mission appears, challenging the group to protect the wolves for 7 days in order to unlock seeds from the vending machine. He stands alone beneath the stars, weighing the difficulty of protecting the wolves for 7 days and considering the unique rewards ahead. A convoy of armored vehicles bursts through the gates toward the waiting figures. A young man in a cap orders the others to pack up all the items near the large mechanical device. A student with a bandaged face stands apart as 2 classmates in the background notice him. One man anxiously voices his concern about frequent army inspections at the outpost, fearing their secret meat preparation will be discovered. A convoy of armored vehicles and armed personnel arrives at the open gate, confronting 3 wary civilians. One of the young men in uniform recognizes someone approaching and draws the group's attention. A group of men are surprised to recognize each other while discussing recent assignments at a remote outpost gate. He resolves to protect the young men under his care, realizing Lin Chi has joined the Li's official army. A group of men led by a confident speaker approach a refugee, and taunt him by mentioning food he cannot have. At the outpost, the group discusses their mission to eliminate the wolves and clarifies that most of their forces are stationed at the next outpost, which is the main battlefield. Lu Yuan assesses the situation, realizing there are only 40 nano-soldiers and considering this a reduced threat to the wolves. One man declines the invitation to lunch at the outpost, citing ongoing mission duties and concerns about food safety. Someone admits agreement in a neutral moment. 4 young men discuss the food shortage and poor conditions among the private troops, considering whether they can still gather vegetables to help. A character delivers sarcastic advice about eating habits and warns not to let it interfere with work at the outpost. 2 boys discuss what a main course is, with one confused and the other giving a simple explanation. The young man pauses, visibly confused by the situation. 2 adults confront 2 children outside, expressing disbelief and amusement at the idea of finding meat in such a place. A stern man orders his team to search the outpost, suspecting something is wrong. A young man acknowledges that the group has discovered a hidden secret, heightening the tension among them. 3 young men approach a heavily guarded stone gate, considering the significance of a private squad indicating high rank. Lu Yuan questions the usefulness of the old man, making a sly remark as he stands illuminated inside. One man realizes in shock that he is being manipulated, while the other 2 remain calm and observant in the modest room. 3 men face each other as one confronts the unexpected arrival with shock and suspicion. An older man calmly explains that he is at the outpost to investigate, and has received assistance from its people. The soldiers explain they are from the 7th Squad and are being transferred to another camp as tension fills the wooden room. 4 young men receive instructions from an older man and prepare to resume their work. A younger man observes as the once arrogant nano-soldier becomes timid in the presence of a stern older man. The group quickly prepares to leave, deciding to head into the mountains and avoid discussing the mysterious old man. A young man tries to convince a stern companion to keep their hidden meat a secret so they can enjoy a better new year. A young man questions how someone with no prior military experience is already being assigned missions just days after joining the army. The young man demands clarification from the older man, intensifying the tension between them. 2 men discuss the challenges of effectively training soldiers outside a sunlit building. 2 men discuss how the mission was assigned to collect combat data on nanomachines, despite the participants' lack of qualifications. An older man explains that the nano-soldiers have not yet faced real combat since the development of neuron connection technology, and the creators are eager to test the limits of the nanomachines. 2 men discuss how the refugees are seen as expendable tools rather than valuable resources. Shocked and appalled, he realizes that people are being sent to risk their lives solely for the Li family's data collection. As they walk together, one questions the high synchronization rate, prompting the other to explain that it measures how well someone can control a nanomachine. A nervous young man questions an older, unimpressed man about the usefulness of those with low synchronization rates, prompting a dismissive response. An older man explains that when someone becomes a superhuman, their strong self-consciousness can reject the connection with nanomachines. Realizing the Li Consortium possesses the research data, the protagonist understands that he and his ally have become targets. Snow-covered mountains rise beneath a muted sky, setting the scene. The group follows the stern old man through the canyon as their leader warns them not to provoke him and urges caution about their next move. A stern man commands his group to scout as the sun sets over the Rocky Mountains. A group of young men in matching uniforms aggressively confronts someone, creating a tense and intimidating atmosphere. 3 snakes coil threateningly around the feet of 2 figures as they brace for danger. Several white snakes suddenly appear and move quickly across a ledge above the sunlit forest. 2 men in dark uniforms walk together, discussing the effective range of a special ability. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes charges through the forest at high speed. A figure in red stomps down on a white snake, swiftly neutralizing the threat. A group of young men rushes forward as one of them urgently warns of imminent danger. A tense group halts as someone urgently reports that a black shadow has dashed ahead and taken one of their silver serpents. 2 men discuss the theft, confirming that the culprit only took the silver serpent and fled. In the forest, one figure hands a snake-shaped nanomachine to another, who is surprised by how easily the exchange happens. A program interface initiates a system reboot as the reloading sequence begins. A hand initiates a system reset on the artificial serpent as its connection program is cleared. The system confirms that pairing is complete. The young man clenches his fist and decides to push forward with renewed determination. A horned figure sprints through the sunlit forest as a snake silently observes from the shadows. A figure drops from above and strikes at two snakes with blade-like weapons. A monstrous silhouette with glowing red eyes is reflected in the surface of an enormous eye as the two opponents lock gazes. Several snakes slither toward a sword lying at the edge of the forest clearing. A subordinate urgently alerts the captain as the nano-silver serpents move toward a new direction. A shadowy figure blocks the group's path in the forest as they confront him cautiously. A commanding officer urgently orders his team to pursue and capture the fleeing target before he escapes the area. A figure in a red cloak leaps away through the forest as several men in tracksuits open fire on him. The trap is sprung as the plan succeeds and the enemy falls for the bait. 3 men in uniforms sprint through the forest, holding their fire as they race to catch up to their target. In the forest, one man slows his pace and taunts the 3 suited pursuers chasing after him. A lone figure in a red cloak advances, unfazed as 3 white snakes appear to block his path. The team moves quickly through the forest as one member questions the unusual slowness of the black shadow. A character in red stomps the ground with force, causing cracks to spread. A shadowy figure crouches in the dark forest, gripping 2 white snakes with menacing intent. A lone figure in a red cloak dashes urgently through the sunlit forest. 3 young men in uniform react with shock upon discovering that all the silver serpents have been taken. A tense leader commands his group to retreat, unwilling to risk their lives against an unknown ability. In a forest clearing, a figure hands a mysterious key-shaped object to a shadowy red figure while offering praise. The boy laughs nervously as he devises a plan to avoid suspicion, while the shadowy figure glares at him with glowing red eyes. In the forest, a startled man finds white serpents coiling around his arms as a mysterious program initiates a new connection. He realizes that covering his arms with 5 silver serpents is inefficient, and worries about how long it would take to craft a full set of armor. Luyuan notices the group retreating into the forest. A sinister-looking character demands that someone hand over their nanomachines. A group of young men in uniform charge aggressively through the woods as a team. A group of anxious young men in uniform react with fear as the threat of wolves draws near, uncertain of what to do next. A group of 6 young men hike through the forest, heading toward a towering mountain. A stern man urgently orders his group to retreat. 2 men race through the wilderness as one urgently commands the other to run toward the outpost. A man with crackling energy around his fist urgently warns others that the wolves may attack the outpost, and urges them to seize their only chance to survive. Blue lightning crackles as a boot forcefully lands on the ground, unleashing a surge of energy. The 2 stand silently in the forest, scanning their surroundings for any sign of danger. In a quiet forest clearing at dawn, a group of young men in uniform focus their energy into their fists while training together. A desperate man pleads to join the group after exhausting his nanomachines, while 3 figures flee through the forest at sunset. A young man with glasses reaches out, desperately pleading for help. A young man in dark clothing quickly turns, startled by an unexpected noise in the forest. Luyuan braces himself as 3 wolves charge at him in the forest clearing. Sensing imminent danger, the young man urgently turns in the forest and grips his sword. A young man calmly enters the forest clearing, accompanied by 2 imposing wolves. A startled young man demands to know why someone is allied with the wolves. He explains that the nanomachines will soon run out of energy, causing everyone affected to return to normal. A worried young man questions how someone knows so much about nanomachines, wondering if they were involved with the missing soldiers. Luyuan stands his ground as a massive wolf threatens him, while 2 other wolves and another person watch from a distance in the tense forest clearing. The young man refuses to give the black medicine, explaining that there are no nanomachines present, while the white wolf defiantly growls in response. Luyuan reacts in disbelief, silently exasperated by the situation. A booted foot strides decisively onto the forest path. The young man turns away and walks off, uninterested in continuing the conversation. The young man decides to move ahead through the forest, instructing the others to join him after they finish their task. A terrified young man begs not to be left behind as danger approaches in the forest. Luyuan rejects the group's offer, declaring he would rather join the wolves as chaos erupts in the background. 2 young men race through the shadowy forest with determined urgency. A worried man urgently asks if the wolves have stopped chasing them. The group realizes something is wrong when they notice their presence has gone unnoticed in the tense forest clearing. He realizes the wolves might be waiting for their nanomachines to run out of energy before attacking. One man questions whether the wolves possess an unnerving level of intelligence as they stand alert in the forest clearing. One character stands at the forest edge, silently watching as another walks away into the sunset. A subordinate anxiously asks the captain about charging devices, but the captain sharply dismisses the question. The young man confronts someone, demanding to know why only they possess a unique ability. 4 uniformed young men confront a hostile white wolf blocking their path in the forest. A man urgently warns the group to run as the wolves catch up to them. A group of uniformed people frantically runs through the forest as wolves close in, with one already caught by the pack. A massive white wolf with glowing blue eyes slams a person face down and pins them to the forest floor. A massive wolf lunges and savagely mauls a man, leaving him badly wounded and bleeding. Hidden behind a tree, Lu Yuan observes as two masked men are ambushed by wolves in the forest. A determined young man urgently unsheathes a glowing sword, preparing for confrontation. A worried young man questions whether the group intends to fight the wolves using only blades. The young man leaps forward and attacks the wolf with his blade raised high. The long-haired man strikes the white creature with his glowing sword, delivering a devastating blow. Two wolves retreat defensively through the sunlit forest. Two men clash in the forest as one urgently demands the cluster bomb, accusing the other of risking their teammates' lives. An angry man demands all the cluster bombs and harshly rebukes his uneasy teammate for abandoning others. Two anxious young men grip their batons tightly as they prepare to face a looming threat at sunset. One character forcefully grabs another's wrist to halt the escalating conflict, while the others watch tensely in the forest clearing. He realizes that others are carrying cluster bombs, which could jeopardize his mission if they kill the wolves first. Two figures clash their objects together, triggering a surge of blinding light. Four men in dark outfits leap through the forest, launching a coordinated attack on a large, snarling white wolf. A young man urgently vows to protect the wolves from harm. A menacing, red-eyed figure emerges behind the startled white wolf, unleashing a wave of dark energy. The character in red swiftly leaps over the attacking beasts, dodging projectiles in the forest clearing. A massive explosion erupts on the forest path, scattering debris in all directions. As the dust settles, a tranquil sunset illuminates snow-covered peaks while birds soar silently above. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes kneels in the forest, silently commanding a pack of vigilant white wolves. The wolf growls in gratitude, its eyes fixed intently ahead. He warns against pursuing the enemies, explaining that they still have cluster bombs and it would be dangerous. Kneeling in a forest clearing at sunset, he sets down 9 black bottles of medicine and warns the others not to take them too frequently. A tense silence fills the air as the white wolf sits motionless at sunset. A massive white wolf blocks the path of a kneeling figure in the sunlit forest clearing. Lu Yuan steps forward and prepares to unleash a powerful move. Lu Yuan absorbs energy from the unconscious enemies lying at his feet. A young man releases a powerful stream of energy from his hand in the forest. A mechanical glove seizes Lu Yuan by the collar as he steels himself under the spotlight. The group quickly retreats into the mountains, warned that a large army will soon arrive and put them in grave danger. A lone wolf growls, signaling danger as the sun rises over the rocky hills. The young man arrives in front of the illuminated building, visibly relieved to have made it back. The young man deduces that the Lee family is busy analyzing research data they obtained from Captain Zhou. An older man looks up in shock as the door bursts open. An older man warily confronts a younger man who has just returned to the shadowy area. A young man turns under the starry sky and demands to know the identity of the person behind him. A high-ranking officer formally introduces himself and asserts his temporary command over Barrier 108 during a tense conversation. A sly man hints at having a hidden identity, teasing that his true self will eventually be revealed. He frowns in confusion, struggling to make sense of what he just heard. Night falls quietly over the mountains as a crescent moon rises in the star-filled sky. A student stands resolutely in front of the examiners, awaiting their decision. A hand examines a photograph showing the shadowy, spiked silhouette of a man. A stern man at the desk confirms that the black shadow is the one who stole the nanomachines. A young man in a suit explains that every superhuman has unique abilities, attributing the wolves' unusual behavior to their plan to attack the outposts before encountering the group. The man behind the desk realizes how the pieces of the situation finally fit together. One man questions why a superhuman would want nanomachines as the two converse seriously in a dimly lit room. A focused young man reveals that the Qing are targeting 3 superhumans. It is confirmed that she belongs to both the rebellion and the Yang family by blood. The group discusses identifying Su Xianchu as Yang's field staff while noting that all known rebellion members are currently female. An official orders a warrant for Su Xianchu as another man sneezes loudly. A commanding man issues strategic orders to his saluting subordinates, instructing them to prepare for action against the rival group. An alarmed soldier bursts in and urgently reports that contact has been lost with the combat squad sent to the new operation base. A young man, shocked and alarmed, reacts to the sudden disappearance of an entire army. 8 people stand outside in the snow, confronting an elder at a table about whether they will be charged for something just before Chinese New Year. A smiling man praises the others' calligraphy skills as snow falls around them. A determined figure grips a sword in the snow, resolved to forge a path forward. A frustrated man confronts the group about being forced into action without reward, while another expresses surprise at his unexpected solution. A man dismisses the wooden plaque being offered, prompting a sharp rebuke from another in the group as the others watch in silence. A young man with a bandaged face examines a scroll outdoors in the snow and playfully criticizes the handwriting while praising the science class. A mustached man collapses in anguish, overcome by the pain of losing his pride. 2 hands hang a red New Year banner as snow falls around them. A young man pins a large sign on the snowy wall and plans to gather his group for some fun later. Two men stand outside in the snow as one warns the other that the town is dangerous and suggests waiting a few days before taking action. Two men discuss the shocking disappearance of an entire combat army, questioning how thousands of soldiers could simply vanish. Security around Barrier 108 has intensified, with the trench making escape nearly impossible after several people disappeared. One character anxiously asks what to do, while the other calmly tells them to wait as they promise to handle the situation. Lu Yuan waits anxiously outside, frustrated that the old man has made no move to help as promised with the deadline approaching. A blond young man sits on the snowy ground and urgently calls out for Lahu. A young man with a broom gently tries to comfort someone who has been withdrawn for days. An older man pauses, silently assessing the situation as tension lingers in the air. Smiling and holding a broom, the young man directly asks the older man if he can help him. An older man sits outside, reflecting on how everyone will miss their families as the new year approaches. One man asks if there are any other relatives besides the mentioned grandchild, and the other quietly admits there are none. A young man offers to become brothers, hoping to lift the other's spirits. Three men kneel together and raise their cups, beginning a ceremony to form a brotherly bond. A cheerful young man teases an older man, who reacts with silent annoyance. An older man angrily rejects the younger man's approach by scolding him and hitting him on the head. A tearful boy anxiously wonders if someone will come to celebrate the new year with him. An older man explains that someone is absent due to more pressing responsibilities. A white-haired man in a top hat makes a dramatic entrance, confidently tipping his hat as a dark-haired young man looks on in shock. One man questions the other about the grandchild's name, hinting at suspicion while the conversation remains light. A startled character notices an armored vehicle speeding toward them across the barren landscape. Realizing a new threat has arrived, the young man prepares to defend Hushuo. Two men stride across the snowy ground toward a parked vehicle, their expressions tense and determined. Two men in uniform solemnly carry shrouded objects forward. The older man assigns tasks to two individuals while the younger man listens attentively. One man demands an explanation as he confronts two others in a tense standoff. The older man insists that anyone entering the town must wear the required item. A young man anxiously questions the safety of wearing the army uniform, worried about being caught without proper identification. A well-dressed man presents a red envelope and announces that everything is ready. A young man is shocked as he uncovers an officer's identification while examining a mysterious object. One man assures the other that their IDs and ranks are legitimate and that, as his subordinate in the Special Investigation Division, no one will challenge their combat sequence. An older man urgently instructs the others to wear their uniforms and prepare to retrieve their families the next day. The young man beams as he receives an official soldier identity document with surprising ease. Two armored figures ride together at sunset, debating whether joining the army grants access to the barrier. Two armored young men debate the true value of the barrier as they drive, with one expressing excitement and the other expressing doubt. One young man confidently rejects the other's belief in the fortune teller's prediction about entering the barrier. A truck speeds into the empty plaza, drawing the attention of the three suited men standing apart. A woman notices that the young man who previously served as a private troop has now returned as a soldier for the Lees, raising suspicion among the onlookers. The group reunites near the city gate as one of the younger members runs forward, greeted warmly by the others. A woman skeptically questions the legitimacy of someone wearing Lee's military uniform. A woman strides purposefully down a sunlit alley and reaches for a door, prepared for what awaits inside. Several adults forcibly restrain the young man as he struggles against their grip. Two boys confer warily, suspecting the woman next door is plotting against them. Lu Yuan reassures the younger character and tells them to pack up and follow the group to the outpost. The scene opens with a quiet, sunlit street viewed from above, setting the atmosphere. One man assures the other of the store's stable finances, hands over a sales report, then invites everyone to board a vehicle for a trip to the outpost. A woman in red angrily identifies the two young men in tactical uniforms as suspects while soldiers and an older man watch. One man points out that the group is now wearing official military uniforms with a lieutenant badge. Armored guards block the group in the village square and demand to see their identification. A uniformed young man presents his ID card to a masked officer, surprising the group by confronting the Special Investigation Division. An officer verifies the official ID and announces the newcomer's connection to the Special Investigation Division as his team looks on. Armored officers interrogate a distressed woman as flames rage nearby. A uniformed officer accuses two men of being spies and questions them about the devices on their wrists. Armored officers confront the wary protagonist at a checkpoint, questioning him about suspicious items and suspecting him of smuggling. A confident officer asserts that their team will now investigate smuggling, surprising the others. Lu Yuan confidently begins the training session, instructing the group of recruits. Lu Yuan hands several green slips of paper to the armored companion as a reward. Lu Yuan tells the group to leave after finishing his business with them. Armored guards seize the unconscious woman and hurry to bring her back as ordered. A young man in tactical armor grins as he sarcastically comments on the pile of money they've received. One young man reevaluates his companion's abilities after witnessing an unexpected display of competence. One man offers to return money from sold watches, but the other refuses and insists on keeping it. Two armored young men stand outside as one confidently proposes an idea and the other quickly agrees. A character frowns in suspicion, doubting the other's unusually responsible behavior. The scene shifts to a tranquil mountain landscape bathed in the soft light of sunrise or sunset. A truck speeds across the barren landscape as several characters travel silently through the desert at dusk. Two siblings sit together in the sunlight, sharing a light-hearted conversation about life at the outpost. Someone off-panel demands to know what the other person does every day. One character describes their daily routine of attending classes, eating meat, foraging in the mountains, and promises to teach the other how to set traps for the abundant wild rabbits. One character offers to help another collect nanomachines to improve his defenses. A young man in armor sits by the window, quietly reflecting on the warmth of having a family. The tense silence fills the abandoned courtyard as shadows stretch over scattered debris. A nervous man hastily denies any involvement in smuggling during a tense phone call. A hand slams an abacus to the ground in frustration over someone's troublesome actions. Three men in uniform walk through a guarded gate while one of them worries about ongoing interference from a persistent investigator. A stern older man questions the group about smuggling cases as he introduces a new assignment for them. The older man angrily confronts the two younger males for overstepping their authority and questions their division of responsibilities. A young man politely introduces himself to an older man under the starry night sky. A man with light hair and a goatee greets someone, introducing himself with a friendly demeanor. A cheerful boy expresses admiration for someone's intelligence and teaching skills, hoping to become just as smart in the future. At night in the courtyard, one character laughs loudly about a brat's comment, while another quickly reassures him to prevent any hard feelings. The older man welcomes the newcomers and instructs them to settle in as preparations for food begin. Luan soaks up the attention as someone pats his head, drawing playful remarks about his popularity with the ladies in town. One character asks for reassurance about another's feelings, and receives a calm response while a third quietly observes. One man asks the other about the location of Barrier 88, catching him by surprise under the night sky. An older man warns about the armies and barriers ahead, questioning how the group could possibly make the journey together. A young man in armor realizes that war is now inevitable. An older man explains that with multiple factions sending troops and the war underway, crossing the battlefield to reach Barrier 88 will be extremely difficult. One character suggests they can stay hidden at the outpost for now, expressing concern about its safety. A concerned man analyzes the possibility that the Lee family will deploy private troops from outposts due to insufficient firepower. Lu Yuan narrows his eyes, steeling himself for the confrontation ahead. A rain-soaked landscape stands as a reminder of the hard-fought survival following a distant war. One man questions why the group is turning on each other after surviving the calamity, as the others listen in silence before the towering wall. A young man in battle armor asks for help ensuring his family's safety if he is sent to the battlefield. An older man explains to a younger man that he now holds the authority and privileges of a lieutenant. One character sternly warns the other against abusing power, while the second character grins and promises to avoid smuggling cases in the future. One man confronts the other about his true intentions, suggesting a shift in allegiance away from the Lee family. A confident young man smirks as he reveals that he knows someone named Li Shintan, suggesting a connection to the listener's grandson. One man confronts the other about his real intention to destroy the Li family and eliminate its leader. An older man confidently acknowledges that his counterpart has uncovered the truth. A young man taunts someone off-panel by threatening to expose their secret. The man with the goatee escalates the threat by suggesting he could inform the Lee family about the hunt for their nanosoldiers. Two men quietly assess each other as they form a cautious alliance, both aware that sharing secrets makes their operation safer. A man confides that years of leading the Special Investigation Division have left him worried about the impact of politics and war on his family. Two men force a young woman into a sunlit room as someone laments hiding the truth about having a daughter. Two suited men restrain a character as an authoritative figure oversees the tense confrontation. An older man reveals that the Lee family is responsible for his daughter's death. An older man asserts that the organization he serves is so powerful that even top officials fear it more than his own superhuman soldiers, who remain loyal to the group rather than to him personally. A man reflects that he only found hope when his grandson rose to prominence as the devil's speech. A woman brings plates of food to two men as dusk settles outdoors. A woman enters with plates of vegetables and encourages everyone to join her for dinner. A young man in armor expresses his gratitude to the woman with long black hair under the night sky. While a group of men celebrate around the campfire, another man stands apart, silently watching them with a pensive expression. Two people watch a vibrant celebration under the stars, one quietly reflecting on how much it feels like Chinese New Year. Two men walk together as one shares a story about their difficult past New Year celebrations to offer reassurance. An SUV races down a dark, rain-soaked forest road. A vehicle pulls up to the isolated building where people are waiting outside. The three men stand together in the dim light, facing a tense situation as one of them reacts with surprise. The older man studies the situation in silence, his expression tense with unspoken thoughts. A uniformed man delivers a formal salute to a silver-haired man in front of a vehicle with its headlights on. A gloved figure quietly passes secret information to a stern, mustached man. A young man in a futuristic suit urgently questions an older man, seeking to find out if something has happened. An older man gravely announces that the war has begun and instructs preparations to move families into the barrier after the new year. A stern older man announces that the Lee's base has ordered an assault and the front lines are moving into the Yang's territory, which will become a battlefield within hours. A lone figure steps onto the balcony, pausing to contemplate the distant mountains beneath the night sky. An older man urges the young armored man to eat before he leaves. A young man laments missing the Chinese New Year reunion dinner as he reflects under the night sky. A character rushes down the stairs with urgency. A woman hands a packed food container to an older man as he prepares to leave. An older man smiles warmly and expresses his gratitude under the moonlit sky. A crescent moon hangs over buildings as the location of Qing's Barrier 111 is revealed. The clock strikes noon, marking a crucial moment. A young man swings a sledgehammer and strikes the giant bell beneath the starry sky. The empty street corner remains silent and deserted at night. A man in a white coat strides across the dark courtyard toward the mansion's double doors. A young man stands beneath the starry sky, his posture radiating determination as he surveys the scene ahead. A bird soars above the city as fireworks explode in the night sky. A man in white stands his ground as a massive black bird confronts him in the shadowy plaza. A large bird swoops low through the night as Lu Yuan shields his eyes and braces for danger. A hand grips the sword's hilt tightly, preparing for immediate action. A young man silently watches a dark bird fly across the night sky beneath the crescent moon. A young man silently inspects an object in his hands under the night sky. A man in a white coat strides purposefully toward the entrance of the dimly lit building. One character sleeps soundly on the couch while another stands nearby, quietly watching. A heavy-set man reclines in a chair, venting his frustration about the poor conditions and lack of appreciation from the Qings. Amidst the tense atmosphere, one person admits responsibility for the destroyed barriers and offers bread, while another angrily questions the fairness of the blame and laments their misfortune during the new year. A character offers comfort, assuring that difficult days will soon end. The doorbell rings, breaking the silence. One man questions the motives behind the unexpected food delivery, doubting that anyone would help them without an ulterior motive. The man pushes open the door and insists he isn't close to the person in question, deflecting blame onto someone else's uncle. The man holds out a closed box, smiling warmly as he presents it. A large man blocks the doorway and forcefully demands a greeting from the nervous younger man. The man aggressively questions whether the other person is worthy of what they want. A man arrives at the doorway and offers a food container to the people inside as a gesture for Chinese New Year Eve. The man angrily rejects the offer, refusing to eat leftovers. A man in white calmly accepts a small box from another man who presents it with urgency. A young man in a white coat stops someone from leaving and tells them to wait. Startled and sweating, the man recoils in the hallway after being challenged to leave. A lone man strides purposefully down the moonlit street toward a group of shadowy figures. Three men step onto the dimly lit cobblestone street as a group of figures watches them from the shadows. A composed man enters the room, causing the other man to tense up with anxiety. Two men exchange a covert signal, while eyeing each other warily on the dark street. Three soldiers open fire with their rifles under the moonlit sky. A man in a white suit confronts the armed officers and demands to know why he was called out. A stern-faced man confronts someone, demanding to know what tricks they are trying to pull. Two men stand at the entrance and explain they want to make up for keeping everyone from their families during the Chinese New Year. Two men confidently introduce themselves to the group. A confident man proposes to put on a show as he confronts armed opponents, with his wary companions standing beside him. The young man delivers a taunt with a sly smile, mocking his enemy. The young man raises his scissors, ready to make his move. A young man raises his sword and signals everyone to be quiet as the crucial event is about to begin. A hand forcefully cuts the man's hair with scissors as he sits still, head tilted back. He smirks in anticipation, exuding confidence. Three people watch in astonishment as a stream of golden light rises from a glowing candle on the ground. A man in a white coat announces the Chinese New Year under a burst of fireworks as armed figures stand nearby. A confused man freezes in the street as armed soldiers surround him and raise their weapons. A man in a white shirt is suddenly shot in the chest under the night sky, while an armed figure behind him reacts in shock. Wounded and tense, the man urgently scans his surroundings, suspecting a sniper is nearby. A wounded man collapses to the ground as armed attackers close in, while two figures watch from the doorway. A young man confidently addresses the audience, asking for their reaction to the show. An anxious officer questions his superior about the risk of being punished by the administrators. The young man smirks outside the building at night, confident that others rely on him. A dark SUV suddenly stops in front of the armed soldiers. A serious-looking man in a suit steps out of the vehicle, projecting authority, as he sits confidently on the edge of the seat with the car door open. A stern man in a white lab coat arrives outside at night, closely guarded by armed security. A white-haired man discovers a wounded figure lying face down and bleeding on the ground. A man urgently informs another that the captain has just been killed by his own men. The two men face each other in silence, tension thick in the fading evening light. A man stands over his bloodied opponent, hurling an insult. An authoritative man commands the others to proceed to the front lines as military advisors. A tense group leaves the building, determined to face the inevitable war. A man in a white coat confidently steps into the van, signaling that the team is already prepared for what comes next. A dark blue SUV speeds away down the narrow, dimly lit street, fleeing the scene. A young man wonders if sending his group into Barrier 108 would truly keep them safe as another approaches him in the snow. Two figures sit in silence by the dying fire, surrounded by snow and fading embers. He pauses in silence, lost in troubled thoughts. A boy asks his brother if he is worried about the war as ash or snow falls around them. Lu Yuan looks up through the embers, affirming his determination. One of the young men questions whether they should abandon their dangerous journey and live quietly in the woods, challenging his companion's motivation to continue searching for someone who has not come looking for them. A young man admits he knows the location of Barrier 88 but doubts reaching it will improve their situation because of their status as refugees. A tense young man warns that the barrier is unwelcoming. A concerned older boy confronts the younger boy about lying regarding his relationships at school, and the younger boy admits it. He describes feeling isolated and frustrated as classmates avoid him and teachers assume he is incapable because he is a refugee. He recalls how classmates suspected him of theft when a student lost something, despite receiving more pocket money from his guardian than others. Several students aggressively search a desk while the owner tries to resist. The teacher accuses the student of stealing the money despite his attempts to explain, while the classmates back up the accusation and another student starts crying. As snow falls at night, one young man reassures his companion by placing an arm around his shoulders. One young man voices his distrust for the people inside the barrier and questions the intentions of another's friends and family. The wounded man lowers his head, admitting his uncertainty. The blue-haired young man urges the other boy to wait for her to come instead of chasing after her. Lu Yuan speaks out passionately, declaring his determination to confront the suffering faced by the barrier people. A young man urgently promises to deal with those who falsely accused his friend. As snow falls, one character urges the group to enter the barrier and hide from the impending war, insisting they can continue their studies in safety. A boy eagerly suggests that Miss Jianwu would make an ideal partner for someone. Two boys rush through swirling debris as one shouts a warning. Lu Yuan notices a mysterious black cat sitting on a distant hill as snow falls at night. Two young men hike through the snowy mountains at night, discussing the mysterious Wolf King and whether one of them should try to meet it. He orders the others to follow closely as he takes the lead. A wary figure spots a vehicle with its headlights cutting through the snowy night as it enters through the gate. A van speeds into the snowy mountain compound, drawing the attention of those by the fire. A soldier in tactical gear directs private troops to assemble while distributing crucial documents. A stern young man delivers an ultimatum outside the snow-covered building, warning the group that anyone absent by 7 a.m. will be treated as an escapee and punished along with the entire combat squad. The young man realizes they are heading to the front lines. One young man instructs the other to wake someone named Li Qingjing and bring him outside. Lu Yuan cautiously approaches the sealed doorway, sensing something unusual in the air. A young man in a cap and fur-collared coat enters the shadowy building, surprised as he responds to someone calling for him. Two young men receive an urgent order to assemble in town before 7, or risk being labeled escapees. Inside the dim room, the two young men anxiously discuss the grim reality of being sent to the battlefield and consider the option of running away. A worried young man quietly weighs the risk of escape, knowing it would endanger his entire squad and their families. One young man questions why their companion, aware of the deadly mission, chooses to stay out of concern for the others. A young man instructs the group to wake everyone, send his family back to town, and prepare to head to the assembly point. The young man agrees to the plan with calm resolve. One young man asks the other to teach him how to drive, believing it will increase their chances of survival if they are sent to the front lines. One character reassures the other that learning to drive will be easy once they are out of the mountains. A figure urgently wakes the others, instructing them to pack all the outpost's resources into their backpacks to avoid losing their supplies. A man in a cap confronts the three-seated young men and demands an explanation. A determined figure commands everyone to prepare for battle as energy surges around him. One young man complains about having their New Year celebration interrupted while the other listens with concern. A stern young man orders the group to pack and gather in the backyard within 15 minutes, dismissing their reluctance to leave the outpost. A tense man warns the group that refusing to act will endanger their squad members' families and put a bounty on them, leaving no chance to escape. Lu Yuan stands alone under the stars, overwhelmed by the harshness of the world. Two young men discuss whether to join the war, then prepare by gathering and packing their belongings. Lan pulls Lu Yuan aside into the alley, prompting Lu Yuan to ask what is happening. An older boy shows glowing nanomachines to a younger boy and explains he can use them to make a light nano-armor. Lu Yuan anxiously refuses to accept all the nanomachines, worried about the other's well-being. One character firmly entrusts nanomachines to another, insisting they use them when necessary. Glowing blue energy bands suddenly spiral around the startled young man, trapping him in place. One boy instructs the other to follow the nanomachine's pairing procedure and attempt to control them. The boy tests his ability to control the dark tendril, moving it as easily as his own fingers. One character warns another to avoid unnecessary use of certain actions, emphasizing the risk of attracting unwanted attention. A young man seizes another by the shoulder and demands to know the whereabouts of Lu Zhaojiang. 3 people rush into the room, interrupting the tense gathering as one urgently asks if something has happened. A young man anxiously reports that Lu Zhaojiang has disappeared along with some salt, meat, and weapons. The group realizes that a companion has vanished with vital supplies, likely deserting instead of joining the battle. One young man questions his mentor about the existence of evil people trying to extinguish hope in the world. A white-haired man explains that each betrayal leaves someone sad and discouraged, while another man listens in a tense, dimly lit room. 2 young men walk together, reflecting on how kind-hearted people suffer while the selfish thrive in a harsh world. A group of anxious young men argue about whether to run away after one of their comrades escapes, fearing collective punishment and certain death on the battlefield. A desperate man pleads with the group not to run away, fearing for the safety of their families. One of the young men urges the group to head to the assembly point together, revealing he has a plan. 2 figures in tactical gear lie hidden in the underbrush, quietly preparing for their covert mission. 2 armored figures quietly watch a military truck pass by on a secluded road at night. 2 armored young men crouch in the shadows, tense and ready to charge as their mission begins. 2 investigators stop a military truck at night and order everyone inside to get out for a spy inspection. A chibi character unimpressedly hands a document to a smaller, nervous character. 3 uniformed captors laugh and mock their tied-up prisoner after revealing the bold plan to steal people. A bound man, protesting his innocence, is escorted by 2 armored men as others watch tensely. 2 uniformed men aggressively restrain a panicking young man while one forcefully accuses him. 2 armored guards quietly carry an unconscious captive through the night, debating whether their actions will cause trouble. A messenger informs the seated officer that the person in charge of the private troop combat sequence is requesting his presence, prompting the officer to question the reason for the summons. An older man calls a lieutenant to protest the sudden removal of his soldiers, insisting on his loyalty to the Lee family. An older man angrily denies any involvement over the radio, while a younger man listens tensely beside him. An older man glares downward, blaming Rinshiasu for causing more trouble. A military truck approaches as a large group of uniformed soldiers assembles in the town square. A uniformed man checks his wristwatch and urges others about the upcoming assembly. A stern officer demands the group explain the whereabouts of the others as they arrive near a military truck. 2 recruits salute and report to armed officers outside an old building, confirming nothing happened on their way and requesting orders. The commanding soldier urgently orders the armed group to stay put while he goes to search for the others. A group of soldiers anxiously question the absence of backup from the private troops. The group realizes their cover has been compromised after their unusual behavior draws suspicion from the enemy. A student accuses the class representative of deliberately causing chaos to hide their mistake, while the group listens tensely. He reassures the group with a confident smirk while the others watch him with admiration. One young man jokes about his master's lack of intelligence while walking with a companion who looks puzzled. Boots strike the sunlit stone floor as the character strides forward with determination. 3 figures confront a group of uniformed men in a tense standoff in the courtyard, with a single ceramic jug set between them. A uniformed man steps forward and announces that all private troops will now be led by Lian Juan, the new administrator of Barrier 107. A new leader introduces himself to the group and asserts his authority over the recruits. A commanding officer briefs the assembled team, ordering them to secure the high ground at Mount Fingy and stop the enemy advance. He anxiously considers the deadly risk of being exposed to precise modern missiles launching nearby. A uniformed man announces that those who perform well in the upcoming battle will gain immediate entry into the official army, receive significant rewards, and secure residency within the barrier. The camp leader confidently announces to the gathered crowd that they will be allowed to enter the barrier, citing official approval from the consortium. One character warns the other not to accept sweets from the higher-ups, explaining that it could be dangerous. A uniformed man orders the group to board the vehicle as departure begins. A truck screeches to a halt, sending dust into the air. A convoy of trucks and jeeps speeds down a dirt road through the forest. 2 young men sit in a vehicle, anxiously discussing their dwindling ammunition and how they might prove themselves in the upcoming battle. One young man urges the other to avoid dangerous actions, and his companion reassures him that he will be careful. 2 young men sit in a vehicle, discussing whether they would stay with the squad if someone had run away, considering their responsibilities to protect others. A man in military attire questions whether his companions from the outpost would betray him if offered a large sum of money. Inside a dimly lit vehicle, one boy mocks his silent companion's value, leaving the other baffled by his boldness. A squad of soldiers gathers in front of military trucks, preparing for deployment. The convoy halts on the road as an order is given to let Lu Taiyu speak with the newcomers. Someone steps out of the vehicle, signaling a significant arrival. 2 armored soldiers clash over the order to surrender their trucks as both sides urgently need them to reach the front lines. A commanding soldier orders the group to switch vehicles and change into new uniforms ahead. A uniformed man anxiously spots the arrival of the elite Shinji squad and military trucks, suspecting that the war at Mount Fingy has already begun. A battered man in a beret questions whether changing into the uniforms will make them targets. A uniformed man warns that removing their clothes in this weather would lead to freezing to death. He stares ahead with unwavering determination, ready to face what comes next. An armored figure silences a subordinate with a harsh backhand, ordering compliance. A man hesitantly presents a large, angular object to someone outside. A leader commands the group to reach Mount Fingy within 10 days as the young men prepare in the forest clearing. A commanding figure extends a black restraining device, instructing someone to put it on. A battered man kneels to tie his shoe by military trucks as he is threatened with military court and ordered to move under armed supervision. A uniformed officer gives the order for the recruits to depart. 2 young men quickly prepare to change into enemy uniforms in the cover of the smoky forest. Lu Yuan walks confidently in uniform, reflecting on the advantages of having multiple identities as he joins his squad member outdoors. 2 men discuss a new plan as one encourages the other to share his idea. The group gathers in the forest clearing and prepares to change into Shinji squad uniforms. The group prepares to return to camp for a meal after overcoming their recent ordeal. 3 armored young men discuss their plan as they head out to gather food for themselves and others, one expressing concern while another reassures him. A nervous young man worries about the consequences if the Shinji squad discovers they left without permission. A young man challenges the idea that a small group can control a much larger crowd. 2 boys in uniforms quietly plot their next move while one nervously admires the other's bold strategy. With a mischievous grin, he casually dismisses the question. 3 young men in futuristic suits stand atop a hill at night, as one calmly explains their decision to seek food outside the camp. Under the quiet night sky, someone insists they are only assisting the officers. 3 figures move cautiously toward a brightly lit, fortified military base at night. Under the starry sky, the group is urged to head inside and eat. Inside the metallic room, 2 armored young men plan how to avoid exposing their identities at the base. A young man in tactical gear demands to know the identity of the approaching group. Lu Yuan steels himself, ready to face the upcoming confrontation. A young man knocks his opponent to the ground with a fierce kick, asserting dominance as he taunts about challenging the Shinji squad. 4 young men in uniform head out into the night as an older man watches them leave with concern. 3 uniformed individuals enter the cafeteria, drawing the attention of everyone already inside. The 3 dazed characters stand together, overwhelmed by the irresistible smell of food. As the group lines up with bowls in hand, one of them asks what they should eat while the chefs prepare food behind the counter. A chef apologizes for not receiving the expected reception letter, explaining the administrative oversight. He reacts with surprise upon learning that a reception letter is required. A stern young man challenges the requirement for a reception letter to receive a meal, asserting his squad's dignity as his 2 enthusiastic teammates stand by. Lu Yuan calmly presents his ID card to the nervous woman. A stern figure hands over a red object with a harsh warning about secrecy, while the young man accepts it cautiously. A masked figure reveals a red identification booklet, shocking the other character with the revelation of their affiliation. A character sternly warns another to keep quiet about a secret mission investigating a possible spy within the Shinji squad. The anxious young man urgently acknowledges the order, bowing forward in response. The armored figure affirms the other's understanding with a satisfied grin, declaring the task complete. A uniformed man stands beside nearly empty plates and praises the delicious food. Lu Yuan eats heartily and remarks that with more base camps ahead, they won't run out of food soon. He gathers the food and gets ready to bring it back to his group. 4 young men in matching uniforms carry heavy sandbags over their shoulders as they complete nighttime training under the stars. A young man in a combat suit asks for food, explaining that they have been starving all day, while another figure stands nearby under the starry sky. An excited character eagerly reacts as a new mission to help an ally appears. 1 young man discreetly suggests a place to eat, while the other listens intently under the night sky. The young man announces his decision and sets out into the night. A chibi boy clasps his hands together and beams with gratitude, overwhelmed with thanks. He completes the mission, earns a basic skill book as a reward, and celebrates his success. The group moves out together into the night, ready for action. 2 young men suddenly look up in alarm beneath the starry sky as one urgently shouts for the other to hold on. Lu Yuan stands before the group, demanding their gratitude as flames blaze behind him. 5 armored figures bow in gratitude before a lone, confident man. The protagonist receives appreciation points from 2 individuals, as shown by the notification boxes. Eager to unlock a new weapon, the protagonist quickly collects 18 appreciation tokens and plots to get even more from the camp. The leader tells the group to rest while he stays behind to handle an urgent matter, as concern grows among his teammates under the night sky. A young man flees across the rooftop, refusing to give up. 2 armored followers discuss their master's mysterious departure, agreeing not to question his intentions. The path between tents leads to a base camp where food is available for those claiming to be part of the Shinji squad. After finishing his task, the protagonist wipes sweat from his brow, feeling both tired and accomplished. Lu Yuan smugly reflects on the successful outcome as he receives multiple appreciation points. A determined young man stands atop the building, preparing to face what he believes is the final challenge. Someone steps forward with determination. A hand cautiously pulls aside the curtain, revealing a glimpse of what lies beyond. Lu Yuan enthusiastically proposes taking the group to a place to eat while holding a glowing orb. 5 squad members sit together at the table, preparing for a serious discussion. Lu Yuan realizes he has made a huge mistake and shouts in alarm. Embarrassed, he quickly excuses himself and leaves the scene. A stern man abruptly demands an explanation from someone off-panel. After finishing dinner in the military tent, one person intently observes another among the group. 3 team members are questioned about their absence, and explain they went to the base camp to eat. A uniformed young man sternly confronts someone for leaving camp without permission and attempting to go to the base camp for food. Several people point accusingly at the startled character, as one of them declares he is responsible. A bandaged man steps forward and asks the armored leader for a private conversation as the others watch closely. A uniformed figure orders someone inside the illuminated tent to come out, while 2 others wait outside at night. A tense atmosphere settles over the camp as the team learns there may be a spy among them, prompting immediate cooperation to uncover the infiltrator. One man urgently instructs the other to keep the photograph a secret. Lu Yuan distracts the elder man by confidently showing a document, relying on his ally's larger scheme. A commanding officer interrogates a subordinate about his rank and name as soldiers watch. The captain commends the team's performance and tells them to rest before leaving the room. Lu Yuan steps out from behind the curtain, visibly relieved after finishing his task. The young man sits alone by the campfire, quietly gathering his thoughts before moving on. The group reunites by the tent, relieved as they explain how they searched for their teammate after hearing about the capture. Lu Yuan reassures his relieved teammates that he is fine as they gather under the starry sky. A massive supernatural flame erupts at the center of the scene. 2 young men in uniforms sit by campfire, discussing the absence of support and the harsh realities of trust in their world. 2 young men in uniforms sit by the fire, calmly discussing their expectations and lack of anger. A wooden staff shatters violently on the ground. The young man vents his anger about everything that has happened and the people they have met. 2 armored young men prepare for the night as one assures the other of their safety and volunteers to take the first watch. A group of tents stands under the sunlight in the desert, marking the camp's location. As sunlight breaks, the group abandons their vehicles and prepares to travel through the woods on foot to conceal their movements. An officer urgently reports that Lu Taiyu has collapsed with a fever, alerting the team to a sudden medical emergency. A commanding officer orders 2 squad members to carry a fallen comrade and urges them not to fall behind as the team prepares to move out. The scene shifts to the front lines between Mount Daping and Mount Xianlin, where the battleground is revealed. A remote camp stands quietly at the base of the mountains, awaiting the next development. A military vehicle speeds through the canyon as urgent orders are given to defend the camp and prevent the enemy from advancing directly to the base. A white-haired man sternly instructs the tense man in tactical gear to accept his role as military advisor and stop making irrational decisions. One man defiantly questions what mistakes he is being accused of as the other watches him warily in the vehicle. Inside the vehicle, one man expresses irritation while the others remain relaxed and unconcerned. The vehicle arrives at a fortified camp where armed guards stand watch. A blue-haired man delivers an envelope to a saluting soldier in tactical gear. A young man sits in the vehicle, finally able to rest. The vehicle arrives at the camp as one man informs the other that they have reached their destination and mentions the officer in charge. One man mocks an absent figure while considering how to handle possible resistance, as he and his companion walk outside. As the 3 walk beside the building, one of them questions whether he would be held responsible if another makes a critical mistake. A stern man reprimands the military advisor for downplaying the responsibilities of the camp leader. As they stride quickly down the corridor, one man sternly warns the other that both share responsibility for the war's outcome and urges greater seriousness in their efforts. A man strides confidently through the curtains, followed by 2 guards carrying documents. A tense confrontation erupts as several men in uniforms and suits gather around the strategy map table inside the military tent. 2 men arrive and explain they are only there to observe the situation. The man behind the desk demands to know why Secretary Zhou brought another person into the room. A serious man with light blue hair and glasses informs someone that their uncle sent help. The man forcefully rejects the offer of help, making it clear he does not want assistance from a prisoner. A boastful man mocks another about their childhood while recalling how one used to follow the group during their youth. Amid rising tensions in the southwest, a commanding officer abruptly ends the argument and assigns 2 individuals as military advisors, instructing another to report on the current situation and prepare for a military meeting. A stern man urgently orders a soldier to gather the leaders of each combat sequence for a meeting. A lone light bulb flickers on, casting light across the otherwise dim room. The group reviews their control over Mount Daping and Mount Xianlin, considering the possibility that their enemies may hesitate to attack due to long-standing grudges. A young man in a white coat angrily insults someone. A stern man in a white coat questions a soldier's assumption about potential alliances, warning that everyone outside their group is an enemy in this war. The men reveal that the conflict began when the Yangs stole the hard drive with the nanomachine research from the Lees. A man calmly confesses to stealing the item and warns the group that staying here will make them targets. 2 men weigh the risk that rival groups could unite against them if they neglect their defenses. The man in the suit firmly asserts his authority over the discussion. A confident man praises someone else's intelligence while another person sleeps at the desk. A man in a fur-collared coat recoils in disbelief, shocked by unexpected news. One man insults everyone else in the room except for himself and one other, sparking tension around the strategy table. A cheerful boy with a top knot confidently agrees, his wide smile showing his enthusiasm. A stern young man taunts the captive for claiming to be smart while still being imprisoned. One man asserts control over the group by threatening to remove the current leader for the sake of the Qing's survival. A confident man in a white coat declares he will take command of all frontline combat operations and instructs the secretary to relay his message to the senior officials. A sharply dressed young man confronts someone, accusing them of trying to seize power. A man in a white suit boldly announces his intention to seize power. A man aggressively holds another at gunpoint in a tense standoff. Armed guards confront two intruders in the tent, one aiming a gun as tension escalates. A man smirks confidently, hinting at a clever plan. Armed guards aim their guns at the cautious protagonist, ordering him not to move. A man in tactical gear aims his pistol at someone, asserting control over the situation. A man in tactical gear shoots another man in the head at close range. The soldier suddenly reacts with alarm, sweat running down his face as he senses an imminent threat. A man collapses face down and bleeding as armed guards advance toward him. A tense man with glasses accuses another of killing the combat leader and planting allies near Qingyun. A confident man in a suit hints at having hidden allies ready to support Secretary Zhou. A stern man with glasses glares intensely, silently seething with anger. Two men in lab coats stride forward with determination, leading a group protected by stern guards as the mission begins. A stern man warns another man turning away that losing the war will bring serious consequences. A composed young man in loose informal wear strides confidently forward through the crowd. As the noise settles, a frustrated figure demands to know how the group will fight the war. The man in the white coat instructs the tense group to handle the internal documents. The leader commands his group to pull back their defense line and avoid stretching their forces toward Mount Daping. He orders the scouting units to keep patrolling the battlefield to guard against surprise attacks from the Li and Yang factions, especially their nano-soldiers. A man anxiously realizes their group may become the first target in the war because they lack nano-soldiers. A man in a white suit studies the large board, silently weighing the stakes of the unfolding game. Two men secretly plan to eliminate their rivals before negotiating with another group. A covert mission is assigned: infiltrate the Li's, offer help against the Yang's defenses, and earn recognition if successful. A uniformed man receives his orders and immediately prepares to head out. A man in a suit strides toward the guarded building entrance as footsteps echo in the tense atmosphere. One man warns the other that going to the Li's is too dangerous, insisting that doing so would be deadly. A confident man in a suit analyzes the enemy's movements and decides to let the opposing group cause trouble in another territory. One character gives an enthusiastic thumbs up and praises an idea, while the other stands silently, looking downcast. A serious young man admits he said something wrong, prompting the affluent man to demand clarification. A young man confidently asserts his intelligence to the others in the tent, while three uniformed guards stand nearby. Amid a raging thunderstorm, one character confronts another with suspicion, demanding answers. A man in a white coat instructs his subordinates to shrink the defense line and prepare a new layout by morning. An elite squad advances toward Li's territory as a young man urgently reports their movement and the interception plan. Inside a dim room, two men urgently discuss the group's departure date and confirm their current route toward Mount Fengi. The leader orders the team to halt their operation and regroup around the control table. A male character silently scans his surroundings with narrowed, serious eyes. A group of people traverse the snowy path as they arrive at Mount Fengi. A man in uniform warns that the heavy snowfall could cover their path and leave them lost. A determined man urges the group to keep moving through the snow, confident that the GPS navigation will prevent them from getting lost. Four figures push forward through a blizzard in a mountain pass, their footsteps muffled by the snow. A uniformed officer reports that the worsening snowfall is making the road nearly impossible to see. A young man warns that continuing like this could lead to freezing to death in the mountains. The group receives instructions to move along a rope and follow the path to avoid getting lost in the snowy mountains. The young man agrees to the plan as he shields his eyes from the falling snow. A young man urgently thrusts a golden object into a startled soldier's hands as tension peaks in the snowy standoff. A group of young men in matching uniforms climb a snowy mountain together, gripping a rope as they push through harsh winter conditions. A young man grips his weapon and braces himself for the coming battle in the snowy wilderness. A new mission appears, instructing him to help teammates who have fallen behind. The young man asserts that he is still owed a promised reward for protecting the wolves over the past 7 days. A character waits as they are informed that rewards will be given after the mission concludes. The young man accepts the challenge with a confident, sly smile. One member of the group tries to discreetly fall behind, but another quickly notices the suspicious attempt. A young man in body armor scans the snowy mountain for threats, tense and alert. The young man quickly glances upward, unsettled by something unexpected. One character smirks and flashes a peace sign while another shouts in alarm, demanding to know where he is going. Two men in tactical suits land on a snowy mountain slope as one expresses concern about what might happen if something goes wrong in the mountains. A desperate young man, sweating and distressed, pleads to be released as he struggles to sit up in the snow, insisting he will walk on his own. One armored figure urges his exhausted companion to get up and keep moving through the snowy mountains, and the other reluctantly agrees. A young man grins and confidently suggests he deserves some gratitude. One armored character reminds the other that venturing into the snowy mountains alone would have been fatal, emphasizing the rescue. The bruised character responds with a wary, sarcastic thank you. Lu Yuan blushes in surprise as he receives an unexpected appreciation token. A lone figure steps into the deep snow, advancing through the tense night. A young man commands the group to keep moving and warns them not to run away as they ascend the snowy mountain. Soldiers carry their unconscious leader on a stretcher through the snow after receiving urgent orders to bring him to the battlefield. Three boys in matching uniforms stand together as one confidently challenges authority while the others express irritation at his constant involvement. One man warns that if anyone escapes now, their entire plan could be exposed, and the other acknowledges the risk. A commanding officer orders the teams to watch their men closely and to open fire if anyone attempts to flee. Two armored men stand in the snow, discussing Xiaosu's impressive ability to deceive others. Lu Yuan crashes to the ground, wincing in agony. A panicked man desperately tries to revive his unconscious companion in the snow. A man frantically calls for help as he kneels beside an injured companion, while uniformed figures approach through the snow. A desperate character begs a group of uniformed young men in the snow to save someone. Lu Yuan realizes the mission is more complicated than simply retrieving the deserters. A young man in armored gear rushes onto the snowy scene, energetically announcing his arrival. One young man offers to carry his exhausted companion as they struggle through the snow. A grateful boy thanks a reassuring figure, who responds warmly that it's simply their job. Three armored figures trudge through deep snow as one urges their injured companion to keep fighting for the family waiting at home. One character, weakened and barely conscious, murmurs a name while being supported by their worried companion. The character exhales deeply, showing clear frustration. Three uniformed figures struggle through the snow as one helps their injured companion move forward. A male character is forcefully slammed face first into the ground, left stunned and shocked. A group of cadets marches forward through the falling snow with resolute determination. Struggling against exhaustion in the snowstorm, the young man realizes he cannot carry both companions at once. A determined young man rushes through the snow to help his master amidst the chaos. A silver-haired man carries two unconscious people through the harsh snow, pushing forward with determination. A cheerful young man returns to the group, declaring his trust in his companion. In the snow, one man worries as the Special Investigation Unit carries unconscious teammates, intimidating the rest of the army. Four exhausted figures in uniform huddle together on a windswept ledge, complaining about being forced to push forward despite the harsh weather. A battered survivor explains that without the buns they took last night, they would have starved before making it this far. Realizing they are being watched by outpost guards, the man acknowledges that escaping is no longer an option. One of the young men warns the group that escaping into the forest in this weather would be fatal. A male character plots to deceive two adversaries, a sly smirk on his face. Three men in tactical gear gather in a dim cave to quietly discuss their secret plan. The male character turns away, lost in thought. In the dim cave, a young man discreetly passes small, wrapped objects to another person, warning them to keep it hidden. One character reports that his clairaudience has returned as the two confer tensely in the cave. A skeptical man smirks as he opens a wooden box with a knife, doubting the previous claim about the Monkey King's abilities. One character points out that this version of the Monkey King possesses a particular feature, as the two converse in the dim cave. Two armored men whisper on the rocky path about a plan to pretend to faint so someone else will carry them. He snaps his gaze toward the unseen speaker, demanding to know who spoke. A troubled young man questions his master's motives, struggling to comprehend the extent of evil actions. One young man forcefully demands information from the other, gripping his shoulder as tension rises between them. A young man issues a firm warning to another, insisting that their adversaries will face consequences. Two horned figures menace the nervous group, urging them to hurry up and get moving. Three terrified boys recoil as they are confronted by a sudden threat. Two energetic figures shout a command as a man in glasses is forcefully launched backward amid smoke and stars. Two young men stand confidently as four captives hang upside down, marking their victory. A resolute man drags four bound prisoners through the snow, urging them to stay down as the group prepares to move on. A bruised young man urgently commands his group to attack their enemy before they are dragged to death on the snow field. One character brutally kicks another down onto the icy ground, refusing to let him rise. A battered young man, tied up and desperate, pleads for mercy on the snowy ground. The young man sternly scolds someone for refusing to walk and expecting to be dragged through the snow. The young man, bound with thick rope, furiously denies responsibility as tensions escalate in the snow. The young man angrily confronts the group, accusing them of planning together. The three men silently stare upward, tense as they notice something ominous in the snowy sky. A solitary figure drags three bound captives across the snow. Two uniformed men, shaken by what they've witnessed, agree they must warn others not to provoke the ruthless Special Investigation Division. A young man pushes forward through the blizzard, shielding his eyes as he struggles against the wind. The group prepares to set up camp out of the wind as the snowstorm intensifies. One person takes charge by assigning tasks to set up camp, gather firewood, and prepare hot food to help everyone survive, while another quickly volunteers to organize the group. Two figures secure tents against the harsh, snowy wind as they set up camp. Two uniformed men work together in the snowy forest, with one lifting the other to reach higher. Snow blankets the campsite as smoke rises from the tents, signaling a harsh struggle against the winter night. The protagonist completes the mission and receives the basic skill tree as a reward while interacting with a magical fire. After completing the side mission, a new item, seeds, appears in the vending machine. A character looks up in amazement, thrilled that the task is finally complete. The young man cautiously approaches and inspects the mysterious vending machine in the dim room. 3 colored leaves and several white cards are arranged on the glass table, hinting at a mysterious purpose. He examines the mysterious objects, questioning whether their different appearances mean they will develop into different things. A hand hovers over the slot as a coin is about to be inserted into the machine. A red stone floats in the darkness as flashes of light illuminate the mysterious room. He examines the glowing seed in his hand and demands more information about it. One young man instructs the other to watch over the tent and cover for him as he leaves to hunt a wild boar for dinner. A young man silently surveys the snowy landscape through the window, pulling the curtain aside. A lone figure pushes forward through the snow, determined to uncover the secret of the mysterious seed. Bracing himself against the snowstorm, the young man grips his shovel and prepares to dig. A character digs into the snowy ground with a shovel to test if something will grow instantly. Lu Yuan examines the seed in the snow, hoping it can produce fruit even in the freezing cold. A character rests in the snow beside a shovel after digging. A mysterious red root bursts through the snowy ground. He examines the mysterious growth in the snow, questioning if it will ever produce fruit. A crow lands on a branch in the bleak, snow-covered landscape. Lu Yuan freezes as a massive black bird suddenly swoops down toward him in the snow. Lu Yuan stands ready for battle in the snowy mountains as a menacing bird circles overhead. A massive bird ambushes, driving its blood-red talon through Liu Yuan's leg as he stands stunned. A young man in armor stands in the snow, impressed as he witnesses a wounded bird crash at his feet. He considers planting a protective barrier around the future camp to keep everyone safe from beasts. He moves through the shadowy room, preparing to evaluate the abilities of the other contenders. A hand moves to insert a coin into the device, setting the next action in motion. The young man raises a coin-like token and smirks, signaling his victory. One young man explains that his master went to catch wild boars for dinner, while the other questions why he has not returned yet. One character awkwardly suggests that the wild boar might be causing the problem, while the other listens with a calm smile. Snow falls heavily as a bare tree stands alone in the harsh wind. Sitting alone in the snow, he examines the yellow seed, wondering about its purpose. Snow falls over the distant mountains, concealing their peaks in thick clouds. Someone observes with frustration as the seedling barely grows after 10 minutes in the snow. A young man crouches in the snow, staring in confusion at a mysterious green plant emerging from the ground. A plant fires a seed across the snowy landscape. Kneeling in the snow, Lu Yuan stares in astonishment as a mysterious glowing plant emerges before him. The young man recoils in disbelief as something completely unexpected unfolds before him in the snowstorm. An info box introduces the potato shooter, an automatic rifle that can fire up to 30 potatoes a day, while a chibi character looks on with a deadpan expression. Someone dismisses an object as useless. He inspects the unusual green sprout poking through the snow but quickly dismisses it as having no practical value. A frustrated man grabs a sprout poking through the snow and demands it come out immediately. A small green creature kneels in silence before a pile of memorial stones as snow falls around it. Kneeling in the snow, he harvests the last potatoes and signals that dinner is secured. The young man stands alone in the snow, gathering his resolve for the confrontation ahead. Alerted by an unexpected presence, the protagonist quickly scans the snowy forest near the sprout and mysterious stones. Lu Yuan outlines their plan to divert the enemy by disguising the group as members of the Shinji squad. Realizing a threat in the snowy forest, the protagonist grips his sword and prepares for confrontation. A figure peers cautiously from behind a tree, scanning the snowy forest for any signs of danger. Dressed in the Shinji squad uniform, he realizes the Qing soldiers ahead are unlikely to listen, forcing him to brace for confrontation. A person cautiously walks past thorny vines in the snow, uncertain if they will hold back the approaching threat. A soldier halts the group in the snowy forest after spotting fresh footprints, warning them that someone recently fled. Armed soldiers nervously discuss the possibility that their plan has been discovered after noticing footprints indicating a single intruder. 3 armored soldiers move cautiously through the snowy forest at night, urgently discussing the threat of a nearby nano-soldier camp and emphasizing the need for stealth. One of the armed figures suddenly stops in the snowy forest after sensing something unusual beneath the snow. Realizing his plan succeeded, the young man watches his opponents react just as he intended. A character cautiously inspects the strange red vine, sensing that something is wrong. He waits patiently, holding back until all targets are within range. A figure in tactical gear urgently orders everyone to stop and back away. A group of tense soldiers in a snowy forest look to their captain for direction as uncertainty hangs in the air. The protagonist steps forward and questions the armed soldiers about their allegiance. A young man in uniform abruptly reacts with shock upon hearing unexpected news about Tangzhou as snow falls around him. A soldier in winter gear spots someone in the snowstorm and reacts with shock. 3 soldiers approach a lone figure by a snowy tree, surprised to encounter someone they recognize. A young man steps forward from behind a tree on a snowy night, signaling someone to approach for a private conversation. A man ignores his companion's warning about a possible trap and confidently steps forward in the snowy forest. In a snowy forest, one man questions the other about his Shinji squad uniform and asks him to sit down for a conversation. 2 men sit in the snow as one explains he was forced to join the army while fleeing with others from Barrier 109. One young man admits he was sent here to die, while the other reacts in shock. A soldier reveals that the army is now controlled by Qingyun. Key leaders have been imprisoned in Barrier 111, and orders were given to intercept Shinji squad. 2 men in tactical gear debate the danger of facing the Shinji squad, clarifying that their own group is not the infamous unit. 2 young men discuss how their group was used as a diversion, while another squad set up an ambush elsewhere. 2 young men in tactical uniforms argue about the risks of pursuing a dangerous squad through hostile military territory. A resolute soldier affirms his unwavering loyalty to duty, ready to make any sacrifice for victory. Lu Yuan insists he must fulfill his duties on the front lines to avoid bringing shame to his leader. One young man proposes a plan for his companion to hide in the mountains while he arranges to help capture enemy officers, promising a satellite phone to coordinate with command. A young superhuman confidently explains that both he and his companion are capable of extraordinary feats. A cautious young man warns his ally to keep their presence secret and avoid drawing attention from potential spies. A man in tactical gear asserts his determination to protect his own spy. A confused armored character realizes he might have accidentally become a spy for the Qing's Special Investigation Division. 3 figures gather around a campfire in the snow beside a large tent. One of the young men asks if the wild boar was retrieved as another enters the room carrying a sack over his shoulder. One armored figure instructs the other to watch the tent and cover for him by claiming he saw a wild boar, leaving the second man surprised. 3 armored young men sit together, as one explains he failed to catch something and another offers him a bun from a pile. The group receives orders to set up camp and wait until the snowstorm passes. Someone begins plotting to lure the 5 targets out. A campfire burns steadily in the quiet night. Snow falls as a campfire flickers between 2 tents, providing warmth in the cold. An armored character notices another getting out of bed early and questions his intentions. The armored young man volunteers to go out and get potatoes for the group. A man lies in bed and gratefully thanks someone for their help. A status message signals that appreciation has been received. A young man pushes forward through the blizzard, clutching his bag tightly. Snow starts to fall heavily over the jagged rocks, filling the area with an eerie silence. Inside the snowy cave, one man hands out potatoes to the others, who gratefully accept the food. One man hands a round object to another in the snowy cave, assuring him not to worry about it. Lu Yuan receives an appreciation boost and smiles joyfully. He confronts the group in the cave, demanding recognition for his efforts. Lu Yuan distributes food rations to the armored officers in the cave as they express their gratitude. A character gains appreciation from Qin Jiangwo. A system notification announces the gain of 1 appreciation point. A notification appears, indicating that an appreciation point has been received. Lu Yuan celebrates his newfound wealth, relieved that he no longer has to worry about the potatoes. 2 figures make a plan to lure the 5 Shinji squad officers out of the tent and ambush them with Shinwudi's help. 2 men in tactical gear discuss the plan as one insists on facing the 5 nanosoldiers alone and tells the other to stay hidden until signaled. A young man in tactical gear pushes forward through the snowy forest. In the falling snow, a hand presents several red beans. Kneeling in the snowy field, he carefully examines the disturbed patches in the snow. The young man clenches his fist in triumph, celebrating his success. A man carries a white rabbit through the snowy campsite while 2 uniformed men watch him closely. One teammate suggests a private expedition after mentioning a large rabbit he couldn't catch alone, inviting another to join him. A young man stands confidently before a group of uniformed youths, holding a white rabbit as snow falls around them. 2 figures push forward through the blizzard, undeterred by the harsh conditions. Lu Yuan startles a white rabbit while standing confidently in his uniform. A group of armored youths notice a large white rabbit escaping across the snow. The armored youth urgently orders his teammates to retrieve the lost item before it is wasted. 2 uniformed young men charge across the snowy battlefield while another, injured, struggles to recover behind them. The young man smirks confidently as he gloats over the success of his cunning deception. Armored figures charge across the ice toward a vulnerable animal. A white rabbit sprints across the snowy mountains, fleeing at top speed. Lu Yuan forcefully draws the fiery energy back into himself, concentrating his power. Enormous tendrils burst from the ground, shattering the surface with explosive force. 3 armed soldiers recoil in shock as monstrous tentacles suddenly burst from the snowy ground around them. A panicked man struggles against dark tendrils, desperately calling for help. Tightly bound by powerful tendrils, The armored man screams in agony as he struggles to break free. A lone figure advances across the icy terrain, approaching several armored men who hang helplessly from restraining ropes. Lu Yuan steps forward, preparing to confront the shadowed figure. The young man thrusts his gloved hand forward, bracing himself to activate his power. A confident figure unleashes a powerful energy slash at a screaming armored opponent. Lu Yuan activates his power, his fist transforming into stone as energy surges around him. A solitary figure advances through the snow toward the shadowy, foreboding landscape ahead. He stares at his gloved hand in shock as something strange begins to happen under the stormy sky. A gloved hand reveals several star-shaped SV tokens against the snowy background. Armed soldiers block the path as a lone figure approaches the dark cave entrance in the icy landscape. At the cave entrance, Xiaosu hands over the recovered badges and reports the mission is complete. A villager expresses heartfelt thanks to Lu Yuan as he stands calmly against the mountains. Lu Yuan hands a satellite phone to the uniformed man and instructs him to contact his chief immediately. A man in tactical gear eagerly accepts the assignment over his radio. One man forcefully grabs the other's wrist during an interrogation, demanding information about the Shinji squad's fate. One character confidently announces his intention to visit their allies, while the other reacts with visible confusion. A tent stands alone in the snowy wilderness, marking the arrival at a remote camp. Lu Yuan pulls aside the curtain and urgently warns of impending danger. A worried officer demands to know if the Shinji squad has caused any trouble. A young man realizes in despair that the others are dead. A man in tactical gear urgently demands to know how the others died from the person standing before him. One armored man explains that while leading his group, mutated flesh-eating plants suddenly emerged and killed the others. One member of the squad insists on proving his claim by offering to bring the protagonist to see the evidence. 6 uniformed figures sprint across the snowy terrain as massive claws loom threateningly nearby. 4 armored figures stand on icy ground while dark tendrils trap several opponents. 3 armored figures hesitate as they discover their fallen comrades bound and killed by thorny vines, raising doubts about proceeding further. One soldier refuses to move forward, overwhelmed by fear of the danger ahead. Lu Yuan assesses the uncertain battle situation and decides to keep a low profile while observing 2 squad members moving across the icy terrain. Snow blankets the mountains and forests as a calm silence settles over the landscape. A massive explosion hurls the vehicle through the air, scattering fire and snow in every direction. A soldier urgently orders everyone to retreat from the cannon as chaos unfolds on the snowy battlefield. A soldier whirls around in alarm, realizing their group may have been discovered by the Qin. Armored soldiers scramble to escape as a sudden explosion erupts in the snowy mountain pass, exposing their ambush. A man floats effortlessly above the snowy, rocky ground as stunned soldiers look on, revealing his supernatural power. A young man surveys the snowy battlefield with binoculars, carefully assessing the limits of the enemy's nanomachine defenses against cannon fire. A young man surveys the distance through binoculars, contemplating how humans have created weapons powerful enough to defy even gods. A man mocks the enemy's lack of combat experience while another questions their use of nanosoldiers. A young man devises a plan to secretly deploy nanosoldiers across the mountains for targeted attacks. An armored soldier acknowledges his leader's intelligence as the group marches through the snow. A man demands additional protection from an armed guard in the snowy mountains, but is suddenly interrupted. A commanding figure orders immediate defensive preparations as news arrives that the Yang Consortium's nanosoldiers are approaching. At the headquarters, a tense group of uniformed men gathers around the conference table to strategize. A military officer questions how the enemy is anticipating the Shinji squad's movements after suffering heavy casualties. A troubled man sits at a table with his head in his hands, questioning where everything went wrong, while another man stands nearby, watching in silence. The older man silently strategizes his next move, determined to keep his true intentions hidden while searching for the right moment to act. A uniformed officer reports that the private troops disguised the Shinji squad have not reached the designated location, raising suspicions of trouble on their side. A scarred man in uniform angrily demands to know why the critical information was not reported sooner. A commanding officer urgently orders the team to track a private troop's movements within 3 days, dismissing everyone except one subordinate. An older man waits calmly at the table as 2 uniformed men walk away down the hallway. A stern officer orders an urgent investigation to uncover the high-ranking spy within 3 days. A man walks through the doorway, reflecting on the aftermath of the private troops swapping clothes with the Shinji squad. A man stares ahead in shock as he suspects a familiar presence has appeared once again. An older man stares ahead in shock upon realizing the young man's impressive abilities, while the younger man stands beside him with a confident smile. A fierce snowstorm sweeps in beneath the dark clouds. One man questions another about the failure of the private troops and warns that acting now could reveal him as a spy with the snow about to stop. One man updates his companion that the terrified private troops now refuse to leave their tent and depend on him for food. One man informs his companion that a major power shift has occurred, with new leaders now controlling the army. 2 men exchange urgent updates about how the supposed prisoners were instead sent to the front lines, killed Qin Yun, and are now controlling the Qin's military operations. He looks around in disbelief, unsettled by everyone's lack of response. Lu Yuan warns that if power shifts again, the Qings will be vulnerable to attacks from rival families, putting them in serious danger. One man announces that Chief Qingjun has established an alliance by defeating the Shinji squad and proposes smooth cooperation as the two stand together in a rocky cavern. The armored young man asserts his trust in his ally and prepares for action. Two men discuss their true motivations while sitting together at the cave entrance, with one revealing his task of collecting nanomachine samples. One character teases another about a rumored relationship, prompting an embarrassed denial. A snowy battlefield dotted with barricades and crates is revealed beneath falling snow. A lone figure surveys the snow-covered battlefield, searching for signs of the recent clash between the Shinji squad and the Qing forces. Two armored figures advance side by side across the frozen landscape. Startled by an unexpected presence, the young man quickly becomes alert. Two armored figures struggle through the snow as one supports the other, who is injured. Lu Yuan observes two Shinji squad soldiers guarding crates in the snow from behind a tree. A young man cautiously surveys the snowy area from behind a stone wall. A gloved hand swiftly flicks sharp projectiles downward in a sudden attack. Two armored figures brace themselves as spears are thrust toward them on the snowy ground. Two armored figures struggle through the snow as red tendrils rapidly close in on them. Two armored soldiers are thrown into chaos as an unexpected force crashes into their position. Lu Yuan anxiously surveys the scene, searching for the missing Shinji squad members as he sees two armored figures ensnared by dark tendrils near the snowy river. Two armored figures suddenly notice someone hiding behind a snowy tree. A squad member urgently demands to know how the intruder identified them as part of the Shinji squad. The armored young man demands to know the whereabouts of the other Shinji squad members. An armored figure confronts the man in uniform, demanding to know why he is wearing it. A young man confronts his accusers in the snow, demanding accountability for their actions. A man under attack by dark tentacles recognizes someone from the private troops in the snowy landscape. Restrained by living vines in the falling snow, the young man demands answers from his unseen captor. A man in a headset angrily accuses someone of being a spy responsible for leaking their movements to the enemy. The young man in the tactical suit struggles to understand the message as he stands frustrated in the snow. The interrogator demands the captives reveal the location of the other Shinji squad members. A tense young man warns that the pursuers are only 20 kilometers behind and challenges others to check for themselves if they dare. A bandaged young man reacts calmly to the situation. A cautious figure walks past armored captives restrained by tentacle-like bindings, while one of them reacts in confusion. Lu Yuan steels himself for action, energy radiating as he prepares for the confrontation. Two armored figures are restrained by dark tendrils as lightning crashes around them. A lone figure strides away as two soldiers are swiftly restrained and silenced by coiling tendrils in the snow. Lu Yuan sprints urgently through the swirling snow, determined to escape. Lu Yuan charges forward with determination, moving at high speed. A young man in tactical armor dashes forward as the icy ground begins to fracture beneath him. An armored man discovers the corpse of a Shinji squad soldier in the snow and reacts with shock. He inspects the blood-stained ground, realizing the cause was not an explosion. A sudden sniper attack is revealed by the fresh, bloody bullet hole. Lu Yuan discovers a wounded ally on the snowy ground and realizes their group was ambushed even after the Qing forces retreated. A hand firmly pulls a bloodied wooden shard from its own side. He examines the bloodied bullet and realizes it differs from the one used by the person he suspects, who should already be in Barrier 88. A man surveys a snowy field scattered with fallen armored soldiers and blood, stunned as he questions who could have caused the carnage. Lu Yuan raises his hand in the snow and decisively issues a command. Lu Yuan stands victorious on the snowy battlefield, surrounded by the defeated. Lu Yuan channels a surge of blue energy, preparing for the next challenge. After gathering the nanomachines, the young man feels confident they will fully protect his body. A wary observer analyzes the sniper's identity while a focused shooter takes aim with a high-tech rifle. He sets out through the snow to collect his daily rations from the potato shooters, determined to reconsider his plans once he returns to camp. A character enters the snowy tent carrying a pile of potatoes and smiles confidently. A man in a cap notices someone returning and reacts with surprise. 5 armored figures discuss the need to guard their rations as nearby tents are running low on food. Sitting against the wall, the young man considers how to use his nearly complete collection of nanomachines. The protagonist evaluates his offensive strength with the black blade, but recognizes a need for better defense. A student voices fears about starvation as the group remains trapped indoors for 4 days. A boy suddenly realizes something surprising as he stands under a glowing light bulb at night. A confident man calls 2 others over, signaling for them to join him in the brightly lit room. One of the armored young men questions the others about their ability to create simple armor using mechanical knowledge. The young man scratches his head, admitting the task is difficult as uncertainty fills the air. The young man struggles to process a rapid explanation filled with complex mechanical terms. One armored man demands a clear answer about a technical task while the other confirms he can do it but warns he can only minimize wind resistance. A young man in futuristic armor reassures his companion to draft something now and improve it after studying. A black SUV speeds through the snowy wasteland as crows scatter overhead. 3 armored figures tense up inside the room, sensing that someone has arrived. A boot slams down onto the snowy ground as someone steps out of the vehicle with purpose. A frustrated man complains about having to travel deep into the mountains to promote a soldier. A suited man steps out in front of a military vehicle and orders the scattered group to assemble. A stern man in uniform demands to know who Rin Xiaosu is as snow falls around him. Lu Yuan glares ahead with unwavering determination, silently preparing for what comes next. A uniformed young man steps forward and introduces himself to a superior in the snowy camp. A solemn man announces that, due to the commander's injury, someone has been appointed acting commander and will now lead the squad. A chibi character clenches his fists in excitement, reacting with disbelief to surprising news. A uniformed man sternly presents a promotion letter in the falling snow, urging someone to sign it. Someone asks how he plans to celebrate with the group as he writes on a clipboard while snow falls outside. A playful man grins and jokingly offers to do splits, leaving the man in formal attire confused. A stern man in a suit delivers a tense warning in the dark, threatening atmosphere. Lu Yuan challenges the other person's logic with a dismissive question. 3 men stride through the snowy night toward an armored vehicle, ready to mobilize. A stern man complains about being forced to search for someone in the snowstorm and criticizes his target's lack of respect. A stern man orders his subordinate to blacklist and remove someone after the war ends. A soldier informs his leader that others are plotting to get rid of him after the war. 2 armored young men stand together in the falling snow, expressing confidence and discussing their plans for revenge after the war. The young man boasts about his authority, declaring his confidence with a smug expression. A stern figure stands at the front as 4 teammates silently await orders on the snowy training field. The acting commander steps forward, addresses the group, and asserts his new leadership role. Lu Yuan confidently assures the group of his survival skills and promises their safety under his leadership in the harsh wildlands. 4 young men stand together in the snow, silently preparing themselves for the challenge ahead. The young man steps forward in the snowy mountains and insists on taking the lead, assuring the group that they will be safe if they follow him. The young man urges his companion to maintain leadership until the mission is complete. A young man in armor confidently promises to keep his word as snow falls around him. 2 characters hurriedly exchange instructions to pack their belongings before night falls. A determined figure leads a group of armored companions through heavy snowfall across a wintry landscape. A group of armored young men stop abruptly in a snowy forest as thick thorny vines burst from the ground to block their path. A young man urgently shouts a warning as danger approaches. A young man in futuristic armor urges his group to stay close as they navigate through dangerous thorny tendrils in the snow. 3 armored figures cheer in awe, expressing energetic admiration for a display of skill. A determined young man reassures the group of his willingness to make sacrifices so they can escape alive. 2 men cry tears of gratitude as they repeatedly express their thanks to the commander. The team marches confidently across the snow as appreciation tokens are received for their achievements. A young man spots the skull-shaped cloud over the mountains and realizes the warning he received was true. 2 armored figures discuss a recent promotion in the snowy forest while another watches them closely. 1 man reveals that Qingjin secretly helped remove the other's private troop status to ensure cooperation, exposing deep infiltration and control within the organization. A man in tactical gear announces that a squad has arrived to discuss an alliance with the Lees. A young man suggests eliminating those opposing their ally, noting that steps are already being taken. A cautious agreement is reached as 1 man accepts the deal, provided his safety is guaranteed. 2 armored figures spot possible allies ahead in the snowy mountains and decide to approach them to confirm their route toward Mount Finney. A group of uniformed figures advances through the snow beneath swirling black clouds. A team in tactical suits advances together through the snow. A young man in winter gear commands the group to shoot anyone who tries to run away. As tension rises, 1 teammate warns the others to hide before the fighting starts, prompting anxious reactions. The group crosses the snowy field as their leader considers whether Xiaosu already knows who is on the other side of the mountain. 2 armored men spot enemy soldiers and react with alarm. He stands his ground before a group of startled soldiers in the snow. A man in tactical gear approaches with raised hands, announcing his group's intent to negotiate. A tense young man with a bandaged face demands proof from the visitor, questioning the lack of prior information. 1 armored man informs the other that their frontline commander is currently negotiating with higher authorities. A young man with a bandaged face warns the opposing group to disarm, declaring that the Shinji squad will not attack if they comply. A wary man in tactical gear questions the unexpected presence of Shinji squad and firmly refuses to surrender his platoon's weapons. 2 groups stand on a snowy field, facing each other in a tense standoff as they prepare for confrontation. 1 young man steps forward and demands an explanation for the opposing side's refusal to disarm during the negotiation. Faced with overwhelming odds, the anxious soldier realizes their only chance of survival is to proceed with the negotiation. The squad leader orders the soldiers to surrender and put down their weapons as the tense unit stands ready. 5 figures in tactical gear charge forward across the snowy mountains. Clad in armor, he exhales in the cold and steels himself for the coming challenge. A man in tactical gear kneels and prepares to draw his firearm, ready for action. A hand swiftly draws a black handgun, escalating the tension. A young man in uniform confidently aims his handgun forward with a smug expression. A man in tactical gear is struck mid-air, blood spraying as he suffers a severe wound. A bloodied young man in uniform raises his gun and urges his squad to attack the disarmed enemies. One armored young man recoils in distress, refusing to advance or attack despite his anxious companion urging him forward. Two armored soldiers raise their rifles and threaten anyone attempting to escape in the snowy landscape. A soldier lifts a rifle triumphantly as the others stare in shock and realization. The armored man tenses and grips his weapon, startled by an unexpected threat. A group of uniformed young men charges aggressively across the snowy landscape, launching an assault. Two armored men are taken down by a flurry of sudden, violent attacks in the snow. A figure blasts upward through the clouds above the icy mountains. News of a private troop wiping out an entire Qing special combat squad shocks the military base. A serious man urgently reports that an enemy special combat squad infiltrated their base for unknown reasons and was eliminated after a messenger delivered a warning. A stern man in uniform interrogates his subordinate about the enemy's unexpected infiltration and questions the timing of their detection. A man nervously explains that the Qing are traveling lightly through the mountains to avoid detection. Two uniformed men urgently discuss the mysterious annihilation of a group, referencing testimony from private troop soldiers. A man explains how the squad used their uniforms to deceive the enemy, making them surrender before launching an immediate attack. Two men discuss their suspicions about the Qing's motives, considering the possibility that the Qing anticipated losing to the Shinji squad. A serious man demands to know how many private troops have died. One man reports that their 400 soldiers match the enemy's numbers, prompting the other to react with relief and optimism over this unexpected victory. An authoritative man orders immediate recognition for the private troop, renames them the Hero Squad, and demands they receive the best equipment. The man announces that the commander will be officially ranked as a major and serve as a role model for the entire army. A man issues tactical orders to assign the group to the hardest stronghold and reports that the Qing have a new leader. A young man recoils in shock, demanding clarification. A man proposes sending a private troop to provoke and weaken Qingjin after his squad's defeat. The cheerful man eagerly accepts the task and prepares to get started. A hand in a suit reaches purposefully towards someone in a patterned garment, initiating contact. A young man smugly reflects on the general's ruthless strategy to sacrifice his own troop as bait, dismissing the hero squad as expendable pawns. A man stands resolutely in the snowy compound, declaring that leadership and finances require more than just kindness or righteousness. A uniformed man grumbles to himself about making an effort to announce a promotion, only to receive no gratitude in return. A man raises his pen and angrily declares his intent to blacklist someone. A poised man in a suit formally requests a title promotion for someone, holding a folder as he addresses another person off-panel. A young man freezes in shock as he processes unexpected news. A stern man urgently questions the other, who quickly agrees to carry out the orders without hesitation. A stern man warns others to resolve any past conflicts, emphasizing that the promoted individual is now their superior and a role model for the army. A nervous man quickly agrees not to cause any trouble. A furious man in a suit clutches his head and shouts in frustration after being asked to grant the title again. A message of gratitude is delivered to those stationed at the camouflaged structure in the snowy mountains. Night descends as snow quietly falls under the moonlit sky. A suited official meets the armored visitor, announcing that he is here to grant a title. A nervous man apologizes to a stoic officer and asks what he can do to make amends. A young man with a playful expression asks someone to do a split. A uniformed man stands frozen in shock, unable to process what just happened. A military vehicle arrives at Barrier 108 as several suited individuals approach the secured area. A woman stands outside at night, adjusting her hat as she surveys the city. A girl knocks on the closed metal shutter in the dimly lit area. A hand hovers tensely over the wooden surface, preparing for a precise move. A young woman in a hoodie and cap quietly taps on the large metal door. A man in an apron raises the shutter and questions the visitor about coming from the north. The woman issues a command to report the situation. A girl calmly listens as a man reports that the Shinji squad was ambushed by a mysterious sniper, but she reveals she already knew about the incident. A man reports that a squad of private troops wiped out the entire Qing Special Combat Squad at Mount Tantu, shocking everyone. She wonders if the destruction of the Qing Special Combat Squad is connected to him. In a dimly lit room, two people discuss the missing Li's defense layout, with one insisting they have no interest in the ongoing war. A determined woman demands help to find Ren Xiaosu and requests the name list of soldiers from the private troop. A skeptical man questions his companion about other possible leads while considering the surprising importance of Ren Xiaosu. A serious woman demands the surprised man investigate anything unusual that has happened recently. The scene shifts to a building marked as the Research Institute, establishing the new setting. A man in a lab coat orders the next batch of samples to be brought in. A confident woman with glasses agrees to proceed as she holds a vial. A sealed vial is handed over from one person to another, heightening the tension. A researcher analyzes unusual nanomachine behavior after discovering people with a 0% synchronization rate. A person in a white coat urgently seizes a blue test tube. Two doctors prepare a large mechanical device aimed at the restrained man's head as he lies on the hospital bed. A worried young man urgently searches the control panel, questioning the absence of nanomachines inside the subject. A scientist urgently reports that the nanomachines inside the patient have vanished. The sun rises over the snowy mountains, marking the start of a new day. A convoy of 3 military trucks moves cautiously along a rugged mountain road. A uniformed young man proudly receives praise for his rapid promotion to major in the Lee's official army and the bright future it promises. An armored passenger, visibly annoyed, demands to take over driving as tension builds inside the vehicle. A squad member warns the driver to slow down due to slippery roads and soldiers in the back. One character questions the logic of the situation, while the other reacts in confusion. 2 uniformed men discuss their uneasy assignment to Base 313 in a dimly lit room. A wary young man points out that their plan to go to Base 313 may have already been leaked. A wary young man suspects their mission is a setup to lure enemies after learning that the supposedly secret operation is widely known. A young man questions the Lee family's confidence as he reflects on their treatment of heroes. One character challenges the other's reasoning, prompting a confused response as they sit together in the dimly lit room. He analyzes the situation, realizing the enemy is openly signaling the location of the private troops at Base 313. The soldiers wait in formation as the enemy's hesitation threatens to weaken their morale. A squad of armored officers braces for a challenging battle as they anticipate the enemy's arrival. A military convoy travels through a barren landscape as someone reflects on how even heroes are treated as disposable pawns. One character reassures his worried companion while they travel together in the vehicle. A uniformed man anxiously warns that the enemy might regroup to retaliate. One character eagerly offers information in exchange for a chance to drive, but quickly gives up when the other refuses. Lu Yuan leans on his hand and complains about how boring the situation is. A large eagle flies overhead as a military convoy moves below. A young man in armor watches a jet fly above a submarine, reflecting on how warfare has changed over time. Inside the armored vehicle, a tense figure contemplates how nanomachines could decide the outcome of the ongoing ground war. Military trucks enter the fortified Mount Xuanlong Base 313 under watchful guard. Armored recruits assemble in formation outdoors, preparing for inspection by 2 figures in similar uniforms. 2 soldiers discuss how their group is now a top target on the battlefield and unlikely to be welcomed by others, especially the soldiers at Base 313. The team moves toward the outpost to complete their paperwork, undeterred by an unwelcoming atmosphere. A soldier steps forward and identifies one of the 3 armored men standing in formation. The young man steps forward with a confident smile and confirms his identity. 2 opposing groups of armored soldiers clash verbally as one questions the other's lack of discipline and is met with a defensive outburst. A commanding officer asserts his authority by declaring his leadership and expertise over the base's defenses. 2 armored figures shake hands as one thanks the other for their hard work and dedication to the consortium. A stern man harshly confronts the new squad, accusing them of being useless troublemakers sent by the higher-ups and warning them not to see themselves as heroes. A stern man instructs the group to wait for an escort to their tents and warns them not to leave or cause trouble. A character silently judges another for acting arrogant. Lu Yuan considers leveraging the base commander's knowledge and instructs Palace to use the skill tree book. A skill selection prompt appears, offering the chance to learn the target's low-level party skill. Lu Yuan reacts in disbelief, questioning if someone is actually playing rock, paper, scissors. A nervous soldier questions why the military's alcohol prohibition is ignored, worrying about the consequences of using a low-level party skill. With a resigned sigh, he decides to learn the new skill rather than let the skill tree book go to waste. A group of uniformed young men gathers as one places a reassuring hand on another's shoulder and asks what's wrong. A worried subordinate confides to his superior that the camp residents keep telling them to die. 2 young men discuss the risks of their assignment as their group stands uneasily together at dusk. A commanding figure demands further details from a group of soldiers, intensifying the tense atmosphere. 3 young men firmly assert that they are not at fault and defend their innocence against unfair accusations. One young man explains the hidden darkness of humanity while comforting his companion as they walk together. One of the young men questions the purpose of their journey to the west, wondering if it is for a better life. A silver-haired young man, looking surprised, questions his master's true intentions about saving the world. A young character in ceremonial robes calmly shares advice about the importance of self-care before helping others. The exhausted young apprentice kneels on the ground and pleads for a break from training. An armored vehicle arrives at the illuminated compound gate at night. A military jeep pulls up to the entrance of a large facility as 3 tense occupants prepare for what comes next. A man in a leopard print coat silently contemplates his next move while smoking a cigar. Lu Yuan carefully examines the map in the forest clearing, preparing to learn the terrain more quickly. A lone figure surveys the enemy camp at night, noting that most tents had frequent activity. 3 isolated tents stand apart from the rest of the camp, with soldiers watching them closely but keeping their distance. Lu Yuan studies the map carefully, suspecting he has found the Lee's restricted area. 3 figures approach the brightly lit military tent, tense as they realize it belongs to the nano-soldiers. A young man listens intently as someone whispers that a llama has arrived from the north. A young man in armor is startled as he hears unexpected news about a mute arriving from the south. A man jumps out from behind a tree and surprises another man who is sitting on the ground with a map. Night falls as a crescent moon glows in the starry sky. Two young men discuss their dangerous new assignment at Base 313, worried about being sent into peril with inadequate firearms. Two armored men exchange urgent updates about troop movements as the threat of war rapidly approaches. A man outlines a diversionary attack on Base 313 while revealing the real target is Base 319. Two armored men exchange a defense map and coordinate an attack plan against Target 313 at night. A man in a tactical outfit gratefully receives a rolled-up map in the nighttime forest. A notification appears announcing a new appreciation point from Tengzhou. A quiet campsite with several tents stands empty under the open sky. Inside a dimly lit room, two men receive urgent news that the Qing forces have divided into two groups. A serious-looking man quickly questions the destination of the two groups as he analyzes enemy movements. A young man quickly reports that one enemy group is approaching Base 313 while another heads for Base 319, but their exact manpower remains unknown. Two armored men argue over whether Qingzhen will attack their base and discuss his unpredictable battlefield tactics. Two men stand back to back while one analyzes another person's cautious and measured nature. Two armored men urgently discuss the possibility that the attack on one base is a diversion for a larger assault on another. Two men exchange a thumbs up and smile as one acknowledges the other's thorough strategic analysis. Two armored men discuss urgent preparations to support Base 319 if the enemy's attack on Base 313 proves to be a diversion. Realizing a betrayal, a young man in battle gear urgently reacts as he discovers someone plans to sell out the hero squad. Two men in tactical suits confront each other in a tense, shadowy corner as one reveals a small object. A soldier rushes from an explosion to report that the Qing's main forces are advancing and their aerial attack was intercepted by the anti-artillery vehicle. The enemy targets the main artillery after obtaining the defense layout, while a soldier urgently reports the breach amid explosions. The young man recoils in disbelief, stunned by an unexpected revelation. A male leader realizes the enemy has obtained their defense layout, causing alarm. A man urgently reports that their anti-artillery was immediately bombarded by enemy mortars. Bombs crash down on the military compound as a stunned onlooker witnesses the sudden attack. Explosions tear through the compound, plunging the area into chaos. A young man panics as he realizes their defense layout has been discovered. A team in stealth suits silently takes aim from their concealed position, preparing to ambush their target under the night sky. A nervous subordinate voices his fear that their group could be wiped out if targeted by enemy mortars. The young man reassures his ally with a confident smile. A lone figure freezes as a massive army of armored soldiers appears on the horizon. A young man hides behind a ledge and spots approaching enemies in the dark. Two armored figures prepare an ambush at night, deciding to use the terrain to their advantage and wait for the enemy to come closer. A young man urgently objects to moving any closer, warning that the enemy is already close enough to throw grenades. The young man crouches in the darkness and confidently assures his companion that everything is under control. A squad of armed operatives advances cautiously through the darkness. A commanding figure orders the squad to open fire. A fiery blast erupts from the window of the dome-shaped structure at night. Luan swiftly incapacitates several attackers on the dark, sloped terrain. Two men in tactical gear anxiously watch a building burn on a hill, awaiting orders. A uniformed man urgently orders his team to deploy the RPG. A man kneels under the night sky and prepares to fire a rocket launcher. A blond man armed with a rocket launcher looks up as a flaming object crashes near the bunker at night. A massive explosion tears through the mountains, hurling debris and a scroll into the air. Two uniformed men stand alert as they confront an unseen threat, tension crackling in the air. A squad of armored soldiers charges forward as their leader hurls a grenade to break through enemy lines. Four armed operatives hurl projectiles into the night sky, initiating a coordinated attack. Grenades fly through the air and land near the center of the scene. A white-haired man surveys the distant bunker, carefully assessing the situation amid scattered grenades. One man urgently reveals that their grenades were secretly swapped earlier in the day, exposing a betrayal. The older man, shocked and outraged, accuses his opponent of deliberately using underhanded tactics. A commanding figure urgently orders the soldiers to retreat. A young man in tactical armor commands his team to keep advancing and maintain their attack. An armed squad advances up the grassy slope at night, unleashing heavy gunfire. Sudden explosions tear through the battlefield, plunging the scene into chaos. Two armored squad members stand beneath the stars, confidently boasting about their easy victory over the opposing force. A rescue mission is assigned to save 100 casualties from Base 313 with the promise of a reward upon completion. He prepares to seize the opportunity to collect another batch of nanomachines. A determined leader commands an eager ally to return to base for a rescue mission as their team listens under the night sky. A frightened teammate pleads for the leader to stay as the leader prepares to leave. An injured young man reassures his group to stay firm, confident that their opponents lack the strength to attack. A uniformed man stands tensely in the fog, silently surveying his ominous surroundings. A boy in a cap expresses astonishment that they still have enough strength to return and help others after the difficult battle. A group stands victorious in the center of a devastated battlefield, surrounded by fallen opponents and lingering smoke. Under the night sky, Two uniformed men split tasks as one heads to help the wounded while the other moves to investigate. A group of uniformed young men secretly gather under the night sky while one of them contemplates their next move. A young man in futuristic armor steps onto the battlefield, resolute under the floodlights of the night. Three armored figures cower and tremble at the feet of a dominant figure in the darkness. Lu Yuan, clad in dramatic armor and radiating energy, reaches out with unwavering determination. A powerful energy wave erupts from the center, forcing everyone nearby to stagger backward. A gloved hand bursts through the restraint, crackling with energy. He steels himself, eyes narrowed with determination as he prepares for what comes next. Lu Yuan stands amid the fallen, silently assessing the aftermath of the confrontation. A gloved hand clamps down on an ankle, halting the opponent's movement in the midst of the confrontation. Lu Yuan recoils in shock, visibly startled by something unexpected. An injured man trapped under debris desperately calls for help as an armored figure reaches out to save him. A young man in armor greets someone who has arrived unexpectedly, clearly surprised by their presence. A man crouches beside his injured companion on the training ground, checking on his condition and questioning why he needs help despite his reputation as a nano-soldier. A wounded young man, bleeding but resolute, urges someone to stay focused and not dwell on the past. A gloved figure grips a crystalline dagger, preparing to strike as he taunts his opponent about surviving a previous wolf attack. Standing confidently with a smirk, one character threatens another from behind with a sharp object. A powerful explosion erupts, sending shockwaves outward from the center. A boy lies motionless on the ground, blood pooling from his head. A bandaged boy in a monk-like robe mockingly blesses another person with a sarcastic remark about early transcendence. The young man surveys the area, planning to distribute the nanomachines he collected to more students. Lu Yuan surveys the aftermath and prepares to search for anything useful before moving on. A chibi character reacts in shock, eyes wide and mouth open. Lu Yuan notices several mysterious black boxes lying near a military vest in the abandoned lot. A nanomachine wireless charging device is plugged in. Lu Yuan discovers that the black devices can be charged wirelessly. Lu Yuan uncovers a hidden compartment and retrieves a mysterious black box. A triumphant young man proudly displays his successful catch. Two men stand together under the stars amid the ruined camp, one supporting the other as they look upward. They arrive at the medical center. A doctor questions the armored group about why they are assisting with the wounded and demands to know their combat sequence. Two armored young men announce their team as the hero squad, with one supporting his bruised companion. A masked man in medical attire demands to know how someone returned unharmed from the front lines. A character glares forward with intense determination. An injured man in the hospital bed angrily demands to know if the others abandoned their base. A determined armored fighter supports his weary comrade while insisting that their squad remains steadfast and has come to help after defeating the enemy. The armored man refuses to argue and insists he must leave to help others, urging the other to verify his claims at the battlefield. One character reassures a disheartened comrade with a supportive gesture. Armored and determined, someone rushes toward the medical team transporting an injured patient, insisting on taking over. The medical staff confidently assure others that they can handle the situation themselves. One character furiously insists on taking control while the others react in shock and hesitation. A silver-haired boy reels in shock at his master's powerful and intimidating aura while witnessing him save others. Lu Yuan commands the medics to lower the stretcher. A man rushes an unconscious person into a crowded medical tent as medics scramble to help the wounded. One armored young man taunts the other by offering to teach him another lesson. Lu Yuan demands that gratitude be expressed aloud. A man in armor awkwardly expresses his gratitude while someone else silently questions the situation. A lone gray bird flies silently across the patterned sky. Lu Yuan reacts with exasperation at the injured person's lack of sincere gratitude. Annoyed by the other man's insincere words, the dark-haired man dismisses him and turns his attention back to his mission. Two uniformed individuals rush an unconscious person on a stretcher through the corridor. Carrying an injured person over his shoulder, the protagonist moves quickly to help the casualties. Lu Yuan carries an injured man through the military compound, completing the mission to help the casualties. A mission completion notification appears, awarding 5 attribute points as a reward. Attribute points are allocated with 4 to agility and 1 to strength. He suddenly realizes something crucial, his eyes wide with amazement. A surge of radiant energy erupts as the protagonist stands at its center, encircled by glowing bands of light. Strength and agility have surpassed their limits. He steels himself, eyes narrowing with unwavering determination as he prepares for the challenge ahead. A medical tent stands ready in the sunlit, barren area, signaling a focus on urgent care. A furious soldier confronts the hero's squad outside the medical tent, blaming them for attracting enemy fire and rejecting their assistance. Inside the tent, Lu Yuan stands in tense silence, surveying his surroundings. The team regroups and prepares to head back to their base under their leader's command. 2 men in tactical uniforms stroll through the military camp, discussing plans to loot equipment after the battle and talking about breakfast preparations. A hopeful suggestion is made to cook bacon-fried rice. 5 wounded young men in combat armor walk together in silence, their faces serious as they return after battle. 2 armored men are ambushed by explosions while cooking at their campfire. Two soldiers prepare food by campfire after their mission, debating whether it's safe while some enemies remain hidden nearby. Two soldiers argue by the campfire about whether to charge the enemy or keep holding their position as ordered. One man orders the group to rotate between guarding the high ground and coming over for a meal, while the other quickly agrees. A sudden burst of light surrounds the protagonist as a new ability called Siege is unlocked, granting immense strength and agility for 30 seconds. Startled by the sudden emergence of a new ability, the protagonist stares at the campfire in disbelief. A young man considers the potential boost to his strength as he prepares to activate a new power. He tests his increased agility by launching a powerful kick. While cooking at the flaming wok, he wonders if gaining 10 points will unlock a new ability. He realizes that improving his physique will earn him additional rewards. Two young men sitting by a fire decide to get their own rice instead of waiting for someone else. Lu Yuan offers a steaming plate of food to Woody, encouraging him to try it. A young man in uniform savors his meal and expresses gratitude to his master. One young man admits he gave up on trying to be a good person, while the other listens quietly and eats. The armored young man confesses his regret, and reveals that protecting the other person helps him hold on to hope. A locked metal gate blocks the entrance to a dark basement. A man analyzes documents and uncovers that a superhuman is assisting the Yang family in collecting nanomachine samples. The character examines the thick folder, questioning the unusually large number of collected samples. A stern man with glasses stands alone, criticizing the others as fools. A man in a white coat pauses his reading and invites someone into the concrete room. Two men review a report about a batch of nanomachines that malfunctioned due to 0% synchronization. A stern man in a lab coat demands to know who is responsible for the 0% synchronization anomaly. A man in a suit relays that the board has assigned a critical task and confirms the program in the nanomachines has been cleared. A man in a lab coat discovers the program has been completely erased from the folder. A scientist questions how the nanomachine programs could be cleared without the factory's retrieval process, and C1 authorization from the board. A man in a lab coat grows suspicious as he notices the same names repeatedly appearing in the combat squad's documents. One man urgently orders the immediate arrest of two individuals while the other hesitantly questions if they have the authority to proceed. A stern man glares intensely, demanding clarification with an icy tone. A serious young man warns that Ren Xiaosu is leading the hero squad in battle at base 313 and urges everyone to remain cautious unless his involvement is confirmed. A serious young man with glasses announces his plan to personally head to base 313 and insists the operation must remain secret. On the second night at base 313, 8 people sit silently around a campfire, resting and regrouping. A vehicle speeds toward the tense group gathered around the campfire, interrupting their uneasy silence. Someone steps decisively out of the vehicle. A confident man arrives with armed guards and announces he is the representative of the Lee's consortium, here to investigate. A man in a white coat reads a list of names to a group of armored individuals gathered beneath the night sky. A male character, tense and worried, wonders if the Lees have uncovered new information. A scientist confirms that all the armored members present belong to the hero squad. Liu Yuan affirms his decision with a determined gaze. A man in a white coat orders the armored group to follow him under the night sky. 3 armored teammates cautiously move forward under the night sky as one suggests they cooperate with the situation for now. Night quietly settles as the sky darkens from dusk to evening. An authority figure steps forward and summons someone from the group for questioning inside the tent, while an armed guard observes. The recruits brace themselves as they realize they will be interrogated one by one. A man in a white coat calmly questions a tense squad member about recent unusual activity within the group. The uniformed man nervously assures his superior that there are no issues. A man in a lab coat taunts his opponent by listing crucial names and events to provoke a reaction. The character reacts in shock, eyes wide and sweat dripping down their face. A person in a white sleeve firmly places their hand on the wooden box, claiming it. The man in the lab coat confidently offers a large sum of money, citizenship, and a job in exchange for information about any abnormalities. The young man stands tense and silent as he processes troubling news. A confident man in a lab coat challenges the listener's trust with a confrontational question. A man offers a large sum of cash and threatens imprisonment if the other refuses to share information. A captive in a pink robe is violently thrown to the ground with a sack over their head as another figure stands over them. Cornered and trembling, the young man finally begins to confess under pressure. The man in the lab coat calmly grants permission for the next action. A young man reveals that someone has been secretly leaving the outpost at night and returning in the morning, exposing hidden movements to the group. 2 armored young men realize they have been betrayed and react to the news under a dark sky. The interrogation ends as the man claims he has revealed everything and is told to leave with his payment, while another is called in. A cheerful man in uniform eagerly accepts a burlap sack as he responds enthusiastically to the request. A uniformed man testifies that wolves occasionally bring food to the outpost and mentions witnessing someone silently leave the night before the officers disappeared. A uniformed young man points out that Ren Xiaosu left the camp before both the Shinji squad officers died and the Qing attack began. A calm man in a white coat urges the armored figure to share information in exchange for money. A cheerful man in uniform openly asks for more money. the man confidently asks for a complete explanation. A soldier nervously denies any problems within the squad as he faces a suspicious white-haired man in the dimly lit room. A man in a lab coat with a spider emblem aggressively dismisses the other's importance and threatens him. Inside the tent, the man in the lab coat warns his armored companion that an uncertain fate awaits him despite their light-hearted conversation. The sun rises over the tents, signaling the start of a new day. Two armored young men discuss the results of their questioning, realizing that most witnesses have accused them. A man with glasses and a spider emblem steps into the room, confronting the last two survivors and demanding a response. One character steps forward and orders the others to stop as tension rises between the group. A young man with a bandaged cheek warns that when the Qing family attacks again, no one will care about the person he addresses. A man in a lab coat recoils in shock as cracks or energy suddenly tear through the air behind him. A missile detonates near three men as one of them announces their awaited moment. A young man in a white coat urgently demands to know what someone plans to do. A furious young man surges forward, unleashing a powerful attack. A wounded, clawed figure suddenly charges at a stunned man in the forest. The young man activates his digital armor, bracing himself for the imminent confrontation. The young man charges forward at high speed in his nanomachine armor. Frustrated, the man with glasses exclaims that even with the highest number of nanomachines and a 94% synchronization rate, he still cannot match his rival's abilities. An older man clutches his throat in shock as blood spills from his mouth. An armored attacker brutally stabs a man in white in the forest as the truth about the missing nanomachines is revealed. A suited young man is hurled backwards across the forest floor by a powerful blow from his masked, armored opponent. A powerful attack strikes the ground, sending shockwaves and a massive cloud of smoke into the air. The armored young man in the horned helmet steels himself, ready to confront the challenge ahead. Three armored men move cautiously through the tense forest, alert and ready for confrontation. A desperate soldier orders his unit to open fire as projectiles tear through the forest. An armored figure stands firm in the forest while the others recoil in shock behind him. Uniformed figures dive for cover as a barrage of ominous energy crashes down in the dark forest. A silver-haired young man in glowing armor interrupts the chaos, confidently confronting his opponents as flames erupt around him. A glowing lion mask ignites with golden flames, signaling the activation of a powerful artifact. A young man in golden armor steps through the flames and announces that it's his turn as another armored figure stands ready behind him. A fierce warrior in ornate armor swings his staff, releasing a wave of blazing flames at his opponent. A fierce warrior hurls a blazing attack upward in defense of his master. A character unleashes a massive fiery sword attack against a group of armored opponents. An armored man watches in awe as someone unleashes an incredible display of strength amidst the chaos. Two armored warriors split up and charge forward, each taking a side as their coordinated attack begins. Two armored figures are hurled backward by a sudden force as another flees in terror. The armored warrior stands victorious with his helmet shattered, while two defeated enemies lie behind him. The standing man asserts his superiority as his wounded opponent kneels on the ground. The armored young man boldly claims his power surpasses everyone else's and commands the countdown to begin. Lu Yuan stands his ground and warns the two armed attackers that they only have 30 seconds left to live. The armored leader raises his sword and orders his forces to begin the siege. The young man surges forward and strikes both armored opponents with electrifying force. A character charges forward at high speed, smashing through debris and causing destruction in their path. Lu Yuan activates a mysterious power as a glowing pattern spreads across his face and hand. One armored figure calls out to his companion after defeating their opponents in the forest clearing. The students regroup in the forest clearing and quickly check on each other's condition after the crossfire. The group urgently prepares to evacuate the injured students, with two members taking the lead in carrying those most hurt, while the others follow as they search for a way back to Barrier 108. The sun rises above the clouds, signaling the start of a new day. A group of armored figures marches in formation through the quiet, sunlit forest. Pushing forward through the sunlit forest, one person carries his exhausted companion on his back. A group of young men in uniform stand in formation outdoors, preparing for inspection as the one at the front exudes confidence. A group of soldiers suddenly appears in the forest, prompting suspicion about their purpose. A group of armored individuals advances toward the dense forest while one young man pauses at the edge, assessing the situation. An armored figure carries an exhausted companion past a line of soldiers and asks which combat sequence he belongs to. A weary soldier reports that their squad has retreated due to casualties and is heading to the medics. A serious young man in battle armor demands to be taken to the camp where the hero squad is located. A man in a combat suit braces himself as a hostile group emerges from the forest. A resolute man confronts a line of nanosoldiers in the forest, calculating the challenge ahead. A uniformed officer offers to guide the group through the forest. A man quickly orders the group to take the injured to the medic while he prepares to lead others to the hero squad's camp. A young man freezes in shock as he suddenly realizes something crucial. An armored figure, looking pleased, gives permission for the group to proceed as they gather in the forest clearing. The group stands together, refusing to turn around as tension builds. A group of armored figures moves cautiously through the sunlit forest, helping their injured companions. A military truck speeds away across the misty landscape, fleeing toward the mountains. They quickly locate a transporter truck and prepare to move forward. People rush to move the covered military truck while a lone observer watches from afar. Machinery rumbles as the scene shifts to a shadowy industrial setting. The young man scans the surroundings warily while another waits in the truck against a backdrop of mountains. An outraged character confronts the thieves as their military truck is stolen and driven away into the wilderness. A foot slams down onto a pressure plate, triggering the next stage of the trap. A young man urgently plans to escape with his group before an arrest warrant is issued. Amidst the chaos of war, the group considers hiding in the wildlands, relying on thorn vines to help them survive. A massive stone fortress emerges from the mist under a cloudy sky. A uniformed officer stops the military truck and asks the driver for identification. A young man confidently displays his official badge, revealing his authority as a special investigation officer. A soldier in tactical gear salutes and greets a superior. A massive gateway swings open, unveiling the clear sky and distant buildings beyond. A military truck arrives in front of the clothing store. A male in futuristic armor enters the room carrying several packages. He walks indoors in his military uniform, carrying 2 large bags and searching for a place to change clothes to avoid drawing attention. A military truck arrives in a deserted alley between old brick buildings. Lu Yuan adjusts his jacket and prepares to face the upcoming confrontation. Lu Yuan arrives at the building and surveys the area beside a large covered truck. The young man freezes in shock, clearly confused by what just happened. One character suddenly vomits a rainbow into a container while another looks on in shock. Lu Yuan teases his friend for feeling carsick while everyone else seems unaffected. The calm young man gestures toward the disoriented armored group, highlighting the aftermath of the incident. Lu Yuan freezes in disbelief, stunned by what he sees. The protagonist checks a mystical device to assess his driving skill, but it reports no skill detected. The protagonist is left speechless, reacting in disbelief to the situation. A pair of hands prepares clothes and medicine on a table, instructing others to change and treat the student's wounds in secret. One character volunteers to search for the missing group, while another stays behind and signals encouragement. A young man searches anxiously for his separated allies as he approaches the towering barrier. In a shadowed alley, the protagonist anxiously weighs his options for finding his target without exposing his investigation credentials. A stern man refuses the kneeling woman's offer of worthless currency, insisting that only money from the Lee's bank will be accepted as another man approaches the tense scene. A young woman desperately begs a silent man to sell her rice, insisting her family's investment money will gain value after the war. He realizes that even the people behind the barrier are struggling during the war. While still fleeing from danger, the protagonist receives a mission to help citizens suffering inside the barrier. He considers trading his rusted gold bars from the ruins, realizing local currency has become worthless. A gold shop comes into view, signaling a new location in the story. He confidently plans to use his resources at other barriers once the war ends. A young man enters the gold shop. Lu Yuan approaches the shopkeeper and asks to trade his gold bars. A smug man considers how easily he can exploit people desperate enough to trade gold for cash during the war. A determined young man slams his finger on the table and urgently demands to trade for all of the Yang's money present. A bald man explains that they have 240,000 in cash, but the amount is insufficient despite the current gold exchange rate. The young man offers to trade for all of the older man's remaining Qi currency, prompting the grateful merchant to reveal he still has 310,000 left. A notification appears, confirming the acquisition of an appreciation token. A mission progress notification shows that 1/10 of the objective is complete. He realizes he can quickly advance his mission by visiting more gold shops. He counts his earnings with a satisfied grin as multiple mission progress notifications appear above the busy street. A system message confirms the mission's completion and delivers the basic skill tree book as a reward. A large stack of cash sits unattended in the middle of the dimly lit room. He celebrates triumphantly as he announces the completion of his task. He quickly decides to check on the injured students before organizing a search for the missing group. After landing smoothly from a high jump, the protagonist confidently asks for feedback. A worried young man kneels and urgently asks for help with a companion's dislocated arm, explaining that the black medicine is effective but not enough. Lu Yuan stands alone, visibly stunned as he reacts to unexpected news. Lu Yuan sits surrounded by 6 boys, telling them he has a secret way to help and insisting they keep everything confidential. Lu Yuan channels healing energy into another person's hand. He stares at his arm in shock as a mysterious energy suddenly envelopes it. A young man introduces the nanomachines and encourages another to use them to help relocate his arm. The young man sits cross-legged and focuses intently as he prepares to unleash the glowing energy bands on his body. The young man braces himself as a surge of glowing energy courses around him. An excited young man announces that they have successfully relocated it. A defiant older man swears to keep a critical secret during a tense confrontation with a determined young man. A group near the parked military truck receives new supplies and instructions to practice using them. A system message reports that nanomachines have been transferred to 8 people and requests payment for the surgery. A young man angrily accuses someone of trying to take advantage of him now that he has money. Surrounded by uniformed men, Lu Yuan remains calm in the center of the tense standoff. The boy reacts nervously, sweat forming on his face as unease sets in. The group jumps off the truck in high spirits, ready to find a restaurant and celebrate their newfound freedom. A young man considers the difficulty of finding a restaurant and worries about which currency will be accepted. A military truck races through the ruined city as someone considers finding another way to feed the group if their plan fails. A large truck arrives and stops in front of the ornate wooden gate, signaling a pivotal moment. Lu Yuan leads a determined group of students as they make a bold entrance together. Around the table, the group discusses using funds from the Qing and Yang families to cover their expenses. One of the young men complains about the overpriced menu, questioning the low value of the local currency. A young man dismisses concerns about inflation, assuring others that they have enough money during wartime. A cheerful woman heads over as a group of uniformed youths call out to place their order at the restaurant. With a confident grin, the young man quickly orders everything on the menu except the bitter gourd. A woman is stunned as she processes a shocking revelation. A cheerful woman confirms the order as a man gives a thumbs up and waits for the food. A young man cheerfully announces that he will pay for everyone's meal at the restaurant. A concerned companion questions his master's well-being after noticing unusual behavior. The young man brushes off the attempt at conversation and focuses on the menu. A young man angrily reacts to a system prompt demanding more money in exchange for unlocking higher inventory space. He decides to unlock his limited inventory after realizing he lacks space for daily supplies. Lu Yuan unlocks a large amount of new inventory space by spending millions, causing stacks of money to appear before him. The young man concentrates inside the glowing energy sphere, activating a powerful high-tech barrier around himself. A frustrated young man complains about not receiving a discount despite making a large purchase. Lu Yuan stands before the high-tech storage device, considering whether to unlock the vacuum preservation function for 200,000. A young man with bandages on his face confidently gives the command to unlock. A system prompt appears, offering to unlock the plantation function. The boy angrily demands the sealed door to unlock as he confronts its confusing mechanisms. A system notification confirms that the unlock and payment processes are complete. The protagonist explains the method for returning to the beginning. A concerned figure asks his withdrawn master if he is feeling unwell. One person hurriedly apologizes to the restaurant boss and corrects the food order, while three companions react with confusion and amusement outside. Two officers confront someone outside a restaurant, accusing them of illegally obtaining and trading gold bars. The young man considers using information from the Ministry of Public Order to locate Hushuo. A confident young man points at the group below and calls them to come over. A nervous young man in uniform anxiously reacts to the unexpected appearance of the Special Investigation Division. Uniformed officers confront a tense group at the table, prompting one man to defensively question their intentions regarding possible confiscation of gold bars. A uniformed officer anxiously clarifies their authority to prevent a misunderstanding. A young man informs the officers that the Special Investigation Division will now take over the case, leaving them surprised. The young man forcefully announces that his group will take over management duties and instructs the others to report his words to their superiors. Two uniformed men anxiously discuss the possibility of the Special Investigation Division attempting to seize power. Three uniformed men move quickly toward the ornate double doors. A young man questions his companion about the risks of informing their enemy's superiors. A smug young man taunts his opponent for being naive, raising his hand with a sly expression. The group arrives at the entrance of a traditional restaurant. Two military vehicles stop outside a building. A young man finishes his meal and notes that the person they're waiting for should have arrived by now. An older man enters with determination, his stern gaze fixed upward. With a smug smirk, the bandaged character reveals that his adversary has fallen into his trap. A worried man urgently informs someone that the Special Investigation Division is rumored to be taking over the Ministry of Public Order. A young man cheerfully explains that they are simply expanding their business. An older man with a smug expression reveals that Li Qingjing has been arrested by covert units and will soon be brought back. Inside a traditional building, two men discuss the terrifying power of nanomachine-controlled soldiers who have just decimated the main forces at Mount Qingxing. Shocked by the revelation, the young man realizes the Li clan is using nanomachines in a cruel way against their own soldiers. While analyzing the memory, he recalls a clue about the palace mentioning the long-range communication protocol. During his nanomachine collection, an older man urgently instructs someone to find their brother and others at Baoyuan Alley and leave the area immediately. Liu Yuan's eyes widen as he suddenly notices something alarming. One man urgently questions the other about the timing and location of a prisoner's transfer, while suspicion arises regarding his true motives. The young man admits he might act selfishly and refuses to promise otherwise. An older man warns a younger man that the only opportunity to act will be during a heavily guarded interrogation. The young man assures the other person that he will only proceed if he feels confident, urging them to provide the location. An older man smirks with intent, his expression hinting at a hidden plan. A silver-haired man reveals the existence of a basement beneath the clothing factory. A hand swiftly grabs the sealed envelope from the wooden surface, signaling the start of a crucial action. One character studies a letter while another asks if they are going to rescue the Wolf King. The protagonist silently studies the document, visibly shocked by its contents. One character asks if they are going to rescue the Wolf King as they study a map together. A determined youth sets out to search for allies in the sunlit corridor. A group of uniformed students sits tensely in the back of a military truck as it moves through the city. The driver insists on being left alone to make his decision, while the other person watches with concern. A character hesitates, weighing the danger of the rescue mission and questioning if it will change who he is. A shy character hesitantly admits he is still hungry. A weary boy reassures his companion to hold on until they reach Baoyuan Alley, where help awaits. As the truck moves through the sunlit city, one prisoner questions another's morality, but the other quickly rejects the idea of being a good person. Two young men drive together, worriedly discussing whether their ally has betrayed them and recounting how a mysterious unit helped them escape danger. The young man sits in the vehicle, quietly considering the new perspective. Sitting in the car, he struggles to decide whether or not to help. Agitated, the person kicks the chair leg in frustration. Three young men are abruptly forced aside as something rushes past them on the city street. A truck speeds recklessly around a city corner as a panicked passenger shouts for the driver to slow down. A convoy of military vehicles advances toward the fortress. 6 armored team members sit in tense silence inside the transport vehicle, awaiting deployment. Armored guards interrogate a frustrated team leader, demanding the whereabouts of Rin Xiaosu as he insists he knows nothing and shifts the blame. The group pauses as one member admires the stunning mountain landscape. A cheerful older man celebrates by bringing meat and wine after hearing a fortune teller predict his son's rise to fame and success. The young man smirks as he reflects on his unexpected way of entering the fortress. One armored young man asks if he can have his fortune read, while the other listens quietly under the bright sky. The group learns that the person they were seeking left town long ago, leaving them uncertain about what the future holds after their quest for revenge. A young man in futuristic armor introduces himself as Xiaosu's friend and offers a fresh start. A white-haired young man teases his brown-haired companion about their friendship, leaving the other surprised. The armored figure rises decisively, ready for action. A silver-haired man informs the armored soldiers that someone is being taken to the secret base under the textile factory in Fortress 108, causing confusion and hesitation about a possible rescue. A uniformed man urgently confronts someone, demanding to know why they led their friend into a secret base. A silver-haired young man in futuristic armor calmly reveals that he is motivated by curiosity about how friends treat each other. A sudden explosion erupts at the front of the military convoy, throwing the scene into chaos. Realizing the enemy's scheme, the young man exposes the plan to hijack the transportation route. A gloved hand is placed firmly on an armored shoulder, offering silent support. 2 armored men leap from the back of the military truck as the others watch alertly. A determined man rushes toward the military trucks to rescue a captive among the prisoners. He realizes the explanation he was given is full of flaws and suspects he is being manipulated into going underground. Someone realizes that an old man had sinister motives after discovering he possessed the base's blueprint. Liyuan crouches and discreetly plants exploding cards while another character watches. The group of uniformed enemies is suddenly trapped and immobilized by thick, red thorn vines during the chaos. 2 armored young men stand back to back as red tentacles close in, readying themselves for the imminent attack. 2 young men confront their opponents, demanding the release of the Wolf King and threatening retaliation if their demands are not met. A silver-haired young man enthusiastically greets an armored figure as they reunite in the mountains. 2 young men are stunned as they come face to face with a silver-haired adversary who appears unexpectedly. The young man deduces that the supposedly clan squad was just a cover for the old man's cunning grandson, explaining the effortless rescue. A furious young man confronts an armored silver-haired figure, accusing him and his companion of deception. A girl jumps between the 2 young men, halting their fight in the forest clearing. 2 figures forge an alliance with a powerful fist bump. One character helps another to their feet, while the rest watch in the aftermath of a confrontation. Liyuan recoils in shock as he confronts a surge of overwhelming power. The young man coughs and complains after falling to the ground beside the girl. A man in armor greets an old acquaintance while a girl in red observes the reunion in the mountains. A young man confronts his friend, questioning their loyalty. One young man taunts the other, provoking him to fight as tension rises between them. A silver-haired young man taunts his opponent, warning there may not be time to strike back. Liyuan demands an explanation, his expression tense and suspicious. A new resident stands quietly beneath the warm glow of sunset. A lone figure steps over the bloody bodies of defeated guards and enters the mansion. A man surveys the aftermath of a violent confrontation, standing over 2 bloody bodies as the sun sets behind him. A wounded older man frantically claws at the blood-smeared wall, struggling to escape. A stern, scarred man confronts the aftermath of a violent attack, demanding to know why his daughter's wish to remarry led to such bloodshed. A gravely wounded man sprawls on the blood-stained floor, desperately warning that the Li clan will retaliate if he is killed. An older man with long white hair and a beard lies on the floor, glaring upward after being knocked down. A wounded man frantically reaches for a gun under the table, leaving a trail of blood behind him. A character with long white hair silently aims a gun at the back of an unsuspecting man standing by the window. A silver-haired man fires his handgun forward with fierce determination. A shocked man collapses on the floor while a stern figure silently observes his unexpected defeat. An older man stands before the sunset, declaring that the Lee clan will soon be destroyed as he reveals his long-held grudge. An elderly man reacts in shock, sweating nervously as he processes an unexpected revelation. A stern older man demands an apology for his daughter as another elderly man sits on the floor, shocked and holding a gun. A military truck races down a dirt road as the team urgently rushes to rescue those still in danger. A truck accelerates down the dirt road, weaving urgently through the trees. Several people gather around the supply truck on a dimly lit street at night, each preparing for what comes next. One young man urges the other to get in the car immediately as something urgent unfolds at the fortress. The young men quickly plan to avoid the Western clothing factory and head east as one climbs into the truck. Someone forcefully kicks open the door in response to an urgent command. A truck barrels down the road at night, forcing a shocked character to leap out of its path. A scruffy man demands to know why someone is in such a hurry. A man walks alone down a deserted city street at night, worried about running out of rice and whether he can still buy some. A military truck speeds through the ruined city streets at night. The group receives urgent orders to leave immediately for the fortress, despite not knowing the details. Sitting together on the stone steps, one character asks if they face danger during the war, while the other replies that his master is the real source of danger wherever they go. She expresses relief that everyone is safe. A massive explosion rips through the building, scattering debris in all directions. A young man watches tensely as a distant explosion signals the imminent start of war. People glance nervously from windows as a distant explosion echoes through the uneasy night. A group charges swiftly through the debris-strewn street amid the ruins. 3 young men lean out of the windows and watch as chaos erupts outside. A young man gazes upward as a blazing object streaks across the night sky. A missile launches into the night sky from beside a military truck. A booted foot forcefully steps down, activating a hidden floor switch. A truck speeds away, its wheels spinning rapidly. A truck races toward a huge explosion lighting up the night. The vehicle moves steadily through the tense silence as both occupants focus intently on the road ahead. A mysterious gateway emerges among the massive stone pillars in the fog-shrouded ruins. 3 young men recoil in shock as one of them stands ready for confrontation, his shirt torn. One young man urgently instructs the driver to keep moving forward, using the collapsed wall as their escape route. A military truck drives through the deserted city ruins under the cover of night. A young man watches anxiously as refugees continue to flee past the window despite the fortress having already fallen. Lu Yuan spots 3 people fleeing through the city streets at night, realizing they are running from something. Terrified civilians scramble through the ruined city streets as a young man watches the chaos unfold. Startled by the chaos outside, the young man spins around in panic as he suddenly realizes he forgot the test subject. An armored vehicle barrels urgently around a dark city corner, its engines roaring through the night. A terrified woman screams for help as monstrous attackers seize her, while a man stands frozen nearby. A desperate woman shields a young girl from a monstrous attacker as they struggle to survive on a dark street. Several people sprint away from a military truck in front of a destroyed building, urgently fleeing danger in the night. A truck races through the deserted city streets at night as several people in the cargo bed brace themselves for a swift escape. Lu Yuan suddenly turns his head, startled by an unexpected realization. A squad of armored soldiers advances in formation with their rifles ready. Armored vehicles form a barricade across the city street, blocking the path of the gathering crowd. Sitting alone on the bench, he braces himself for the inevitable battle ahead. A young man stands at the back of the vehicle, reaching out to guide his companion to stay close. One character shouts urgent instructions from below, directing another to follow and provide cover as the group prepares to move. An armored figure charges down the street as a smaller fighter with a staff leaps to join the battle. A figure smashes out of the armored vehicle, sending bodies flying in all directions. The soldiers watch in shock as the armored truck hurtles through the air above them. A vehicle crashes through the attackers, sending them flying in all directions. A lone figure in a futuristic suit leaps through the night city, unleashing a barrage of blazing energy blades. Uniformed figures brace in formation as fiery projectiles rain down on them in the city street at night. A devastating explosion tears through the street, hurling vehicles and people in all directions. Standing firm in the night, the protagonist steels himself to protect those he cares about, ready to risk everything. Lu Yuan steps forward with his sword raised, shielding his alert companion as they brace for a confrontation. 2 figures sprint through the nighttime city, preparing to face an imminent battle. Clad in dark armor, the protagonist charges forward and unleashes a devastating, red energy-infused attack. Lu Yuan unleashes a swift, forceful slash at an unseen opponent. 2 young men fight back against a group of attackers, skillfully using sticks and a sword to defend themselves. 2 armored figures clash swords in the darkness as a massive shadowy creature threatens to strike. A sword slams into the armored shoulder of a character, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Lu Yuan smashes his opponent with a powerful, glowing attack, sending them hurtling away. The armored young man slams his sword down in frustration, steam rising from the blade. Lu Yuan warns the group that if more nano-warriors appear, their situation will become fatal. An electrified spearhead bursts forward in a surge of explosive energy. A vehicle explodes behind him, sending bodies flying as he stands calmly amidst the chaos. Lu Yuan is stunned as he realizes something critical. A young man becomes alarmed as he notices an armed figure standing on a nearby rooftop at night. A young woman stands confidently on the rooftop at night, carrying a large, wrapped weapon over her shoulder. Sweating and relieved, Lu Yuan looks up as armed reinforcements finally arrive behind him. A determined young man stares ahead, bracing himself for what comes next. A lone swordsman faces off against a group of armed enemies on a dark city street. Lu Yuan charges forward and cuts down multiple armed opponents during a fierce nighttime street fight. A young woman in tactical gear takes aim with a sniper rifle from the rooftop, ready to fire. A weapon crashes down with explosive force, shattering its target. Lu Yuan swiftly defeats several armored opponents in a burst of intense combat. Sensing sudden danger, the protagonist reacts with shock. Lu Yuan attacks an armored opponent, while warning that more test subjects are appearing from the building. A glowing hammer crashes down, releasing a surge of energy. A character fires a high-tech rifle, sending a spent shell flying as bright light flashes from the weapon. One character urgently orders the other to retreat, warning that staying any longer will be too dangerous. A red-eyed character scans the starry night sky through a high-tech telescope, searching for clues. As the attackers climb closer, one girl desperately urges her companion to shoot, while the other calmly takes aim. Two defenders unleash gunfire from a rooftop as a swarm of zombie-like creatures swarms upward. Red-eyed monsters gather menacingly atop the brick wall, preparing to attack under the night sky. A sudden explosion violently disrupts the night, sending shockwaves through the scene. Two monstrous creatures suddenly ambush the girl in the hat as someone shouts a warning. A blue-haired character stands calmly inside a glowing circle while a guard fires a rifle at the charging monster. Four monstrous figures with red eyes leap through the glowing portal, launching a sudden attack. Lu Yuan, clad in combat armor, swiftly raises his weapon to deflect an incoming attack. A young man watches with relief as someone safely escapes from the building at night. Two figures stand back to back, weapons ready, as they prepare for an imminent attack by mutated test subjects closing in from less than 500 meters away. Two young men stand back to back under the night sky, catching their breath and reflecting on their harsh reality. He resolves to activate the City Crusher as a last desperate attempt to ensure their survival. A determined character steels himself for a crucial, final effort as time runs out. One character orders a retreat while another prepares to hold off the approaching threat. A squad of armored soldiers blocks the path with their swords drawn. A gloved hand swiftly draws a sword as energy crackles through the air. A shadowy figure descends rapidly toward the armored young man, who remains motionless with his eyes closed. A lone figure launches a devastating mid-air assault against a group of armored opponents, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. A shadowy figure armed with a large bow crashes forcefully onto the ground. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes swoops down onto the rooftop, launching a fierce attack against the group of armored guards. Blood violently splatters into the darkness, signaling a sudden act of violence. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes launches a devastating attack, hurling several opponents into the air. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes faces an armored opponent who readies a knife for a deadly confrontation. A figure in advanced armor launches a swift, glowing attack at a shadowy opponent. A group of armored attackers ambush a defiant blonde man at night, aiming a rocket launcher as bodies lie scattered on the ground. A soldier launches a rocket at a building under the cover of night. A missile hurtles toward the two armed figures as they stand surrounded by defeated enemies on the city street. A young man shouts in alarm as light bursts around him. A white-haired young man abruptly turns under the night sky, sensing something unexpected. A dark-haired figure lunges at high speed, catching the white-haired character off guard. A massive explosion hurls one figure through the air while another is consumed by flames. Two battered figures struggle to recover on the smoky street after a fierce confrontation. A battered young man collapses on the cracked ground, smoke rising from his damaged suit as someone desperately calls out. A young man sprints to the side of a collapsed figure, alarm flashing across his face. A young man kneels on the ground, desperately cradling his unconscious master in his arms. Lu Yuan collapses to the ground, battered and exhausted after the fight. A weary figure urgently orders his group to hide within the fortress, knowing escape is impossible for now. A bruised fist clenches tightly in frustration, sweat dripping down as tension mounts. A young man vows to stay by his master's side, his eyes burning with determination. A determined young man rushes forward with his wooden staff, instructing his group to rescue their master while he distracts the nano warriors. The vehicle moves forward in tense silence as the driver focuses on the road and the two anxious passengers huddle in the back. The group rallies together and urgently prepares to rescue and carry someone back. A determined man in tactical gear rushes toward the vehicle to assist his teammate. A man in tactical gear declares his resolve to face danger alongside his comrades. The three men advance together under the night sky, united by a renewed sense of determination. Two young men quickly outline a plan to distract the nano warriors while urging their group to move fast. A character nervously raises the possibility of something bad happening to them. A silver-haired young man fends off a black-clad attacker with his staff, urging others not to attempt to rescue and to survive instead. A silver-haired young man orders his allies to retreat while he prepares to confront the approaching threat alone. A figure slams a bamboo staff on the ground, demanding everyone's attention. The young man raises his glowing staff and boldly reveals that he is the reincarnation of the great sage, equal to heaven. Two monstrous creatures lunge forward, their red eyes glowing with menace. The master stands alone, staff in hand, ready to face the hostile crowd to protect his disciple. One of the young men reveals that their master is actually gentle and kind, only pretending to be a villain to protect himself. A young man brandishes his golden staff and boldly declares his fearlessness toward demons and monsters. A determined young man steps forward with a golden staff, vowing to protect his master and confront the monsters. He concentrates intensely, sweat trailing down his tense face as the pressure mounts. With a fierce yell, he charges forward with his golden staff, launching another relentless assault against the oncoming horde. A gray, red-eyed figure charges forward as the white-haired man counters with a powerful surge of energy. 3 armored guards surround and restrain the protagonist as he demands to know why they are ganging up on him. With fierce determination, Lu Yuan launches another powerful, glowing attack. Hovering above the hostile crowd, he commands the creatures to attack again. A young man hovers in the air, channeling fiery energy through his golden staff as he questions his past life's identity. A radiant, godlike figure surges with power behind the focused young man as he unleashes a legendary force. Someone forcefully declares that they have already been to that place. A fiery claw plunges down towards someone's head as flames swirl violently around them. Fiery energy erupts as the character activates the golden boots mid-air. A powerful figure descends from above and challenges everyone below, stunning the onlookers. A determined, armored man in a red cloak brings his massive golden staff crashing down, unleashing a surge of explosive energy. A massive explosion hurls several figures violently away from the blast center. A figure unleashes a surge of energy from their staff, forcing 2 opponents to brace themselves amid the swirling smoke and debris. A monstrous pale creature with glowing red eyes crawls out from under a sheet, baring its fangs. The silver-haired warrior braces himself and adjusts his ornate gold armor, preparing to face the coming battle. A gloved hand catches the glowing object as the character exhales, signaling a pivotal moment. An armor-clad figure with a staff boldly rallies a group of humanoid monkeys as flames blaze around them. Lu Yuan leads a determined charge against the demons, rallying the monkey warriors with a raised golden staff. A beast-like man launches himself into brutal combat against a horde of monstrous, red-eyed creatures as energy crackles around them. A powerful figure wielding a glowing staff confronts a horde of demons as others react in alarm. Golden armored legs crash onto the ground with force, signaling a powerful arrival. A heroic figure descends from above and unleashes a powerful attack with a glowing staff against a massive horde of monstrous, red-eyed enemies. A young man in ornate armor urgently warns everyone that disaster is imminent. A silver-haired warrior in golden armor leaps forward and unleashes a massive, glowing sword attack that crashes into a horde of shadowy enemies. A monstrous figure unleashes a surge of blazing yellow energy, violently disrupting the city street. A silver-haired warrior in golden armor lands amid radiant flames, making a powerful and dramatic entrance with a glowing staff. The white-haired armored figure raises his golden staff, preparing to launch a powerful attack. The wounded hero collapses in the deserted street as concerned bystanders look on. The injured character, bleeding and weak, thinks about earning their master's approval despite their pain. A boy recalls his lonely childhood spent in a mental hospital after his mother abandoned him and his father disappeared. That summer, the boy stood tall and vowed to become the great sage, filling his life with newfound hope. 2 young men hold hands and smile as one reflects on the happiness and acceptance he found after meeting his mentor. A battered young man, exhausted and bruised, complains internally about his master's reckless driving and the danger it caused. An armored figure strikes a confident pose, drawing playful comments about the armor's appearance. Xiaojin points out the girl on the rooftop with the baseball cap, teasing the listener about their feelings. A white-haired man collapses to the ground, black fluid spilling from his mouth as he deliriously praises his master's cooking. A character realizes and admits that someone has always been their guiding light. Kneeling down, the person inspects the bloodstain on the ground. A man recoils in shock beside a white-haired figure lying motionless in a pool of blood. Trembling and clutching his stomach, the young man freezes in fear. The armored young man surges forward and demands an explanation. A mortally wounded man reveals that the Ember Group is secretly buying blood from superhumans. An injured young man in ornate armor coughs up blood and looks up in shock after receiving a critical blow. An armored figure with silver hair crashes face first into the ground, stunned by their rough arrival in the human world. A gloved hand seizes the glowing golden staff as radiant light bursts outward. A surge of golden energy blasts from one figure, sending another sprawling while a third is caught in the impact. A pair of glowing hands carefully cradles burning ashes in the open courtyard. Golden energy swirls and disperses across the empty courtyard. An armored man with white hair crashes to the ground in defeat, reaching out as debris settles around the damaged building. One young man reassures the other, suggesting that enduring darkness proves he is a source of light. A determined figure reaches toward the fading light, vowing to extinguish the last hope in a world consumed by darkness. Clad in golden armor, the character kneels on the pavement and pushes himself up, gathering strength to stand. A silver-haired warrior sits cross-legged in the street, unleashing a surge of golden energy while holding an ornate staff. A character grips a staff tightly, gathering energy and preparing to strike. A character grips a golden sword, bracing for the imminent battle. A white-haired armored man sits cross-legged in the sunlight, meditating while gripping a long staff. A worried boy asks about his parents, but the nurse dismisses him with a sarcastic remark. The armored figure rises to leave, while the kneeling monkeys silently witness his departure. The young man confidently declares that the era of the great sage, equal to heaven, has ended. A lone figure moves cautiously through the devastated, empty city streets beneath towering ruins and a massive wall. The armored figure sits cross-legged in the empty canal, meditating with a staff across his lap as he gathers his strength. A character forewarns that a new era is about to begin as two figures gaze into the sky from a rooftop. A figure steps forcefully onto the cracked stone floor, making a dramatic entrance. A tall man in a top hat and suit strides confidently down the deserted, ruined street toward the city center, accompanied by a young woman in a white dress who floats silently at his side. A kneeling figure submits before an imposing man who stands over him, gripping a cane or sword. A mysterious man in a suit and top hat sits silently on the ground, partially hidden in shadow after a confrontation. Three figures face off in a ruined street, tensions high amid the aftermath of battle. Dawn breaks as the sun rises over the stone wall. Night falls over the deserted rooftop as the crescent moon casts an eerie glow. One man quietly admits his envy of Rinxiaosu while the two converse on a rooftop under the crescent moon. On a dim street, a determined girl confronts a white-haired man, who firmly denies any wrongdoing. In the middle of a ruined street at night, one character accuses another of choosing a dark path after they both left the mental hospital, while a third silently watches the confrontation. A battered figure pushes himself up from the ground, refusing to stay down. A white-haired man in a black suit promises to help protect the armored figure's master after completing his quest for revenge. A white-haired man in a top hat questions a drowsy woman as they stand among the ruins at night. A white-haired man in a top hat urgently pushes the group to keep searching for hidden enemies in the deserted city. A fortified city called Fortress 88 stands quietly under the night sky. A distinguished man samples roast chicken at a lavish dining table while two others stand by and watch. A man in a fur coat instructs his butler to get another one tomorrow. A black bird lands on the windowsill at night, carrying a secret message in its beak. A man in a fur-lined coat sits confidently in a lavish chair, surveying the room with a smug expression as a black bird perches on his armrest. A stern man in a fur-lined coat sits at the table, gripping a small card as he prepares to reveal crucial information. A subordinate in tactical gear questions his calm leader, sensing something is wrong. A character in an elegant outfit pours a dark drink into a cup at the table. A defeated man slumps at the table, spilling his drink as he mourns the loss of his former reputation, while another silently watches. A snow-covered forest lies silent beneath a stormy sky. 7 people silently climb a snow-covered mountain slope together. With his brother injured and unconscious, the young man resolves to lead the team forward. The group moves through the snow, relieved to have escaped Barrier 108, and cautiously optimistic about their safety. One companion instructs the others to settle the group while he heads out to find food. Night falls as a crescent moon rises above mist-shrouded mountains. With only 2 days of supplies left, the group prepares to hunt for food despite the harsh sparrow famine season. A lone figure climbs the steep, snowy mountainside beneath the crescent moon. A black crow suddenly takes flight, signaling a shift in the tense atmosphere. The young man pushes forward through the snow, gripping the rope as he struggles to escape. A black bird cautiously steps toward the seeds as a hand waits to spring the trap. Lu Yuan crouches in the snow, gripping a stick and preparing to act. A crow crashes onto the snowy ground beside a fallen pan and ladle. A young man notices the snow beginning to fall as he gazes outside. A young man pushes himself up through the heavy snow, determined to escape the icy burial. A black frying pan soars through the sky on a rope as a black bird flies nearby. The exhausted figure crawls through the snow toward the black umbrella as a crow watches nearby. A black bird searches for food beneath a broken fan in the snow. A hand seizes the staff with swift determination. A black puck slams onto the ice beside a hockey stick. A young man stands resolutely in the snowy mountains, ready to move forward after a long wait. The young man dashes across the frozen ground toward the half-buried black structure. Lu Yuan inspects a large, mysterious object in the mountains with intense focus. The young man stands outside, startled as he examines the beast's dark tail in his hand. Sitting alone on the ice, the young man reflects on how much harder survival in the wilderness is than he ever realized. Someone anxiously waits beside an unconscious boy while another person carefully tends to him. He steps forward into the night, determined, with a shadowy beast by his side. A worried girl confronts an injured boy in the snow as he insists he is fine. A young man anxiously asks if his brother has woken up. A worried young man examines an injured companion under the snowy mountain, uncertain about the severity of the wounds without a doctor present. A young woman quickly administers crushed antibiotics to an unconscious boy, relieved that he can still swallow them. A boy asks a woman to make soup for his injured brother, and she agrees. A hand seizes the heavy black wok, ready for action. Lu Yuan and an older man sit silently in the snow, mourning over an unconscious companion. A bespectacled man reassures someone off-panel that their brother will be fine. The dark-haired boy closes his eyes and clasps his hands, confirming his resolve. Kneeling in the snow, the long-haired figure cleans the animal and prepares it for the pot simmering over the campfire. A pot of stew simmers steadily over the fire. 2 men sit in the snow, quietly watching a woman tend a large pot over the fire. 3 young men pause together as the one in front quietly considers their next move while the others watch him in anticipation. A young man stands in front of a steaming pot and demands a bowl of soup from the person nearby. A female character glares intensely and forcefully orders someone to leave. Accustomed to privilege within the barrier, one student struggles to ask for help while the group works under the crescent moon. 2 men secretly watch a group by the campfire, eyeing the girls with interest. 4 figures stand in silence around a fallen companion beneath the crescent moon in the snowy mountains. A man arrogantly mocks the opposing group, dismissing them as old, weak, sick, and wounded. The logistics director of Barrier 108 formally introduces himself to the group of kneeling students. A tall man blocks the path of an intruder, unaware that the shorter figure is hiding a knife behind his back. A man brusquely demands that someone move aside as he seizes their food under wartime authority. A younger man leaves as an older man collapses from a fatal stab wound, blood spraying under the moonlight. Lu Yuan stands over his defeated opponent, gripping his blade as the storm rages above. A young man issues a stern warning while gripping his knife, making it clear that no one will approach his group again. A group quietly leaves through the snowy landscape while a solitary figure remains behind, watching them go. One character advises the other to eliminate only direct threats in order to survive without drawing unnecessary attention. One person calmly explains that when those accustomed to comfort face someone more ruthless, their instinct for survival makes them retreat. The young man confides his newfound understanding of his brother's burdens as the woman offers comfort in the snowy landscape. A woman encourages everyone to try the sparrow soup she prepared. A group gathers around a boiling pot as a woman stands nearby, preparing to serve the meal. A young man mourns his brother's absence, believing no one would suffer if he were here. An adult hands her food to several boys, urging them to eat first as she watches over them with concern. Amid a crowd of refugees, a worried woman wonders if a doctor can be found to help her injured friend. The young man clenches his fist and shouts in triumph. The young man firmly declines treatment for his injury. A young man turns eagerly and greets his companion, surprised to see him awake. The young man sits up on the bench, clutching his chest as he prepares to push forward. Someone sits up on a stretcher as those nearby express relief and excitement at their awakening. The young man urgently demands to know where Woody is. A tense group stands outdoors at night, growing uneasy as they sense something unsettling nearby. A man explains that the senior brother left abruptly due to an urgent matter. 2 young men stand on a snowy mountain at sunrise, discussing Woody's heroic battle against demons and evil spirits. A miraculous event unfolds as rainbow clouds and a radiant light fill the sky, resembling the opening of a heavenly gate. One character confidently praises the other as the great sage equal to heaven while his companion bows his head in defeat. The young man pauses, deep in thought, as he mutters quietly to himself. Injured and aware that he is now the team's only fighter, Lu Yuan focuses on recovering as the others watch anxiously on the icy ground. Glowing energy rapidly coils around the man's leg as he prepares to move. Clutching his shoulder as energy crackles across his body, the young man asks for help setting up a tent. A wounded young man asks his companion to help set up the tent so the refugees won't notice his condition. Lu Yuan affirms his readiness in front of the mountains. 2 figures sit apart in silence outside a tent in the snowy landscape. The injured young man concentrates on using nanobots to repair his shattered bones. A massive, glowing skeletal ribcage crackles with blue energy as Lu Yuan summons a powerful aura behind him. A young man collapses onto a stretcher, completely exhausted and unresponsive. A solitary tent stands in a tranquil mountain landscape, establishing the remote setting. A young man anxiously calls out for his brother, his expression tense with worry. A man cautiously surveys the snowy campsite, watching the tent as swirling mist obscures the area. Lu Yuan steels himself and prepares for the confrontation ahead. A man crouches on the icy ground as another approaches from behind, threatening him with a sword. Blood suddenly bursts from someone's mouth, signaling a violent injury. 2 young men stumble upon a gravely injured person lying motionless in the snow as blood pools beside his head. A young man stands on the snow, brandishing a knife and warning that anyone sneaking near will face the same fate while demanding others find food elsewhere. 2 young men urgently discuss reporting recent crimes to the approaching army, convinced that justice will soon be served. A group of men spot approaching armored vehicles and realize reinforcements have arrived, filling them with relief. The young man fixes his gaze forward, mentally preparing himself for what lies ahead. A crowd of desperate survivors rushes toward the officer, begging for food and assistance. A young man raises his fist and urgently warns others that the northern Qingxing mountain front has fallen and the Yang clan troops are approaching. An anxious young man demands to know what the group should do after someone has committed violence. A commanding officer urgently orders his soldiers to stay alert and prevent spies from infiltrating as military vehicles move through the snowy night. Armed soldiers unleash a barrage of gunfire into the darkness. A group of men charge aggressively across the snowy battlefield. A middle-aged man angrily confronts someone off-panel, threatening to file a complaint about the mistreatment of barrier citizens. An armed guard threatens anyone approaching the vehicle, warning that bullets will be fired if they come closer. A vehicle idles in the snow, its exhaust billowing into the cold air. Two men stand tensely, watching as three vehicles speed away into the snowy mountains at night. One character urgently instructs the group to retreat into the mountains or forest, and use the thorn seed to recover if staying is no longer possible. The convoy races across the icy landscape, pushing through the blizzard at full speed. He realizes that they are already out of time. A group of people advances through the snow toward three armored vehicles. Two men discuss their uncertain future after the war, hoping their civilian status will protect them from the new rulers. Inside a military vehicle, an officer commands his team to prevent interference and confiscate all weapons as a subordinate responds promptly. A foot slams down with determination, signaling a bold advance. A man in winter gear confronts the newcomers, demanding to know if they are refugees from Barrier 108. A young man earnestly pledges support to the occupying force and pleads for permission to return home. A stern soldier blocks their request, accusing the group of possibly hiding spies and warning of the risk of betrayal during the battle at Guanyin Mountain. A commanding officer orders two companies to stay behind, instructing the troops to have the refugees set up camp under strict supervision. A soldier orders the team to advance as they sit tensely in the military vehicle during a snowy night. An armed guard issues strict daily tasks to the group, warning them of consequences if they fail to comply. Two young men brace themselves in the snowy darkness, confronting an imminent threat together. Lu Yuan approaches the officer on the snowy road and urgently asks if he knows Yang Xiaojin. A stern man commands everyone to stop making excuses and orders the whole group to get back to work. The young man steels himself, his eyes burning with determination as he prepares for the challenge ahead. Lu Yuan volunteers to handle extra work, and the soldier challenges him to finish it all. Under the snowy night sky, he stands his ground while others walk away, tense and resolute. A hand slams Liu Yuan's head down, overpowering him in an instant. Two men stand close in the snowy night, offering reassurance and solidarity to their uncertain companion. Three determined figures step forward under the night sky, declaring their intent to join. He reflects on his past solitude and feels grateful for the good fortune of finding companions. One character warns her companion to stay alert for danger in the wild, especially due to their appearance, as she gently touches her face under the snowy night sky. A woman and three men confront each other in the snowy landscape, tension rising as they prepare for what comes next. One character hands a stone to another, instructing them to use it for self-defense if threatened. Outside in the falling snow, one character instructs another on how to deliver a potentially lethal blow. Two exhausted characters struggle to carry a heavy log, lamenting the amount of work still left to do. A young man carries a wooden beam on his shoulder and tells someone off-panel to take a break after they finish moving the supplies. A determined man refuses to let others handle all the labor, and insists on helping by carrying a heavy beam. Two characters gather thick wooden planks on the icy ground beside a shovel. A gloved hand seizes the weapon with determination as tension builds. A young man, sweating as he grips a shovel, urges an older man to rest and not push himself, while the older man replies with similar concern. A determined figure forcefully digs into the ground, sending dirt flying with each shove of the boot. A young man strains as he digs through the snow at night, refusing to stop. A concerned companion urges the exhausted worker to rest as she approaches with a load of wood under the night sky. One character offers to take over the work while picking up a stack of wooden planks. A young man insists he can keep working despite his injury, minimizing it in comparison to his brother's condition. Outside in the snow, one character taunts while another continues shoveling despite exhaustion. A determined hand seizes the metal bar, signaling readiness for action. A young man grips his shovel tightly and confesses a desire for strength to take revenge on those around him. A woman kneels beside the boy in the snow and suggests imagining terrible fates for people they dislike as a way to cope. The boy confidently accepts the challenge and prepares to try. The young man closes his eyes tightly, gathering his determination for what lies ahead. A man forcefully pins his opponent to the ground with his foot. A young man crashes violently face first into the snowy ground. He kneels on the icy ground, clutching his face in frustration after slipping. Two shocked characters stare ahead in disbelief after witnessing someone fall. The gray-haired boy whirls around in shock, confused by something unexpected behind him. Two figures drag a wooden sled through the snowy night, focused on their work and undisturbed by their surroundings. The character jolts in shock, eyes wide as sweat beads on his face. A man in a black suit slips and falls face first onto the ground beside a metal shovel. A woman urgently checks on her injured companion in the snow, who insists that he is fine. Startled by a sudden realization, the character questions whether cursing others can have negative consequences. Two figures pause on the icy ground, both focused as something hidden beneath the snow catches their attention. Lu Yuan enthusiastically announces that he has discovered a new ability, cursing. The two young men discuss the possibility that a new ability has emerged. Two young men sit on the floor, silently considering their next move. The young man boldly challenges someone to curse him and prove their power. One character questions the lack of potatoes, while the other confidently insists they try the idea anyway. A young man sits cross-legged and mutters a petty curse under his breath. Inside the tent, two young men react with surprise and curiosity as they hear news about someone discovering a hidden potato field. A cheerful figure urges the others to hurry outside and start digging up potatoes. A group gathers around a campfire in the snow, discussing the unexpected good fortune of the refugees who found potatoes in the wilderness. Two young men walk through the snow as one remarks that Lu Yuan has inherited both luck and curse abilities. A young man considers how his superhuman abilities are tied to specific objects as fire burns in his hands. Three individuals demonstrate their distinct supernatural abilities in front of a crackling blue portal. Two figures sit by a snowy campfire, discussing the existence of unseen and unknown abilities. Two young men sit by a campfire in the snow, discussing how the group's stability depends on one of them recovering, which is expected to take another 20 to 30 days. A boy asks if they will be able to leave this place in about 20 days. A young man voices his concerns about the Yang Consortium's treatment of people and questions whether they will head to Fortress 88 next. One of the young men explains his mixed feelings about the refugees and expresses distrust toward the fortresses as they talk in the snowy forest. A young man stands in the rain outside the fortress, explaining that it is the rules imposed by the consortia, not the people themselves, that make life inside oppressive and unfree. A young man suggests heading to the Yang Consortium's fortress after recovery. The weary young man postpones the conversation, insisting they wait until he has healed. The injured character bites into a piece of bread, determined to eat despite his wounds. Two boys huddle by a campfire in the snow, struggling to warm their hands and cook potatoes. Two young men huddle by a campfire, coughing as snow falls around them. Two young men stand in the snow, discussing the reality of one's cursed ability, as he holds a glowing object. A young man gestures for the tired boy to join him by the campfire in the snowy night. A tent stands beside a campfire in the quiet, snowy landscape. A tall young man hands a wireless charging device to a shorter boy inside the tent. A young man explains the limited power of the nanobots and instructs to return for recharging after several days of use. One character hands a small black potion to another in a tent, instructing them to have it applied for faster wound healing. A younger character assures the older one that everyone worked hard today and can be trusted. Lu Yuan questions the students on the rooftop about their private practice with nanobots and any progress they have made. The group discusses their gradual progress in learning to control their abilities. Lu Yuan explains that synchronizing with nanobots requires extensive physical, mental, and system training. A composed woman introduces the importance of mental willpower training as a determined young man listens intently. A serious young man tells his companion to pack up because they have to move again. Shards of glowing energy materialize and swirl through the empty, mystical space. A character reveals a newly built wooden cabin to the group, offering shelter from the snowy cold. One character desperately calls out to her brother as the group gathers tensely in the wooden room. One young man angrily confronts another outside a wooden house, accusing him of enjoying unfair privilege while the rest are left in the cold. The young man spits on the ground, openly insulting his opponent. A young man drives his fist into the older man's chest as snow whirls around them. A woman forcefully warns the crowd that anyone who slanders old Wang will face consequences as she and a boy stand together in the snow. A young man urgently orders a retreat as another kneels in the snow, clutching his injury. A young man notices the older man's injured hand and immediately asks what happened. The older man calmly insists his injury is just a small cut. A woman informs her companion that they should use the black potion on the man who helped them gain early entry by socializing with the officers. The officers forced him to massage their shoulders while he sat quietly, holding cards. A group played cards as an older man served them water. The young man studies his cards in silence, pausing to drink as he plans his next move. A man explains how an officer was burned after not realizing the water was just boiled, while another stands nearby looking embarrassed in the rain. A man kicks another to the ground with force, sending him sprawling backward. An older man anxiously tries to win favor by smiling and refilling drinks for the stern younger man. One character explains that the young officers only allowed their group to move in first. A smiling older man confidently assures the younger man beside him of his skills. One character urges the older man not to sacrifice his dignity for their sake, insisting they can endure hardship together. An older man with glasses explains that he fled to protect his own life and Dalong, while others fought back during the escape. One character reassures another by taking responsibility for tasks they cannot handle and encourages them to focus on what they do best. The scene shifts to a calm sky, establishing a peaceful atmosphere. Two young men sit together, worriedly discussing the camp's dwindling food supply and the urgent need to find more before starvation sets in. Lu Yuan calmly evaluates the situation, confident that the next challenge will be manageable. One boy proposes casting a mischievous curse at the construction site, while the other reacts with surprise. One character confidently gives a cryptic order while the other looks confused. Two young men walk through a snowy forest clearing, and one recalls his brother's strange advice from the night before. Two young men sit together as one quietly reveals a mischievous plan to raid a squirrel's nest after it targets someone with its droppings. One young man explains a plan involving the curse's backlash, suggesting they can raid two squirrel nests. A young man stands outdoors, bracing himself for what comes next. One of the young men jokingly curses someone to be hit by squirrel droppings while his companion looks on. A character is suddenly struck on the head by bird droppings while holding a stick. Lu Yuan stands in the snow, silently watching a squirrel perched on a bare tree branch above him. Lu Yuan instinctively dodges as something hurtles past him at high speed. One character angrily confronts a squirrel in the tree while another watches with amusement. A startled squirrel darts away from the tree branch. The boy pauses and glances back cautiously, alert for any sign of danger behind him. A man sprints urgently through the snowy forest, startling two squirrels. A young man walks toward the tree, watching a squirrel perched on a branch above. The young man approaches the towering stone wall, reaching out with determination. The young man cautiously peers over the ledge, reaching forward as he investigates the area. A young man approaches a solitary figure in the snowy mountains, offering a bowl of food. A woman leans in with a playful smile and asks the surprised young man to share his food. A playful woman leans on a stoic young man and tries to bargain for food. The young man reacts with disbelief as he questions the surprising offer. Xiao Jin agrees enthusiastically, her face bright with a warm smile. Someone agrees to the proposal. An adult instructs a child to carry logs to camp, register a name, and then return for a reward. Xiao Jin freezes in surprise as she reacts to something unexpected off-panel. A girl stands in a snowy clearing, offering peanuts to anyone willing to help carry logs. A young man relaxes in the snow as a woman observes the group's effective teamwork. Two chibi boys sit cross-legged, smiling as they clink their mugs together in a playful moment. Two boys sit under a blanket, reflecting on their successful plan that left everyone fed and hopeful for an easier future. A young man hesitates and asks for advice about what to do the next day. One character leans in to suggest cursing someone to trip on a radish leaf tomorrow morning, while the other reacts with surprise. One character jokingly suggests cursing someone to be hit on the head by wild dates while peeing under a tree, while another listens with interest. Someone predicts a coming curse as a small cabin stands isolated in the snow. Two young men sit together on the bed, discussing how the refugees have split into several groups. A young man outlines the three main refugee factions: ruthless drifters, former officials hoping for influence, and ordinary people banding together for survival. A bandaged young man sternly advises someone to be cautious when dealing with others. A young man casually pats his companion's head and dismisses concerns about bullying barrier rats. A character confidently seeks validation by asking if he might be one of the legendary Lucky Generals. One young man recounts how wolves used to bring them food at the outpost, leaving the other surprised. One character tries to recruit another into the group, but the offer is rejected with annoyance as a third person quietly observes. One young man complains that his powerful ability is dismissed as a mere survival skill, feeling unrecognized by others. The distressed character struggles to contain his emotions, remaining silent. A tall man proposes forming an alliance, emphasizing the need to work together for survival. Lu Yuan firmly rejects the larger man's claim to brotherhood as they face off in the snowy mountains. The smug man mocks his rival's brother, calling him a useless cripple due to his injuries and lack of medical care in the wild. A stern figure warns a younger boy that emotional attachments will only hold him back in this harsh world. A black-haired young man grabs another person's arm and draws a blade, warning him not to insult his brother. A stern man grabs the boy's wrist and orders him to apologize for his behavior. A cheerful young man apologizes and unexpectedly compliments the serious man, lightening the mood between them. The young man with the bandaged face sits up in bed and sternly calls out the other person's dishonesty. The young man realizes he misunderstood the other person's words and reacts with visible surprise. A tall, muscular man menacingly warns a defiant boy that they will settle things tonight at the worksite. An intimidating man threatens the young man, warning that his death will bring suffering to his loved ones. A confident man approaches and greets a tense figure holding a knife outside the cabin. Lu Yuan stands alone as a powerful, ominous aura erupts around him. One character reassures the other by promising to handle the situation as they sit together in the log cabin. A determined young man, nearly recovered, lays out a plan to create chaos and escape that night. He beams with excitement after receiving great news. A secret order is given to ambush and kill the target upon arrival. Inside a dim wooden structure at night, a man gives secretive orders to ensure someone is silenced without drawing attention. A cocky young man mocks his rival's reputation while playing cards. A hand forcefully slams a 3 of diamonds card onto the table, escalating the tension. The young man confidently plays his card, declaring its value during the game. A hand thrusts through the glowing portal above the table littered with cards. 3 men silently play a tense card game under a dim lamp. Someone reacts in frustration to an unexpected move during a card game. A man angrily confronts the group about cheating during their card game. 2 young men simultaneously realize the card in front of them belongs to either of them, leading to confusion. 4 playing cards, each a 3 from a different suit, land on the table at once. 3 men stand frozen in shock, silently processing what just happened. A log cabin erupts in a violent explosion, sending flames into the snowy night. Inside the wooden cabin, one person urgently commands the others to get ready to move. 4 people hurry away from the door, seizing the chance to escape amid the aftermath of the explosion. He quickly weighs his options, realizing every possible escape route is blocked by dangerous factions or battlefields. The young man chooses to lead the group west. A young man assesses the risks and possibilities of venturing into the uncharted western mountains. A hidden door slowly opens, revealing a sliver of light. Lu Yuan nervously peers through the partially open door and is startled by what he sees. 3 armed soldiers stand on alert in the snowy mountains as a cautious observer evaluates their swift response. A wounded man coughs up blood and collapses to his knees in front of an armed guard, while another young man watches intently under the cold, starry night. The boy shrugs, unimpressed by the failed attempt. Armed officers confront a desperate man, demanding answers after an explosion erupts during a card game. A man wearing a headset confronts someone off-panel, demanding to know if they think he is easy to fool. A desperate man is seized by soldiers as orders are given for his overnight interrogation and surveillance of his possible accomplices. The instructor orders the 2 young men to start doing push-ups so they can finish and rest early. One character anxiously asks the seated figure what they should do next. The young man crouches and instructs his group to wait and watch the construction site for an opportunity. A determined young man urges another to recover quickly and lead the group to safety. Kneeling on the ground, the young man prepares himself for a desperate course of action. The young man recoils in shock, caught off guard by what he sees. A civilian urgently accuses Lu Yuan and his group to the officers during a tense nighttime confrontation. A wary subordinate explains that the enemy attacked first after learning of their boss's plan to ambush them. A startled soldier scans the area, reacting to an unexpected disturbance in the night. A nervous man urgently insists to the officer that they have not left their room and are being falsely accused. A man stands outside in the snow, nervously denying any involvement and urging others to confirm his innocence with the neighbors. A man in military gear interrogates a tense group about the explosion, promising exemption from future work for anyone who tells the truth. Armed soldiers corner a terrified man and threaten him with further interrogation if he refuses to cooperate. 2 armed guards detain a confused man under the night sky as he questions why he is being arrested. An alert leader orders his subordinate to closely monitor a group and report any suspicious activity in the shadowy forest. At the Yan Consortium barracks, someone demands an answer under the tense night sky. A bruised captive begs for mercy as his captor threatens to rub chilly water into his wounds. The captive, trembling in the chair, finally confesses to being a spy as the interrogators press him for answers. A soldier questions the logic behind the bombing, doubting that the refugees are actually spies. 2 men in tactical gear discuss whether a group was silenced due to espionage, and question if there is anything unusual about them. He pauses to consider a unique strategy as tension builds. One man admits he suspects someone in the group, prompting the other to demand an explanation. A soldier interrogates a captive inside a wooden building, asking about a refugee named Li Qingjing. A man in tactical gear bursts into laughter, mocking someone else's misfortune inside the wooden structure. A character bursts into laughter, openly mocking someone's unusual behavior. A soldier abruptly ends his teammates' laughter with a punch and demands more information about the opposing group. A nervous young man reports that the enemy has many injured people. 2 armed men interrogate a restrained captive, discussing how the group of refugees unusually brought all their injured with them. A man in tactical gear discusses the group's strong loyalty and mentions that Ren Xiaosu is badly injured. A young man assesses the injured person's condition, noting multiple fractures. The character examines the injuries, confused by the numerous fractures despite the absence of burns or external wounds. He examines his face in disbelief, struggling to understand how he could have serious fractures without any visible injuries. 2 men in tactical gear stride down the hallway as one decides to investigate how the feat was accomplished. A lone figure steps cautiously toward the cabin in the snowy wilderness. A stern soldier signals his squad to hold position as they stand alert under the night sky. A man in tactical clothing cautiously knocks on a large wooden door in the shadows. A man in glasses opens the door late at night, surprised to find officers outside. A startled man with glasses recoils as a hand lunges toward him. A strict leader orders everyone to stop talking and write down the cause of their injuries. Guards closely monitor as several people take a supervised written test. A young man finishes writing and hands a stack of documents to a man in tactical gear. A young man in military gear processes news about a car accident while reviewing documents in a wooden cabin. A pair of hands reveals 3 matching cards. 3 guards stand alert in front of the reinforced wooden door, prepared for any threat. 2 young men discuss a recent inspection, with one revealing he simply took precautions without knowing it would happen. 2 young men quietly discuss the growing suspicion around them, but one assures the other that everything remains under control. He prepares to use his trump card, his resolve unwavering. 2 men discuss how a conflict started when someone tried to recruit a boy for his skill at finding food, but the boy responded with a curse. A terrified young man learns that before anyone arrived, Lu Yuan had already killed several people to protect his brother, prompting Chao Juping to target him. A man in tactical gear interrogates someone about the night of the incident and the origin of the poker cards. A nervous young man desperately tries to defend himself to the officer, insisting the cards were given from the surplus. One man accuses the other of causing an explosion, while the second hurriedly denies any involvement and tries to explain. A hand slams playing cards onto the table as a glowing magical portal spirals open in the background. The man in tactical gear clenches his fists and stares at the playing cards on the table, visibly shocked by what he sees. Two boys eagerly compare a set of playing cards on the table between them. The young man slams his fist on the table after losing the card game. A massive explosion tears through the wooden platform, shattering the silence of the snowy night. A lone figure swiftly dodges as explosive crates erupt around him. Three young men sprint through the darkness, fleeing in terror as they look back over their shoulders. Two young men pause in the snowy night, uncertain which direction to take as tension rises among the group. One of the young men quickly decides they should escape into the western forest to hide. Two military vehicles approach through the snowy mountains as a worried observer watches from the side. A young man glances nervously over his shoulder in the rain, feeling the weight of his misfortune. A lone figure strides toward the convoy of trucks and an armored vehicle in the snowy mountains. Despite using many gratitude tokens to get special cards, he remains trapped as military vehicles close in. A booted foot slams down on the snowy ground, signaling a tense arrival. Armed soldiers tighten security as their leader forcefully commands everyone to return to their quarters amidst the riot. A panicked soldier urgently reports that unexplained explosions have caused chaos in the camp. The refugees are fleeing, and their company commander is dead. Two armed men argue in the snow about how bombs slipped past their security checks. A man in tactical gear points forward and voices his suspicion that the recent explosions are connected. A stern man with glasses demands an explanation for what just happened. A masked investigator briefs a tense group about two linked explosions targeting refugees. A serious investigator demands information about possible suspects. One member explains they were investigating the group when the incident happened. A convoy of military vehicles arrives on the snowy plain as two opposing groups confront each other. The armored vehicle stops abruptly in the snowy landscape. He stands amidst the swirling snow, eyes fixed ahead, preparing himself for the challenge to come. A lone figure steps forward with determination through the snowy landscape. A stern woman in uniform demands to see the person in charge, speaking into her communication device outside in the snow. A man behind glasses narrows his eyes as he suddenly notices something crucial. A man steps forward, salutes, and declares himself the one in charge as snow falls around them. A young woman firmly demands to know if someone named Rin Xiaosu is present. A woman in uniform points at a young man in the crowd, searching for someone as tension rises under the snowy night sky. Two characters discuss a recent injury caused by a Li Clan RPG in the snowy night. A shocked character recalls in disbelief at someone surviving an RPG blast. Two men argue over the transfer of prime suspects in a spy case while another listens cautiously in the snowy outdoors. A woman defiantly challenges the accusation against her friend, questioning what it implies about her own loyalty. Two young adults confront a kneeling man in the snow, making it clear he lacks the authority to detain their group. A nervous man with glasses hastily allows the others to take their friends, hoping to avoid further conflict. A woman in a cap firmly demands a truck from a surprised uniformed man as snow falls around them. One man urgently orders a truck while another quickly acknowledges and prepares to act. A concerned man with glasses asks where the other person is going. A young woman declares their next stop is Fortress 88 as she stands in the snowy night with two companions. The group marches through the snow toward the waiting cargo truck, ready to depart. A figure silently stands in the snow as someone unexpectedly greets him from a vehicle window. A military vehicle pushes forward through the snow, heading into a dangerous area. One character checks if the other is badly hurt as they stand together in the falling snow. One young man reports the victim has 17 fractures, including 4 comminuted fractures, as they walk through the snow. One character abruptly pinches the other's cheek to silence him, both visibly annoyed as tension flares. Two companions discuss recovery from injury and decide to head north, prioritizing healing. A young man confronts another in the snowy outdoors, demanding to know if the riders are connected to the Yang clan. One character reveals that the riders split from the Yang clan due to growing ideological differences and external aggression, leading them to stop interfering in the clan's affairs. A bandaged young man skeptically asks if the other person's true goal is to maintain peace. A serious figure in a cap explains that their group destroys dangerous sites to prevent world-ending threats, but has never found Qing Jin's experimental base. Two characters stand together in the snow, debating responsibility for the ongoing war and the true cause behind the conflict. The person in the cap admits they have no idea. Two figures walk through the snow, discussing the true location of 17 nuclear sites in the Central Plains region. He considers the surrounding clans and wonders about the Central Plains region's status. As snow falls, two characters walk together and discuss what they have heard about the prosperous and well-connected Central Plains. People enjoy safe travel and open gates between strongholds during the day, while at night Fortress No. 1 shines brightly like an undying star. One character firmly refuses the other's offer to go to the Central Plains as they stand together in the snow. One character informs the other that Luolan will soon leave Fortress 88, prompting surprise. He realizes the alliance between the Qing and Yang clans is ending. The scene establishes the imposing presence of Fortress 88 as snow falls over the city. In a tense atmosphere, the group hurriedly loads valuable souvenirs onto a truck while one man anxiously orders them to be careful and another questions if they're leaving because the commander has won. A man boasts confidently that Qing Jin's victory spells the end for the Li clan elders. 3 military vehicles arrive quickly in front of the snow-covered building. A well-dressed man is startled as another person approaches the door, carrying a large rolled object through the snow. A tense standoff unfolds as one group blocks the others from leaving the snowy area outside the building. The young man boldly accuses the Qin clan, specifically Qin Jin, of losing their sanity. A young man urgently demands to know what happened. The group accuses their rival of betrayal during an alliance, orders his detention under constant guard, and questions the value his brother places on his life. A group surrenders to armed guards in the snow, urgently insisting they want to negotiate. 3 figures enter the building, closely watched by heavily armed guards as snow falls around them. 2 men argue about whether their commander has abandoned them as tension crackles in the air. Someone questions the situation, confused by what is happening. A man in a fur-collared coat announces that military control has shifted away from Qin Jin, while 2 others stand behind him, one holding a large rectangular object. The scene shifts to the snow-covered Qin clan command camp, where dark military tents cluster in the bleak encampment. A man with glasses smirks confidently, displaying his superiority. A man urges the soldiers to stay calm for the sake of their families, while the group protests against letting him be taken away. A man in a white coat firmly orders the soldiers to follow Commander Qin Yi and fight without embarrassing him. Lu Yuan reassures the soldiers that preparations have been made for Commander Luo Lan's situation. Lu Yuan steps through the doorway, entering the scene with determination as snow or energy swirls around him. Handcuffed and unfazed, the captive calmly reassures his armed captors as snow falls around them. A confident man confronts a seated man, challenging his intelligence and prompting a wary response. A silver-haired man with glasses acknowledges his allies' impressive strategy in defeating the Li clan with the Yang clan's help. The young man smiles warmly as he gratefully acknowledges the compliment. A white-haired man with glasses criticizes his rival for lacking political sense and provoking the Presidium too soon. A confident young man challenges his subordinate's suggestion about handling the Li clan and gaining influence at the front. One young man calmly confronts the other, pressing him to admit his true intentions as tension builds between them in the vehicle. Inside a vehicle, a determined young man justifies his tactical decisions, insisting he refuses to risk his soldiers' lives for political showmanship. One man challenges the other's resigned attitude about returning to confinement as they face off in a high-tech room. A serious young man warns that killing Qin Yun will bring consequences far worse than imprisonment. The young man quietly realizes the truth as he reflects under the night sky. A vehicle pushes through the snowstorm as it arrives at the imposing Fortress 111. A military vehicle arrives in the quiet street, signaling the start of a tense encounter. A young man returns and pauses in front of his old home, taking in the familiar scene. One young man questions another's calm attitude during a tense moment. A young man questions why the theater is closed as he gazes at the building. A young man reacts with concern to the news that everyone was arrested. One character quietly reflects on the possibility that the flowers and vegetables at home have died due to neglect. A white-haired man with glasses confronts someone for bringing up irrelevant topics. The young man dismisses any further conversation. 2 men sit in a dimly lit vehicle, lamenting how war has forced them to abandon peaceful dreams. Armed soldiers ambush a vehicle on a mountain road. An authoritative figure orders the other man to remove his shoes and walk barefoot up a 21-kilometer mountain road as punishment. A young man in white steps cautiously out of a large military-style vehicle, scanning his surroundings as he arrives at a new location. A solitary figure steps forward onto the fallen leaves, breaking the silence. 2 men survey the desolate landscape from beside their vehicle, remaining alert to possible threats. A young man calmly remarks on his disappointment as he looks toward the cloudy sky. A white-haired man commands the guards to remove Qin Jin's shoes and escort him up Ginkgo Mountain. 3 young men stand together in silence, steeling themselves for the challenge ahead. A white-haired man furiously confronts a calm, dark-haired man outdoors, demanding to know if he dares disobey orders. A tense confrontation unfolds as one character recognizes and addresses someone from their past. A man reminds his former subordinate of the merits he earned during their battle against Fireseed Corp. A tense soldier in combat gear reveals his identity and expresses surprise at being recognized. Lu Yuan steps forward and confronts the armed soldiers, placing a firm hand on one of their shoulders. A man with glasses pauses in tense silence, assessing the situation. A man in a white suit firmly reminds another that he was once his subordinate. The commander asks about his subordinate's mother, and the subordinate expresses surprise and gratitude for the concern. A man insists on going alone as he confronts elite soldiers, while another remarks that no one in their history has ever acted like him. He hesitates, struggling to find the right words. He steps forward on the rooftop and declares his identity. They walk away from the shattered golden fragments, leaving the aftermath behind. A character points toward the distant mountains and recalls playing by the stream as a child, chilling stolen persimmons in the cold water. A young man reflects on how someone used to follow their group but seemed to dislike him. One young man warns that scouts are now blocking the passage, while the other listens in silence. A blizzard sweeps across the jagged mountain peaks and frosted pines. A blizzard engulfs the snow-covered road, obscuring everything in its path. The man steps forward with determination into the snowy, radiant landscape. One man confronts another on a snowy wall, demanding to know why he betrayed their group the previous night. He hesitates, preparing to explain something important. The bespectacled character narrows his gaze, focusing intently as he assesses the situation. A serious young man explains that Luolan's capture may be wrongly blamed on Qingyi due to a political misunderstanding. Two men stand in the snowy mountains as one explains he expected help because their elder arranged for protection before departing. One man fixes a serious gaze on the other, pressing him about his connection to someone they both know. A determined young man resolves to protect his carefree companion, believing the roles should be reversed. A stern man demands to know why an important figure was allowed to be captured by the Yangs. Two men discuss the calculated decision to let their ally be captured, weighing his usefulness alive against the risk of his eventual death. One man reveals that he has already arranged an escape route as the two stand tensely in the falling snow. Two men hurry through the snowy mountains as one urges the group to move faster. Two men face off in the snowy courtyard, as one demands a decision and the other declares he has made his choice. Two men walk toward the glass doors through falling snow, one reflecting on how rarely he has visited this place. A white-haired man pauses to adjust his glasses, deep in thought about his next move. A wounded figure strides into the tense conference room, leaving a trail of bloody footprints as the seated men watch. Two men stride into a dim meeting room, confronting two figures seated at a large table. An older man interrogates someone, demanding a confession for their crimes. The young man defiantly challenges the accusation, demanding to know what crimes he is being charged with. An authoritative man lists grave charges and declares that they are enough for a death sentence, questioning if execution is necessary. A resolute young man delivers a deadly ultimatum, making it clear he cannot rest until his enemy is gone. With his eyes closed, he gathers his focus in quiet determination. A man in a long coat enters the room and stands by the window while two others sit tensely at the table behind him. He exhales calmly, steeling himself for what comes next. An angry man confronts another in the conference room, accusing him of arrogance despite the tense situation. A young man announces his decision to seize power and no longer remain in the shadows. A man with glasses pauses in tense silence, carefully observing the situation. A determined young man demands an answer from the older figure standing by the window. The bespectacled man pledges his loyalty with unwavering resolve. A white-haired man unleashes a powerful energy technique in the midst of a star-filled void. A young man releases a powerful surge of energy, filling the empty room with light. A man unleashes a powerful supernatural force that overwhelms and restrains three seated opponents. A terrified man clutches his throat as a ghostly wisp escapes from his mouth. A sudden volley of gunfire erupts, filling the scene with chaos and flashes of light. A squad of soldiers charges forward as their commander rallies them to attack. Armed soldiers rush toward the building's entrance in a coordinated assault. The leader raises his rifle and fires a signal shot, prompting the group of armed soldiers to advance. A man kicks the door open with force, bursting into the room. Armed men suddenly confront each other with guns drawn as the doors burst open. Clouds drift quietly across the calm sky, setting the scene. In a tense office confrontation, one man questions the other's trust while the second openly admits his skepticism, citing a fortune-teller's warning about a rebellious nature. The older man warns his opponent that Qingyi might retaliate with an army. The young man confidently reveals that Qingyi is also on his side. One man coldly orders the execution of perceived threats, deciding not to show mercy. The character seizes the glowing ribbon as energy crackles around his hand. Both men claw at the glowing restraints, choking their necks, struggling desperately to break free. Three men in suits are forcefully knocked to the ground by a swirling, glowing energy in the office. As they walk together inside, one man confides his fear that he may never have time to grow flowers again. Two men in white coats walk down the hallway, discussing the busy weeks ahead as they prepare to implement new policies. Two men in white stride confidently past the defeated figures scattered on the ground. One young man demands the promised payment, while the other stands by, looking indifferent. A man confidently hands over a red banknote, instructing the other person to withdraw it from Qing Bank for a lifetime of security. Two men clash on a rooftop, blaming each other for betrayal as one reveals someone important is now a hostage. Two young men in lab coats walk together outside a large building as one affirms their close friendship by explaining why he accepted money from the other. A man glares warily as his arm is seized, voicing regret over having trusted the other person. One man sarcastically offers to rescue Luo Lan for payment as they walk together through the spacious area. The man in the white coat refuses assistance and asserts that he has his own plan. After narrowly escaping danger, the man in the white coat reflects on his risky gamble that paid off. The group reaches the fortified city gate at sunrise. He reflects on the nature of barriers while observing the busy street. Two characters walk through the industrial area, evaluating the advantage of having Yang Xiaojin on their team. One young man questions why they do not just stay in the town as the two stand outside at sunset. The two young men agree to inspect the barrier together. A blue-haired woman in sunglasses drives a military vehicle through a checkpoint as a uniformed guard salutes her. A hidden inner fortress is discovered inside the 88 barrier, shocking everyone. Two characters discuss a sudden coup in which Qing Jin seizes control, causing political upheaval and house arrest for Luo Lan. Lu Yuan silently questions whether the woman truly belongs to the Yang side as he observes her behavior. The character expresses suspicion about how easily the Qing troops returned to the front lines, doubting that the war should have progressed so smoothly. Two characters discuss a major spy incident that exposed all frontline defense plans and revealed the movements of the Divine Machine Battalion. One woman confronts the other about her expression as they stand outside near a building at sunset. The young man dismisses the attention with a playful smile, encouraging the conversation to continue. The group discusses the Yang side's significant losses at the front line and speculates that a spy's help could have changed the outcome. A young man, impressed, praises the remarkable abilities of the spy. One character confidently accuses the other of being responsible for a recent scheme, prompting a sheepish admission of guilt. A woman explains to the young man that his accommodations are next to another guest's and offers further assistance as they walk by the stone wall. A young man asks if there is a university at the 88 barrier and receives confirmation. One character questions if the others are planning to attend college while another listens in silence. A young man agrees to take the exam in 3 months after the woman arranges it for him. The protagonist worries that 3 months is not enough time to prepare for the exam. Two vehicles pull up to the gated mansion as the sun sets. A figure steps out of the vehicle, signaling their arrival. One person instructs another to take everyone inside before leaving the group to handle something alone. 5 people enter the spacious courtyard and take in their surroundings. Someone calls out from behind the rooftop wall to get another's attention. A young man urgently warns someone that they are in danger of falling. A man with a fur-collared coat grins over the counter, greeting the newcomers and acknowledging that they have also been caught. One character leans over the gate to firmly reject the other's comparison as the group walks past at sunset. A determined young man lifts another person's foot and insists on seeing what their leader saw. 2 men struggle to hold their leader steady as he tries to climb over the high wall at sunset. 2 terrified figures press themselves against the wall, their bodies shaking with fear. A frustrated man in a fur coat scolds his team as they lie defeated on the grass, trying to defend their efforts. Annoyed, the young man internally mocks his companion for needing help just to climb the wall. Someone vents their frustration over another's inability to stay upright. A confident man in a fur-collared coat asks the guards to let him stay longer so he can talk to his little brother in the next yard. A young man in an animal skin cloak winces and recoils after feeling a sudden pain while leaning over the ledge at sunset. A young man teases another for finally getting up after being under house arrest. One man shrugs off the danger, insisting he's more valuable alive, while the other questions his relaxed attitude. A cheerful young man announces that Qingjin has taken full control and congratulates the group. A frustrated young man slams the table, realizing he has no chance of escaping his predicament. The character realizes with excitement that he is now the older brother of the clan head. A young man urges his companions to lift him higher as they help him climb over the wall to reach someone next door. At sunset atop a high wall, one man rebukes another for repeatedly causing trouble and refuses to let him enter. The young man warns that pretending won't protect anyone from consequences. A young man slams his hands on the table and loudly declares that he has money. A boy eagerly invites someone over, caring more about company than money. A startled character stumbles against the stone wall, reacting to an unexpected situation. One character pushes another over a tall wall, while exchanging lighthearted remarks about weight. One character corners another against the wall and demands to know why he hasn't tried to escape. One person explains to another that undercover agents who had been monitoring him mysteriously left earlier that morning, prompting his surveillance over the wall. Realizing he is still under surveillance, the anxious man assesses the danger of escaping as plainclothes officers wait outside. 2 of the young men approach and mention that someone has already cleaned the place. A group of women makes a sudden entrance, catching the man in the fur coat completely off guard. A male character swoons with adoration, his eyes turning into hearts as he basks in radiant excitement. A man confidently introduces himself to another person at sunset, declaring his new status as the brother of the Qin clan leader, while several onlookers watch. 2 young men stand outside a large building, quietly acknowledging that they are likely under surveillance. One young man warns that their opposition is too powerful to be swayed by a single person, questioning their chances. Outside a large building, 2 young men discuss their plan to recover, head north, and become bandits, confident that no one will be able to stop them. A young man enters the building with 2 large bags of food, announcing a delivery from the higher-ups. A man in a white shirt bows respectfully before 2 others, one of whom wears a fur coat. A male character in a fur-collared coat complains about the unfair difference in treatment. A fur-caped man demands recognition and respect as another man walks away, ignoring his complaints. A confident figure in a fur-lined coat admires the groceries on the floor, clearly impressed. A cheerful boy bursts in with groceries, inviting himself to join Hotpot as 2 others watch and quietly remark on his boldness. A crescent moon hangs in the quiet, starlit night, setting the scene. The group gathers around the steaming hotpot, each person silently preparing to share the meal. One young man confronts the other about leading a group to Barrier 88 instead of searching for his brother in Qing territory. A serious young man warns that visiting now would likely get them caught up in the current chaos. 2 people quietly discuss how the pro-war faction now controls Yang and most rebels have already left the city. A man explains that the rebels are so strong that even the Yang family struggles to deal with them, requiring a team of superhumans to take action. A young man challenges someone's admiration for the rebels, pointing out that they tried to destroy the nuclear testing base. Two men eat hot pot together while discussing the security of their hidden base and the challenge of escaping from Yang. One young man enthusiastically demonstrates how to eat tripe while the other listens without interest at the hot pot table. One character offers to take over teaching while the other listens with amusement at the outdoor table. The starlit night quietly sets the scene. A grand building stands illuminated at sunset, its windows glowing with warm light. A server approaches the lavish dining table to serve two men during a formal meeting. An older man pauses before eating and questions the younger man about bringing refugees back. A woman in a cap warns against befriending refugees as she eats quietly at a lavish table. An elder delivers a stern warning about choosing friends wisely and remaining disciplined while another listens thoughtfully at the table. The figure examines the horse-drawn carriage model closely, noticing a critical difference. One character delivers a stern warning about maintaining distance from refugees while the other listens tensely at the table. The character pauses and silently reflects, holding a handkerchief to his lips. The woman stands up from the table and stops eating. A long-haired person in a cap urgently stops the silver-haired man to address an important matter. A confident woman enters the elegant room and surveys her surroundings with intent. Three figures sit at the dining table, strategizing their next move against the Qing family now that the front line is secure. A stern man demands to know if the outlaws have discovered Qing's experimental base. She responds that she doubts the enemy will resort to using such powerful weapons. An older man outlines a plan to form a northern alliance and encircle the Qing family before hostilities escalate. A red-eyed character confronts her uncle, demanding to know his true intentions. An older man instructs someone to receive an important visitor from the Zhong clan in a few days. A wary character warns that the Zhong family lacks strength but has long targeted Fortress 178. A tense conversation unfolds as someone reveals that a group plans to seize Fortress 178 while its leader is absent. An older man analyzes the precarious balance of power, noting that recent trouble from the Zhong clan has prevented a major conflict. An older man informs the young woman that Zhong Qing, a highly regarded defense leader, is being sent because the world now favors the young. An older man asks if the new young general at Fortress 178, Su Xianchu, is the same person previously encountered and whether he is well known. A woman explains that she once traveled with someone but is not close to him, acknowledging that the recommendation given was a good decision. A girl in a cap pauses to consider how Rin Xiaosu is connected to the influential figures in 178. Three men discuss forming alliances and strengthening connections to gain strategic support. Two figures discuss the need to involve Rin Xiaosu to successfully collaborate with the group of 178 roughnecks. The adults inform the young man that Zhong Cheng, who is about his age, is also a supernatural. One character sternly warns another not to snipe someone on the road, and the other reluctantly agrees. A weary young man brushes his teeth outside as a serious woman in a tracksuit silently observes him. Lu Yuan pauses while brushing his teeth to acknowledge someone's early arrival. She predicts that Jiang Wu's students will likely fail to take the exam. One character explains that the other cannot participate in the university's classified work because they are not from within the stronghold. A worried boy urgently expresses concern about the safety of the younger students still in middle school. Two protesters raise their signs and loudly assert that they are not stronghold residents. A woman calmly confirms that student registration is complete and school attendance can continue. The two boys break down in tears together, overwhelmed by emotion. A woman hands the young man library access cards, giving him hope and a new opportunity to learn. A student hands over a card to another on the sidewalk, agreeing to study in the library. One character asks if anything else is needed, while the other requests a martial arts teacher for formal training. A serious young woman agrees to consider how she can help. A tense moment unfolds as one character signals there is more to discuss, prompting the other to ask what it is. Two young men prepare to welcome expected visitors outside a large mansion at dusk. A solitary young man stands silently before the vast windows, lost in thought as he looks outside. A young man enters and reacts with amazement upon seeing the vast library. A young man arrives at the building, notices it is empty despite the late hour, and wonders why no one is there. On a city street, one young man challenges another with a suspicious question. One character gestures toward the building entrance and confirms the opening time. One young man explains his habit of arriving late because few people come before the afternoon, while the other listens. One young man hands a slip of paper to the other as they agree on how to coordinate their next meeting. A skeptical man doubts the younger man's determination to follow through on his ambitious study plans. Two male students enter a large building together, each considering the uncertainty of their plan. One young man tells the other to find him if he needs to borrow a book, and the other agrees. A hand pulls a linear algebra book from the shelf. Three hands simultaneously reach for different science textbooks on the shelf. A young man sits alone at a table, intently writing on a sheet of paper. The clock strikes midnight. A man eats with chopsticks while closely watching a boy who remains perfectly still and focused. The sun rises over the snowy mountains as a new day begins. Lu Yuan closely inspects the mysterious object, planning to consult teacher Jiang Wu about it. A young man urgently kneels at the table, startling the other man who looks up from his book in surprise. Someone energetically leaves the building at sunrise, beginning their journey. Night falls as a crescent moon glows quietly among the stars. He stands alone on the quiet street, gazing up at the star-filled sky, deep in thought. Two figures stride toward the barricaded city street, ready to confront whatever lies ahead. Two figures silently face each other under the night sky, tension lingering in the air. An older man quietly reflects by the window, staring out at the moonlit sky. An assistant informs a serious man that someone from the intelligence department has arrived, and he authorizes her entry. A woman reports that the monitored boy behaved normally, visiting the library and then returning home. An older man reviews yellow documents and questions whether there were any gaps in surveillance. A woman confidently reports her successful surveillance to a man by the window at night. A wary advisor suspects the newcomer and orders a test to uncover his true intentions. A grand mansion glows beneath the night sky as someone quietly accepts new instructions. The young man lies on his bed, quietly lost in thought as sunlight fills the room. Annoyed by the early ringing phone, the man slams his hands on the table in frustration. Awakened by a call, a young man angrily yells into his phone. A young man calls for help to unlock the library door. The male character reacts in silence, showing no visible emotion. Two students discuss the routine of coming to the door every day, with one insisting that constant reading doesn't require rest. A man in a suit unlocks the library door, recalling how he took this job for its promised ease. One young man confronts the other about being forced back in time and demands to know what will happen next. A young man grins slyly and playfully asks for breakfast. One boy mocks another for being too poor to afford breakfast, while the other reacts defensively. One character grins as he admits an awkward truth, while the other listens with a skeptical expression. One character hands money to the other and insists on staying behind to keep reading. A young man flashes a stack of bills while eyeing another person in the library. The young man eats indoors, clearly enjoying his meal. One young man encourages his studious friend to try the buns he brought to the library table. A character approaches someone reading in the manga store and comments about missing volumes of the book after the catastrophe. A young man with a bandage on his cheek casually flips through a book. At a table stacked with books, one young man comments on the other's diverse reading habits as they talk. A young man questions the purpose behind all the reading, asking if it's to get into college. He sits at the table, expressing his desire to understand the world through books. A young man, inspired by his newfound ability to read, commits to understanding the world and making the most of his education. The young man eagerly announces his plan to study mechanical engineering as he holds up a book in the library. A young man advises that learning mechanics requires first mastering math and physics. One young man recommends advanced mathematics and physics books to the other, advising him to skip beginner texts. One young man earnestly advises another at the counter, listing crucial academic subjects to study. A confident student proposes a paid teaching arrangement to someone in the classroom, offering $500 per lesson. The young man sets high expectations, making it clear he will only negotiate if the results meet his standards. One character confidently announces a score of 400, while another reacts in shock and confusion as the result drops. A young man hastily raises his offer, refusing to accept a lower price as the negotiation intensifies. A confident young man winks and sets playful terms for payment in the busy kitchen. A young man is startled when a female voice calls out from the doorway, asking to come in and read. A cheerful young man rushes forward, eagerly responding to a call. A woman confidently hands her library card to the man in front of her. A young man takes the blue booklet from someone in the library. A man verifies the woman's identity by checking her document, and she confirms it. A confident young man grants permission while the other quietly waits at the desk. A striking woman in a purple dress makes a dramatic entrance, while a man follows her, visibly smitten. A pink-haired character approaches the table, interrupting Lu Yuan as he reads his book. A confident woman with long pink hair greets someone across the cafe table, initiating a conversation. A young man pauses his reading to greet the woman in the room. A pink-haired girl reacts with disbelief, raising her hands in confusion. A pink-haired woman clasps her hands together and anxiously waits, a bead of sweat running down her face. A girl asks a boy if he knows his way around the library, and he admits he does not. A woman with long pink hair leans over the table and asks for the location of a book called Theory of Time. The young man grows increasingly frustrated as he realizes his clear rejection has been ignored. Tasked with finding the right shelf, the young man hesitates, unsure where to begin. A young man suggests searching the library for the Theory of Time, while the student across from him reacts with mild annoyance. An exasperated girl mocks someone for stating the obvious about the library's location. A system notification announces that the quest is complete, and the basic skill tree has been unlocked as two people sit across from each other. He realizes his plan succeeded and reacts with surprised delight. A pink-haired woman receives the book she was searching for across the library table. A woman with pink hair reads a book, her expression growing increasingly irritated. He recognizes the woman as the one who had been following him days earlier. A determined male student confronts the seated teacher as classmates gather at the window, one raising his hand eagerly. A group of students invites a girl to join them at another table in the lounge. Two young men quietly observe a pink-haired woman as she sketches at a table in the comic-filled library. Lu Yuan pauses his reading to gaze thoughtfully out the window, lost in contemplation. One person quietly observes another as she browses through books in the store. An irritated girl vents about being the only one called Auntie by someone she finds exasperating. A hand slams a stack of papers onto the desk, breaking the silence with sudden intensity. A woman with long pink hair strides confidently into the room. A woman abruptly walks out while the others stare after her in shock. A bandaged character impatiently demands that the lesson begin, gripping the other's shoulder. Two young men negotiate payment for a lecture in front of a bookshelf. Two young men examine a blue book at the table, debating which subject is essential for designing armor. One young man firmly rejects the possibility of building something, while the other immediately demands an explanation. A young man skeptically questions how anyone could find a portable energy source powerful enough for their needs, suggesting only controlled nuclear fusion could work. Lu Yuan weighs the risks of attaching a nuclear fusion device to his armor, fearing backlash from a group opposed to nuclear technology. A young man exhales sharply, his face tense and glistening with sweat as he braces himself under pressure. Inside a modern building, two men discuss the lack of alternative energy sources with current technology. A young man explains that fusion fuel can come from deuterium and tritium, and advanced technology could allow the use of just deuterium found in water. The group debates the challenges of making fusion technology portable enough to be worn. A young man warns the group that accomplishing the task is nearly impossible and doubts their chances of success. He evaluates the major challenge of keeping nanobots powered during battle. The young man urgently asks about the challenges of commanding the entire armor and the complexity required for its programming. He confidently explains that the problem is easy to solve. A stern young man challenges another's confidence, questioning his boldness. One young man questions the other about programmable matter, prompting a detailed explanation of its ability to change physical properties based on input. The young man, visibly annoyed, demands clear communication from the person off-panel. The young man silently endures his defeat, blood staining his mouth as he stands alone in the darkness. The young man explains that building external armor requires components capable of transforming and self-assembling. One young man dismisses the other's concern as they talk tensely in the shadowy room. A young man confronts someone angrily about a serious issue, clearly frustrated by their lack of concern. A young man reluctantly begins to explain something basic to the person he is addressing. A young man sits at a table and hands over his notes to someone off-panel. Someone wonders how the messy-haired man, despite his love for science, ended up working in a small library. A young man silently judges another's inability to afford breakfast. The young man mocks his companion for being broke despite claiming to be smart. A young man shrugs off his loss in mahjong, attributing it to bad luck. A young man receives a rectangular object from another hand and laments the destructive impact of gambling. The young man smirks confidently, showing no sign of defeat despite his bruised eye. The young man suddenly remembers he might already have the basic learning chart he needs. Eager to get ahead, the chibi character decides to copy answers from a classmate known for excelling in math and science. The young man orders the activation of the skill chart. A skill selection interface appears, offering the option to learn advanced mahjong skills. A young man frowns in suspicion as he questions why someone with master-level skills continues to lose money every day. A young man quickly raises his hands in defense as he is suddenly confronted by someone off-panel. A young man confidently challenges someone to figure things out for themselves. A weary student is sternly told to focus on studying. One member tells the group to head back without him, choosing to stay behind for something important. A hand discreetly slips a card into a pants pocket. The character examines the map and pinpoints Nanging Alley as a destination. The protagonist, now mostly recovered, prepares to meet the martial arts expert arranged for him. Three young men arrive and cross paths in a quiet alley. A young man arrives at the old, narrow street and cautiously surveys his surroundings. The group arrives at the Lu residence, marked by a wooden plaque above the entrance. A group arrives before a large temple, preparing to enter. A visitor steps into the dojo entrance and asks to see the master. A young man urgently announces that someone is looking for another, prompting a surprised reaction. A character steps decisively onto the stone floor, signaling their entrance. A man enthusiastically welcomes another at the entrance, extending his hand in greeting. Two protagonists walk down the corridor as a group of uniformed students approaches, setting the stage for a confrontation. The older man warmly introduces himself as the former housekeeper of the family, encouraging a more relaxed atmosphere. The man recounts how he worked for the Yang family years ago, retiring peacefully after retrieving a hard drive for them. Lu Yuan greets the older man as they walk together indoors. A mischievous boy teases someone about another person freeloading in the stronghold, and questions why they haven't confronted him. A young man sneezes unexpectedly, spraying everywhere and looking surprised. Two men walk together indoors, discussing how one has moved on from his former role and no longer cares about past conflicts. Two young men arrange to meet in the evenings for martial arts training outside a building under the night sky. Two young men stand on a rooftop at night, discussing one's lack of formal training and self-taught experience. One man promises to teach another real combat skills, dismissing flashy routines as they stand together under the night sky. A man dismisses modern training methods as mere tricks for overprotective parents, criticizing their lack of seriousness. The boy reacts in disbelief to the blunt admission that the scheme is intended to scam money. The mentor advises the trainee to progress gradually as they approach the training dummy together. One young man challenges the other to hit the training post with full force, eager to test his strength. The protagonist positions himself in front of the training post, preparing to begin his training. A clenched fist smashes through the dark barrier with unstoppable force. Lu Yuan drives his fist into the shadowy figure with overwhelming force. A man freezes in shock as he suddenly realizes something unexpected. An older man calmly instructs the younger man to attempt a side kick under the night sky. Lu Yuan smashes the training dummy with a powerful kick under the night sky. A character beams with amazement, marveling at what they believe to be true talent. The mentor assures the trainee that force generation is already mastered and shifts the focus to teaching combat techniques. A young man demonstrates a fighting stance as he explains the importance of controlling the body. A character stomps the ground with force, signaling a decisive action. A character demonstrates a self-defense technique by grabbing their opponent's forearm and pressing their shoulder. One man forcefully throws another to the ground, demonstrating a martial arts technique. One man sits on the ground coughing after a confrontation, while another stands confidently beside him. As tension rises, one character outlines a plan while both focus on the damaged flag before them. One man demonstrates how to immobilize an opponent by locking his leg during a martial arts lesson under the night sky. A young man shouts in disbelief, overwhelmed by a shocking turn of events. Lu Yuan swiftly grabs the opponent's ankle to demonstrate the proper technique for controlling their lower leg. A character demonstrates how to apply pressure to an opponent's leg by creating a pinch point under the armpit. A character forcefully demonstrates a bone-breaking martial arts technique, pinning his opponent to the ground and explaining the pressure applied to the leg. A stern man forcefully halts an attack by grabbing his opponent's leg under the night sky. One character explains the importance of practicing techniques thoroughly while the other listens, exhausted on the stone courtyard. He responds with a confident smile, confirming that he understands. The mentor encourages further training and assures ongoing support. Night falls as a crescent moon rises over the quiet rooftops. The young man steps forward beneath the archway and calls out his move. A boy with a bandaged face slyly listens in, seizing the chance to expose the administrator's alleged mahjong scam. Lu Yuan enters the room quietly and approaches the table where 3 older adults and a young man are playing mahjong. 2 elderly women prepare a tile-based game at the table. The young man quickly notices the suspicious tile switch and wonders why no one else saw it. The young man firmly raises the blue tile, preparing to make a decisive move. The young man steps into the room, announcing that his friend has arrived. 2 young men run into each other in the hallway after one overhears the other's loud voice from 2 blocks away. Embarrassed by his own volume, the young man scratches his head and tries to laugh off the situation. 2 young men discuss how some older gamblers are secretly switching tiles, but one of them dismisses it as unimportant. A young man confronts someone, accusing them of losing on purpose. A man sighs in quiet acceptance of the situation. A remorseful man confesses that his oversight caused a deadly lab explosion that killed his 2 student assistants. One man recounts being fired, dumped, and losing his pet, while another questions if he has given up. The frustrated young man defensively demands to know what else he could have done. One character smugly grabs another's chin and teases him, while the other reacts in confusion. One young man admits he lost money on purpose to help others, explaining that he can survive easily but those families need support for their children. Under the starlit sky, one young man admits his actions are an attempt to make amends for children lost because of him, while the other acknowledges his loyalty. The young man dismisses the group with a casual farewell, instructing them to continue their activities until morning. One young man questions the other's motivation for seeking knowledge as they converse under the night sky. One young man challenges the other with a profound question about the limits of science, and the other admits he does not know the answer. A character expresses despair about the endlessness of their situation. He rejects despair, meeting doubt with unwavering determination. A young man warns that humanity's greatest threat comes from itself, not from natural disasters or mutations. A young man challenges someone with a serious question about what will ultimately destroy humanity. One young man firmly states that science is his motivation as they face each other under the starry sky. Night falls as stars scatter across the sky and clouds drift silently. A young man stands resolutely on the empty street, reflecting on humanity's capacity for self-destruction. A figure strides down a dim corridor, moving steadily toward their destination. The young man steps into the room and demands to know why everyone is gathered there. Outside the building at night, Lu Yuan approaches a small group as a young person hands over an item and reports that someone delivered it earlier. A young man announces that they have been invited to the Yang's manor and must dress formally. 2 young men hesitate outside at night after receiving a suspicious invitation, uneasy about the potential danger awaiting them. The young man warns that the situation ahead will be challenging. The taller young man reassures his companion and suggests they buy clothes together before attending a consortium's feast. 2 male characters stand outside under the starry sky and discuss whether anything bad has happened at school, with one assuring the other that everything has been fine. A worried young man asks if classmates have been picking on him and Dalong, noticing the familiar smile he gives when lying. A concerned boy urges the injured one to rest, grabbing his arm as the other tries to walk away. On a quiet rooftop, one young man informs the other that he exchanged a small amount of gold for money to avoid drawing attention. A woman urges the others to stop discussing money and let Xiaosu rest. As rain pours outside, 3 people gather by the open doorway, warmly welcoming one of them home with the promise of a hot meal. Night falls as a crescent moon glows in the starry sky. 2 characters walk into a stylish clothing store to pick out formal outfits as they prepare to make an impression. 2 young men enter a clothing store and ask the shopkeeper if they can try on formal wear. The shopkeeper firmly refuses to make the sale. Lu Yuan boldly challenges the restriction, demanding an explanation while Lan reacts with surprise. The tailor informs the customers that only locals with a public service ID can order custom-made formal wear, which takes over 20 days to complete. Someone speculates that the Yang family is trying to display their status. 2 young men walk through the city, reflecting on the clear divide between refugees and consortium members. 2 young men decide to attend the grand feast despite their suspicions. One person questions the unexpected early return of the 2 others as they gather around the table. 2 boys stand unimpressed as they react to the banquet being described in an underwhelming way. 2 figures stride side by side, moving forward with determination. 2 young men discuss their unsuccessful attempt to buy formal clothes due to strict requirements and transportation issues. A man questions why no invitation or transportation was provided in advance. The young man rejects the request without pausing his meal. One boy angrily vents about a recent betrayal and suggests confronting their critics, while the other listens skeptically and eats under the night sky. The young man raises his drumstick and questions the other person's motives. A cheerful man jokes about friendship and eating together while his surprised companion listens outside a building at dusk. The hostage boasts about his importance and his influential brother, confident that his value will protect him. One young man confidently invites the others to join him on a trip to Qing territory as they walk together inside the building. The young man looks up in surprise, reacting to an unexpected question. A confident man confronts a younger man, accusing him of surviving 3 barrier collapses unharmed and insisting he is not ordinary. One man proposes an alliance with payment if the other agrees to help in Qing territory. The young man calmly declines the invitation, stating he is not comfortable living inside the barriers. One character confidently offers the others a choice to live in a nearby town instead of within the barrier. Tension rises as the 3 young men confront each other on the dark street, with one warning the others to stop their schemes and focus on escaping. A man with fierce red eyes warns that the Yang family will not allow an easy escape. A man smirks confidently, stating that he will wait patiently because he believes someone will come to rescue him. One young man assures the other that they can leave together if they choose, while reflecting on the deep trust between their acquaintances. The narrator explains that silent trust means believing the other person will act without needing to communicate. Lu Yuan considers that the fat man seems oddly familiar to him. 3 people walk side by side down an empty sidewalk at night. 3 young men recall as a red car suddenly speeds past them. A sports car tears through the empty city streets at night, drifting sharply around a corner during a dramatic escape. 2 young men stand alert on the city street, ready for an imminent confrontation. As one character warns the other not to be deceived by appearances, he insists that those who seem respectable will abandon all decency when things go wrong. The young man calmly affirms his decision, his gaze unwavering. A cloaked figure hands a document to a suited man at the gated entrance while 2 others watch closely. A serious man in glasses intently reviews an important document in silence. A suited man stands by a large open gate at night, inviting the group to enter. The group strides across the courtyard while one of them explains that possessing an invitation ensures the security guards will not interfere. 3 men enter the brightly lit party, drawing attention as they step into the crowd. 3 chibi characters stand together, with 2 of them showing starry-eyed excitement. A well-dressed man confidently receives an envelope from another man during an outdoor nighttime event. Lu Yuan cautiously accepts a drink from an unseen person, uncertain of its safety. The young man hesitantly reaches out to take the wine glass being offered to him. A character forcefully stops another from drinking by knocking the glass out of their hand and warns them that kids shouldn't drink alcohol. A young man with a bandaged face mentions that someone important from the Zone family is present tonight. A group discusses a young, high-ranking leader from the Zone family who commands the 141st Barrier's defense force. A well-dressed man mocks the defense force as useless while another listens silently. 2 men discuss rumors that the main guest is from the 178th Barrier and may be here to plan an attack on the bandits in no man's land as a confident woman approaches. 2 figures raise their glasses in a toast as 3 onlookers below witness the agreement to reopen the trade routes. He realizes the banquet could mark the beginning of a renewed alliance between the Yang, Zone, and 178 Barrier factions. A man in a fur coat flees hurriedly while another character watches him with mild surprise. A top-knot-haired character in a fur cloak sits hunched and alone, slamming a fist down in anger. One of the young men vents his frustration about rival families joining forces to pressure his own. Suspicious of the banquet's true purpose, he realizes his hosts have no intention of letting him leave. A concerned young man asks the dejected man what he plans to do next. A man wearing a flashy shirt and gold necklace drinks confidently from his wine glass. A man reassures the group that Qingjin will handle the situation. The 2 boys exchange silent, unimpressed stares as tension lingers between them. A character dismisses most threats as insignificant, considering only the 178 barrier a real concern. A furious young man reveals that his order to secretly kill Zhang Jinglin was ignored, leading to disastrous consequences. Two chibi characters discuss the possibility that Qing Jin knows more than expected and remark on his intelligence. Two men secretly discuss forming an alliance to eliminate their rival families. One young man quickly dismisses any closeness with the other person, while his companion laughs off the conversation. Two older men in formal attire watch three casually dressed newcomers and question how they managed to get inside. A young man nervously suggests leaving, believing the conversation nearby doesn't concern them. A confident figure steps forward in the alleyway, positioning himself protectively in front of the others. A man loudly rejects the expectation to wear formal clothes to the banquet, insisting he will dress casually. A stern man in a suit warns someone to behave properly in this upper-class setting. A furious man in a fur cloak confronts and slaps another man under the starry sky. A burly man in a fur-trimmed coat confronts someone angrily, demanding respect. A bruised man firmly introduces himself after being struck. A defiant man in a lavish coat challenges anyone to confront him as he strides forward with his entourage outside a grand building at night. With unwavering focus, the character glares ahead, eyes burning with determination. A woman strides confidently toward the mansion, drawing surprised reactions from the formally dressed men gathered outside. A woman in a cap greets a man at night, surprised by his unusual outfit. Two hands reach out and gently connect in a moment of quiet understanding. One character encourages the other to leave the area for a walk, and they agree, holding hands as they go. Two people run hand in hand toward a building at night, while a third person watches them flee. Two characters walk hand in hand down a quiet, dimly lit street. Two figures stand beneath the stars, tension rising as one breaks the silence about what just happened. A young man smiles and thanks someone for helping them. Two figures walk together beneath the streetlights, discussing how the world around them is about to change. Two characters walk together through the city at night, discussing missed dinner plans. Two characters walk together at night as one invites the other to a dumpling shop and mentions having something important to discuss. Two people sit in silence, sharing a meal in an empty restaurant. A character announces that they will depart for the Northwest in 7 days while eating noodles in a shop. A young man pauses mid-meal to question if they are heading to the 178 barrier. Another young man clarifies that they are joining a mission organized by the Yang and Zong families to eliminate a set number of bandits before returning. One character warns the other to be cautious and to trust no one else while they talk at a noodle shop. He recalls how alliances were formed in the past, just as they were when heading to Jing Mountain. The scene reveals Qingyang Villa illuminated under the night sky, establishing the new location. Two guests exchange brief words as they wonder about the identity of a mysterious young man who just appeared at the event. A newcomer enters the grand hall and interrupts the cheerful conversation, asking what everyone is discussing. Two men discuss the niece's sudden departure with an unknown boy on the balcony at night. An unknown individual arrives with Luo Lan, dressed in casual clothes and attracting attention. Three men gather outside a brightly lit building to address the urgent news that someone has run off with a niece. The older man dismisses the significance of the refugee, minimizing any attention toward him. A surprised character shouts out in shock upon recognizing someone. One man urgently demands to know which direction the other saw someone go. The young man casually points south while giving directions. One man firmly states he must leave to find an old friend, ending the conversation as the others watch outside the grand building at night. Several men gather tensely before a closed iron gate at night, one of them clenching his fist behind his back. A stern man reviews intelligence reports and reevaluates his assumptions about a refugee's significance. Two figures calmly address the banquet guests, reassuring everyone to continue after a minor disruption. Two men discuss the postponed introduction to Xiao Jin and their upcoming trip to the Northwest. A young man assures the older companion that he will get along well with Xiao Jin. A young man in a military-style jacket raises his arm and calls out energetically. One man calls out to the other in the dim hallway, initiating a tense confrontation. Outside a building entrance, one young man questions the other about how he found his place and why he didn't come in, while the visitor explains he tracked him down after losing him at the banquet. One young man invites the other inside, while privately feeling guilty about letting someone else take the blame. Two men sit across from each other at a stone table, discussing the recent trip to the 178 barrier and expressing gratitude for a letter of recommendation. A woman serves tea to two men as they sit together outdoors under the night sky. Two young men sit at an outdoor table at night, discussing Zhang Jinglin's reaction to a letter. A cheerful man explains how he was sent to the grassroots level after being identified as a superhuman, quickly promoted, and now enjoys working with talented, friendly colleagues. A young man in military attire invites someone to visit the 178 barrier, mentioning that the commander often talks about them. He smiles gently, expressing hope that he may visit if given the chance. One young man urges the other to confront someone at the tense table under the night sky. A man squats against the wall, concerned that someone may be forming an alliance to attack his family. One young man sits in thought, unsettled as he tries to identify the source of a familiar voice while the other quietly observes him. A figure suddenly appears over the wall, interrupting the conversation and startling the two people below. One person clarifies that he is not under house arrest while another asks about their neighbors as a third listens in from above the wall. A man leans on the stone railing and calls out for someone to help him ask a question. One young man firmly states that he did not come to form an alliance, making it clear that the 178 barrier refuses partnerships with any consortium. A man in a fur-collared coat leans over a ledge, smugly reminding someone that he was the one who sent Zhang Jinglin away and insisting they remember his favor. A young man recalls how someone once urged him to convince another to kill Zhang Jinglin. Three men discuss plans for a joint operation with local families to eliminate bandits and reopen trade routes. A skeptical young man questions what goods are available to sell, doubting the value of anything from the desolate 178 barrier. The young man skillfully dodges the question, hinting there are secrets he cannot reveal. The young man's eyes widen as he suddenly realizes there is a hidden secret. Outside at night, two young men discuss the uncertain safety of the Northwest region. The young man abruptly stops himself and refuses to share any information. A young man suspects that the 178 barrier is concealing something important and believes there is a deeper reason behind Zhang Jinglin's sudden return. Lu Yuan stands alone, silently pondering the deeper meaning behind his mentor's words about war and humanity. One character confidently places a hand on the other's shoulder and begins to reveal a major secret about his original ability. A young man excitedly boasts that his shadow now wields a powerful pot capable of blocking even in RPG. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes emerges from a large artifact as a man watches with a pleased expression. A shocked boy recoils as chaotic energy erupts behind him. A confident man proudly demonstrates the black pot's impressive defensive and practical abilities to the group. Lu Yuan reacts skeptically to the situation, expressing his doubt. One of the young men notices the massive iron pot and becomes suspicious, recalling it looks exactly like the one he once used. Lu Yuan realizes that his earlier decision has directly led to the current situation as he stands pensively beside a shadowy, glowing-eyed figure. A young man explains that his growing power is causing the mystical pot to expand, hoping it might someday block artillery shells. Lu Yuan confidently boasts that it will continue to grow. A character leans over the ledge at night, teasing another about staying awake, while two others listen below. Two young men discuss family alliances while one urges the other to stop mentioning his family's plans. One man cheerfully excuses himself from the group and leaves to go to bed. A persuasive man invites the quiet young man to join him at the 178 barrier, insisting the people there are different. A young man urgently asks how many people can be brought in, emphasizing that his group numbers over 30. A man in a military jacket decides to consult his superiors about the negotiation, planning to bring the issue to Commander Zhang next week. The young man with a bandage on his face agrees to the proposal under the night sky. As sunlight breaks over the building, a new day begins. One young man considers waiting for news before deciding whether to head to the 178 barrier, while his companion listens quietly. A striking woman with pink hair strides forward in a luxurious purple cloak, making a dramatic entrance. A striking woman with pink hair enters the shop and immediately captures the attention of the two men at the table. Mystical energy swirls around the woman as she unleashes her power. The scene draws attention to a character's elegant legs and decorative outfit, emphasizing her confident appearance. A young man evaluates whether someone nearby might possess superhuman resistance to the cold. Two young men stand by the window, puzzling over a problem that seems especially confusing. A young man struggles to explain why he finds the problem difficult as he talks to someone across the table. A frustrated young man demands the other person's attention, insisting on getting what he paid for. A man comments on the quiet, intriguing presence of the woman sitting silently at the table. Bruised and exhausted, he stands alone and silently gathers his thoughts after the struggle. The young man sits at the desk, studying the closed book with a thoughtful expression. The young man approaches the desk, startling the young woman. A young man offers a stack of books to a seated woman, inviting her to examine them. A woman with long pink hair recoils uneasily as she discovers something alarming in the book she is reading. Xiaojin sits at the table, grinning to herself as she enjoys something amusing in her book. She bursts into uncontrollable laughter, doubling over the desk with tears in her eyes. Two young men discuss that the mysterious vibe around someone has disappeared, and one bursts out laughing. A young man encourages someone to explain their problem, ready to help. The school stands quietly under the midday sun. A young man stretches at his desk and announces that Jiang Wu's students will arrive soon for lunch. A girl with pink hair confidently approaches a boy who lounges casually at his desk. A woman thanks the young man for recommending a great book and asks if he is available to help her with something. The young man urgently signals that there is no time to waste. She stands in silence, visibly uneasy and processing the awkward situation. Lu Yuan receives a mission to help a woman who is asking for assistance. A character questions the unexpected arrival of the mission, suspicion clear in their tense gaze. A young man smiles and offers his help to the woman standing before him. A young woman, feeling alone on her birthday, asks someone to stay with her for the night. A young man questions how he is expected to keep someone company for their birthday, clearly confused by the request. A woman confidently invites a man to her place to play games, prompting him to ask what kind of games she means. A confident woman with pink hair hints that the situation requires teamwork. The confused boy questions why a game can't be played alone. A young man confidently boasts about his impressive jump rope skills. A pink-haired woman stands frozen in shock, unable to respond. A pink-haired woman stands indoors, expressing frustration that jump rope isn't fun with only 2 people. One character points at another and asks about a missing person in the room. A boy with heart-shaped eyes eagerly asks to join the girls' game. A pink-haired woman throws up her hands and abruptly refuses to continue. A system notification announces the mission has failed. The protagonist's eyes widen as he suddenly senses something shocking. One character angrily refuses to join the game while another insists they must play, escalating the confrontation. Luyuan panics and urgently demands to know what will happen to his mission if no one participates. A system interface announces that the mission is complete and a powerful skill duplication reward is granted. Ecstatic about the achievement, the protagonist reacts with excitement to the news of reaching perfect level. He weighs his options, considering which superhuman ability to duplicate next. A character leans out of a window at night and calls for someone to come over. A character steps into the dim room and asks if he was called for something. Luyuan confidently commands the activation of perfect level skill duplication. The system rejects the attempt to duplicate the skill. The young man questions why Luyuan is an exception, noting that this situation has never happened before. That winter, they encountered Luyuan alone in the snowy wilderness. One character stands over a defeated opponent lying helplessly in the snow. A cloaked figure hesitates beside an unconscious man on the snowy ground, debating whether to abandon him. A solitary figure pauses on the snowy mountainside, reconsidering his previous decision. The young man stops in the falling snow and looks back with a tense, wary expression. A man carries his injured companion through the snow toward the stronghold. Bruised and exhausted, the young man struggles to stay conscious. One character wakes up and immediately starts calling the other bro, surprising him. Someone recalls a time when survival was uncertain and basic needs were difficult to meet. A voice breaks the silence, emphasizing the impossibility of accepting another brother. One character firmly refuses to offer support, leaving the other shocked and alone in the falling snow. After confirming his safety, the speaker forced him out the door. A boy stands in the rain, pleading for recognition from the shadowed figure before him. The young man pauses in tense silence, cautiously assessing his surroundings. A young man interrogates a child in the snow, demanding to know what skills she can offer, and she insists she can make wishes. One young man, noticing his friend's distress, asks why he was called over. The injured protagonist narrows his eyes, concentrating intensely on the moment. A cheerful young man grabs a younger boy's cheeks and teases him, while the boy protests in annoyance. An older boy grabs the younger boy's chin and taunts him, asserting dominance. A masked figure in black stealthily climbs the building under the cover of night. 2 characters scramble to assess the situation as they realize 6 assassins are attacking and 2 have already been taken down. A lone figure dashes urgently up the steps toward the shadowy building. A young man quickly recognizes the voice of an enemy nearby. A male character steps forward with determination, his foot striking the stone surface with force. Luyuan lands in a crouched position on the rooftop after a high leap, ready for the next move. A character observes as armed men approach 2 bodies lying on the ground after an ambush. A young man crouches on the ground after vaulting over a tall wall under the cover of night. A young man confidently seizes a gun from another person, catching them off guard. A hand seizes the attacker's wrist just as they attempt to fire the gun. A character suddenly seizes the masked figure by the neck, catching him off guard. Luyuan seizes control by pressing a gun to the masked figure's head from behind. A hand fires a silenced pistol, sending bullets toward the target. 2 masked assailants are suddenly hit by high-speed projectiles outside the building at night. One character forcefully grabs another by the collar, escalating the tension. A large figure suddenly drops from above, ambushing the startled young man holding a gun. A male character is slammed violently onto the ground, shaking the interior of the building. A masked figure stands over an unconscious person, carefully watching for any movement. A masked character suddenly recoils in shock after witnessing something unexpected. The young man levels his gun with unwavering resolve, confronting his target under the night sky. A young man fires a silenced pistol at a masked opponent lying defenseless on the ground. The masked man collapses to the ground, bleeding from his forehead after being defeated. The young man stands outside the building at night, extending his hand as he summons a mysterious energy. A young man in a hoodie taunts someone hiding inside the building, announcing that their enemies have been defeated. A lone survivor stands calmly among defeated attackers as armed men rush out of the building, revealing he has just survived an ambush. A dominant figure stands over a defeated opponent, asserting control after the confrontation. 2 men anxiously discuss a recent killing, admitting they saw nothing, while another figure watches from the foreground. The young man stands frozen, visibly anxious as he silently reacts to the tense situation. 2 young men confront a shrouded figure, questioning the identity of the newcomers. One young man demands that the other keep his help a secret to avoid further trouble. The group receives orders to search the fallen enemies for anything valuable. A subordinate crouches under a tree at night and reports to his boss that nothing suspicious was found. He analyzes who stands to gain from his death and anticipates the political fallout between the rival families. Two men discuss how the Zone family plans to exploit a conflict between rival families to gain control of the 178 barrier. He considers whether the Zone or Yang families are responsible for the threat against him. He realizes his careful analysis was a waste of time and wipes sweat from his face in frustration. One character vents in frustration about the lack of clues, while another watches with a smug expression. One character announces he will leave the barrier soon and warns not to cause trouble, while another anxiously worries about future threats to his safety. One young man reassures the other that allies are nearby and that the threat will leave soon, promising safety. A young man confronts the group, demanding to know where they are going. The young man announces his plan to eliminate the bandits. A worried man doubts if the younger man can protect him, but the latter confidently assures him of his strength. The male character reacts with visible offense, clearly annoyed by something said or done. Morning sunlight illuminates the building as preparations for departure begin. One character distributes essential bedding supplies to another on the wooden floor. A young woman questions the surprised young man's ability to handle the situation. A young man boasts about being able to carry more supplies thanks to his storage space. A new vacuum-sealed area is introduced, ensuring that food remains fresh. A young man notices 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks, questioning the reason for the extra set. A character playfully suggests bringing an extra set for someone else, hinting at a possible relationship. The young man notices there is only 1 tent and demands an explanation. A woman playfully teases a blushing young man about only bringing 1 tent, ruffling his hair as he looks annoyed. One character winks playfully while teasing another, who looks surprised by the remark. The character stands silently, momentarily stunned by unexpected events. A blond man arrives at the gate, calls out to see if anyone is home, and waits for a response. A young man and woman tense up by the window, reacting cautiously to an unfamiliar voice outside. A boy opens the door and sees another boy outside, cheerfully waving in greeting. A cheerful newcomer steps forward and introduces himself to the group. A young man opens the door and offers to help 2 men carrying a small box. Liu Yuan insists on handling the task alone and tells the others to wait outside. A blond man presents a box of goji berries to another man standing on the steps. A young man receives a box from someone off-panel inside a sunlit room, considering that Wang Fugai might need its contents. 2 young men discuss their plans on the street as one offers to pick up supplies for their mission, but the other declines. A blond young man smiles and extends his hand, inviting a companion to join him on the journey. Liu Yuan warmly shakes hands at the doorway and promises to protect his companion. A young man smiles with gratitude as he thanks someone off-panel. The boy stares ahead in silence, showing no reaction. A young man doubts the sincerity of the gratitude offered to him as he stands in the doorway. A young man reflects on the exhausting need to pretend around people from the barriers, frustrated by the ongoing charade. One character questions another's sincerity after observing a seemingly genuine smile as the second character stands by the door holding a small box. A young man stands confidently indoors, challenging someone's claim about brotherhood. 2 men confront each other in a tense standoff in the center of a brightly lit room. A young man excitedly welcomes his returning brother at the door. An older man glares down at a younger male, who sits sweating nervously in tense silence. A young man nervously laughs and tries to defuse the misunderstanding. An older man with a mustache confidently introduces himself as Yang Xiaojin's third uncle. The young man is stunned by something he has just witnessed. A character opens the door and gestures for the visitor to come inside. 2 guards stand watch as the 2 men enter through the ornate double doors into the guarded room. An older man apologizes to the younger man for not properly preparing for his attendance at the banquet. The older man explains that the banquet was arranged before the younger man's arrival, causing some lapses in hospitality. A young man with a bandaged cheek politely downplays his status and expresses gratitude for attending the banquet. A formally dressed visitor stands at the doorway and presents a boxed gift to the surprised resident. The young man accepts the gift with genuine gratitude, smiling warmly. The protagonist fixes his gaze forward, focusing intently as tension builds. An older man turns and pointedly asks if the 2 are close, referencing Su Xianchu's recent behavior. Liu Yuan confidently recalls traveling to Jing Mountain with Su Xianchu and another companion. An older man inside a traditional room questions someone about their connection to Commander Zhang. Liu Yuan reveals that the man being discussed is his teacher, surprising the other person in the room. A man reels in shock as he uncovers the hidden master-student connection between 2 people. One man explains to another that he delayed his trip to the 178 barrier because he has more pressing matters to handle, and has already sent someone ahead with a letter of introduction. A man realizes that Su Xianchu's rise in the 178 barrier was due to a letter of introduction from Ren Xiaosu, explaining Su Xianchu's urgency upon hearing Ren Xiaosu's name. An older man warmly acknowledges the young man's importance to Commander Zhang. The young man explains that his teacher once considered passing on his work to him, but the timing was not right. An older man is stunned as he learns that someone was meant to take over the 178 barrier in the future. An older man stands in the doorway, commending the person before him and asking if they will join the bandit suppression mission. A young man steps forward and earnestly volunteers to help with the situation concerning the Northwest. An older man advises caution about dealing with the bandits, and assures the younger man that they will handle the situation in due time. The older man leaves, already plotting how to use the connection with Xiaojin to gain favor with the 178 barrier. A woman hands a basket of famous mung bean cakes to a boy as he prepares to leave. A cheerful man leans over the wall and jokes about joining the group in exchange for food. A young man hands over a basket while prompting a thought-provoking question. The confused character demands an explanation. One young man taunts another on the rooftop, grinning as he delivers a mocking remark. Lu Yuan asks someone off-panel if they know about Zhong Qing. A man in a fur-collared cloak dismisses any connection to the Zhong family, showing little interest. Two young men argue about the dangers of forming alliances with the Zhong family, emphasizing distrust and rivalry between their families. A serious young man warns the person across from him to be careful. The young man gives a curt nod of affirmation, his expression unwavering. Two military vehicles pull up to the fortified compound's gate. Carrying a large basket, the protagonist steps out with determination as three others silently watch from the doorway. A tall young man entrusts the home to his companion before leaving. A young woman in uniform orders someone outside to get into the car. A hand grips the latch and begins to open the door with determination. Two people travel quietly together as one drives and the other observes. Four figures stand alert just inside the gate as two armed military vehicles approach. A woman comforts two boys at the entrance, assuring them that their brother's injuries have healed. A girl asks her sister to attend a parent-teacher conference at school for her brother. A young woman blushes as she eagerly asks if she can join in. A young man warmly reassures his sister, affirming their close bond. A cheerful boy reassures the smiling woman that she looks beautiful without needing to dress up, while another man stands in the background. A joyful young woman hugs a blushing boy, overflowing with playful affection. Two military trucks approach the locked facility gate as someone questions the number of soldiers in the truck behind. Inside the vehicle, one character announces the deployment of 30 nano-soldiers for the bandit suppression. A character reacts with astonishment upon hearing about nano-soldiers. He holds back from interfering with the nano-soldiers, knowing they are meant to protect Xiaojin. Inside the vehicle, one character questions the other about a sudden change in her uncle's attitude, but receives only a vague response. A young man confidently asserts his status as Zhang Jinglin's student while seated in the vehicle. The woman cautions that her third uncle cares only about profit and will quickly change his attitude if he discovers any deception. One character confronts the other about her attitude as they sit together in the vehicle. A girl playfully challenges someone to guess as she smiles slyly inside the vehicle. The young man sits in silence, blushing and looking away as he is caught in a flustered moment. A character stomps down on the knife, stopping the attack. Two vehicles arrive at a large, empty hangar in the barren landscape. A convoy of military vehicles advances toward the massive, fortified mountain entrance. The vehicle sets off as the two occupants begin their journey. Two boys excitedly discuss how the young woman's entrance will impress the other students. A woman warmly invites the two smiling children to attend their parent-teacher conference. Several figures quietly cross the empty courtyard. The class gathers as the teacher prepares to address the students and adults seated at their desks. Parents and children applaud together in the classroom to celebrate the students' outstanding exam results. A young woman encourages a boy in the classroom after he admits he didn't take the final exam. The teacher gathers everyone for an important discussion during a weekend parent-teacher conference. The teacher stands at the front of the classroom, calling for the parents of specific students among the gathered crowd. A confident woman steps forward and tells the teacher to address her directly, while a surprised young man looks on. A young woman assures the teacher that her presence is acceptable, while a boy quietly observes. The teacher informs the class about concerns from some parents regarding certain students struggling to keep up with the advanced material. A woman challenges the teacher's claim that her two students are struggling to keep up in class. A teacher informs three students that the administration wants them to transfer to a different class and criticizes the way the decision was announced. A hostile woman at a classroom desk threatens to prevent two refugee children from attending school, asserting her authority and rejecting any attempt at reasoning. Two women argue in the classroom about whether the students should be forced to switch classes, while a boy sits quietly between them. A stern woman confronts a seated boy in the classroom, criticizing his manners as others watch silently. The woman crosses her arms and taunts the other person with a mocking remark. A female character stands silently before the flames, confronting someone with a tense, unwavering stare. A stern woman catches two boys misbehaving, gripping one by the ear while the other stands by nervously. A woman confronts someone about their disrespectful attitude, urging them to show more empathy. A woman angrily berates a refugee in the classroom while another woman and a boy look on. A character is suddenly slapped so hard that their glasses are knocked off. A stern woman angrily reprimands another woman who recoils after being slapped. An older man encourages the class to share their thoughts, prompting the children for their opinions. One character encourages another to share his opinion, lightly placing a hand on his shoulder. A student accuses the newcomers of stealing pens and erasers, creating tension in the classroom. A woman forcefully denies the accusation, insisting that Lu Yuan and Dalong have no reason to steal. A young man slams his hands on the table and angrily accuses someone of corrupt behavior and using dirty money. A young man nervously approaches a tall, serious woman and tries to get her attention. A cheerful woman boasts about being right as she speaks to another woman in a classroom or office. A defiant boy glares upward and warns the person beside him not to say another word. A woman loudly accuses another woman of being suspicious in front of a boy during a parent-teacher conference. A young man suddenly charges at a startled woman in the classroom, catching her off guard. Lu Yuan forcefully slaps Xiaojin across the face in the classroom. A young woman staggers back, stunned after being suddenly slapped. A boy steps forward to shield his kneeling sister from a group of bullies in the classroom. A concerned girl gently hugs a withdrawn boy and urges him to go home. A woman firmly leads the boy away from the girl, heading for the exit. A hand lunges toward the girl's neck as she recoils in fear. A worried young woman embraces a dejected boy, trying to comfort him as he remains withdrawn. A woman leads two somber children out of the bright, empty classroom. A frustrated student confronts the teacher, demanding to know why the others are allowed to leave. Lu Yuan quickly turns his head, sensing imminent danger in the purple darkness. The two characters silently react to unexpected news, one visibly stunned while the other remains deep in thought. A snowstorm sweeps across the bleak landscape, setting a somber tone. 3 figures walk together across a snowy crosswalk. 3 people stand at the snowy crosswalk, waiting as a car approaches. A woman and 2 children stand outside in the sudden snow, reacting tensely to something unexpected. A car suddenly speeds toward a woman and 2 children on the snowy street, forcing them to react in shock. A young woman freezes, stunned as she reacts to an unexpected revelation. The boy declares with certainty that his enemies are doomed.